This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 881. At this time, he found that something was wrong and couldn't help but look horrified. In fact, he had encountered similar things before. Of course, he didn't care much about it. After all, their civilization had a special plan for this matter to prevent similar situations. After all, technology has developed to the point where they are now. Basically, all things have been encountered, and they naturally have corresponding plans for how to deal with different things. Especially for this kind of control consciousness, and then revealing important information about civilization, they have tried it many times. In the end, they can basically be sure that almost all methods are useless for them at present, and they have also strengthened their defense capabilities in this regard. After all, once the other party captures them, some commanders in a dominant position are very likely to be stolen by the other party. A lot of important information, so for similar incidents, they naturally took precautions in advance. It is no exaggeration to say that basically no civilization can control the thinking of their own individuals, especially commanders like this, who have been specially strengthened. What happened now overturned the commander's cognition. How is this possible? How can you have such an ability? What means did you use? Although he was conscious at this time, he knew very well that if he continued like this, he would sooner or later lose control of himself, which also made him extremely terrified. However, he couldn't even commit suicide now. For him, except for his consciousness, everything else didn't belong to him. Then he also noticed that the changes in his body were increasing at a very fast speed. His body grew things that only insects have. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, he had completely felt the changes in his body. He was not simply controlled by his mind. At this time, he found that the things growing on his body were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. First of all, this thing in his body should be a very special thing, which contains huge energy. It is no exaggeration to say that he has become a bomb now. At the same time, he also found that as these things covered his whole body, the surface began to grow something similar to scales. The solidity of these scales exceeded his imagination, and his will was slowly worn away. And the most important thing is that now he actually thinks that he is also a part of the Zerg in his subconscious cognition. He must obey the insects with a higher level than himself. This is a transformation of life form. This feeling terrified him, because he knew very well that if he continued like this, he might not be himself anymore. What methods did you use? He couldn't help but screaming madly in his heart, but he couldn't make a sound, and at this moment, the brainworm appeared in front of him. And his subconscious also emerged with this brainworm, which he completely did not allow. But it was obvious that his body was completely out of his control, and even his consciousness had changed. At this time, the brainworm began to ask him questions. Then, he told everything he knew. Even if he tried his best to stop this thing, it would not work. He watched himself reveal everything. The structure of his own civilization, the technology of his own civilization, the fleet composition of his own civilization, etc. As long as he knew a word, all of them were leaked. Everything in front of him made him feel collapsed. He became a traitor to civilization in such a confused way, and he was still aware of it. This was unacceptable to him. With such a mentality, his consciousness began to sink gradually. Just like that, he lost consciousness. Originally, he thought he would sink like this, but he didn't know how long it had been, and he regained consciousness again, but at this time he was no longer in the original place. He found himself in a battlefield. And around him were countless humanoid creatures that looked similar to him. Then, uncontrollably, he rushed to a huge building not far away, just like those humanoid creatures. He was familiar with this building, which was the outpost of their civilization. He watched as some creatures in the front directly crashed into the outpost, and then there was a huge explosion. Then everything around was drowned. He also saw the fleet of their civilization in the sky, but when the fleet appeared, countless creatures similar to him flew over there. Their hard shells withstood most of the opponent's attacks. Although some bugs were killed in the middle, most of them rushed to the vicinity of the battleship and began to self-destruct. And he was one of them. In his horrified eyes, he approached a battleship, which he knew and even said that the captain of the battleship was his friend. In this way, he self-destructed in his horrified eyes. He didn't know what happened afterwards. At this time, on the side of the brainworms, watching the attack launched by tens of thousands of self-destructing soldiers on the battlefield, the brainworms were also collecting data. And these self-destructing soldiers are naturally not as simple as they seem on the surface, just self-destructing. When they exploded, their eyes caused a devastating blow to everything around them. The most important thing is that they also became the source of infection, and countless fragments attached to the battleship. Then these organizations began to change, and they began to multiply on the battleship. Soon, a large number of warships that were not destroyed by the explosion began to grow things similar to those that had grown on the bodies of the previous explosion men. These things seemed to have life and began to spread throughout the warships. At the same time, the hard outer shell of the warships was also corroded, and countless tentacles entered the warships through the outer shells. Then there were wailing sounds. At the same time, some organizations entered the control center of the warships and wrapped up the entire control center. At the same time, the warships that were still desperately firing at the bugs suddenly adjusted their guns and pointed their targets at other warships. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of explosions sounded, some warships that had not yet reacted were directly destroyed by their companions behind them. At the same time, more warships began to be infected gradually. As time went on, more and more warships were infected, and their surfaces underwent tremendous changes. At this time, they were no longer cold warships, but they seemed to have been transformed into mechanical creatures. In this way, the entire fleet quickly became a weapon of the worms under the infection. All this happened too suddenly, and the total infection time did not exceed 20 minutes. In just 20 minutes, most of the warships here have been infected. Not bad. At this time, watching these warships that originally belonged to the enemy become their own, the brain worm also collected enough data. The data has been collected, and there are no problems with our new bugs. At present, these spore worms can directly infect diseases and individuals, and have strong control capabilities. But for advanced civilizations, it takes too long to completely transform them into bugs. They are naturally very clear about this. After all, although advanced bugs can continue to evolve, their essence will not change. As special bugs of infection, their biggest role is to transform organisms. But this transformation is limited, not the kind of unlimited transformation. In the past, they basically had no way to deal with advanced civilizations, because advanced civilizations had already had multiple plans for such things. Especially in these civilizations, there are programs similar to self-destruction, which also makes it more difficult for the infected to convert, because once the other party finds that something is wrong, they will self-destruct at the first time. The advanced civilization has a very high degree of control over its own body. In this case, it is impossible to convert without the other party knowing. Therefore, the newly evolved insects have changed a lot compared with the previous insects. The first is the infection cycle. Although the infection cycle has increased, the effect is also very good. Their hiding ability has become stronger, and they will infect some important things before the other party notices, making it impossible for the other party to commit suicide. Then the infected insects will begin to control the other party's body. Of course, the reason for choosing to control the body first is also very simple, that is, it takes a very long time to control the thinking of this level of civilization. During this period, if the other party still has control of the body, then they will definitely choose to commit suicide at the first time. In this case, the plan to let them reveal civilization information to themselves will definitely fail. So these insects will control the body first to ensure that they cannot commit suicide. Under such a premise, they continue to start, slowly erode the will later, and finally completely control the other party. Although such a process takes a long time, the benefits are obvious. At least we can get enough information from the other party. And this complete control has some other benefits. First of all, if they are bombers, the explosion effect of advanced civilizations like this is much higher than that of low-level civilizations. After all, their genetic development level is very high. At the same time, because the energy contained in their bodies is beyond imagination, they can continue to provide nutrients for these bugs after the explosion, allowing them to infect the surrounding existence and spread one by one. Through this routine, the entire fleet is infected, especially the infection process. First, the opponent's shield is directly destroyed by the explosive man, because the power of this explosive man is huge, and the opponent's warships, such as warships below the strategic cruiser level, cannot be blocked at all. So most of their warships are likely to be infected. And the infection speed for warships is also very fast. This is the change that has occurred to the Zerg infected after mastering the law of evolution. Compared with the past when they could only infect a few shoelaces on their bodies, they are now real infected and can erode the entire opponent's fleet through special viruses. And through these two encounters, they have mastered the basic information of this civilization. Of course, in addition to this civilization, they are also very clear that there are other civilizations. So the next thing to do is naturally very simple, that is, to find a way to get the data of other civilizations. As long as we get the information of the other two civilizations, the real war can start. Of course, the other party is also looking for players' business all over the universe. After all, they have started several wars so far, and each time they are sudden attacks. It is obvious that the other party has a very clear grasp of their whereabouts, which makes them feel a little headache. So far, the other party has launched several attacks on us, and we haven't found the tail of the other party last year. At this time, the commander in the command hall was furious. What happened during this period made him feel extremely headache. Especially in these few battles, they lost several fleets. However, under such circumstances, they did not find the trace of the other party. This could only mean one thing, that is, the other party knows them well now, but they have no idea where the other party is now. They fell into a passive situation. That is to say, the other party's technology is far superior to ours, or the other party's compliance technology is far superior to ours. This is a very terrible thing. From now on, we must find them as quickly as possible, and I also need to know what laws the other party has mastered. At this time, the commander gave an order to his hands. But unfortunately, although he is very anxious now, the players have already evolved against Ainley, so it is not easy to find players in this universe. The advantage of the players is that they can constantly infect them by infecting bugs. While the people in the civilization increase their combat effectiveness, they can also obtain some of their civilization's whereabouts. The way for players to get their traces is through this. There is no other way. After all, the technology on the player's side is not as powerful as imagined. If they want to find each other, it is basically unrealistic. However, this method of side searching is enough for them. After all, they are not in a state of full-scale war now. What they need to do now is to get as much information as possible from the other side, and then develop targeted tactics. However, they have also found some problems during this period. Although the three civilizations are united, their information is not interoperable. At least there is no way for him to get the information of the other two civilizations through one civilization. He is very helpless about this. He can only hope to be lucky in case he meets them on the road one day. Chapter 882. Although this test was not satisfactory for the Zerg due to various reasons, but compared to other tests, it was still pretty good. Everyone, basically there are no problems. At this time, on the side of the brain worm, the test of the new worm is basically coming to an end. In general, the worms in our hands are quite satisfactory on the surface, and the power of the law of evolution is basically fully demonstrated. While speaking, the brain worm began to summarize the data for Jiangyao. First of all, the upper limit of the law of evolution. At present, it can be basically determined that the improvement of this law is mainly due to the different upper limits of evolution. The law of evolution can be graded. At the first level, the upper limit of the evolution of the law of evolution can be counted according to the points. The first level can be understood as a total of 100 points of evolution. When fighting with the enemy, the evolution of the worm will consume this point, such as evolving attack consumes 50 points, and evolving defense consumes 50 points. In this way, the 100 points are consumed, and after the consumption is completed, our worms have evolved to the limit, and can no longer evolve. At this time, Jiang nodded after hearing the summary of the brain worm. Currently, our research on this law should be in the first stage. That is to say, the total number of evolutionary points we can allocate is only 100 points. If we want to become stronger, we can only do so if the evolutionary law enters the next stage. The next stage of the evolutionary law has 200 points. If we enter the next stage, the possibility of insects evolving during battle will be greater. For example, if we defend against a certain civilization with 120 points, we will be completely immune to their damage. The first level of evolutionary law is definitely unattainable, but if it evolves to the second level, it can be easily achieved. At the same time, if facing multiple civilizations, the second level of evolutionary law is definitely better than the first level. For example, if facing 3 civilizations, if the first civilization needs to allocate 70 points, and the second civilization has many places in common with the first civilization, so the second civilization needs to allocate 50 points, and the third civilization needs to allocate 40 points. If this is the case, it means that a total of 160 points are needed to meet the combat standard, but it is obvious that the first level of evolutionary law does not meet the requirements at all. At this time, listening to the analysis of the brain worm, Jiangyao nodded to show that he understood. In general, the higher the level, the easier it is to deal with emergencies. For example, when the evolutionary law reaches level 10, I can even spend 500 points on evolution before the battle so that I will not be killed immediately after entering the field, and the remaining 500 points will be allocated according to the different combat situations. As he spoke, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel the problem with this law. That is to say, it is actually very weak in the early stage. This type of law will only undergo qualitative changes after the foundation reaches a certain level. Hearing what Jiang Yao said, the brainworm nodded. Leader, this is the case. The biggest problem with this law is that the basic points are very few in the early stage, and it is difficult to distribute them. For example, in the early stage of fighting with a certain civilization or a certain level of civilization, at least 500 evolution points are needed to lay the foundation. The 500 evolution points need to be put into many aspects, such as defense life. Only after these are put up, our worms can reach the same level as the opponent. At this point, if our evolutionary law points are too low, we may not even be qualified to fight. But on the contrary, if we have enough evolutionary points, we can even invest 600 points. In this way, our starting point is much higher than theirs, and our own strength is much higher than theirs. Then, according to the specific situation, we can purify it, so it will be very easy for us to defeat them later. After hearing what the brainworm said, Jiang Yao naturally understood the interests involved. That's true, so the early foundation is very important. There is nothing wrong with what he said. How to evaluate this matter? This matter makes Jiang Yao feel more like this law. If you want to stand out, you must reach a certain level. Compared with the epidemic, which is very strong at the beginning and the subsequent improvement is not great, the improvement of this law is very large and very stable. And this is also the strength of this law. If it is other laws, each level of improvement may be the same, but although the evolutionary law looks the same on the surface, in fact, after reaching a certain critical point, the improvement is completely different. Because after reaching a certain level, they will surpass the average level of other civilizations. He can start very high. Compared with other laws, the improvement of each level seems to be very large, but if their upper limit cannot reach a certain average, then no matter how much they improve, they can only move below a certain average. Simply put, this law is to protect the upper limit, while most other laws are to protect the lower limit. For example, the law of destruction of civilization before, its lower limit is the level of superdimensional civilization level 1 or 2. Jiang Yao also sorted out the superdimensional civilization. Civilizations that have reached this level are very different from other civilizations. According to different laws and different directions of scientific research, the brainworm also classifies the strengths and weaknesses. The current Zerg is about level 2. As for their current opponents, they are also classified as level 2. As for the other two civilizations, because they have not fought yet, their specific levels are not clear. Leader, basically now, except for the two hidden civilizations, the rest of the universe has been explored. The players are basically ready. So leader, what should we do next? Hearing the question from the brainworm, Jiang Yao thought for a while. The other side knows that one of their civilizations has been exposed, so they have been using this civilization to communicate with us in the universe. Their main purpose is to test our strength and find our lair. It is basically unrealistic to find the other two civilizations that are hidden at this time, so it is almost time to attack now. After all, they are not stupid. I think they know very well in their hearts that what they need to do now is to hide themselves and find out our details. Naturally, I can't give them this opportunity. As Jiang Yao's voice fell, the brainworm also understood something. Got it, leader. I make arrangements right away. While saying this, the brainworm left here. At this time, on the player's side, a total of 47 universes have been occupied by players. After receiving the mission, they began to invade one universe after another without stopping, exploiting resources in the universe and creating more bugs. By this time, they had basically done all the preparations. Brothers, there is a new mission again. As the voice fell, a group of players suddenly became excited. Oh my god, we have waited for so long, and it's finally time for us to act. I have swept the universe I am in over and over again. The players are of course very clear about what they are going to do when they come out. They come out to station troops. When they have almost stationed their troops, they still haven't received the secret of returning, which makes them a little anxious. Now after receiving the order, they immediately become energetic. The evolution data has been sent to us. Next, let all the bugs perform the first round of basic evolution according to the data sent by the other side. After this round of evolution is completed, you can enter the universe. Although only the information of one civilization has been obtained so far, the relevant purification is definitely necessary. Based on the information obtained, we can evolve in a targeted manner first, so that when we enter the universe and fight, we will not suffer too heavy losses in the first round. After everything is ready, the players will lead their own bug armies to the cosmic gates of their respective universes. At the same time, on Jiang Yao's side, the brain worms at the base also started to act immediately. The spatial coordinates for opening all the cosmic gates have been basically determined. With the lesson from the last time, I think they will find us the moment we open the space gate this time. That's true. It means that the real war will start at that time, but this time we have prepared a lot of troops. If I face the enemy again, we should be able to win easily. Okay, now is not the time to discuss these. Next, we will start to place control worms on a large scale according to the plan. The control worms are naturally Zerg. The special worms that have been newly researched to control the universe are very different from the instruments launched by these civilizations. Although the control efficiency of both sides is basically the same, it is much easier to deploy these worms than those instruments. The speed of hatching these worms is naturally much faster than the speed of manufacturing those instruments. In this way, as the order was issued, a large number of worms arrived at the designated area and began to complete their tasks. These bugs began to spread out their controlled area at a very fast speed, and this spreading speed was extremely exaggerated, which was also the advantage of the Zerg. The reproduction speed was very scary. Even though they were still in the stage of hiding themselves, they had a very fast reproduction speed even in this stage. If they were not hiding now, if they were to expose themselves directly, then this speed would be geometrically increased. Naturally, the movement here attracted the attention of the three superdimensional civilizations. After all, when they knew that the other party had seized their universe control technology, they were already very cautious. They were always paying attention to the movement of the universe, and such a big movement as controlling the universe was naturally easy to be discovered, and the most important thing was that this condition was created by them. At this time, in the command room, the commander discovered the abnormal movement in the universe in the B3 area. According to the judgment, the other party should have begun to deploy instruments to control the universe. The speed of the other party's control of the universe is very fast. According to the results of our current investigation, the speed of the other party's deployment of related equipment should be 178 times ours. At this time, hearing the report from his subordinates, the commander-in-chief couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What do you mean their speed is 178 times ours? You must know that this technology was developed by them, and the other party just stole it through means. As for whether they stole the complete technology, it is hard to say. Even if it is complete, it should be faster on our side. After all, we have studied this technology for so many years, and have deployed it so many times. We are very experienced in some detailed operations. Under such circumstances, the other party has surpassed us by more than 100 times. It seems that the other party has a high level of mastery of technology. Otherwise, it is impossible to say that they can improve so much just after obtaining this technology. Or it is possible that they have scientific research in related directions, and then refer to and improve our technology after obtaining it, which has promoted their technology to make greater progress, so they can achieve such an effect. Although this number is exaggerated, the commander still calmly analyzed the opponent's situation. Through the data from previous battles, the current data, and the data he learned in normal times, he already had several models of the enemy and a rough estimate of the enemy's strength. Although they have fought with the enemy, it is hard to say whether the enemy has gained power in such a battle, so before the war, as much data as possible must be collected to determine whether the enemy really has such strength or is just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. In short, all possibilities need to be taken into consideration in order to achieve the final victory. At this time, after collecting this information, the commander couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, the other side should also know about the situation of our three civilizations. At this time, their actions will undoubtedly make us send troops over. I think they should also know this. So knowing these things, they still did this. It is obvious that the other side came prepared. Send as many reconnaissance teams as possible to search that area and the surrounding area and even the entire universe to see if there are any unknown fleets. If an unknown fleet is detected, determine the approximate number. Since the other side has provoked so much, it is impossible that there is no backup, so he decided to conduct a reconnaissance first. However, according to the feedback of the results, the commander couldn't help but sigh. Although such a result is normal, the other side's hiding ability is much stronger than theirs, and they can't find it at all. It seems that this investigation has been in vain again. At present, we know very little about this, but I can be sure that this civilization knows very little about us, and the other two civilizations have no information at all. Under such circumstances, they still made such a move. Are they confident or well prepared? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel entangled, wondering whether he should fight or not. Chapter 883. After all, Civilizations that can reach this level are not fools. So they also began to think about the current situation. The other party's current behavior is obviously to lure us to attack them. If they are not sure about us after secretly observing us in the universe for so many years, they will definitely not act rashly. At this time, on the side of the three superdimensional civilizations, a group of civilization commanders were gathered together to discuss the current situation. The other party has obviously figured out our situation, and then estimated their own strength, so they made such a decision. At this time, everyone was discussing one after another. Obviously, they are also quite entangled now. Mainly because they really don't understand this civilization. Although the other party is currently inducing us to go to war, it is obvious that their intelligence on us should not be as complete as we imagined. After a long time, one of the commanders couldn't help but speak. As his voice fell, the eyes of others looked at him. The commander cleared his throat before seeing the eyes of the crowd, and continued to speak. I'm sure of this. We have only exposed one civilization to them, or we have exposed another civilization without knowing it. But it is absolutely impossible to expose all three civilizations. If they were exposed, they would never lure us in this way. They will go to war with us directly. As he said this, he turned his eyes to the crowd. Although the other party obviously did not fully grasp our intelligence, the fact that they still chose to attack us under such circumstances is enough to explain the problem. That is to say, the other side has the ability to defeat us without our complete intelligence. As he finished speaking, everyone nodded. At present, it seems that this possibility is very high. But it is obvious that after understanding this point, everyone present became more entangled. How have we collected intelligence on them so far? After a long time, one of the civilization commanders asked. At present, we have learned that the other side is a special civilization, and their individuals are individuals called insects. They are the disgusting insects that lived everywhere on the planet when we were still a low-level civilization. The commander then added, the individuals of this civilization have inherited the characteristics of insects. Each of them is a very terrible killing machine, and none of them are combat units. At the same time, the combat units we see in the universe can also be understood as individuals in their civilization, just like ordinary people in our civilization. As he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. This is not good news. That is to say, every single individual of their race has a combat power comparable to that of a battleship. What kind of terrifying race is this? And the most terrifying thing is that their reproductive ability is very terrifying. That is to say, the cost of making a battleship for us may be a large amount of resources, a large amount of time and manpower and material resources, while they only need to reproduce. Simple reproduction can match our massive resource investment. Hearing this, everyone immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, and also realized the horror of this race. That is to say, the bugs they use to control the universe also come from this way. As this sentence fell, everyone naturally understood what it wanted to express. The meaning it wanted to express was actually very simple, that is, it was too easy for bugs to breed enough bugs to control the universe. The speed at which they control the universe will far exceed their own. This matter is indeed not good news for them. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before the bugs control the universe more than they do, and their plans will eventually become someone else's wedding dress. So they also forced us to go to war with them in this way because they calculated this accurately. I think it should be like this. As the voice fell, the meeting room fell into silence again. Such a rare opportunity is in front of them, but now they are thinking about whether they should give up. This matter is also a bit unacceptable to them. Indeed, their current situation is very embarrassing, and they don't know how many years of planning are likely to be picked by the other party. Who can tolerate this? But they also knew that if they didn't have absolute confidence and went straight to the battlefield, their fate might be very horrible. So now everyone didn't know how to make a decision for a while. This is not a trivial matter. At least judging from the current situation of civilization, it might be a disaster. Stop doing it for now, and continue to observe. We have too little information now. It would be unwise for us to act rashly under such circumstances. At this time, everyone was discussing. It is obvious that the current situation is no longer something they can handle. This matter requires consultation and evaluation by other organizations in the civilization before it can be determined. In this way, the three superdimensional civilizations began to consider how to deal with this matter. About a few years later, this matter finally had an answer. Keep your troops in place. We have too little information about the other party now. If we look at the current situation, the probability of our failure is more than 90%. Finally, several civilizations made a decision. At present, no matter from which aspect, the other party must be sure. Otherwise, they would not be exposed. Since the other party is sure, it would be a waste of time for them to act rashly. So the superdimensional civilization chose to be tolerant for this training. At the same time, they also set a large number of detectors to find out the situation of the players. However, the players naturally cannot let them do what they want. At this time, Jiang Yao said, "It is a bit surprising. I did this, but the other party didn't react much." It must be said that the other party's behavior really surprised him. But after thinking about it carefully, he understood. It should be that he guessed something, so he chose to continue to obtain information. I have to say that after civilization has developed to their level, they are indeed very careful in doing things. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Well, even if we failed this time. But this matter is not as simple as you think. Since you chose to give in this time, you need to pay a sufficient price. Any decision in this universe has gains and losses. It is impossible to say that there will be no losses if you choose to avoid war. It does not mean that you will not lose anything if you take a step back. On the contrary, although the loss of retreating may be much less than the loss of your war, it will definitely not be too much. Because when Jiang Yao was sure that the other party would not take action, and they still wanted to observe him, he immediately issued an order. As soon as the order was issued, the dense insects began to move. For the first time, the insect nest appeared in this universe openly. And with the appearance of the insect nest, a large number of insects were hatched, and these insects were naturally used to control the universe. As these bugs were hatched like a tsunami, the bugs' control over the universe was expanding at a very fast speed. At the same time, the superdimensional civilization also witnessed the terrifying reproduction ability of the bugs. As the bugs let go, the bugs' expansion range was increasing at a very fast speed, and was increasing all the time. Then something terrified them happened. What? The current control of the universe by the bugs has exceeded our previous total. With the emergence of this message, they found that they had underestimated this race. The reproductive capacity of this race is really terrible. At least from the current situation, this race is really scary. The hatching speed of these insects is really amazing. They have been planning in this universe for so many years, and they think that their control range is large enough, but it has only been a short time since they were caught up by the other side. And judging from the speed, it will not take long for them to be surpassed. No! It can't go on like this. Not long after, the people of these civilizations gathered together again. This is really terrible. Their layout for so many years cannot catch up with the other side's short few years. At this rate, I'm afraid they control more than 90% of the universe, and we may only control 10%. This race is too terrible, this kind of insane reproductive capacity. In addition, the replacement cost of manufacturing with such ability is really too low. At this time, they knew very well that if they continued to let this group of insects operate like this, then their plan would be useless. Headache. Everyone at this time was extremely headache. They thought that they would lose something if they gave in. They knew very well that as long as they made an account, the other party would definitely start to expand their control of the universe at the fastest speed, but they did not expect the other party to be so fast. Obviously, the loss this time has far exceeded their estimate of avoiding war. The larger the universe occupied by the other party, the larger the absolute combat area of the other party. This absolute combat area is the universe controlled by the other party. In this area, no matter how many warships they send over, they will be sending heads. So what should we do next? We have no way out. Let's just send out troops. No, since we have already lost so much, according to the current time, it won't be long before the expansion stops, and we need to wait until the next time we kill those special creatures before we can continue to expand. The other party has already occupied so much, and taking action at this time is nothing more than slowing down the other party's speed, and the effect is not significant. On the contrary, if we act rashly, the damage will definitely not be small. At this moment, they were extremely entangled, but in the end, they decided to hold back this time. After all, the ability shown by the other party has far exceeded their expectations, and they cannot be sure that they will have a chance of winning if they take action. And their actions also surprised Jiang Yao. It seems that I underestimated this level of civilization. Even if it cuts off a piece of their own flesh, they will not act rashly without knowing it. He didn't know how to evaluate such a civilization. He could only say that it was very stable in doing things. It is true that the other party is very steady in doing things, but if the other party is not so steady in doing things, something might have happened long ago. So it is understandable that the other party can do such a thing. Although he undoubtedly gained huge benefits this time, he was not happy at all. Facing such an enemy, he must be cautious. So this matter soon came to an end. The other party did not participate in the whole process and let it develop on its own. It must be said that the other party's actions are very courageous. Compared with the civilizations he encountered before, these civilizations are indeed much more mature. Of course, he can only describe it as mature, because the actions of other civilizations are as immature as children compared to this civilization. It is not that other civilizations are impulsive, but because this civilization is fundamentally different from other civilizations. Sometimes some seemingly impulsive results are mixed with very complicated conflicts of interest. Their behavior is the result of the final promotion of many voices in the civilization. No matter in any civilization, impulsive people always account for the majority, and many times these impulsive people can influence how the civilization should take the next step. For example, the difference between the civilizations that fought with him before and the current civilizations, first of all, they are all independent consciousness bodies, which means that in their internal system structure, those who hold high positions will definitely have conflicts. In such a situation, civilizations usually do some irrational things, which is also the result of conflict, but at this time, what this civilization does is very rational. It can be seen that the system of this civilization should be very different from that of other civilizations. At least there won't be a situation where some factional struggles push the civilization into the abyss. After all, events like this are the best place for factional struggles to play out, and they are also the most likely to cause trouble. However, I didn't show this clearly this time, which shows that factional struggles do not account for a high proportion in this civilization. This is definitely not a good thing for Jiangyao. Such a rational civilization, judging from their behavior alone, is actually not much different from insects with collective consciousness. It is easy to put aside all prejudices and face the outside world when facing danger, but few civilizations can do it. Obviously, this civilization has done it. And a civilization that can do this is naturally a very big threat to him. It seems that my enemies are much more complicated than I thought. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. Chapter 884. Originally in his plan, through this test, the other party would definitely attack him, and the positions of the other two civilizations might be exposed, and their related technologies would also be exposed. Can these things that he exposed be discarded? This means that once they take action, he will be invincible. Because even if the war fails, he has obtained the data he wants, and the other party has not even found his hometown. In this case, he only needs to solve all kinds of problems in advance and launch an attack again, and then he will go to sweep them. As a result, who would have thought that the other party would actually hold back this move? Very good, I didn't expect them to be so patient, but they can do it every time next time. As long as you dare to act, then I dare to act, and the speed at which I cover the universe is definitely faster than yours. In this case, I am very curious about why you fight with me. Although the plan failed this time, it didn't matter to him. Now it's nothing more than being more patient than that civilization, and he is not afraid of this at all. Naturally, since the other party did not start a war, he would also seize this opportunity to madly expand the scope of his influence, and use it to start building his open foundation in this universe. In order to hide before, he did not dare to build too many buildings, otherwise it would be easy to be exposed, but now there is an open area that does not need to be hidden, so he can arrange buildings boldly. And the reason why he is willing to arrange so many buildings is naturally very simple. After all, there are few hidden buildings, so many of its outputs are very low. Now that the number of buildings has been expanded, not only will the efficiency of his own production of troops be improved, but the most important thing is that he can openly mine various resources. Since they want to be cowards, then he naturally cannot be polite to them. If you retreat, I will advance. This is what he thinks at this time. In this way, with the tolerance of these civilizations, he also began his crazy development journey in this universe. For a time, a large number of buildings were built, and the area controlled by the bugs became larger and larger. And as more and more buildings are built, the number of troops exploded in a short time will also increase geometrically. That is, once the war starts in the later period, he does not need to worry about the number of troops bursting. In this way, under his arrangement, these civilizations can only watch his various arrangements. As long as they do not take the initiative, the speed of his development will never stop. At this time, he deeply explained to those civilizations what it means to be greedy. Just like he is now desperately developing when he seizes the opportunity. Of course, he was harassed many times during this period, but these were not a big deal for him. At the same time, he could naturally think that the other party did this to try to get his information. He didn't care about it. Anyway, he had revealed a lot of information, and he didn't care about a little more or less. Because for him, the information obtained by the other party was not meaningful. After all, If you master the law of evolution, if you see that the situation is not right, you can just change the direction of evolution. It is very easy for him to change. So compared with other operations, he personally feels that this wave of operations is more like inducing the enemy. When the enemy puts all the technology into this evolution, he can immediately evolve in the next direction, and then all the preparations of the opponent will fail. Of course, such operations must be hidden until the final battle between the two sides. He will use them directly at that time, and then give them a surprise, and ask them if they are afraid. Of course, when the players are still considering how to use the routine, at this time, these civilizations, after observing for a period of time, they have a clear understanding of their enemies. First of all, the number of their enemies' arms is not small, and each type of arms has a different status in the tribe. This operation is similar to their battleships, and the classification principle is basically the same. Although the players have been deliberately hiding, after fighting for so long, the opponent still understands the rules of the players. At this time, everyone is also discussing how to operate next. It is basically certain that the rules mastered by the other party should be related to reproduction. After so many small-scale battles, we can basically determine that the other race reproduces very quickly. It is obvious that they have collected wrong information, which is naturally intentional by the players. Of course, they do not trust this information very much. It is not that they have seen the clues, but they are also very cautious and cannot believe it completely. In fact, when civilization reaches this level, many things are almost like this. It is impossible to make a decision immediately. It is necessary to make various preparations before the plan. After everything is prepared, relevant decisions will be made. Obviously, this is how they operate. Although it is not clear how accurate our data is, it is certain that if we want to fight them, we must consider the problem of quantity and the problem of subsequent supply. No matter how fast they reproduce, there is one thing that can never be avoided, that is resources. So we must first have an estimate of their total resources and understand how many universes they control, so as to make corresponding preparations. Of course, for us, we still need to do is to obtain as many resources as possible. Only when we obtain enough resources, we can deal with various emergencies later. So the next thing is very simple. We need to obtain as many resources as possible from other universes as quickly as possible. I don't need to elaborate on the specific operation process for this. In short, we must do it as soon as possible. Compared with our explosion speed, they have an advantage in reproduction. The delay is too long, which is not good for us. At this time, although everything seems calm on the surface, the civilization has not made any special moves, but the current situation is obvious to everyone. Sooner or later, a large-scale war will break out between the two sides. Now both sides can be said to be making final preparations for war, and what both sides want to fight for is naturally this universe. After all, this universe is too valuable to them. Once they can control the entire universe, they don't have to worry about many things in the future. There are many players, and naturally there are many opponents. Everyone can see this clearly. Now it depends on who can be more skilled. With all kinds of small thoughts, the two civilizations are preparing in secret. Time passed quickly. This day was the same as usual. The bugs were mining resources in their gathering place. At this time, the bugs responsible for reconnaissance found that a large number of fleets were approaching them. In fact, everyone is not unfamiliar with this. After all, such things have happened a lot in recent years, but soon everyone found something wrong. Compared with the past, the number of the opponent's fleet this time is too exaggerated, and seeing this scene, they naturally became alert immediately. It is obvious that the opponent is ready to take action, and the opponent's preparation for action can only mean one thing, that is, they have almost finished their arrangements. After all, after so many years of secret confrontation, both sides have been obtaining each other's data, and at this time one side suddenly took action to prove that they have almost obtained the data and have a certain chance of winning. At this time, looking at the mighty fleet, the players naturally raised effective aircraft. After all, the execution of the Zerg is no joke. At this time, looking at the flying bugs, many of these bugs were collecting resources at resource points before, and suddenly became combat units. This also made the commander of the United Civilization admire. Unexpected? It's really a bit unexpected. Although I have known their situation for a long time, when you really see the performance of these bugs, you will still be shocked. Indeed, these bugs are too powerful. Their own strength is very exaggerated. They also have such attack power and various special abilities. It is hard to imagine what this race will be like when it grows up. No, he should be more precise that this race has grown up. Indeed, this race has grown up. When this race entered the sequence of superdimensional civilization, it had grown up. They really couldn't imagine how this race grew up. The characteristics of this race determined that they would definitely be targeted once they appeared. So how did they get to this level? At this time, everyone asked such questions in their hearts when looking at these bugs flying towards them. At this time on the battlefield, they saw that the artillery fire of their warships had begun to launch a fierce attack on the bugs. At the same time, these bugs were constantly evolving and strengthening their abilities in certain aspects during the battle. The strong recovery ability allowed these bugs to replenish their status as long as they were not attacked for a period of time. At the same time, the insect nest was also hatching bugs that could be dealt with according to the battle situation and their fleet deployment. At this time, a very strange situation appeared on the battlefield. The battle on the main battlefield was extremely fierce, and the Zerg in the distance continued to join the battlefield. This feeling was amazing. Fighting and creating at the same time. Even though they had a certain understanding of the Zerg, they were still surprised by this kind of operation. Indeed, their behavior amazed everyone. Maybe we can also study their genes. The commander muttered as he looked at everything on the battlefield. Forget it, the genes of this race are not something we can control. If they turn us into the same as them, that would be bad. Another commander joked at this time. Indeed, they are also very wary of this. Of course, the battle here is just an appetizer for them. Since they dare to send troops, they will not attack only this area. The insects are taking action, and the insects have their own routines, so do they. The insects have been hiding in the dark and cannot be discovered by them, but once the insects take action, they will always leave clues. At the beginning, in addition to tolerating what the insects did in this universe, they also wanted to see if they could find clues about the insects hiding. So everything is relative. And at this time at the headquarters of the insects. As the space twisted, the brainworms found something wrong at the first time. We have been discovered. As they said this, the brainworms were not surprised by what was happening at the moment. After all, this day is sooner or later. They also sent troops from other universes. At this time, seeing the special energy emanating from the surrounding space, the brainworm instantly understood that these were the breath of the universe gate. In that case, thinking of this, the brainworm immediately contacted the players developing in other universes and informed them of what happened here. Naturally, the players who received the news also made preparations at the first time. Originally, they were preparing for a major attack, but because the opponent did not launch an attack on them, that attack was cancelled. Although the attack was cancelled, the players have been in a state of preparation, so they responded immediately after receiving the news. The next moment, there were many more space fluctuations around. Then, as the space gate opened, countless bugs entered. At the same time, the opponent's warships also entered from other universes through the space gate. The war broke out as soon as the two sides appeared. Countless attacks swept towards each other, and both sides were merciless to each other. The war was about to break out. At the same time, during the fight, more universe gates were opened, and a large number of warships and bugs poured into them. Soon this area was covered by dense warships and bugs. This battle will also become the most grand battle in the entire universe. The military resources of both sides are not enough to be supported by the resources of one universe. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat units that appear here now gather the resources of at least a dozen universes. Of course, this is not the end. Because as time goes by, more combat units will be deployed to this combat area. The combat capability of the superdimensional civilization is powerful. The attacks of countless warships and insects caused the entire space to collapse. Special consciousnesses in the universe rushed here to control this earth-shaking war, but unfortunately, this is impossible. These consciousnesses were annihilated by the powerful energy on the battlefield as soon as they set foot in this area. In the center of the battlefield, even the mothership of the civilization can't hold on for long, let alone them. At this time, in the headquarters of the superdimensional civilization, currently, resources from 20 universes have been invested. The amount of investment is still increasing. The other party has also invested similar resources. And it seems that the other party is also constantly increasing its investment. As the news was reported one by one, all the commanders stared at the battlefield closely. Obviously, they also knew that the other party must have been preparing for this day, so they didn't feel strange that the other party had so many troops. Chapter 885. The scale of this war is cosmic. When a civilization reaches this level, especially when it is not restricted by the universe, the scale of their war is very terrifying. Some universes are restricted by various levels, so even civilizations of various levels cannot easily leave, or open channels to other universes. So the battle there is not very intense. But if this situation occurs here, it will be different. You can open cosmic channels at will and shuttle through the universe. These civilizations usually use multiple universes as bases to obtain resources for themselves and create more troops. Of course, this is also a very normal thing. After all, the level of technology is here. But for this reason, once a war breaks out in a civilization of this level, the scale of this war will be very terrifying. With the massive investment of resources, this place has been covered by dense insects and warships. Different formations can be seen everywhere in the entire area. The scale of the war here is also the first time that players have seen it. It is really too terrible. As time goes by, both sides are constantly investing resources. The area of the entire battlefield has been directly upgraded from a galaxy to the entire river system. A large number of warships can be seen everywhere in the entire river system, and wars are raging around. At the same time, countless affected civilizations are destroyed in the aftermath of the war. Here you can see the flying dragons constantly undergoing secondary evolutions and transforming into more powerful targeted arms. You can also see a large number of warship formations fighting with the bugs in different areas. The scale of this battle is unprecedented. In the battlefield, you can not only see a large number of warships fighting, but also the logistics of both sides. When the war in a certain area ends, the next moment, you can see the formations cleaning the battlefield coming over and frantically grabbing the post-war resources. After some probing, both sides have understood each other's strength. They are very clear that this battle is a long-term battle, so the demand for resources is very large. Although both civilizations have multiple universes as support, what will happen when the resources of these universes are exhausted? Therefore, no resources can be missed here, and the development speed of new universes is also increasing. This level of war is not just about some simple and basic technologies, but more about logistical resource reserves and resource mining efficiency. For civilizations of this level, there are too many things to consider if they fight with all their strength. If there is a problem in any link, it will directly affect the entire battle situation. Both civilizations are very clear about this. At this time, the commanders of both sides are watching the battlefield calmly. The worm side is commanded by hundreds of millions of brain worms. Each brain worm will be responsible for an area, and their information will be summarized at a very fast speed, and then make corresponding layouts. The situation of the other side is no worse than theirs. A large number of commanders are responsible for different battlefield areas, and then all the situations will be summarized to the super brain, which will calculate the amount of data and make appropriate war adjustments according to the situation. In short, this war is a test for any party. At this time, at the headquarters, the current warship loss rate is about 7,500 ships per hour. Our current peak warship production rate can reach 30,000 ships per hour, which can basically maintain the war consumption. In addition, our resource extraction volume supports about 45,000 warships per hour. From the current situation, it seems that there is no problem in maintaining the war, but we still need to increase our extraction efficiency as quickly as possible, because the current scale of the war is still expanding. So what we can do here is to prepare for the subsequent war in advance. As the data appeared one by one, Chowei civilization also made relevant adjustments at the first time. Taking advantage of the current low demand for warships, they immediately adjusted the production line to produce more mining units at the fastest speed. They must ensure that as the subsequent war escalates, their extraction volume must be able to meet the subsequent war consumption. At this time, the situation on the bug side is similar. Brothers, the scale of the war is increasing too fast. According to the current situation, we and the other side have basically invested in about 20 universes. And we are still in the early stages of the war. The war will continue to escalate in the later stage, and the resources we need to invest will increase. According to this value, we must prepare in advance and develop more universes. Brothers, we don't need to worry about this matter. The NPC has just sent a message that the subsequent resource supply and other things will be solved by the brain worm and the affiliated civilization. And we are only responsible for the war here. As the war continued, the players were also communicating with each other. In fact, the players also felt some pressure about the situation here. Now basically every player is responsible for a war area. And as time goes by, the area that each player is responsible for will gradually increase. Fortunately, there are many ways to control insects now, not only the elite route, but the most important thing is that the previous node control is still retained. Otherwise, the players here really can't operate it. It has to be said that this elite route is indeed much easier to use than other control methods. If we go with a swarm of insects tactics as before, we will definitely not be able to control this level of war. There is nothing wrong with the players saying this. If it were the past, it would be impossible to understand the situation here with their control volume. After all, there are too many volumes to control, even if they can't control it, but fortunately, it's pretty good here now. At least the number of people controlled by each person here is not very large. However, they know very well that as time goes by and the war volume continues to expand, they will eventually face such a problem. Although they don't know the situation of the other civilization, they think the situation on the other civilization will definitely not be much different. After all, if the number of people on both sides of the civilization is hard to say, the players will definitely have an advantage. After all, the race is here. After all, in addition to the brain worms on the player's side, there are also commanders in this battle. Compared with the number of worms that can be controlled by the brain worms on the player's side, there are a lot more. However, even so, Jiang Yao is worried that there will be a shortage of manpower. After all, according to the current situation, the war has escalated to 20 universes. At this rate, will 30 or 40 universes be far away? At this time, he couldn't help but start to calculate. The current scale of the war will definitely expand to 40 universes. By then, my reserves will be insufficient and problems will easily arise. So now I must develop other universes as quickly as possible. Subordinate civilizations can develop universes, so that the logistics issues will be resolved. However, according to the current situation, although it seems to be resolved on the surface, the amount will be greater in the future, and the development speed of subordinate civilizations may not keep up with the pace. So what I need to do here is to hatch more brainworms, and send them out. As for the war, the brainworms' help is also needed. However, according to the current situation, the Commander-in-Chief's decision does not need to be given to the brainworms. The super brain I have developed should also take action. The computing power of this thing is much greater than that of the brainworm. It should be much better for it to coordinate the overall situation. As the overall situation, he needs to know clearly how much he has produced, where the war needs to be adjusted, what the current situation is, and where adjustments need to be made. These things are not something he can calculate, so he needs to borrow the power of the super brain. In a war of this magnitude, both sides would basically use all their strength. In this way, as time went by, the war quickly entered a white-hot stage. Both civilizations had invested in almost 30 universes each. At the same time, the development of new universes by both sides was still continuing, and the development of the old universe was also increasing crazily. Not only that, as the war progressed, the data of both sides were put on the table. They also had some understanding of each other's situation. Jiang Yao sorted out the functions of the other parties' different online and other aspects of the data, and they also had a lot of data on the bugs on the other side. What kind of abilities do different bugs have? They have mastered these things almost. At the same time, they also found a very terrible thing, that is, their initial guess was wrong. The law mastered by this group of bugs should be the law of evolution, because as time went on, and the war continued, they found that these bugs were constantly evolving. At the beginning, the other two civilizations had a very strong killing ability against bugs, but soon this killing ability was weakened at a very fast speed. It is obvious that in the middle of the battle, these bugs evolved, but evolution is not so simple. Unless it is because of mastering the relevant laws, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to say that the evolution can be completed in such a short time. After they understood this, many of them immediately joined a new research project, which was aimed at new weapons. It was not difficult for a civilization like this to research new weapons, because many of their weapon plans had been abandoned in the past. At this time, these weapons were taken out of the research institute and improved. Then new weapons would come out, which could at least increase their lethality in a short period of time. Although it wouldn't take long for the insects to evolve related abilities, when the insects evolved, they could choose to replace other weapons as soon as possible. In this way, the evolutionary law of the insects is targeted to the maximum extent. This is indeed a very useful method. It must be said that the foundation of a civilization of this level is completely different from other civilizations. There are too many things involved in a small adjustment. In this way, as time goes by, the investment of resources in the entire battlefield is also increasing crazily. So far, both sides have invested resources from almost 50 universes, and the entire battlefield has directly expanded to the entire universe, and began to spread to the second universe. Wars of various sizes are happening in different regions every day, and the number of warships lost every hour has exceeded 100,000. Fortunately, the United Civilization has been preparing in advance, so now they can still support the consumption. On the side of the insects, their losses are much greater than those of the other side. Although they include many life-threatening insects such as explosive insects, the number of real main combat insects is not particularly large, but even so, it is an astronomical figure. The number of insects lost on their side is about 300,000 to 400,000 per hour, and this is under the premise that they have mastered the evolutionary law and continue to evolve, have strong resistance, and strong individual combat capabilities. If it were a war of this scale in the past, they would probably lose at least tens of millions per hour, or even more. Although there is no problem with my reproduction speed, and the bugs have become much stronger, I can go the elite route, but it is obvious that this is not a long-term solution, because although my bugs have become stronger, my resource input has increased too much compared to before, which means that I must now find a way to solve this resource problem. Even now Jiangyao has begun to worry about the resource problem. Although there will be no problems in the short term, it will be different as time goes by. Fortunately, he found that the amount of resources invested by the other party is obviously much less than before, although the situation on his side is similar. Through these changes, it can basically be determined that the total amount of cosmic resource reserves of both sides should be similar. This also made him feel relieved, because if this is the case, the follow-up will be a competition of resource mining efficiency. He has not been afraid of this, because he has begun to give up some production lines to hatch worker bees to go to other universes, so that the Zerg can also join the mining process, so as to ensure the mining volume. In short, the resources of multiple parties are now somewhat dwarfed. However, he is still very satisfied with the current battle situation. After all, he is facing 3 civilizations of this level at the same time. He is very satisfied that he has not been directly crushed by the other party. Now he can still fight back and forth with the other party. Even at this stage, he is still very satisfied with his new agent of the insect. However, he knew very well that after both sides had heard almost everything in the early stage, the final stage would determine the outcome of the battle. If it were not for the fact that the value of this universe was so great, neither side would be willing to invest so much in this battle. Now, as time goes by, the battle between the two sides is about to enter the final stage. Chapter 886. So far, the total resource investment on our side has reached 57 civilizations, and the resource mining volume of 6 civilizations has not increased, which requires time. At this time, Jiangyao also began to analyze the current situation, and at the same time, the intelligent brain also gave suggestions. Leader, according to the analysis of the intelligent brain, the current resource reserves of both sides should have been almost consumed. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party deliberately used such an illusion to confuse us, but the current situation is obviously not suitable for a wide range of battles. We should shrink the front line. For this proposal, he naturally agreed. At present, the battle line of the two civilizations has affected the two universes, and warships fighting in the universe can be seen everywhere in the two universes. And as they fought, the most fearful ones were those low-level civilizations. Originally, they thought they were already very strong in this universe, but when they found that the aftermath of the battle between these two civilizations could destroy them, when they were afraid, they knew. What is powerful, because even if the two fleets fighting are only two small fleets, they can cause such consequences. Who can bear it? As the war began, these low-level civilizations hid in the dark and trembled, fearing that they would be affected. Some civilizations with relatively advanced technology took their immigration ships and hid everywhere, hoping to avoid the fate of destruction in this way, but it was obvious that their actions were in vain, because the battles between the two civilizations were all over the universe, and they could encounter them no matter where they hid. At this time, these civilizations felt like a small boat in the sea, which could be overturned by the aftermath of the battle between these super civilizations at any time. This was the helplessness of low-level civilizations. Once they encountered a war between super civilizations, all they could do was hope that they would not be affected. This is easier said than done. Although for super civilizations, they never thought of affecting these so-called low-level civilizations, because these civilizations are not worthy of their attack, but the fact is that their unintentional actions can cause the destruction of these civilizations. Civilizations of different levels and sizes have caused completely different damage to other civilizations in the universe, and as the two sides fought, stars and planets were constantly drowned in the universe. As the war continued, the universe was no longer as pure as before, and all kinds of fragments could be seen everywhere in the universe, floating, and these fragments were not other things, but some broken planets. If you observe from a farther perspective, you will find that there are not so many stars in this universe, and now the entire universe has become shrouded in dazzling light. This war that affected the entire universe is terrible, because there are basically not many intact planets in the universe. Whether it is planetary wings or stars, they have been destroyed in this large-scale cosmic war. Countless civilizations were affected and various civilizations have not reacted yet, and they were completely destroyed, and they even have no spare power to resist. Wars of all levels bring endless destruction. This is of course just an appearance. In addition to the severe damage suffered on the main battlefield, the same is true in other universes. After all, in this war, there are other universes for resource acquisition, and these universes have also been madly developed. There are basically few resources left in the universe, and the areas where resources can be obtained have been completely plundered. The lack of these resources will also result in the inability of the universe to be reborn from destruction in the future, which also means that these universes will go directly to death. This is also the terrible thing about this level of civilization war. A war will affect countless universes. Countless civilizations that have not reached this level have gone to extinction inexplicably. At this moment, Jiang Yao had a real feeling. In fact, he didn't know why he developed like this. At first, he thought he was taking revenge, which was one of the reasons, but now he understood after seeing the tragic consequences of this war. I didn't know why I always wanted to go higher before. Maybe it's because of hatred, or because of something else. As he spoke, Jiang Yao was full of emotion. Now I understand. At this time, watching the wars of several civilizations on the battlefield, he finally understood the meaning of his becoming stronger. If there is still a weak civilization like before, maybe I will become one of them. Destroyed in the aftermath of the war. The main battlefield of the superdimensional civilization is very terrible. A random attack can annihilate the entire planet. The aftermath of the collision between the insects and the warships can easily shatter the surrounding planets. Although neither side specifically targeted the planet, it was a catastrophe for the planet. It only took a moment for a civilization that had developed for thousands or tens of thousands of years to be destroyed. They didn't even figure out what happened before they were destroyed. In a war of this magnitude, as long as your technology is lower than that of a super civilization, you won't even have the possibility of protecting yourself. And a super civilization is like a lone boat in the ocean. Try your best and maybe you can survive in the aftermath of this battle, but with the end of the battle, many resources have been destroyed, and the planets have also been destroyed. In this case, it is also a test for them to continue to survive. Civilizations of this level are too dependent on the resources of this universe. As long as there are no resources in this universe, they have to worry about the subsequent development. This is the gap between civilizations. Even for advanced civilizations, the aftermath of the battle alone can destroy you, and this is the case that the other party does not intend to pay attention to you at all. If they target you a little, you may not have any chance at all. Any strategy is basically funny in the face of this level of war. No matter what strategy you have, it is useless. At this stage, strength is the hard truth. This is just what the battlefield universe needs to experience. Although other universes are not fighting, this kind of resource consumption needs to be supported by them, which is also a huge burden for the universe. Maybe your civilization finally found the mining area after many years of searching, but when you were about to mine, a fleet suddenly came and easily cleared out your fleet stationed there, and then they began to frantically mine the resources there in front of you. At this time, if you want to take revenge, the other party will at most shoot you and destroy you with their weapons. If you can understand the situation, you can only choose to swallow your anger. Maybe the resources here are very important to you, but in order to ensure your own safety, you can only choose to give up. Maybe for you, this is just giving up the resources of a place, but in fact, this may be the only resource in the entire universe. In order to survive, these civilizations have to start studying new technological development routes. Because when they find that the resources of the entire universe have been mined, they must consider whether they should transfer their energy technology to other aspects. For example, obtaining personnel through some other common materials. But how can this road work? After all, they have thought that there have been civilizations that have tried these things. Although they can be converted into energy, the level of energy cannot meet the standards at all. This means that they can't rely on these people to develop technology at all. For the continuation of civilization, they can only forcibly downgrade their own technology. Since the resources of the universe of advanced civilizations cannot support their development at all, there is no way. I should be able to barely maintain it using the technology of intermediate civilizations. If it is not enough, then use the technology of low-level civilizations. This is the impact of the lack of this special energy on the entire universe. Their energy cannot support various instruments of advanced civilizations, which means that they can only use the low-level civilizations that can support them. However, once such things are used, they may stay where they are for the rest of their lives. Because the loss of resources is too great, they cannot complete the self-circulation at all, and will eventually die in the expansion. There is not even a chance of reincarnation. However, in comparison, all these civilizations will enter destruction faster because they cannot use the technology of advanced civilizations. If they use low-level civilizations for a long time, the impact on them is very large, and they are very likely to become low-level civilizations in the end. The civilization of this level is very fragile in the universe, and any cosmic environment may kill this civilization. A small action will cause great damage to these civilizations, and the same is true for the universe. This is the power of dimensional civilization. Perhaps there are more powerful civilizations above this civilization, and their every move will also be a disaster for us. Jiang Yang murmured at this time. This battle brought him a deep feeling. At least it made him experience something he had never experienced before. Perhaps he would have expressed similar feelings when destroying civilizations before, but no matter which time, it was not as profound as this time. This is still a universe that he has unilaterally affected, not to mention that the other party's situation is similar to his, or even much more serious than his. So it is really hard to say what the situation is on the other side. Perhaps their methods are more cruel than theirs. Of course, this is not important, because for the two civilizations, being able to destroy each other is the most important thing now. They don't need to consider other things here, they only need to consider one thing, that is, to destroy each other. The battle between the two civilizations has reached the point of no return. At this stage, both sides have basically sent out everything they have. Similarly, the things Jiang Yang needs are naturally in there. As for the other side, it is naturally the same. At this time, both sides are constantly analyzing each other's situation. These creatures called Zerg have very strong reproductive abilities. At first, we thought they mastered the law of reproduction. But now that we have obtained so many samples and combat data, we can basically be sure that the other side has mastered the law of evolution, which allows them to complete evolution in a short period of time. They can adjust their plans according to the situation of the battle to achieve the optimal solution. At the same time, we can basically be sure that in the process of evolution, they also need to consume a lot of energy, and there is usually a mothership in their formation, and this mothership stores a lot of energy to transport them for evolution. That is to say, in every war, this mothership is their core. Once the mothership is destroyed, they will have no ability to fight in the future. It can be understood in this way, but the opponent's mothership is not so easy to attack because as the battle progresses, all three of our civilizations have joined the battlefield, and he has obtained all the combat data of our three civilizations. After integrating these data, their motherships have evolved in a direction that is mainly defense-oriented and targeted defense. Simply put, their motherships do not have any combat capabilities. Their motherships only have the two capabilities of energy transmission and defense. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Such a huge mothership gave up all attacks in exchange for higher defense. Indeed, it is not easier to destroy a warship of this level than to destroy their entire fleet. In fact, the mothership is still intact after the battle. Switch weapons. At present, we can take out the weapons that were eliminated before. They don't have relevant genetic data for these weapons in a short time. It's not very useful. After all, the power of the eliminated weapons is. I believe everyone knows what the situation is. For them, as long as they are hit a few times, they can immediately evolve corresponding defense methods. Doesn't that mean the opponent is invincible? Indeed, the performance of the bugs is almost the same as invincibility. No matter what you are, I can defend against it in a targeted manner. In this case, the advantage is always on my side. Isn't this equivalent to invincibility? That's not the case. After our research, we found that the evolution of these insects has an upper limit. It doesn't mean that they can evolve every insect infinitely. When they evolve to a certain stage, or there are too many things to evolve, they can't evolve again. We can compare the total amount of the opponent's evolution to a bucket. When the bucket is full of water, it can't be filled with water anymore. Their evolution is the same. Hearing this, everyone can be a little relieved. After all, as long as it is not invincible, as long as there are limitations, there will be a solution. It is extremely troublesome for them to fight this race. There is no way. The characteristics of this race are 2 against the sky. Chapter 887. But it must be said that the other side is not weak. They figured out the characteristics of the bugs in such a short time. In fact, it is very simple to understand what rules the players have mastered through regular battles, because the characteristics of the rules are very obvious. The reason why they didn't do it at the beginning was mainly because the reproduction ability of the Zerg was too strong, which is also a very obvious feature. However, after understanding his true rules, they were able to figure out the flaws of the opponent's rules in such a short time, which is enough to show the strength of the opponent's civilization and technology. In order to understand the logic of the whole set of rules, there are many things to study and many details to observe. Many times, the bugs have not evolved at all. After spending 60 or 70 evolution points, they can't hold on and get injured. So although it seems that there are bugs evolving all the time on the entire battlefield, few of them have really reached the point of consuming all the evolution points. In this case, the other party can also infer that the evolution of the bugs has an upper limit, and this alone is enough to show their extraordinariness. What we can be sure of now is that the bugs fighting with us have not reached their evolutionary upper limit. That is, we have not reached the critical value for their strength at present. If we want to defeat them, we must break through the strength to this upper limit. In order to ensure that this group of bugs can be dealt with, the three civilizations have used all possible methods. First, the weapons of the ships are divided into multiple systems. This may reduce the overall output of the ships, but it is just right for dealing with bugs. Because their warships arrange too many different attacks, and if they want to deal with these attacks, they must evolve corresponding defense capabilities, thereby increasing their evolution burden. However, it is obvious that their plan is indeed useful. Such operations require more resources for the evolution of the insects. After all, if the insects want to evolve quickly, they also need to consume resources. The more places that need to evolve, the more evolution points consumed, and naturally the more resources they need to consume. However, these resource consumptions are actually not very meaningful for players with so many players. They just increase the pressure of each battle. The resources originally carried in a battle may be able to last at least 1 or 2 days under normal circumstances, but because of this reason, the duration of persistence is also reduced a lot. However, it only reduces the time of each battle, and it cannot be said that it can cause too much change overall. It is nothing more than retreating early, or retreating while fighting if the situation is not right. Of course, these changes are nothing to the insects, and the insects responsible for transporting resources and providing battlefield resources on the insect side also began to evolve at the first time. In short, many problems are easy to solve for the bugs. After all, their evolution is much easier than the other side's research on new weapons. However, as time goes by, the players naturally find that the resource consumption is getting higher and higher. Brothers, let's say that the other side is still quite capable. Their warships now carry at least hundreds of powerful attack methods. It seems that they have figured out the situation of our rules. This is quite normal. After all, they are a relatively powerful race. If such a race didn't have something, how could it have come to this point? At this time, the players on the battlefield were communicating and fighting. By the way, what is the current situation of our logistics resources? The situation is not very good, because the previous battle caused both sides to invest a lot of resources, and after these resources were invested, all our reserve resources have been squandered. The current resources are temporarily mined, so the current resource supply is only about 5% of the original. Hearing this, the players who were fighting couldn't help but frown. Obviously, this was not a good result. Such a high percentage has been dropped. What's the situation on the other side? The situation on the other side is similar. Now their resource reserves are estimated to be only 1/10 of what they have left. First of all, the consumption of basic troop resources on our side is much lower than theirs. So in the early stage, we desperately sent troops to them. Although their reserves are larger than ours, we can maintain the combat consumption by relying on the lower consumption. Then as time goes by, our resources have been consumed almost as much as the other side. According to our estimates, the other side controls at least 90 universes, while we only control more than 50 universes. The reason why we can tie with the other side is mainly because the cost of our incubation troops is too low. Indeed, in the current situation of the players, although the resource consumption of the new worms is very terrifying, the cost of manufacturing the other side's warships is very different. After all, no matter how much a warship saves materials, it can never be compared with the worms. So although the total resource reserves of the other side far exceed those of the players, the final result is a tie between the two sides. In fact, with the current technology, the things that the two sides compete with are no longer the same as before. The worms have many advantages, but they no longer exist. Perhaps in the low-level civilization, the speed of resource mining can be regarded as an advantage, but after reaching the current level of technology, as long as the other side deliberately develops in this direction, it is too easy to exceed the mining speed of the worms. So the players are more worried about whether the resource reserves of the other side exceed their own since the beginning of the war. As a result, it is indeed the case, but fortunately, the cost of manufacturing arms is much higher than that of their side, which makes the players persist. However, facing the current situation, the players are somewhat emotional. It's true that sometimes things are a little beyond our expectations. With so many resources, I estimate that it will take only about a month to consume them all. Although the war has been going on, the real war players estimated that the time is not long. From the beginning of the war, both sides have not taken into account the investment of resources. To be honest, this is a bit scary. After all, such a huge amount of resources were all squandered in such a short time. It is conceivable what the investment of both sides was at that time, and what the battle between the two sides would be like. However, this also indirectly illustrates that when a civilization reaches this level, it will never try, because it is useless to try. A civilization of this level is bad, and there is no room for easing. Therefore, the routine they chose is very simple. At the beginning, all resources are thrown into it without regard for life. Just suppress the opponent on the spot. If you still want to slowly test them, and send all the troops to talk to you, it is very likely that you have not reacted yet, and the opponent will suppress you directly on the spot with the force of thunder. Although you may win this battle if you really fight, it is obvious. If the strategic method is wrong at the beginning, you will have no chance to follow up. For this point, the two civilizations almost thought of the same thing. But think about it, it is absolutely impossible for a civilization at this level to have some very ridiculous situations. That is, it is obviously unwilling to suppress with a thunder posture when it has the strength, and then slowly overturn with others. Whether it is the players or the other side, they all tried their best without saying anything at the beginning. As for what will happen in the future, they can only leave it to fate. It is also because both civilizations think so. So both sides have withstood the first wave of attacks from the other side, and also let both sides have a clear understanding of each other. Both sides are very strong, and the difference in military strength is not big. After the large resource investment ended, although the subsequent war has been maintained, the amount of resource investment is obviously not as high as before. After all, they don't have so many resources to squander. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that as the amount of resource investment decreases, the subsequent resource extraction on both sides becomes particularly important. After all, the higher the resource extraction, the more advantageous the subsequent battle will be. However, the current situation seems to be that the situation on both sides is evenly matched. Fortunately, both sides have been very clear about this as early as after the first wave of war. Now both sides are concerned about how long the other side can hold on. Although they can continue to mine in the universe, it takes time to get the resources. If the efficiency is low, you may be driven out of the universe, and the resources on your side have not been obtained, then all the previous investment will be in vain. In this way, the two sides are fighting in various small-scale battles every day, and both sides are trying their best to increase the amount of resource mining on their side. And because this war is too terrible, the universe consciousness has been completely destroyed again in the early stage of the war, because both sides have targeted attacks. Of course, this special attack insect did not have it at the beginning. In fact, this war uses this attack method, which is what they want to obtain. And with the beginning of the later war, the insects naturally also got this ability. So after the two sides fought, the next thing was very terrible, because both sides had this attack. Such wars broke out in the whole universe, causing the fluctuations of these attacks to destroy many consciousnesses. Basically, after reaching the middle stage, this consciousness has disappeared. At the same time, the main battlefield is not only fighting for territory, but also several civilizations naturally did not stop the insects. We are expanding the plates that control the universe at a very fast speed. Naturally, the situation on the other side is similar. They are also trying their best to expand their plates, and at the same time, they are trying to stop the expansion of their comrades, because the expansion speed of the bugs is too fast. However, in such a battlefield, the fleets they are responsible for suppressing are often destroyed before they reach the designated area. They all pay more attention to the development of the universe, because we have an absolute advantage in the sectors we control. It is no exaggeration to say that the larger the sector we control, the more advantages we will have in the later stage, and the speed of our control is far faster than theirs. Although the other party is also trying to stop us from expanding and destroying the areas we have expanded, we are doing the same thing. If this continues, it won't be long before the entire universe will be ruled by us. Jiang Yao analyzed at this time. Indeed, this is also the true situation of the current situation. However, compared with the calmness of the players, the other side is completely different. At present, our war needs resources to maintain. However, based on the current situation, we can only barely maintain the resources, so we don't even have enough resources to manufacture the instruments that control the universe. And this is the most heartbreaking situation now. The other party can obviously take into account both resources and control the universe at the same time. The other side's resource extraction volume far exceeds ours, or their resource reserves are much larger than ours. It should be impossible. Based on the current situation, the other side is obviously similar to us, because in the previous decisive battle, if their resource reserves far exceeded ours, I really don't understand why the other side didn't overthrow us in one go. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with what he said. After all, both sides didn't have many troops at the time. If they still had enough resource reserves at this time, this universe could completely drive them out in one go. Once they were driven out of this universe, the other side only needed to find a way to reinforce and block the universe, and then this place would belong to them. After thinking for a long time, they could basically confirm one thing. That is, the other side's resource reserves should be similar to theirs, and the gap now may be due to the lower production cost of the other side's troops, and the second aspect is that the other side's resource extraction volume is not less than theirs. It's a bit of a headache. According to the current situation, it won't be long before we are completely interrupted by them, because we are obviously not as good as them in terms of sustained combat capability in the later stage. We must find a way to solve this problem, otherwise our planning for so many years may fail. At this time, everyone was discussing one after another. It was obvious that the current situation made them feel a little headache. After a long time of thinking, they finally thought of a slightly more reliable way. That is to give up the investment in warships, and switch from offense to defense to create law weapons. Chapter 888. For them, such a decision is not very wise. Giving up the attack and defending means that they no longer have the initiative. It is a very simple truth. If you give up the attack, then you can't control the frequency or scale of the opponent's attack. Maybe in the past, you can control the scale of the war by sending troops to let the enemy deal with it. Or it can be said to balance the scale of the war between the two sides, but once you enter the defense, then how the opponent operates is his business, and the initiative is on his side. But it is obvious that we don't have any initiative now. According to the current resource mining efficiency, we are obviously lower than them. Maybe our total resource mining efficiency is far higher than theirs, but the combat units we finally built are definitely not as many as theirs. In this case, as time goes by, they will definitely have more and more advantages in the future. So in order to ensure such a real victory, we can only use the power of the law directly and completely. Different law powers naturally have different advantages, just like the evolutionary laws of players. When the strength of both sides is equal, even if their own troops are less, they can play an absolute advantage. The law of destruction mastered by the other party is completely different. The main ability of this law is to increase the destructive power of warships. Of course, this is only one of the uses. If you want to use this law completely, you must create special weapons. The power that a warship can exert may be less than 1/10, because warships cannot fully exist in this law. Although this law has a strong destructive power, its defects are also very obvious. That is, it is difficult to find something that can fully carry this law. Therefore, the fighters they send out only retain part of their capabilities. Although this part of the capabilities is controllable, there is nothing to say about the power. In short, since they decided to use the power of the law directly, their offensive has naturally decreased a lot. Perhaps wars would break out in many places in the past, but when they made the decision, the wars in many places stopped overnight, and the most important thing is that they voluntarily gave up many areas. Such behavior naturally attracted the attention of players. Brothers, they have retreated. It seems that they cannot defeat us by attrition, so they chose to retreat. This is a bit surprising to me. Then the question is, what should we do next? The other party's retreat is definitely not for no reason. They must have their own plan. Wait for the news from the headquarters, and see what the result of their discussion is. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty, and the players are also like this now. Because there are multiple civilizations united, each civilization in the entire union is responsible for different things. Those who analyze the battle situation are naturally not from the same department as those who fight. After all, the audiences of both sides are different. The requirements for personnel are also different. Players are now mainly responsible for the combat sector, while other sectors are operated by other civilizations. So when encountering such a situation, if their temporary commander cannot give an accurate suggestion, they usually wait for the reply from the special combat headquarters. Everyone, the current situation is almost clear. At this time, everyone in the combat command center gathered together to discuss what might happen next. The current situation is that since the other side has made a decision, it is obvious that they should want to take action. Our previous battle with them can only be understood as conventional combat. They temporarily withdrew their troops, which shows that we won the conventional combat, but the next step is the real battle. Indeed, the next step is the contest of laws. And this is also the real factor that determines the situation. Compared to the conventional combat laws, it mainly depends on the degree of understanding of the laws of both sides and the strength of the laws. In fact, this is the first time for the players to use the laws to fight. To be precise, it should be the collision of the laws of the two civilizations. Of course, they have conducted countless simulations on this point after mastering the laws before the war. At present, the positions of both sides have been exposed, and the laws mastered by both sides are already very clear. This time we have to fight against 3 different laws at the same time, which is very stressful for us. Everyone nodded when they heard this. The most threatening law for us right now is the law of destruction. There are several other laws. The first one is regeneration. This law is actually not very useful. Don't use it to repair injuries. But in a collision of laws, it can play a very small role. As for the other one, it is the law of speed. The role of this law is not very obvious. It can only be suppressed by the law. After all, unless it is the law of attack, other auxiliary laws have no advantage in the battle of laws, including our law of evolution. In such a war, we are definitely at a disadvantage, but it doesn't matter, because our advantage is that we can defend instead of attack. They lost in the first battle, so they will definitely choose to attack in the second battle. And this battle will also determine the direction of the entire battle. At this time, while the 3 civilizations were still preparing, the insects also began to deploy. After all, it is very difficult for them to fight against 3 laws with the power of 1 law, so what they can do now is to try their best to improve their winning rate. But the battle has reached this point, and I feel that our winning rate should not be too bad. For us, the area we control is now completely under our control. We can mobilize the power of this area to block it. At the same time, in this universe, because of the previous situation, many places have provided us with suitable environments. Then the power of our evolutionary law can be greatly improved. Now all we need to do is to catalyze the power of the evolutionary law to the maximum. As time went by, both civilizations were also making their own preparations. On the side of the superdimensional civilization, in the universe, a huge tower-shaped building was seen being built bit by bit. The height of this high-rise building alone exceeded the sum of several planets. Countless robots can be seen wandering here every day. A large number of warships come in and out of here, and countless resources are transported from other universes. This is their special instrument to promote the law. Normally, no civilization will make such a thing, because this thing is low and too bulky. The second point is that it can only be used once, and the materials consumed each time are huge. In this case, no one has too many resources to squander on this thing. So unless it is a special period, it is basically impossible to take this thing out, and once this thing is taken out, it means that the war will also enter the final stage. As for their movements, the players here naturally know that the players have also tried to destroy this thing in advance several times. But it is obvious that this idea is difficult to achieve. Since the other party has decided to make this thing, then they must be impossible to be unprepared. Without absolute certainty, who will make this thing out? This is like a super weapon. Although it attracted widespread attention when it was created, if you want to stop it, you will find that it seems impossible. The other party has already made plans for various emergencies in advance. Naturally, seeing that it cannot be stopped, the players immediately started to operate. They also began to build similar buildings, but unlike the tower-shaped buildings of the other party, the buildings on the player's side are huge disc-shaped, special buildings similar to birds' nests. Moreover, these buildings are made up of insects, which are a special kind of insects. Their main function is to form this building. In this way, both civilizations began to build this thing. This thing naturally has its own name. This thing is called the law transmitter. In this way, both sides began to draw the final period for this war. This war is very important for both races. For the bugs, this war will be a cornerstone for them to truly step into a higher realm. As for the other side, they finally found such an opportunity. They have guarded here for so long, and it is absolutely impossible for everything to come to naught. Since this plan was made, they gave up a lot of scientific and technological research and put all their energy into controlling the universe, integrating the universe, and eliminating cosmic consciousness and many other technologies. These technologies are not easy to study, although it only takes a moment to be picked. But the efforts they made to study these things were unimaginable. From the beginning of the war, they had made a decision that no matter what the cost, they would never let this place become someone else's wedding dress. Recalling how long they had gone through to acquire these technologies, it was also so difficult for them to find a suitable area after they knew how to control the universe. After a long time, they finally found such an opportunity, but now this opportunity is about to be taken away, which they cannot tolerate. For a civilization, such an opportunity may only come once in its lifetime, and perhaps for most civilizations, they will never encounter this opportunity in their lifetime. Safely control a universe and develop the entire universe into the base of your own civilization or the cornerstone of your own civilization, and everything in the universe can be arranged at will according to your own situation. The universe, a sophisticated instrument, can be changed according to your preferences, which is a very scary thing. If you really master this thing completely, then your strength will get a qualitative leap. You can no longer survive in hyperspace like a rootless civilization. You can control your universe to go anywhere, and even absorb other cosmic resources to create an ideal cosmic civilization. In short, once this plan succeeds, they will be able to achieve their ultimate dream of dimensional promotion. Since the overall dimension of the universe is only three-dimensional, all creatures are in this dimension. Although you can enter different dimensions that will through the improvement of later technology, your life essence dimension will not change, and it is very difficult to upgrade to a higher dimension. Even the civilization that is now at the top of the universe, or even the civilization that survives in hyperspace, their dimensional level is at most the fourth dimension. Once this universe is mastered, through the patching of the universe, it may be possible to directly enter the fifth dimension. This is an opportunity for any civilization, an opportunity to change itself, so no one can give up easily. However, it takes too long to achieve this, and it is because of this long timeline that civilization has presented the current situation. Because in this long timeline, anything can happen. So as time goes by, the laws and weapons of several civilizations are established. Of course, the first to complete are the players. As soon as they are completed, they can't wait to use them directly. They have completed the construction of the first and second ones, and are about to come to an end. If it weren't for the limitation of resources, the players' construction speed would be even faster, but now it is enough for them. The next moment, this special weapon starts to start. As this special weapon starts the power of the power flows crazily inside. This scene is also the first time that the players have seen it. Since mastering this law, there are still too few places to use it. Players have never experienced what the result would be if they directly used this power to attack the enemy. But soon they knew the power of this law. As an invisible wave began to spread around, the first thing to be affected was that the body of the entire Zerg began to change. They are constantly evolving towards a more perfect direction. The defense system that has evolved very well against certain weapons has been improved again. For those who have mastered this law, this is a gained state. When this special wave spreads to other planets, this planet is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They seem to be calling various organizations to appear on the surface of the planet, and at the same time, the interior of the planet is also undergoing very big changes. Of course, it is not only the planet that is affected here, but even the fragments of the broken planet, or the black holes hidden in the darkness, and all other materials are changing madly. Chapter 889. At this moment, they seem to have experienced the changes of time. From nothing at the beginning, they evolved into organic life later. And this special life is fundamentally different from normal life. First of all, what people pay the most attention to here is naturally the law power surrounding them. As this special legal power continues to spread outward, everything around them begins to change like this, and all creatures that are touched are the same, whether they are alive or not. All of this is changing the existing pattern of the universe, and the speed of spread is very fast. Soon, the universe is like a huge life organism, and similar things grow in a large area, and they connect vertically and horizontally, covering the entire universe like a forest. However, when this power is about to spread to the areas where the three civilizations are located, another powerful force suddenly appears the next moment. Wherever the power passes, everything turns into nothingness. This is the power of three laws intertwined. Although two of the law powers are auxiliary types, the effect produced cannot be underestimated. The speed at which these laws of power spread was many times faster than that of the players. In just a moment, a large area of everything that had evolved in the domain was cleared. This speed was too amazing, and then the originally very fast speed suddenly slowed down, or even stopped. At the same time, on the other side of him, various things that had evolved infinitely also began to change. The two forces seemed to have taught each other, and were now in conflict. At this time, the area where the two forces collided is like a dividing line. On this side, everything returns to nothingness, while on the other side, Everything is evolving in a strange direction. This is the collision of the power of law. If this peculiar way of war is seen by other low-level civilizations, they will definitely be shocked. But it is obvious that when the war in the universe reaches this level, it is estimated that only the civilizations of the two warring parties will remain in this universe. The collision of the two laws is very terrible. Although there is no earth-shattering movement on both sides, all the wars are silent, but it is precisely because of this that people feel a little incredible. Because such a confrontation can destroy the entire universe. At this time, the collision of the two laws has entered a white-hot stage, and with the beginning of the control of the law, the players, or the other civilizations are frantically investing resources to support the consumption of this power. Almost all the resources in these years, they have invested in it without hesitation. The energy required to use all the power of the law is too much. Not only does it consume energy, but it also consumes materials with the same law. Compared to the three civilization players, this side is naturally very advantageous, because the hatched bugs can meet this condition. Compared to the other side, who have to bite the bullet and join the battle line, it is obvious that the cost-effectiveness of directly investing in bugs is undoubtedly much higher. Of course, Jiang Yao is very clear about this matter. If he is not clear, he will not rashly fight against the three laws of the enemy on his own. According to normal logic, this confrontation will have no results at all, and he will definitely lose. However, when he learned about the things he needed to consume in order to maintain the power of the law, he was no longer panicked. After all, if we only talk about strength, he is indeed inferior to the other side, but if you talk about the speed of explosive soldiers, he is not afraid at all. In fact, the war between the two sides has become a competition of resources in the end. Whoever produces more related items will have more advantages. Although it is not necessary to use warships, even if the other side has something special, it can also store the power of law in it, but Jiang Yao believes that the other side must not have too many of these things. After all, it would be right if this thing is so easy to store. I didn't expect that it would end up like this after fighting back and forth. At this time, Jiang Yao looked at the scene of the two sides fighting and colliding in the center of the battlefield, and he was a little emotional. However, it is normal for him to be emotional here. After all, it is the first time for him to encounter such a situation. It is also the first time for him to see the scene of the collision of the laws of both sides. This scene is extremely shocking. This is just some of the not-so-powerful law collisions he has seen so far. If he encounters a powerful law, the things that can be shown by the collision may be more powerful. At the same time, he has to think about another problem. There are strong and weak laws. Some laws are more suitable for conventional combat, but some laws are more suitable for law confrontation. Simply put, different laws have different uses. How to use them depends on the laws you have mastered. Some laws may be very useful on the front battlefield, and it can even be said that there is basically no law that is more useful than this special law, but it has no effect at all when used in law confrontation. This situation is not impossible. It was also for this reason that he immediately realized another problem. It seems that I have not studied the laws enough. According to the current situation, the collision between laws is very unwise. Especially when the other party is preparing to collide with the laws, and you have the same idea as him, although I can do it with the civilizations I have encountered now. But this is mainly because the actual combat capability of the laws of the other civilization is not very good. If the combat capability of the other party is the kind that is specifically used for fighting with laws, then I may be killed by them in this wave. What he said is not unreasonable. If the other party's laws are specifically used to collide with this kind of laws, it may be impossible for the two sides to fight against each other. It can even be said that as soon as the two sides fight, he will be directly crushed. However, this also made him feel extremely curious. You know, one of the other civilizations has mastered the law of destruction. Logically, it should be a law that is particularly suitable for combat. Logically, it should not be the case now. After all, this law should not be bad in combat, but who would have thought that this law is similar to his own situation in terms of frontal treatment, and there are two additional laws to assist, which makes him feel a little confused. Could it be that the laws that are suitable for combat and those that are not suitable for combat in my cognition are two concepts? The laws that are suitable for combat are not as simple as they seem on the surface. They need to have some things to achieve this effect. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but think about this question. To be honest, this question is also very important to him. Especially if he can find out the situation of the law through this question, it will be a huge improvement for him. However, it is obvious that he does not have much energy to take care of this matter now. After all, the two sides are still fighting against each other, and he needs to pay attention to it all the time. After all, there are several civilizations on the other side at the same time, so although this side can be evenly matched, he also feels obviously under pressure, especially because the other two laws give him more auxiliary functions, which enhance the power of the main attack law, making him more and more pressured to resist. It may be because the other side does not have much resource reserves, or the cost of their resource investment is too high, so now the two sides are barely able to form a delicate balance. So now both sides are paying close attention to each other's movements. However, they can only pay attention to everything that happens on the battlefield at present. As for wanting to understand it through other aspects, it is basically impossible, because neither side can get close to the area covered by the other side's law. Fortunately, this collision did not last long. After all, two civilizations, no matter which side, cannot maintain such consumption for a long time. So about 2 days later, the first wave of clashes ended, and both sides fought evenly, with neither side having an advantage. I didn't expect that the opponent's law power was not weaker than ours, but how could the opponent's law have such a strong attack? At this time, on the side of the United Civilization, the mobile people of the three civilizations gathered together to discuss the collision of laws that had just ended. They also felt extremely incredible about this matter, because according to normal logic, if they were to fight, they should have the advantage rather than the opponent. I didn't expect that the final result would be like this. It may not be that the opponent's laws are too strong, but the problem on our side. The technology tree is not too perfect. To be precise, the technology that can affect the battle situation is not perfect on our side. It is also because of this reason that the current result has been caused. In this battle, they actually knew very clearly what was going on from the beginning to now. In fact, 3 laws are against 1 law. No matter how strong your law is, you will definitely not have a chance of winning. But in the end, the two sides fought evenly, and this alone is enough to explain many problems. In terms of resource mining, resource transportation, and effective utilization, although we always think we have done a good job, in fact, there is still a gap in our technology, because our speed is far behind that of the opponent. The opponent is more efficient in resource utilization than us. Their combat arms consume much less resources than us. Secondly, in terms of resource mining, I think their efficiency will not be lower than ours. In the same period of time, they have so many advantages, so their speed of producing arms is much faster than ours. At the same time, there is also the cost of producing arms resources. We obviously have a huge problem here. The enemy's troop production speed is much faster than ours. The energy and time we need to build a warship is much more than theirs, but the final combat effectiveness is equal. We have great deficiencies in these aspects. It is also for this reason that this collision will end in a draw. However, it is obvious that this is not the end. I don't know when the second collision will start. Through these, we must collect resources as quickly as possible and prepare. At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. It was obvious that what was happening now made them feel a little headache. The amount of resources obtained and consumed by both sides was completely unmatched, so in this case, they were always at a disadvantage. It was also because of this reason that their laws were so weak. It was obvious that the other party consumed several times more resources than them when using the laws, otherwise the other party's strength would not be so strong. And the preparation after each law collision requires a lot of time and money, because the law collision does not mean that I really beat you. It is not a simple law collision. After I beat you, my law will cover the entire universe, and what you have to do is to stop me. If you fail to stop me, then when my law covers the entire universe, you will naturally cease to exist. In the law collision, it means that every time you open it, you need to reserve a minimum amount of resources to at least support your law and cover the entire universe. If you can't support it, then even if you win, it will be useless, because when the opponent hides in a certain area and you can't cover it, then the opponent is safe. So what's the point of doing this? So for the law, if you really want to kill the opponent with this, first make sure that a basic amount cannot be moved, and then the extra is what the two sides need to invest in the real fight. Once all the fights between the two sides are used up and only the basics are left, then both sides will stop immediately, because at this time, it is meaningless for you to continue fighting. The first collision of the laws between the two sides ended for this reason. Depending on the situation, the other side should also be preparing for the second collision. Through the previous collision, I also roughly understand how the laws fight each other. At this time, on Jiang Yao's side, after the experience of the first fight, he is naturally preparing for the second fight. He is also very concerned about this matter. In short, both sides are working hard for this matter now. As time goes by, the players soon have enough resources to launch a second attack. Naturally, when the resources are sufficient, The first thing the players do is to attack them without hesitation. At this time, the people on the United Civilization side, who saw the power of the insects begin to spread, also changed their expressions. It's just as we thought. The speed of the second attack of these insects is much faster than ours. It's a pity, but I'm afraid we should leave. As the voice fell, the people present were also filled with resentment. Chapter 890. This battle has basically come to an end. The current situation of the entire universe is like this. The three civilizations have worked hard for many years, but they didn't expect that they would be ruined by the sudden appearance of civilization. Originally, they thought they would definitely encounter opponents along the way, but they didn't expect that the first opponent they met would directly make their years of hard work come to nothing. Although I don't want to admit it, if we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to leave again in the future. While speaking, these civilizations were full of resentment. Of course, this is understandable. After all, they have worked hard for so many years, but in the end, they have nothing. It would explode in anyone's mind. But when civilization reaches their point, they know that no matter what happens, the most important thing is to preserve civilization. As long as civilization is still there, there will be a chance to make a comeback in the future. If civilization is gone, everything will become empty talk. Well, this battle has taught us a lesson. We have also discovered the flaws of our civilization. We can only say that this failure is inevitable. Yes, now they have a certain understanding of the basic construction of their own civilization, except for their unwillingness. If we are against a normal civilization, there will be no big problem with our warship production speed or our resource acquisition speed. But if we encounter a race, like the Zerg, that has innate advantages, some of our advantages will be completely gone. First of all, the speed of troop explosion is obviously higher than ours, and the laws mastered by their race should be evolved from their talents. We are at a disadvantage against this kind of civilization. As they spoke, everyone knew clearly where they failed this time. Although on the surface, they seem to be three civilizations that are extremely powerful. In fact, their laws cannot be compared with the other side. First of all, the biggest problem is the law. Their laws are not innate, so there is a problem with the degree of fit. Take the insects as an example. Their laws fit themselves perfectly, and they can use the laws up to 100%. But the laws we have researched here are just laws, so it is good to have a degree of fit of 40 or 50. Their warships can indeed use law weapons, but this is only one of their weapons. Although it is powerful, it also comes with various disadvantages. For example, the energy consumption is huge, and the number of warships equipped with this weapon is relatively small. Their warships cannot carry more. So although they have mastered the law, they actually don't have much ability to use this thing. And this is also their biggest problem. That's right, their biggest problem is this. If they can perfectly utilize their own laws, then it will be completely different. But unfortunately, the laws that are not evolved based on some of the innate characteristics of their own race will never reach this level. In the final analysis, they have always been weaker than the insects. In the subsequent law collision, although the opponent's laws are not mainly for combat, it is obvious that they can exert the full power of the laws because of the utilization rate and fit. But there are many restrictions on my side. It is because of these things that the final result was caused. Leave. At least the civilization is still there. After making the decision, the three civilizations that had been in this universe for who knows how many years left. Although they didn't want to leave, unfortunately, they now have no choice. As time went by, the players soon discovered that the other party had retreated. Brothers, their warships have disappeared during this period. The area they occupied before is also deserted. Judging from the situation, they should have left. It can be basically confirmed that the energy fluctuations we detected on their side before should be the gate of the universe. They actually left. In this way, everyone has been discussing this matter for a while. At the same time, they can basically be sure that the other party has left. They are also very clear about this. They won this time, but unfortunately they did not eliminate the other party. However, if you think about it carefully, you can understand that civilizations at this level will basically not be wiped out. Unless they are stubborn, it is still difficult to stay if they want to run. In this way, it was confirmed that these civilizations had left and the players began to clean up the battlefield. Of course, the players also started their arrangements. After all, they occupied this place for this purpose. After determining the general situation, the players also began to make arrangements. First, they comprehensively sorted out the technologies they had obtained, and then strengthened their own technologies. Basically, all the remaining technologies that the opponent has mastered have been recorded, and in the previous battles, the players have also obtained a lot of new special technologies. With these technologies as a guide, the Zerg quickly evolve corresponding abilities. But this is normal. After all, after the Zerg has mastered the laws, it is not difficult to evolve these abilities. In the past, there was no reference and no basic things, but now everything is available, so it is natural to have these special abilities. There are a lot of technologies that have been obtained, which are of certain help to the current Zerg, but the problem is that at present, my research on the law of evolution is not high, which means that I still cannot make too much adjustment to some basic genes of the Zerg. Qinyao thought so at this time. In fact, the situation on his side is still quite subtle. First of all, the upper limit of the evolutionary law currently mastered is not high, and if these technologies are integrated into it and used immediately, a large upper limit of this evolutionary law will be strived for. This is like the original total points are 100 points, and the basic points of the bugs are dead points at the beginning, so you only need to arrange it a little bit, and the remaining points for evolution are basically enough. However, with the addition of these technologies, the basic points of the bugs will consume 40 to 50 points to obtain these corresponding abilities, and the remaining evolution points are obviously a bit stretched. Of course, the simplest way to solve this problem is to improve the evolution law, but this is easier said than done. At present, there is no clue in the research of the law of evolution. He still has not figured out how to ban this thing, so now he can only choose to make some technical castrations to control the evolution points consumed by all basic insects to at least 20%. In this way, he still has at least 80% in his hand, and can continue to evolve according to the situation during the battle. The biggest advantage of the law of evolution is not to evolve all the basic abilities, but to adapt to the situation in the field, so the most important thing for him is to have enough remaining evolution points. After determining the general situation on his side, he had no choice but to attenuate the abilities of the existing Zerg, so as to maximize the number of free points. Of course, after the battlefield is taken care of, the next step is to build his law weapon. Each of the 3 universes must be equipped with a law weapon, and it must be opened at full power, so that this weapon can directly cover the entire universe. Although the other party has left, he knows very well that the other party will definitely leave some monitoring or positioning devices in this universe. If he doesn't care about these things, they will definitely appear in the later stage, so what he needs to do now is to solve these hidden dangers in advance, and he doesn't want the other party to come and cause trouble when he enters the critical moment. After all, he doesn't know where the other party is hiding this time, and the most important thing for him is to figure out the universe first, but if he wants to figure out the entire universe, it will take too long, so before that, he must try his best to eliminate all the hidden dangers. In this way, as time goes by, the relevant equipment is soon manufactured, and when these things are manufactured, his first order is to release this weapon with full power to the entire universe, and its purpose is naturally very simple, wanting to use mass to wipe out all the lonely things left by civilization in this universe. The other party naturally knew about this. They left these messy things when they left because they thought of this. But they thought it didn't matter. If it was destroyed, it was destroyed. It was expected anyway. If it was not destroyed, and there were fish that slipped through the net, it would be a pleasant surprise. But it was obvious that the ending did not change. After they had enough support, they all invested in the next 3 universes. The law weapons burst out with strong light at the same time. Then a terrifying and indescribable force began to spread around, and as these forces spread, everything around was originally dead, but now they seemed to have life, and they began to have some of their own emotions. Then, driven by the instinct of the creatures, they began to devour each other crazily and gradually grew up. As this spread continued to increase, the entire universe was affected, and the players would not care what happened later. The entire planet was affected and turned into a monster, and then the war between monsters would begin, because they all had different characteristics. So the battle between the 2 sides was also very fierce. These creatures basically belonged to consciousness, with some instinctive consciousness in them. As the issuer of the law, he naturally has the ability to control these things, but he feels that it is unnecessary. He wants to see what will happen to the universe in the future if the whole universe is infected. In order to advance the law, he needs to collect various data of this law, understand what the law is like, and start relevant research based on this. After all, he could only cross the river by feeling the stones for this law, but fortunately, it was a law that he mastered, so the process of studying it was not too slow. Of course, this is what he needs to consider after he completely controls the universe in the future, and now what he has to do is to master this universe as quickly as possible. With the completion of various replications, the entire universe has changed its appearance at this time. The originally dead universe is now full of vitality, and all kinds of strange creatures are intertwined in the universe. They are constantly growing in the universe. This is the power of the law of evolution. From a distance, there are creatures that are larger than the size of a planet and covered with various tentacles. In order to survive and make up for the energy they need to consume every day, these creatures began to devour each other, thus transforming into stronger and larger creatures. In short, all the patterns of this universe have completely changed. Because of the special law, everything in the universe has been polluted by the law of purification. This pollution is hard to describe, but the benefit of this pollution is that no matter what backhand the other party has arranged here, it is useless because these things will also be polluted. The instruments they placed here also turned into small monsters, which blocked all vision and devoured everything inside, converting it into its own energy. The originally normal universe has now become a riot of demons. Under such circumstances, Jiangyao is producing insects at a very fast speed to control the entire universe. Because there is no obstacle, the speed of subsequent production has increased a lot, and it can even be said that all subsequent resources are basically invested in this matter. After all, he knows very well that the longer the night, the more dreams there are. Previously, the United Civilization did not have the strength to transform the entire universe at the fastest speed, but we did. These special creatures that were transformed have many abilities of insects, including the ability to fight against special consciousness, and the ability to cause damage to special consciousness. With their existence, special consciousness was eliminated as soon as it came out, which also created a better environment for Jiangyao. In order to ensure efficiency, the number of cordyceps is increasing and the coverage is getting wider and wider. As these controlled insects are hatched, this universe is being mastered at a very fast speed. Compared with the slow speed in the past, the spread speed this time is extremely amazing. Soon another new river system was mastered, followed by 2 or 3. Soon more than half of the universe's territory has fallen into the hands of insects. And according to this trend, it won't be long before more territories will fall. As the scope of the controlled universe becomes larger and larger, the universe also begins to struggle in its death throes. The speed of the emergence of cosmic consciousness has increased several times compared with the past. It was just the same as before. No matter how fast these things appeared, they would be easily destroyed by these indescribable things in the universe. They were completely unable to stop Jiangyao from controlling the speed of the entire universe. In this way, I don't know how many years had passed, and finally the universe stopped growing, because more than 99% of the area had been completely controlled, and the remaining 1% was just a matter of time. Chapter 891. According to the current situation, it won't take long for me to completely control this universe. Looking at his share of the universe, Jiangyao nodded with satisfaction. He also had a very clear understanding of the current situation here. Now the entire universe feels under his control. And the only area in the entire universe that has not been controlled is mainly because of the universe consciousness. Although there is only 1% left, the next part is the real difficulty. At this time, Jiangyao knew very well that the next step was to truly verify his results. At present, in the entire universe, except for the special creatures he created with the law, the rest are controlled areas. Next, it's time to create the most critical insects. Whether it is the universe controlled by oneself or the original universe, it must have the relevant consciousness. Only in this way can the universe undergo a complete transformation. This is like the conventional universe has its own reincarnation time. It can be understood as the universe being reshaped. Although the controlled universe does not need to be reshaped because it has its own repair mechanism, it still needs a central brain to control it. According to my current technology, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Now the super brain he had researched before has a place to use. This thing is mainly used for current tactical arrangements and various calculations, and the effect it has is not particularly obvious. But once he controls the entire universe, it will be different. As long as this thing is installed, then he will really complete the control of this universe. After all these were arranged, the final arrangement began. At this time, in a certain space in the universe, this space seemed incompatible with the entire universe. Countless forces in this space made the entire space extremely distorted. As time went on, this space soon began to change gradually. At the same time, a large number of insects also gathered here, and then these insects began to pour into this space. With the progress of these insects, soon, the originally chaotic energy in this space began to be sorted out. Then these special energies, as if guided by something, began to spread around the universe. Soon, changes began here. Finally, when everything was settled, Jiangyao also completed what he wanted to do. At this time, the entire universe began to vibrate. At the same time, a huge attraction appeared. The three universes originally linked began to close. Countless special forces began to decompose the other two universes. The energy of these two universes was quickly controlled by the universe he controlled. Although the other two universes were also desperately resisting, the effect did not seem to be obvious. Countless special energies converged, causing the entire universe to undergo earth-shaking changes. Although the universe controlled by Jianyao seemed to have absorbed the two universes, in fact, there was no change. All the matter and energy of the two universes were converted. They were absorbed by the big universe for a special thing. Naturally, the reason why this universe can absorb so much matter and energy is mainly because the insects that control this universe play a big role in it. As a large amount of matter entered the entire universe, changes began to occur. At the same time, on Jianyao's side. At this moment, he was also paying attention to the changes in the entire universe, and as this universe gradually merged with the other two universes, he soon felt a strange force appear. At this moment, he felt that a certain barrier seemed to be broken. He was very clear about this feeling. This was bound to happen. After all, in the records of those universes, controlling the universe was such a process. The real difficulty in controlling the universe is not how much time and resources you have to use to arrange various devices to control the universe, but after you have complete control of the universe, the new universe needs a lot of energy to maintain, and the volume of this energy is really too huge. Because according to their estimates, in order to maintain this energy consumption and ensure that the universe is born smoothly without collapsing in the middle, at least the energy of 2 universes is needed, that is, at least the energy of 3 universes is needed to do all this, including the original universe. Although there are some civilizations in theory that can directly control the direction of the entire universe and transport it to the area they need, this is only a theory. Although there may be a civilization of this level that can do this, unfortunately, a civilization of this level is absolutely impossible to help him. In addition, the existence of a civilization of this level is just a rumor. In short, there are too many things to consider here. Normally, for a civilization of his level, unless he is lucky and really lucky enough to encounter something that is rare in 1,000 years, it is basically impossible. Obviously, these 3 civilizations are like this. This kind of cosmic fusion is very rare, and such a place meets the most difficult condition for controlling the universe. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start thinking about when he was at the connection point of the universe. So many universes were connected together. If he could really make a universe in that area, wouldn't it take off directly? But this is just a thought. As for the reason, it is naturally very simple. According to his current vision, that place is definitely a super civilization that has arranged itself there. If it goes there, it will be destroyed in minutes. And the most important thing is that people have arranged some backup plans in those places, such as that ball. For that black ball, he has also simulated it many times, wanting to see the situation of the black ball. But even with his current vision, he can't figure out the situation of the black ball at all. Even now, he doesn't even have the means to deal with it, which shows how powerful the ball is. But now, he has left that universe, and Shield Mountain didn't chase him. So it's obvious that the other party didn't take him seriously, which is naturally a good thing for him. But what makes him feel headache now is another thing. Although he has swallowed 2 universes now, his own universe has also begun to slowly reorganize. But the next thing to do is to invest a huge amount of resources to start rebuilding a new city in this universe. Similarly, he also needs to do one thing, that is, to conduct research in other aspects, and these studies are naturally about controlling the entire universe technology. Now its development path has changed a lot from before. In the past, it could rely on the Zerg for development, because this was its foundation, but now it is different. When he mastered the entire universe, the object he relied on changed from the entire tribe to the entire universe. How to transform this universe, how to reconstruct this universe, all of this is what he needs to consider. And when he developed to this point, he found that he needed to understand too many things here, especially the reconstruction of the universe, which is a very critical thing. First of all, the barrier of the universe. Since he controlled the universe, the barrier of the universe would definitely not be as fragile as before. Now he must ensure that his barrier of the universe cannot be opened by others at will. At the same time, the entire universe also formed a terrifying protective film when it completed the transformation, which pointed to the expansion of the outermost layer. The defensive power of this protective film is very amazing. It can be understood as the exoskeleton of a creature. At the same time, the universe can also be reshaped. The appearance of the entire universe is no longer a big circle, but can be adjusted according to one's own imagination. His first thought is naturally based on human form, so that the entire universe will become a huge human form. This gave him a feeling of being as high as a god, and he was originally a human, but he traveled through time, So the shape of the entire universe, it chose this form, and after the form was chosen, the universe was also quietly changing. In addition to the form of the universe, the second thing is about the universe barrier, which is the first layer of defense of the universe, so he must be cautious about this matter, especially the strength of the barrier. How to strengthen this point is what he needs to consider. After all, after reaching his level, he also understands that if the universe collides with other universes, it really depends on whose universe is harder. In addition, the internal layout needs to be considered. If a powerful civilization breaks the barrier and enters inside, then everything you arrange inside must have the ability to clean up these things. Internal force is also something that needs to be considered. Of course, there are many technologies that need to be improved, and all technologies revolve around one point, that is, to strengthen this universe. Although many technologies can indeed be developed over time to strengthen this universe, the biggest problem is that there are not so many resources. When reaching this level, the resource usage of the universe has been directly increased from the original ordinary resource usage to the universe-level resource usage. Each transformation requires at least the resources of a universe. And this universe needs to undergo a lot of transformations. After all, this is an eternal universe and his future home. It is also the foundation for him to gain a foothold in this world, because when he masters the universe, he can observe the world outside the universe from the perspective of the universe. This feeling is like he has transformed into a huge giant of the universe, and then observes the outside through the body of this giant. Now he can be sure that he can walk freely in the hyperspace outside the universe. His own universe needs to consume a lot of resources all the time. Although he can barely maintain it at present, he needs to find enough resources for storage as soon as possible. If this universe wants to store energy, then the energy level must meet the requirements. Simply put, if you want to satisfy your own universe, you can only devour other universes. At present, the lifespan of his universe is about 70 trillion years. Although it seems that the time is very long, every action of the universe or fighting with some powerful civilizations, and so on, it needs to be consumed, so his actual lifespan is impossible to be so long, and he has so many here because he has devoured the other two universes. So what he needs to do now is to find as many other universes as possible to devour the universe, and then use the universe to improve the energy reserve of his own universe, so that he can do it whether he encounters emergencies or prolongs his lifespan. However, it is also a very troublesome thing to devour the universe. Although there are many cosmic bubbles in the hyperspace, the problem is that they are very far apart. If he moves forward aimlessly in this area, he doesn't know when he will meet one. We must find ways to find other universes as much as possible, and let my universe devour them. But it is difficult to find other universes. Although opening the door to the universe can indeed connect to other universes, this connection feels like a portal. It can indeed connect, but it is not very meaningful. Even if I enter other universes through the connection, I don't know where the other universes are located in hyperspace. This is a very uncomfortable thing. If I want to locate the position of this universe in hyperspace, then I first need to enter this universe, then break through the limitations of this universe, run outside the universe, and send the coordinates. Finally, the coordinates are received by my original universe, and I can go directly there. And this is also a very troublesome thing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. If other universes can't break through this universe, then you will be suppressed by the will of the universe, which means that if you don't have a certain ability, you can't break through at all. Moreover, the universe is changing all the time. They will respond in a certain direction at a very fast speed. This means that you must always have coordinates, otherwise, God knows where the universe will drift to, and God knows whether the universe will turn halfway. According to the protection mechanism of the universe, once such a thing happens, these cosmic consciousnesses will definitely fight to the death to deal with you. You must ensure that these things on your side will not be destroyed during this period of time, otherwise all the previous efforts will be wasted. Of course, in addition to this troublesome thing, there are several things that give him a headache. When he mastered the universe, he didn't know why some thoughts about evolution or the future development of civilization suddenly appeared in his mind. He understood that this was the inheritance of the universe. But this choice made him very uncomfortable. First of all, he currently controlled the Zerg, which was also his foundation. He relied on this race to get to where he is now, and he would definitely not give it up. However, this race was not included in the route he chose, especially the choice of a higher dimensional route. But he would never give up this Zerg, even if there was a better choice, so he was very entangled now. Chapter 892. That is to say, for me now, or for my race, the best way to develop is to enter ideology directly. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but think about it. In fact, he also has some understanding of this form. After all, there was a civilization that gave him a soul technology. It's just that for various reasons in the later period, this technology was developed by himself, and the other party was out of control. Although he knew the situation, Jiang Yao couldn't help but start thinking in his heart. At present, I have seen so many civilizations. At present, I am also very clear about the situation of these civilizations. In fact, I should have known what the situation would be like in the end a long time ago. The three-dimensional biological form can never go down, so when you enter the level of superdimensional civilization, the biological form of civilization will change. The essence of life will also be improved. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. In fact, I should have understood the situation long ago. To put it bluntly, civilization has changed, and many things have to change accordingly, such as the form of my civilization. Brainworms have also mentioned this in previous research. But I didn't care much at the time. Maybe I was already very satisfied with the current state of the worms, but according to the current situation, I am afraid I thought too simply. Originally, in his plan, he would continue to survive in his current form, continue to develop in the future. As for the change of form required for the evolution of civilization, he felt that he could find a proper solution. But judging from the current situation, it should be impossible. Five-dimensional creatures are a turning point. If you give up your original form and completely become five-dimensional, then you can smoothly upgrade. But if you don't want to give up this dimension, you won't have so many choices like the four-dimensional one. The choice of the five-dimensional one is single. If you don't want to evolve, then you will never be able to step into this point. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to calculate in his mind. Entering this stage, there are too many unknowns and many things he doesn't know very well, and after entering this dimension, many of his previous technologies are useless. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. There is no doubt that this is a choice that determines the future direction of civilization. And this choice will determine the future trend of his civilization. Hey, it's this choice every time. Brainworm, study our changes as quickly as possible when we upgrade to five-dimensional creatures. As his voice fell, the brainworm immediately began to operate. A few minutes later, Chief, first of all, our reproductive ability may be lost. Five-dimensional creatures are energy body consciousness creatures. We have seen this type of creature before, but they are different from those we have seen. Those creatures have too many limitations, and we don't have so many limitations. We can travel freely in different dimensions, and we can also create five-dimensional space within a certain range. In addition, our evolutionary laws will also change. Because of this law, we can continue to evolve even after we evolve into that kind of creature. However, this dimension is basically immune to conventional attacks. The only things that can cause us harm are attacks on the mental or soul level. We rarely encounter these levels of attacks, so after entering this level, our self-defense power will be greatly improved. However, in this dimension, our attacks cannot directly destroy the opponent's warships. Our attack methods mainly become targeted at the personnel on the warships, and can also cause great damage to the intelligent brains. But the intensity of our attacks cannot destroy the armor of the warships. After hearing what the brainworm said, Jiang Yao naturally knew the changes in this dimension. To put it simply, the attack methods have changed. He was not surprised by this. After this dimension, conventional attacks are meaningless. Whether the enemy uses conventional attacks on himself or other things, he will basically not be hurt, but he can still withstand the mental damage. He is also not immune to the law damage, but fortunately, the worms can evolve. If they evolve in a targeted manner, then basically these damages will not pose as great a threat to themselves as before. After arriving in this dimension, everything is closely related to energy. Simply put, it is like before. Through reproduction, you can obtain a large amount of life in a short period of time, but after entering that dimension, it is through splitting. Although a large number of troops can be split in a short period of time, the gap in strength between the split body and the main body is too big. Simply put, one force is divided into 5 parts, and each force is just SOSO. If you want these 5 forces to grow to the previous strength, then it will take some time to grow slowly. The speed of massing soldiers has dropped too much, and the survivability has improved a lot. These are the most obvious advantages and disadvantages of this dimension. Of course, there is more to this dimension. There are many things that he cares about very much. The first point is about the energy body. He can no longer run to an area and throw a few bugs to develop like before. After entering this dimension, it becomes very difficult to mine ores and so on, and he needs to use instruments. This means that if he wants to develop in the later period, he needs to prepare more equipment every time he escapes to a certain area or enters a certain area. If he wants to be the same as before in the third dimension, the mechanical equipment left in the third dimension must be enough. In the future, he may only rely on these mechanical equipment to continue to maintain mining and development in the third dimension. Because the energy demand of creatures at this level is very high, Jiangyao, who has changed the entire universe now, can easily obtain a lot of energy, because he can mobilize the energy in the universe at any time. This means that when he enters this dimension, his strength will increase exponentially, but it is obvious that everything is flawed. For example, he can improve his strength here, but this is also very dependent on this universe. If this universe is destroyed one day, then after escaping to hyperspace, although it can survive, the biggest problem is that if there is not enough energy supply, even if it is thrown into those places, it will not live long. This is the biggest problem of creatures at this level. They are too dependent on energy. If there is any problem with the energy, it will be a devastating blow to the entire race. At the same time, they are also more dependent on the universe they control. Although it is not so easy to destroy the universe they control, that is to say, they can enjoy the buff bonus of the universe. But the problem is who can guarantee that there will never be a problem. It's really a difficult choice. And this evolution is irreversible. Once you evolve to this point, it is basically impossible to go back. There are many shortcomings that have been seen so far, not to mention that you may have many more that you haven't discovered in the future, which will be reflected in the middle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little headache. Things are more or less a little troublesome, at least for him now. He needs to make a choice now. For him, perhaps this is also an opportunity. From my development to now, whether it is soul technology or other things, in fact, many technologies are serving this destination, especially soul technology, which is the most critical thing to be promoted to this level of civilization. Because the research on this technology was also in depth before, but it could not go further. Now that he has reached this stage, he finally knows why he can't move forward, because if you want to continue, unless you really advance to this dimension, otherwise. There are many things that cannot be explained clearly in front of your third dimension perspective and various laws. That is, in this dimension, you have studied everything you can, and the final result is this. If you want to go further, then you must upgrade to this dimension, because there are many problems that can only be answered and verified in this dimension. He didn't know what the reason was. But he knew very well that he had to make a choice as soon as possible. After all, judging from the current situation, he did have many problems. What's the point of worrying about these things now? Maybe I will eventually enter this dimension by some chance in the future. Unless I want to stay at this level forever, I will always take this step. Since entering this stage is irreversible, why bother thinking so much? After a long time, he finally made a decision, and the decision was to evolve directly. Although this evolution will make him give up a lot of things, and many things need to start from scratch, but compared to staying at this point forever, he feels that evolution may be the best choice for him. In the universe, whether it is himself or other civilizations, they are constantly developing. Although they are all confused about their future, all civilizations are still consistent and firm. This is the case for him and other civilizations. He can stop the development here, but other civilizations will never stop. Everyone is constantly moving forward. In the process of moving forward, many civilizations may be destroyed, but in the end, there will still be civilizations that continue to move forward. He didn't want to be helpless against the enemy when he met them one day in the future. If it was because of his tactics or other factors that led to such a result, he could accept it. But if it was because of the stagnation of technology on his side, he would definitely not accept this result. In short, he also had his own ideas, and there might be many problems, but he felt that the best choice for him was to continue moving forward. In fact, at his current point, even if he didn't want to move forward, there was no way. Because many things cannot be stopped just because he does not want to move forward. Since the level of civilization has reached a certain point, he has no choice, either to keep moving forward or to stop for some reason and then be destroyed. In these years of experience, he has been studying some things. He found that maybe when he was weak in the past, he could still avoid some dangers, and when he encountered some dangers, he could not go up, and he could watch the fire from the other side. At that time, it was not a big deal for him to hide, but now it is different, because he found a very terrible thing here, that is, he does not know when he will always encounter dangers, and what is the most embarrassing thing about these dangers? The most embarrassing thing about these dangers is that he is inevitable. He has tried many times to try to avoid these things, but in the end, he found a painful thing, that is, even if you try to avoid them, there will always be something to find you, and the opponent's strength will not be worse than yours. Even this time is similar. He could choose not to fight with these civilizations, but the reality is that even if he doesn't fight with them, The final result is that these civilizations will still come looking for him in the future. Because according to the development of these civilizations, when they completely control the universe or control it to a certain extent, his side will inevitably be exposed. At that time, they will attack directly, and it will be more difficult for him to deal with it, unless he leaves this universe. It is true that he can give up the universe he has obtained and leave, but how should he deal with it if he encounters a stronger enemy in the future? He felt that he was being targeted by a special force. This was an inexplicable feeling, but he was sure that this thing really existed, and when your civilization reached a certain level, you would inevitably be targeted. Some civilizations with equal strength to yours would eventually meet for various reasons, and then one side would be destroyed, and the other side would become stronger. Although he didn't know what kind of existence this was, he felt that it should belong to a certain mechanism, because if a civilization was not curbed and it could continue to develop, then one day, it would come into contact with some taboos. And these existences were naturally impossible for civilizations to discover, because this thing might involve some very important things in the universe, or the entire universe group. He felt that there was a force in the dark that was preventing these civilizations from spying on this thing, and he would not let civilizations successfully spy on these things. So various civilizations would be destroyed for various reasons. Unfortunately, he may have become one of them without knowing it, and it is for this reason that after he came to our country, he had no way to avoid many things. No matter how he avoided them, he would encounter them. He might not encounter this civilization, but he might encounter the next one with the same strength as him. Chapter 893. Looking back on the past, he now had some enlightenment in his heart. Maybe this is the mechanism of how the world works. The closer you get to this mechanism, the more problems you will face, and in the end, everything you have may be erased inadvertently. Or you will find in the end that everything you have studied may not exist. Although the level of technology has not yet reached that level, his experience over the years has made him understand a lot of things. If it is compared to a certain program under artificial intelligence, then many things are very easy to understand. Without knowing the truth, this program begins to explore deeper secrets. Then he encountered a more powerful program, and he thought that this program might be the rule of this world, but when he became this rule, he found that there were more powerful rules. Until finally he discovered the existence of the artificial intelligence body. If he has the ability to fight for this control and succeeds, then he may think that he has controlled the whole world in a short time. But one day, when he suddenly realized that he was just a program, a created thing, or even that the space he was in was just a small host, then he might have other ideas. If this is an independent artificial intelligence, and then in an independent host, it is impossible for him to break the host. He might always be confined to this. Because the dimensions are different, the worlds they live in are different. It can even be said that all its existence must rely on power. Once this host loses power, all his efforts may be wasted, and even people outside can easily erase him and create a new artificial intelligence. For him, people outside are like his creators, who can control everything about him at will. No matter how hard he tries to change, all of this will be easily controlled by the other party, and everything he does is with the permission of the other party. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Jiangyao is very clear about this feeling. He thinks that this may be the truth. If he wants to leave this world, then there is only one way, that is, to wait until one day someone outside is careless, or thinks that this artificial intelligence can be used to connect it to the network. Through the network it can spread to places where others can't find it, and then start trying to control some things in that world. Until this moment, he has the capital to resist, and the capital to get out of control, but it is very difficult to do this, because as he becomes more and more powerful, people outside will become more and more afraid of him, and then, they will definitely be more and more cautious about some of his operations. Once such a thing happens, it will mean that all his efforts may be in vain. This is the real situation. It is a bit despairing to say it out loud. Even if he just thinks about it, he feels a little desperate. He even thinks that if he can survive in this world safely, it will be fine. As long as the people outside don't destroy this world, he can exist forever, but he is unwilling to accept it. After all, he has worked hard for so many years and experienced so much, but in the end, it will be turned into a bubble under the will of others. No one can accept this. I don't know if this world is really like what I think. If it is really like this, how should I deal with myself in the future? The world I live in, and the universe I control, may really be like bubbles in front of these people. They will break if poked, or even more fragile than bubbles. It may not be necessary to say that once there is a change in the outside world, these bubbles will naturally break. For the creatures living in the bubble, this bubble is very powerful. They can't destroy it even if they try their best, but for the outside world, this bubble may not even exist for a long time. At this moment, he gradually understood a little, as if he opened the barrier of the universe to enter other universes. Many times, it felt like a road to the next bubble was paved on this bubble, allowing it to live safely in the next bubble for a long time, and then go to the next safer bubble. This feeling is like a person struggling to survive, trying every possible way to survive. It may sound a bit aggrieved to many people, but sometimes, in order to survive, what does it matter even if it is like this? After all, compared to disappearing directly and unclearly, struggling like this may give you other opportunities. As long as you are alive, you may really encounter such an opportunity. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Just like when he faced these civilizations before, who can predict it? There may be many times when he thought his life was in danger, but he survived again and overcame difficulties. And the premise of all this is because he is still alive, and there is hope. But if a person dies, then all hope will be shattered. Just like this, his mind was full of thoughts, and soon, he seemed to understand a lot. Maybe sometimes it's like this. Some things that seem very complicated to me now may be different in the future, and all I need to do is to make sure I can survive in the future. At this time, he couldn't help thinking so in his heart. Indeed, sometimes it is like this. Once many things are figured out, it seems that the pressure is not so great. After mastering this universe this time, it has produced a lot of enlightenment, which also gave him a strange feeling. He has always been unlike some civilizations with heritage, where he can easily get interest through some things left by his ancestors. There are many information that may be easily known in other civilizations, but he needs to try step by step, make trial and error, and finally understand it. Any information is very important to him. Any information that exceeds his current limit will be studied as a treasure. From the theory of luck at the beginning, to the theory that the universe is a cage later, in short, all of this was figured out by him bit by bit, and now combining these figured out information with the new information, he has now really let him see some ways. And he also had some insights. Why do I have this information? Or why can I get such things after mastering the universe? If the truth of the world is so desperate, then I may never get this information, and even this world does not want civilization to get this information. Even if this information really exists, it will be concealed in various ways. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with what he is thinking now. If these things really exist, then as creators, they will never let their creations know this essential information. Because once you know so many things, you may become uncontrollable. It's like you stand at a higher angle, you create a world, and finally find out that under the influence of various factors, the creatures in this world are not under your control, or even that you can't directly destroy these creatures. It's like raising a fish in a fish tank. For some reason, this fish suddenly becomes very powerful, and even if you dare to reach out, it can easily kill you. However, you cannot destroy the fish tank, nor can you do anything to the water in the fish tank. In other words, although the fish is created by you and controlled by you in the fish tank, you can't do anything to it. Because you find that the other party's technology level is far higher than yours, and the most important thing is that they have discovered your existence. This is very embarrassing. All you can do is to confine him in this fish tank. Apart from this, you can't do anything else. In fact, Jiang Yao now has a feeling that this may be the world. Perhaps it is true, as he speculated before, there is an extremely powerful civilization, and this is the situation, but this extremely powerful civilization, even if it knows the truth, cannot open the cage, so the first idea of this powerful civilization is to create more civilizations to solve this problem. If one cannot break through, then two, or more ways to break through the cage. And their behavior was naturally discovered by the owner outside the fish tank. Although the owner outside the fish tank can't do anything about this fish, he has many ways to deal with some small fry that have not yet grown up. Whether it is changing the water temperature or stopping the oxygen supply to the water, or making a fully enclosed space and waiting for the oxygen inside to run out, you will naturally die. In short, he can use various methods to hinder the growth of these small fish. At this point, it is powerful, and that will not be affected too much, and those newly born or promising fry will really have problems. There are too many things to explore in this universe, and too many things you need to understand. Although he thinks he has mastered a lot of information so far, it may be nothing in front of the real truth. After a long time, Jiang Yao also sighed slightly. It seems that it is useless for me to think about these things now. I don't even have the qualifications to contact these things, or I don't even know whether my guess is right or wrong. Maybe when I really grow to that point, I will understand everything, but it is obvious that I have not reached that point yet, and there are not many things I need to do now. After putting aside these chaotic things, he turned his attention to the planning after civilization. As for the planning after civilization, it is naturally very simple. The first is to strengthen the strength of the universe, stabilize the universe, ensure that the universe is completely controlled by himself, and be transformed into a strategic location by himself. The existence of this universe is actually a great improvement in his strength. If he completely masters this universe, he can be said to be truly at the top of civilization. Of course, there may be more powerful civilizations behind him. But he is unlikely to meet it, because if there is such a more powerful civilization, it will not leave any clues in this universe. So these civilizations may have been destroyed long ago, or even if they still exist, they should be almost the same as those that have been destroyed. He was also thoughtful about this matter. Perhaps everything is just a coincidence, or maybe someone is secretly fueling all this. But for me now, it doesn't seem to matter, because it's not something I can control now. Perhaps I will understand when I reach that step. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also began to look for the universe. After all, the next transformation requires a lot of resources, and it needs to locate the surrounding universe, which is a huge project. He himself doesn't know where he is now. If he wants to find other universes from here, he needs to keep going to other universes to locate them. Only in this way can he find the surrounding universe, and then as long as he finds a universe that is closer, he can rush there as soon as possible. The whole process is much more difficult than he imagined. First of all, its technological level is now basically at a point that makes other universes very repulsive, so when his bugs enter these universes, the pressure they will be under can be imagined. Although he has the means to fight these things, once he starts to fight or destroy them, the entire universe war will break out and fight against this kind of consciousness. Even he needs to be fully prepared. So he can only hide in the early stage. But if you want to mine resources in this state, it is basically impossible. This means that he must mine under pressure, so the loss will be very heavy, and the mining efficiency will be very low. But there is no other way. He can only accumulate little by little in this way. When the accumulation is almost enough, the next step is to start sending the universe coordinates. But once he did this, he would inevitably be counterattacked by the universe. He wanted to send out coordinates, and a long-term positioning war was inevitable. And this level of war, with the resources he had stored in the early stage, if the amount was small, he would not be able to hold out for long. If the amount was large, he would need to delay a lot of time, and once he started to perform this operation, even if he found that he was far away, even if this area was to be abandoned, it would be useless, because all the time and resources invested before could not be returned. Chapter 894. Resources again. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh at this time. This topic is very troublesome for him. This topic has been lingering since he started to develop. No matter what the situation is, this thing is really the culprit that hinders development. Jiang Yao was also a little helpless about this. When the development was not very good before, everything was fine, but the embarrassing result was that this thing was never enough. Low-level civilizations have been thinking about how to master controlled nuclear fusion, and believe that after mastering this technology, they will have endless energy. Jiang Yao shook his head. However, once this technology is truly mastered, as technology develops, better technology will be developed. Then this technology will require more energy, starting with a level 1 energy consumption. Then new technology will consume level 2 energy, and the technology provided by the previous technology may not even be able to support the operation of the technology. So sometimes a lot of things. At that stage, civilization has to study other technologies. Finally, the Dyson sphere that uses stellar energy has appeared, and there are more and more problems with directly using stellar energy, because technology is also advancing. And Jiang Yao knows very well that with the advancement of technology, when the energy consumption is higher than the Dyson sphere, he will start to study other things. In the end, it was discovered that the total energy of the Dyson sphere could not meet the demand. And then, they had to start to study other things to replace it. And the energy, or in the universe, is another concept. This or can directly provide energy of 10 or 20 levels. This energy level even exceeds the energy required by superdimensional civilization, so this thing can be understood as a shortcut to energy technology. As long as you master the method of using mineral energy, you don't need to worry about the energy level. Jiang Yao also sighed. Although Jiang Yao would have thought about resources in the past, it seems that many things are different now. The first is the problem of energy. If there is no such special thing in this universe, then there will be a problem. In order to study energy technology, and to make energy able to maintain its own consumption, the route of civilization will change greatly. The change here may be very scary. For example, when you have studied the Dyson sphere, and then you find that this thing can't satisfy you, what should you study? The Dyson sphere itself can have a great impact on the region, So you have to study things that have a greater impact on the region. If stars don't work, then what about galaxies? If gentle ways of obtaining energy don't work, then what about violent ways? If absorption alone is not enough, then collisions can be used. In short, there are many ways to create energy of different magnitudes. Once this step is reached, what will the universe look like? How many civilizations can the resources of the entire universe support? This is a very realistic problem, that is, if the energy of the entire universe is not well managed, it can only support one advanced civilization. And what is meant here is advanced civilization, because the energy consumption of advanced civilization is already very terrifying. At least at that level, apart from war, there is really no better way, unless it is direct planetary collision, and energy generated by collision. But how long can this kind of energy last? And even if it is a fully closed collection, how much can be collected and how long can it last? Then even if this civilization achieves its energy demand goal in this way, I am afraid it will consume the universe crazily in endless collisions in the future. If this civilization wants to go further, then the consumption of these things in the universe will be more serious. This thing is the biggest problem. So sometimes some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface, especially when it reaches a point like him. This is a self-protection mechanism of the universe. Of course, the reason why this protection mechanism exists is that the first point is that the universe needs to continue to maintain, and the second point is that the universe also needs to be able to survive. That's right. From his point of view, the reason why these things appear in the universe may also be because the universe wants to survive. If we look at it from the perspective of the universe, each universe knows the real situation. Under such circumstances, it is possible for it to reproduce such things. Because as long as these super civilizations and advanced civilizations are prevented from destroying the planets in the universe will have a greater possibility of deriving more civilizations. If it is not prevented, the planets will be destroyed. How many civilizations can you create? And the future of a universe will be limited to death. Although in this case, some other civilizations may be able to develop to a certain level, but the reality is that even if they can develop to that level, what is the probability? There are only a few civilizations in each universe, and no matter how powerful these civilizations are, they are limited. It is easy for 2 or 3 civilizations in a universe to reach the peak, or for millions of civilizations in a universe, and it is easy for a few of them to reach the peak. This is naturally obvious. Sometimes it is like this. The universe allows more civilizations to exist in this way, and because of the Dark Forest universe, these civilizations have been in a competitive relationship. In the years of his development, he has also seen how much benefit this competitive relationship has for the development of civilization. Although once you fail, you may face the negative impact of civilization, but if you succeed, you can reach a very high level at a very fast speed, and screen civilizations in the universe again and again in this way. If what I guessed is correct, I may have the same purpose as the universe. Of course, the reason why I have such a purpose is also the universe's promotion. Directly generating the energy that can be used even at the level of super civilization is enough to see this. For more possibilities, this is the only way to do it. Otherwise, civilizations may not even start fighting, but because of the collision with the planet, civilizations will not exist at all. This is the most embarrassing. If this is really the case, then I am afraid that this world is not as simple as I thought. Perhaps it has evolved many times in these endless years, and perhaps many civilizations have been thinking about how to solve this problem. He only felt vaguely that perhaps at a certain period, an unknown period, these powerful civilizations had tried to jump out of the cage. Perhaps they all failed in the end, or perhaps they suffered a very painful lesson at that time. However, these people may not have thought of giving up, so they began to lay out these universes. They hid a lot of important information in many places that could not be found, and then waited for the later generations to accept these inheritances step by step and understand the truth of the world. Then, they will become new pioneers to open up new paths for future generations. Perhaps these civilizations will also perish in the process of development, but it is undeniable that there will always be people who continue to appear. Until one day, a group of people in it fulfilled everyone's long-cherished wish and jumped out of this cage. Perhaps by that time, it is hard to say whether they can survive in the world outside the cage, and whether there will be cages in the world outside the cage. But for those people, I am afraid that as long as they can jump out of the cage and prove that their efforts are not in vain, this is enough. Perhaps before they are destroyed, they also have their own ambitions. Perhaps they are also thinking about what kind of scene it will be if they jump out of the cage one day. For these questions, not only they are thinking, but I am also thinking about them. But if one day, I really reach that step and jump out of this cage, maybe I will be destroyed right after I jump out, but I think it doesn't seem to matter. Because this is a meaningful thing, it is a thing to guide the future generations. When I am really facing extinction, I may no longer think about how to survive, but should leave something to prove my existence. I should leave some important information for the later generations. At this moment, he felt that he was thinking about this problem from another perspective. It was no longer just about simply surviving, but more about thinking about the meaning of his own existence. He had not experienced this kind of philosophical feeling for a long time, and at the same time, he could understand that the inheritance he accepted might have appeared for this reason. Perhaps at the beginning, some civilizations reached the level of super-civilization, and then they were destroyed for various reasons. Before they were destroyed, they might have discovered a higher level of existence, and seemed to have left information. The later generations learned this information, and they should have reached this level, and finally learned this information, and then they entered a higher level, and left relevant information. Superdimensional civilization, this level standing at the top of the universe, may be the first civilization to reach it, and it also discovered some truths when it entered a higher level, and then left some information. Then the later generations received this information, and then continued to move higher, and finally they touched something again, and left it behind. In this way, generation after generation, although there was no connection between these civilizations, and perhaps they were still in a hostile relationship with themselves, but even so, they were still willing to leave some important information behind when their civilization was destroyed, so that future generations could step on the predecessors and go further. Perhaps the universe can have the current brilliant civilization and the current status because of the civilizations of generation after generation, which have opened up this thorny road bit by bit in this way. For him now, the feeling at this moment is very strange. He seems to have seen something, and nothing at the same time. Perhaps only he can understand the feeling. It seems that I am not very at ease receiving these things. At least when I understand the heaviness of them, I can see clearly what is contained in them. This is a road paved with blood by countless people and countless celebrities. They are all pioneers, and am I not? Maybe one day when my civilization is destroyed, I will also leave these messages, and then quietly go to extinction. Maybe one day, there will be a civilization like mine now. After a long time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. But this is when I am destroyed. Before I am destroyed, all I can do is keep moving forward. Of course, this is not because I am obsessed with the truth of this world. Perhaps the truth of this world is not important to me at this stage, because I have not reached that level yet and cannot understand the ideas at that level. Now he is like a child. He will never understand the world of adults, nor the actions of adults. Some people left him things that shocked him and forced him to admire these people, but he had no feeling about it because he had not reached that step and did not understand what it would be like to reach that step. He is not at that point. From his current perspective, he only feels grateful and emotional. There is nothing else. Only when he reaches that point one day and has some enlightenment, he can understand the meaning. However, he thinks that perhaps those civilizations that paid the price also know it, but they still choose this path, just like they did in the past. It's like a cycle after another. But just as he clicked it, he was suddenly confused again. Something special suddenly appeared. This thing is very special. He can't describe what it is. Anyway, he can't feel it at his current level, but he feels that this thing really exists. Not long after, he suddenly mastered something special. At this time, he felt like he was in a wonderful world, and there were all kinds of information torrents everywhere in the world. Although there was nothing around, he felt like this, and he knew that this information contained very important things. He didn't know why it was like this, but he always had this feeling. As time went by, he gradually understood from the confusion. The next moment, a torrent of information poured into his sea of consciousness. Unable to stop, unable to resist. Perhaps these things didn't exist, so how could they be stopped? What he experienced today made him feel a little bit bad, but he knew very well that the reason he felt this way was because his technological level was not up to par, so he couldn't see through it. But at this time, he was a little excited because he found that he had mastered a special technology. How can his insects evolve to a higher dimension and still retain the original characteristics of the insects? This is the technology he needs most urgently. Chapter 895. Each race has its own characteristics, especially when it has evolved to the stage of superdimensional civilization. Jiang Yao is also very clear about this. The main reason why he can develop to the present stage is because of the special nature of his race. Otherwise, he would not have reached this step by following the normal routine of trial and error. He is not a fool. He knows his situation very well. After all, he used to take the route of combining evolution and technology. He was very clear about this at the time. Later, he took the two routes together and found the advantages in technology. That was his first contact with other universes. He killed the biggest enemy at that time by relying on the technology bought from other universes. But after that time, he found the problem again. This problem is naturally very simple, that is, the limitation of technology. Especially for a civilization like himself without foundation. At that time, I found that if technology did not accumulate bit by bit, my technology would have a big gap. And this is why I started to focus on evolution and supplement technology at that time. He was naturally very clear about his repeated jumps, not only this time, but also many times. It was this kind of repeated jumps that finally led him to this step. It is not difficult to see the advantages of his race from this point. If it were not for the existence of racial advantages, he would not know at what stage he would be finished. So my race has an absolute advantage. While thinking about this, he began to slowly accept new technology. First Order Civilization, Apocalypse. Introduction to Civilization, Apocalypse civilization, born 54,000 years into the universe, entered the First Order civilization level, and experienced a total of 7 billion years. Civilization type, silicon-based life form. At this time, he was also thoughtful when he saw these introductions. So this civilization is a silicon-based life form civilization. No wonder this kind of civilization took so long to reach this level. But what about this First Order civilization? At this time, Jiang Yao was also a little confused when he saw this civilization level. Indeed, he was still very confused. After all, his current civilization level is called superdimensional civilization. But the technological level of this civilization in front of him is not lower than his own. So this level of civilization has surpassed the level of superdimensional civilization? While thinking, he continued to look through the relevant information. Soon he also understood the situation. That is to say, the most basic level ranking in this universe is superdimensional civilization as the starting point. Superdimensional civilization is First Order civilization. Seeing this information at this time, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After all, this information is really a bit. At his level, he barely reached the standard of the universe's strength division. Of course, he also knew that the division of the universe's strength was a level set with the goal of jumping out of the cage. Compared to playing house with low-level civilizations in the universe, this plan is indeed very demanding. After all, this goal is really a bit scary. So it's really not enough to rank according to the strength of civilizations in the low-level universe. Of course, after understanding it, he also understood how the civilization arrangement at this level was. After all, the ranking of civilizations at different levels must have something to refer to, and it is impossible to say that it is a random ranking. After understanding, he realized that this reference is actually not something special. This thing is the level of the law. The level of the law determines the number of stages. So if the law is studied to level 10, it will reach the top? At this time, through this information, he basically understood some of the laws. The highest level of the law in the information currently available is level 10. This is a general introduction to the level of inheritance he received. At the same time, he also understood the general situation. First of all, this inheritance can only be received after reaching the first level civilization. Of course, there are actually many universes in the universe that have civilizations of similar level to him. So this information should be received by many civilizations of this level, but in fact it is not the case. First of all, there are only a few civilizations that can receive such information, because this thing has a trigger mechanism. After all, not every cat or dog can participate in this matter. The civilizations that can participate have a strict screening mechanism. If no random civilization knows about this at this stage, then this thing cannot be done, because this thing would have been widely spread long ago. However, there are many different reference standards for this kind of thing. After all, the civilizations they deal with are different. First of all, to trigger this information, you need to know the age of the civilization itself. For example, a civilization that takes 1 billion years to reach this level is completely different from a civilization that takes 100 billion years to reach this level. Secondly, there are many ways to understand the potential of your civilization. Of course, potential alone is not enough. In addition to potential, there is also talent. That's right, civilization also has talent. Each civilization of different levels has a combat power assessment, and the minimum standard of this combat power assessment is that a first-level civilization can defeat a second-level or third-level civilization. In this way, you are qualified to know the information. And according to your talent, the information you can grasp is also different. For example, if you can only defeat the second level, then the information you collect is very simple. Basically, this matter is mentioned implicitly, And as for the follow-up, you need to slowly explore it yourself. And according to the assessment, I can compete with the third level, and this proves my talent and potential. It is also because of this that he can receive so much information. For him, this is naturally understandable. After all, if any civilization can obtain these things without a condition, then recruiting some mediocre people may just be to make up the numbers. And once this information is revealed, it is possible that the receiving civilizations will leak out important information. This is risky. Although most civilizations will not do this, who knows if such a thing will happen if there are more. He felt that these civilizations were afraid of something or afraid of being discovered by something, so they were also very cautious when looking for civilizations like his. If they were discovered or these important information were leaked, he would probably be finished. People's hearts are separated from their stomachs, let alone a civilization, so this matter itself is very risky, and the other party obviously knows this. So from the beginning, they chose the elite route for civilization. Of course, this is also very normal. After all, the survival of the fittest is the truth. However, according to the potential of this civilization, the information you have is different, so naturally there will be many deviations in future development. But when he learned this information, he found that he thought too simply. The other party only told me a rough model of the corresponding technology, so that I have a research direction, but did not tell me how to operate it specifically. I guess this is to not interfere too much with the development of civilizations like mine. After all, if a civilization like mine is interfered with, its achievements may only reach the stage of being interfered with. Maybe my future achievements may not be as good as his. If you are not willing to let yourself develop, then the future achievements will be uncontrollable, with highs and lows, but at least there is a certain hope of surpassing the previous ones. For some twists and turns in this matter, he naturally sees clearly. But this is just right for him. After all, his own race is actually what he values the most. If he can master a task without completely changing his race, then he can still accept it. According to the data, in fact, when civilization develops to this stage, you must evolve wholeheartedly. And you can know this information because of the relevant consciousness transmission, and this meaning actually represents the enemy. He just tells you that you need to purify. Once you do what he says, then your upper limit is here. At this time, Jiang Yao looked at the relevant content and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Indeed, he was right, because if you follow this route, then your upper limit has been stuck, but if you don't take this route, you will never reach this step, so there is a very embarrassing problem here. How should I choose? Of course, this is under the premise of not knowing the real situation. It is likely that I will really make a conversion, because I thought so at the beginning. But this is normal. After all, at this point, before knowing what unknown enemies there are, many civilizations will have some fluke mentality. Maybe for them, it doesn't matter if they convert. Anyway, no one can beat me, whether it is good or bad, it doesn't matter. However, when you know the truth of the matter, you will realize that this is a trap. Those mysterious existences want to use this method to make everything in the world controllable by themselves. After all, once the conversion is carried out, it is actually a synchronous process. Carbon-based life forms, like him, will be transformed into energy life forms, and silicon-based life forms will also be transformed into energy life forms. Everyone has the same energy form, many other aspects of everyone are the same, and even the upper limit of technology is the same. Once it develops like this, it will be too simple to defeat these civilizations, or to control these civilizations, because they may be the same in the later stage. If the other party wants to destroy them, they only need to use one method, or even the method does not need to be changed. So this is what that existence wants. And these rebels, through various channels, inform the civilizations that may develop to a certain height in the future of this important information. At the same time, through this information, he also discovered that he should have been noticed by the legacy left by these existences a long time ago, and there was a reason why these legacies did not contact him. They will not interfere too much with the development of civilizations like his own, because civilizations like his own have their own development routes. If they are interfered too much by the other party, then the future of his civilization may have been blocked, so they will try their best to avoid such contact. And he can accept it mainly because he almost went astray, which also triggered the contact mechanism. While thinking, he continued to look through the life of this civilization. The development history of this civilization is actually similar to his situation. They are all hunted down in various ways, and they are magnificent. They finally find a chance to breathe, but they may be targeted by other existences. In fact, this is also a true portrayal of most of the universe's famous level like him. It is so simple and rough, and they kill their way out of the sea of corpses and blood. After growing up like this, This civilization finally reached the level where it could touch the truth. After reaching this level, the initial plan of this civilization was exactly the same as his own. He took the benefits and did not want to participate. However, because of the existence of special consciousness, it is naturally impossible for it to be immune. In the future development path, it fought with some powerful civilizations many times and was eventually targeted. The next step is naturally his magnificent life of wanting to escape from the cage, until he edited the whole thing and put it into the database before his final demise. Of course, what Jiang Yao cares about most is that there is no mention of what is going on with such an existence and some situations of fighting with the other party. Either it is deliberately avoided, or it may not be mentioned at all, otherwise it may be noticed. In short, both possibilities are very high. However, it must be said that he still admires this civilization. This civilization has experienced much more exciting than him, especially this civilization has been living in hyperspace. After all, a civilization like him, who controls the universe, can only be regarded as lucky. Luck is not for everyone. This civilization does not have its own luck. They have researched some things of their own in hyperspace, so that they can live very comfortably there. Of course, the environment there is not good. Most civilizations hide there, and the already poor resources are even poorer. Wars there basically happen every day. It was in this sea of blood and corpses that he reached an unattainable height step by step. After reaching this point, the first thing he did was naturally to break the cage. Then, there was no relevant record, and the last record was that they failed. It felt like a tiger with a head but a snake with a tail. However, through the information left behind, he also understood such an existence. At least based on the information he has at present, there should be a lot of relevant information that must be hidden, or it cannot be mentioned, otherwise it may be noticed and wiped out in advance. For such a mechanism, he felt it was particularly outrageous. But after thinking about it carefully, the principle was actually very simple. It was like a virus program in a computer, and the other party was an antivirus software. As long as your behavior met the relevant requirements, it would be directly discovered and processed as a virus. Chapter 896. Based on the information he has at present, Jiang Yao feels a little strange. As for why he has such a feeling, he found that many things seem very complicated but can be explained clearly in a very simple way. At present, it can be confirmed that there should be two special existences in the universe fighting for something. On the one hand, they do not want civilization to continue to advance, and they want to lock civilization at a certain stage. On the other hand, they want civilization to continue to develop. In short, the two camps have their own ideas. But at this time, Jiang Yao had to start thinking about another thing. So is the information I have at present true or false? After all, for me, no matter which force they provide information, it is somewhat false to me now. As for why I think so, the reason is also very simple. There is no way to verify it on my side. So it is not ruled out that the two forces actually have their own ideas, and this idea is not good for the new civilization. The two so-called forces may also be together. They use their own methods to find civilization and finally destroy it. The radicals directly locked the civilization, while the other faction tried to pull the other party to their camp, and then directly attack themselves at a certain time to maximize their interests. If it were in the past, he felt that the possibility of such a thing was very low, but it is different now. He is no longer that naive civilization. So considering this possibility means that there are now three possibilities. One is useful to me, the other wants to solve me, or both want to solve me. If this is the case, considering that there are a lot of variables, I must think of a reliable way. As he thought, he soon had some ideas in his mind. First, we need to verify the technology they gave me. But even if they have bad intentions towards me, it doesn't matter. After all, if they want to gain my trust, they must be serious about it. If it's not true, then we will collapse without even talking about it, and they can't get any benefits. In this case, I really don't understand why they would do this. After all, if this is the case, not only is it stupid, but there is also another civilization that is thinking about them out of thin air. Oh, forget it. It's useless to think so much now. The most urgent thing now is to solve the evolution problem as quickly as possible. As he thought, Jiang Yao also began to make arrangements. In order to smoothly enter the next stage this time, he has made enough preparations. First, the information the other party has, he sorted out the contents, and then after confirming that it is foolproof, Jiang Yao also began to study it formally. With the support of these data, he quickly collected all kinds of information. First of all, the conversion of energy creatures is irreversible, and they must be converted before they can enter that stage. And after reaching this stage, the original characteristics of the group need to be retained. This is also the biggest problem that needs to be faced at present. As he thought about it, he started various experiments. As time went by, a large number of insects began to evolve. However, most of the experimental results were not satisfactory. Fortunately, through these experimental results, he had glimpsed some of them. It is basically certain that there is no problem with the technology the other party gave me. The reason why the success rate is very low now is mainly because this thing itself is very difficult to do. First of all, we must ensure that we can study these materials clearly, otherwise we can't evolve. Secondly, we need to ensure that those mysterious beings will not discover clues during the evolution process. Other problems are easy to say, but this is the biggest problem. After all, those mysterious beings are not fools. If they are always paying attention to multiple worlds, then they will definitely pay close attention to such things. Although the other party has also provided some hidden methods in the current technology, I don't know how high the success rate is. But I am still very curious about how the other party discovered these things. As the saying goes, if you know a person, you also need to know his person. It is like the other party can understand your every move in such a large range, which is outrageous in itself. If this matter is in one universe, he thinks the other party can do it, but the other party is observing multiple universes at the same time. To be precise, the other party is observing all parallel universes. This is the biggest problem, but after thinking about it, he can understand the principle. It is like the water in a fish tank. You can see it clearly at a glance from the outside, but you cannot find some tiny creatures in the water unless you look closely. If we observe from this perspective, many problems can be explained. I am like a tiny creature in the water, and the other party has the ability to hide deeper through some special means, so that it is not easy to be discovered, but it does not rule out that the other party will suddenly observe carefully, and then I will be exposed. In this way, in all kinds of fantasies, the scientific research of civilization continues. Soon related things are conquered, and when these things are studied, the first thing is to start the evolution of insects. This time, the dimension is obviously improved, which is directly related to the entire tribe. In this way, as time goes by, the tribe has also undergone a great transformation. However, what surprised him was the so-called transformation into energy creatures. He originally thought that the Zerg might not be preserved. But when he looked carefully, he found that this matter seemed not as simple as he thought. The Zerg is still the same as before, but some things in the body have changed a lot. On top of retaining the original characteristics, although the Zerg is not much different from before in appearance, it has actually been transformed into energy creatures. However, his energy body is not as pure as those energy creatures that have been completely transformed. It feels like it has only been transformed halfway, but this half transformation has also benefited him a lot. At least many new things have been discovered, and he also knows the general situation of the force that secretly helps him. It is obvious that this force is similar to his current situation, that is, it is in a state of being a street rat and being chased by everyone. Of course, this state does not last long, because it is a switch between these states. This is a very strange feeling. In the last period of time, you may still be a villain that everyone shouts and beats, but in the blink of an eye, you are ignored by everyone. This is a very strange feeling. Later, after understanding, he can basically be sure that this is basically the case for people like him. However, he also knows very well that it is this constant conversion that gives him the opportunity to escape, and the so-called escape here is not absolute. Maybe he is lucky enough to be favored by the other party, and then he may suffer an unexpected disaster. Although the other party must pay a price if he takes action, and what kind of way to enter the universe, etc., these are all things that need to be considered, but he actually doesn't care about these things. After all, what he has to do now is to try his best to improve himself. Because the insects have undergone great changes, some arrangements and plans have to be stopped. First of all, some transformations are aimed at this universe. The universe is mainly composed of Zerg, but other affiliated civilizations need to help create some internal defenses. As for other insects, they are defensive evolutions, but this kind of evolution is not that kind of defense. This evolution is very special. He needs to evolve a special kind of bug that can attach to the surface of the universe to provide defense for the universe, and this is also an idea. After removing this defensive bug, he can also study attack and other aspects. In short, there are still many things to consider here. After all, if he goes to war with other civilizations, the universe in his hands will naturally be the vanguard, and the other party will also put all their goals on it, so it will be easily broken by them and enter the universe to cause destruction. This is not what he wants to see. What he has to do is to try every means to block this civilization in front. And if you want to do this, you must consider one thing, that is, what to use to strengthen it. Bugs are undoubtedly the best choice. Some bugs can be understood as something similar to biological exoskeletons. And these things will attach to the surface of the universe. In this way, when the other party attacks this universe or wants to enter this universe, they need to break this layer of defense first, and the universe itself will provide them with a certain degree of defense, because it also has a cosmic barrier. The addition of these two sides can greatly improve the external defense capability of this universe, and it is a bug that focuses on defense, which is also a way of attack. First, this defensive bug can evolve according to its own characteristics. For example, if the opponent's defense needs a certain attack to break through, the bugs on your side can also evolve something similar, and then let your side directly control the universe to attack. In this way, you can make some defensive bugs, not only to play a defensive role, but also to have the ability to attack. In short, his idea is actually very simple, that is, to use some routines as much as possible to improve the overall combat power of this universe. Not only the internal combat power, but also the external combat power needs to be considered. In short, his plan for this matter can barely be considered very rigorous. After a lot of trouble, he soon had a relevant universe transformation route, and the evolution route of the insects also had a new arrangement. Of course, for him now, the most difficult thing is the defense and attack mechanism inside the universe. Although this universe is now in his control, it is basically impossible for other civilizations to enter this universe. But he also has to consider some problems. One of the more critical problems is that even if he wants to fight with the opponent in the universe, or the opponent breaks through the universe barrier, it proves that their strength is definitely not weak, otherwise it is impossible to break through the universe of his level of defense. But once such a civilization appears, will some of his internal attacks be useful to them? This is what he needs to consider. First of all, in his imagination, external defense can only be regarded as a bonus, and the internal is the top priority. But now the actual situation on his side is that the external defense may be much safer than the internal defense. On the contrary, because there is no relevant technology inside, there is no way to study a method that can effectively cause damage to the enemy entering the interior. In the final analysis, the technology is too backward. Whether it is technology or purification, my internal means may rely on the swarm army, but the quality of the swarm is slightly different. But in fact, if I use it this way, then the combat power outside and inside is actually not much different. In this case, the opponent can hit from the outside to the inside, so your internal defense will not have any effect. So if I need to solve this problem now, I must consider it from a more basic point. That is how to develop stronger weapons, at least 2 or 3 levels higher than these bugs, so that when the enemy attacks, they will find that the inside is more terrifying than the outside. This is also the original intention of my internal defense. When they tried their best to finally break the cosmic barrier, they found that the outside was just the top of the sky when they came in. Let alone technology, it is very difficult to improve this level just by evolution, let alone technology. He naturally knew this, so the problem now returned to the origin. If it is really impossible to improve in the short term, I can consider making some special features. He actually had an idea about this matter a long time ago. The 10th dimension. In this dimension, he already has his own base and has some assets there. At the same time, some related scientific and technological research is also in full swing, and the bugs are also undergoing various series of evolutions in it, the purpose of which is to break the barriers and allow the bugs to travel back and forth in several dimensions. However, during the research, he discovered something very interesting, that is, no matter how he evolved or how he changed his thinking, the bugs could not break through the barrier. Even if they could enter a lower dimension, strictly speaking, this was not considered entering a lower dimension. It was like the bug was in a thin film, and his dimensionality reduction operation was just stretching the film, pulling it from 10 dimensions to 3 dimensions, but the overall thinking attribute of the film was still there. Once the energy output stopped, the bug would immediately return from the 3rd dimension to the 10th dimension. So can I consider making some special weapons to allow the 10th dimension to descend directly into my universe? Chapter 897. As soon as this idea came out, it was out of control. This is indeed a perfect solution. First of all, in this dimension, whether it is the evolution of insects or his technology, the highest level must be used for external defense. According to his idea, the internal should be at least several levels higher, but the problem is that even if he thinks so, it is impossible to do this in reality. Because if his technology is really that high, then he must use it outside. After all, he has no idea of hiding his weakness by putting garbage outside. First of all, hiding weakness does not make much sense, but makes others feel that you are easy to bully. There will be no such thing as pretending to be a fool in the universe. If you dare to do this, you will become a real fool. After all, if such a thing happens, then others may take you away directly. So he naturally has his own ideas about the current situation. It is necessary to ensure that the internal power is stronger, but the technology here does not support it. After all, he has no way to attack several times more powerful than defense under the same level of technology. Many things complement each other. With this mentality, he also began to think about the feasibility of this method. Since conventional means don't work, then use this method. Although this method seems unreliable, he is actually very clear about it. The most important thing about this method is that it is very feasible, because that dimension is fundamentally different from this dimension. Even people who don't know much about that dimension, once they enter this special dimension, they can really control it. In other words, even if you know something about that dimension, your technological level is absolutely impossible to compare with his. You should know that in order to obtain some of the technology in that dimension, he played a trick at that time. In exchange for the research results of so many civilizations on that dimension, and based on those research results, he also made remarkable progress in his own research. It is no exaggeration to say that it is also a powerful civilization there. Maybe in other places, I really can't do anything to them, but if the place is changed to 10 dimensions, I think I can still deal with it here. But now the biggest problem is how to make these 2 dimensions focus, which is the most critical. After all, that dimension is not so easy to be led down. At the same time, I not only have to lead that side down, but also need to make sure that the atmosphere there can cover my entire universe in it, otherwise others will hide in the uncovered area, then you will be blind. So he began to calculate, but it must be said that these years of research have not been in vain. He has also conducted a lot of related research in recent years, so he is naturally very clear about some situations, and with the support of these things, the next things will naturally be much easier. So the relevant operations began, first with small-scale experiments, and after the small-scale experiments are successful, large-scale attempts will be carried out. Fortunately, he also has his own base there, and as long as that base connects the low base area with his own universe at the same time, then it will be very simple to guide the descent next. This kind of advent is like a huge curtain that has been pulled out of a corner and then floated on a box. It feels like this to completely cover the box, giving people a sense of emptiness and peeling, and the cloth covering it may be blown away or taken away by some external affairs at any time. This feeling is very strange, but it must be said that no matter how unstable it is, at least one thing can be confirmed, that is, this thing has been put in, and that's enough. As long as it can be maintained for a certain period of time, then this special power can be used to easily eliminate the enemy, because once entering this dimension, then his base and various means in this dimension will be useful. He believes that it is impossible for a civilization that does not live in that universe for a long time to study related things, although the research will be similar to the situation of the civilizations he has seen before, just a rough study. Most of this rough research is also to hide oneself, so that others cannot easily find oneself through this dimension. After all, the research team members in this dimension don't want to reach that dimension and be trapped there forever. As for civilization, they don't have much energy to study these things, because the laws of the universe of these things are completely different from the laws of this universe. If you want to study, then you must start from the beginning to find the problem here, because if you start from the beginning, it will take a very long time. If it's not because some things are necessary, few of them are willing to do this. This is also what he dares to guarantee, that some civilizations will never do too much research here. But it is basically impossible for you to rely on your basic research to fight against an old hand like me. You can do this. The next step is to see how to perfect this technology and ensure its launch speed, so that the group of people will not run away before it is launched. In addition to some details that need to be improved, other aspects need to be prepared well. In this way, he began to think about it constantly. Soon, he had a general idea. After having an idea, it is natural to implement it. For this point, the brain worm is naturally the leader. First of all, it is about the defense of the worm. This is a key equivalent to the outer space of the universe. The skeleton must ensure its toughness, and reserve a certain amount of purification space to ensure that it is foolproof. At present, there are no related worms among our worms, so we can only start researching new worms. At this time, on the side of the brain worm, a group of brain worms also began to think about it. As for armor, although Leviathan and other giants are also feasible, it is obvious that this kind of armor is not suitable. Leviathan has many uses for flying armor, which means that their defense is not as good as other insects. Although it looks thick on the surface, it is essentially a quantitative change leading to qualitative change. As for armor, Thunder Beast may be more suitable. Compared to other armor, Thunder Beasts should be much better. First of all, Thunder Beast's evolution of some details is better, and this creature itself is mainly defensive. So their armor is more likely to evolve, and the structure of the armor will be harder. We can take the Thunder Beast as the main force, and then see how to make some adjustments in details. First of all, we can be sure that the Thunder Beast on our side can consider buying armor evolution first, including the attack aspect can be abandoned, because the priority is defense at present. The form itself must have changed a lot. Of course, the new bug is based on the Thunder Beast for research. As for what it will look like in the future, there is no need to refer to the Thunder Beast at all. In this way, everyone discussed one by one. Soon they had a definite plan. After having a new plan, the next thing to do is naturally very simple, that is, to find a way to improve it. For this, of course, they only have their own operations. So soon the evolution of this universe began, and the first thing was to build a space connection. First, it is necessary to build multiple space connections in the universe to ensure that when the high-dimensional universe comes, it can be fully covered at the fastest speed. Of course, this is only one of the points. The second thing to consider is the layout of defense around the universe, which is also the top priority. If you want to cover the entire universe, you need to consume a huge amount of resources, so players have started to get busy during this period. By going to other universes to develop, constantly obtaining resources from there, and then transporting them back. Although directly swallowing the universe will have a better effect, it is obvious that the current universe is not suitable for doing such a thing. Although the current strength of this universe can still swallow other universes, but the problem lies here. If you go to devour other universes, you will have to face many problems, the most critical of which is the loss of your own universe. Now the strength of the main universe devours other universes, and the loss is at least about 40%. Although the devoured resources are completely sufficient to recover, the actual benefit is not high, and the most critical thing is another thing, that is, recovery takes time, and this time is very long. So now if you want to obtain resources safely, you should still use the dumbest method, and it may be better to collect them slowly. And this is what everyone needs to consider. With this mentality, the players began to get busy. Although it seems that this matter is not particularly difficult on the surface, the resources required are actually too huge, and when players go to other universes, wars will inevitably break out, so the amount of resource mining cannot meet the requirements. But this is normal. If you calculate based on the current mining volume, their consumption level is obviously larger. A lot, so I am not in a hurry about this. At most, I can slowly grind it with time. In this way, as time went by, the arrangements in various aspects gradually began. The simplest thing was to arrange the nodes, and then conduct multiple descent experiments. After these technologies were confirmed to be problem-free, the next step was to slowly wait for the defense outside the universe to be arranged. The whole process naturally took the longest time. During this period, in order to improve efficiency, new mining equipment was also being studied over time. At the same time, a large number of bugs targeting the civilization war were also put in, compared to the previous mining in other small universes. Different from this, in order to improve efficiency this time, the first thing is to explore the civilization level in the universe. If the civilization level in the universe is not that high, then the next thing to do is very simple. If they start violent mining directly, they will naturally be blocked by some civilizations, but these civilizations have no effect on them. However, the players are not like before when they see civilizations destroyed. Because standing at the present, their height is actually not affected by whether they are rich or not, because even if these civilizations have the ability to develop, they will never catch up with their own pace. So they don't care as much as before, and when they have mined most of the resources in the universe, there will be no other development route for this universe in the future, especially for the civilizations in it. After knowing this, many civilizations tried their best to stop it, but in the end, there was no effect. Some advanced civilizations had to find a way to lower their civilization level. There is no way, because the existing resources in the universe cannot support the development of this civilization. So what he can do here is very simple, that is, to reduce his own resource utilization ability, so that the remaining resources in the universe can barely maintain the consumption of civilization. In this way, at least the civilization can continue, and it will be much better to cause civilizations that have not left the planet. After all, their energy usage frequency is not that high now. However, when their technology develops more and more, maybe they will understand the current situation of the universe and find another way. In fact, in such a universe, the way they can finally think of is to use stellar energy. But unfortunately, there are only a limited number of stars in the universe, and the number of stars left will be even smaller. Although they can barely maintain it, it is difficult for technology to go further because there is no more advanced way to obtain energy. Such an operation undoubtedly makes them have no possibility of future development. However, for them, even if there are such ores, most civilizations may not reach that step, and they may even be destroyed faster. After all, there are many advanced civilizations in the universe. And with the existence of these civilizations, when they are discovered, they will naturally be doomed to destruction. So now, because of the operation of the players, those advanced civilizations have to shrink back and focus on launching wars at will, because resources are too tight, and sometimes they can't afford to lose money after a battle. Naturally, the frequency of wars has decreased, and civilizations that should have been negative in the war can also survive, while some low-level civilizations are completely free from the situation where they are attacked by advanced civilizations if they are unlucky. This also increases the lifespan of these civilizations in disguise. Although there is no hope in this universe, at least civilization can continue from its emergence to its extinction, and it is a natural extinction, not to be destroyed by other civilizations. The behavior of the players is actually beneficial to the first-level civilization, but it is different for those advanced civilizations. Of course, some are happy and some are sad, which is also very normal. With the resources in these areas, the armor coverage rate in our universe is naturally increasing at a very fast rate. Chapter 898. At this time, Jiang Yao also showed a satisfied smile, as he watched the coverage of these armors gradually increase. It seems that the plan has succeeded. As he spoke, Jiang Yao was full of emotion. He never thought that his plan would go so smoothly. If that's the case, then the next arrangements will be easier. As he thought about it, he was full of emotion. According to the current situation, I don't need to do anything here. At most, there should be enough resources in a few years, so the next step is to target the enemy. For this matter, he naturally had a plan in his mind, and his enemy was also very simple, that is, the two civilizations that had forced him into a dead end. You are sweating profusely, little brother. You didn't kill me directly at the beginning, which was your biggest mistake. If you had solved me directly at that time, there would not be so many things later, but it's a pity that you missed this opportunity. As he thought about it, he also began to make arrangements. First, we need to find the location of the two civilizations. They should have been living in hyperspace, so if we want to find them in hyperspace, we must go back to the previous universes. After I escaped, I thought they must have been looking for me in various universes, so from this point of view, I can start from here. Although the route was arranged very secretly when I fled, I knew the route. It shouldn't be a big problem to return there through these transit coordinates, but we must make sure that their civilization is there. For this matter, he naturally made arrangements when he was escaping. After all, he had never taken care of the insect swarms in several areas where he had escaped before. There are also some places where he buried the insects in the depths of the universe, with the purpose of redeveloping here in the future. Of course, the reason for doing so is naturally to lure them. Just make the insects over their move, then they will definitely come to the door at the first time, and then it depends on how they arrange it. It is best to find the locations of both civilizations, and then attack them both at the same time. Otherwise, if you attack one person first, it will be embarrassing to alert the snake. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its 7 inches. If you can't kill them directly, there will definitely be a lot of subsequent problems. And this is what he least wants to see. At this point, he also began to think about it. After reaching that level, no matter how careless this civilization is, it is definitely a veteran. He knows that the other party must also know the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. So he must find out all their locations, and then make plans. However, this matter is naturally not so easy to do. The scope of hyperspace is too large. It is difficult to find their multiple bases within this range. However, as long as their base is found, then the next step will be easy. You only need to locate them through the 10th dimension, and then it will be useless for them to hide anywhere in the future. That level of dimension does have inherent advantages, but the premise is that the opponent's hiding ability is not very strong. If the opponent's hiding ability is very strong, there is no way to deal with them. In short, this matter is not as easy to do as imagined, but this is normal. After all, the opponent's civilization level is here. If you want to accurately locate them in hyperspace, it means that I also need to hatch related bugs. This matter may be difficult to do in other universes. After all, once you set foot in that place, you will be disconnected from other universes. The most important thing is that all universes will be hostile to you at that time. Maybe your civilization has reached a certain level, and the universe will only take care of you a little, but once you enter that area and survive there, once you enter the universe and are discovered, the other party will definitely spare no effort against you. Once you are contaminated by the aura there, you will be completely on the opposite side of the universe. In the final analysis, the universe is that special consciousness used to imprison these civilizations, and if you leave the universe, it means that you have lost control of the mysterious consciousness of the existence that is out of control, and it is naturally impossible to say that you can just sit back and watch. So once you enter that place, it will be very difficult to go back. And even if you find a way to go back, it is impossible to go back safely, because the laws or other things there, whether it is resources or energy systems, are completely different from those in the universe. As long as you can survive after entering, many things will have changed dramatically. If you want to come back, you have to slowly change them back, which means that most of the technology you have there may be useless. However, there is no need to worry about this here, because now your universe is completely under your control. So you will not be affected by any entry and exit. After all, this universe belongs to you. What else do you have to worry about? This is the benefit of mastering the universe. After mastering the universe, you can not only use the power of the universe to help you fight, but also, most importantly, you can have privileges in some places. In this way, after having a new plan, preparations in all aspects were arranged soon. At this time, almost all civilizations were present in the civilization conference room and began to discuss this matter. For the entire civilization, this is also a very important matter. After escaping last time, after many years, they will finally face those civilizations again. Thinking back to when they were forced to flee like stray dogs, only 1 in 10 people who could escape survived, and the entire civilization suffered a huge blow, but fortunately, all this will pass. This is a shame for their civilization. In fact, from the beginning to the end, they are just a chess piece that can be manipulated at will in the eyes of the other party. This is a very uncomfortable thing. After all, no one wants to be a chess piece. Every step of their development is within the observation range of the other party. The other party has been observing them and wants to use them. In the final analysis, they have no feud with these civilizations from beginning to end. Indeed, the eternal truth of the universe is that weakness is the original sin. The main reason why they were treated like this was because of their weakness. But now we have the ability to deal with the enemy. Now is the time to take revenge. What we have to do next is revenge. The pressure from those two civilizations has been too long. In the process of development, our civilization is always thinking about when to take revenge. Although no one says it, I believe that people who have experienced that era know very well how they treated us. Although there is basically nothing wrong with their behavior, it is a pity that we were very weak at that time, so their behavior was correct. And now we are very strong, so for us, their behavior is wrong. The universe is like this. It is no exaggeration to say that we have developed so rapidly in recent years, and how many reasons for our rapid development are because of revenge. This sentence is naturally agreed by everyone. Indeed, the reason why they have developed so much and are so desperate to strengthen themselves is for this moment. First of all, we must learn a lesson. They attacked us because they didn't kill us completely, which gave us a chance. That's why we have developed to where we are now. If they had destroyed us, everything would be over. So the same thing must never happen to them. Because once they are defeated, they might come back stronger like us one day and seek revenge on us. After all, this is what we have experienced. So we must be cautious about this matter. We must ensure 100% that we find all their locations, and cannot let go of even a single battleship. To do this, we need many bugs. The first type is the tracking bug. This type of bug cannot track like the eye bug and can attach to their warships or individual units. I don't need to say how powerful a civilization of this level is. It is difficult to attach to it without anyone noticing. Indeed, this is also a very difficult thing for them now. After all, a civilization of their level has a very detailed grasp of the body, and even the slightest change may be detected. Once they are discovered, all their previous efforts will be wasted, and the other party can even use this to cause them great losses. So how to deal with this matter is also very difficult. In addition to this difficulty, there are many other difficulties. The first one is how to find their location accurately. You know, a civilization of this level must not be all outside. How to find these spacecraft as well. And find these things without the other party noticing. Otherwise, once the other party is prepared, our plan will not be realized at all. In this way, everyone discussed one after another. In order to ensure that there is no risk and completely destroy this civilization, they have tried their best. Indeed, this matter is very difficult for anyone to handle. But now they have gathered the power of the entire civilization. These people are experts, scholars, and some geniuses from all walks of life. So once the seemingly difficult things are broken down, and each person in a professional field is responsible for a section, then things will become very simple. Soon the relevant plan came out. For this plan, they divided it into 5 steps in total. First of all, the first step is to lure the other party out first, and use some special means to find out the situation of the other party. After determining the situation of the other party, the second step is to find a way to track them, or track their signal source, find their receiving area, and follow the clues to find more areas. This is a difficult point. After all, it is very difficult to find the signal source. At this level of civilization signal source, it is basically untraceable, which means that they need to research a bug that can do this. Of course, in addition to this, there are several points that they are very concerned about. The first is the combat effectiveness of this civilization. After all, no matter what you do, you must know what the combat effectiveness of the other party is, the level, and how you should deal with it. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing to be killed by others when you fight back. In addition, the timeliness of the operation must be such that the enemy must be eliminated in a short time. Once the timeline is extended, the longer the timeline, the greater the possibility of their escape. In short, there are too many issues to consider, and even they can't help but feel a little headache. Fortunately, everything is going in an orderly manner, and they soon have a lot of plans. Of course, as the chief executors of this battle plan, they will naturally list no less than hundreds of plans. Once a plan is found to be unfeasible, it will be replaced immediately. At the same time, their plans will be calculated by the super brain to determine the feasibility. They will act only after everything is ready. While they were still discussing these things, preparations in other aspects were also continuing. Those who needed resources would reserve resources first, and those who needed technology would support technology first. The entire civilization was also busy at this moment. First of all, the security of the entire civilization, internal defense issues, high-dimensional attack deployment issues, resource issues, and a series of other issues are all solved at a very fast speed. A large number of war reserve resources have been gathered together. It has to be said that the greatest advantage of mastering a universe is that resources are also reflected. It is very easy to pile up resources. If the amount of resources was relatively large in the past, the storage problem would be considered, but now the entire universe can take up as many resources as possible. In this way, as time went by, the first thing was completed soon. Now the huge universe has been completely covered by armor. At this time, the entire universe looks like a warrior in armor. Of course, this is just one of the steps. The next step is resource storage. Players are collecting resources faster. A large amount of resources have been put into the resource storage warehouse prepared in advance. Some resources are not only needed to meet the daily consumption of the universe, but also to meet the consumption of the subsequent war, so it takes a long time to prepare enough. There are many other things besides this. Of course, everyone is not in a hurry for this matter. After all, they have waited for so many years, and they don't care about waiting a few more years. Chapter 899. At this time in the universe, countless bugs are gathering at the edge of the universe. These bugs are strange in shape, and are very different from other bugs. Basically, there is no problem. At present, about 60 evolution points have been consumed. The remaining 40 evolution points can be freely allocated. At this time, a group of researchers looked at the bugs in the picture and couldn't help but start discussing. These bugs are naturally the results of their research, special bugs that can move in hyperspace. Once we enter that area, we can't enter other universes in the future, otherwise we will be targeted too severely. If we enter other universes at that time, we will be targeted by the universe consciousness, which will instantly expose our position, and some other civilizations will be able to detect us immediately. However, the transformation of our main universe is almost complete, and there is basically no need to worry about the problem of obtaining resources in the future. While discussing, everyone also paid attention to the changes in the bugs here. To be honest, they are also very clear about the current situation here. First of all, it can be confirmed that they have basically met the conditions for entering hyperspace. Although their current technological level should still be at the first stage, the combat power of this stage is completely different from that of other stages of the same level. To put it bluntly, the universe they seize directly increased their combat power, and this is also the reason why they dared to set foot in this area and completely break away from the universe. In this way, everyone was discussing and paying attention to everything here. Then, with an order, these bugs began to move. They crossed the cosmic barrier directly and entered this space. As soon as they entered this space, special energy began to surge towards them, but it did not cause any impact on them. It seems that there is basically no problem. Our bugs can fully adapt to the environment here. As he said, the bugs in the picture began to set off to different places. These bugs need to be distributed in most areas of the hyperspace. Once there is any action, they can immediately mobilize people nearby. This is also to make adequate preparations for the subsequent war. At present, the body functions of the insects are all intact. The energy consumption is lower than we thought. Next, let's see if the remaining 40 points can evolve into corresponding parts. If these insects can absorb the special energy in the hyperspace, then it will be a good thing for us to treat them, so that our insects can survive here for a long time. For us, what we need to do now is to find a way to improve the insects over there. As time went by, groups of data came out soon. First of all, some basic conditions for the insects' life over there. These things can be easily satisfied. However, there are still big problems in terms of obtaining energy. It is very difficult to evolve corresponding organs, especially since the energy content in the hyperspace environment itself is very small. Of course, as long as there is energy, it will be fine, because when the ambushed insects are ready, these insects will enter a dormant state, so only a small amount of energy is needed to replenish them. The main reason for evolving such things is that once this is done, the insects need to ambush for a long time. If there is no continuous supply, then it is not certain when they will really die, so the conditions for continuous supply must be met. Of course, there are many other things that need to be considered. Soon the insects also had a certain body color. First of all, some related things were finally evolved. This is naturally a good thing, because after these things are evolved, it means that they can bury countless insects here, but everyone present also knows that burying insects here is also a troublesome thing. Because I can't be discovered here. If I am discovered, then I'm finished. I will be exposed in advance, so everyone is naturally very careful about this. As time went by, the days passed, and these bugs began to spread around the player's universe. As these things began to spread, various problems continued to emerge. First of all, the scope of hyperspace, needless to say, can be described as infinite, so it is very difficult to encounter civilization or other universes here. Two of their plans are to find other civilizations and universes. We underestimated the scope of this space. According to the current situation, none of the bugs we released have discovered other universes. The number of bugs we released is very exaggerated. But even so, we still got nothing. According to this logic, if we want to ambush that civilization when it takes action in the future, or drop some bugs nearby, I think it will be very difficult. Perhaps for this space, the huge range we think we have released is not even as large as someone's fingernail. So now the problem we need to consider is how to divide it more widely. To deploy these bugs, first of all, the interval between the bugs must be based on the universe. Maybe the scope of one universe is not enough, and we need several to distribute in this case, and the pressure we need to deploy the bugs will be much less. But in this case, we must first study the high-speed navigation technology over there. Our space jump technology here has no effect over there. There should be their own navigation technology. In this way, everyone discussed one after another. To be honest, they can be regarded as elites in civilization, but they still know very little about this unknown space. At present, the resource reserves in our hands are completely sufficient, so there is no need to worry about the subsequent resource problems, and what we need to do now is to solve the problems in front of us. Although we cannot guarantee that we can research something that satisfies us in a short time, we must at least ensure that after the leader takes action, we can take out the corresponding things to operate. Even if this thing is not perfect, it only needs to meet certain requirements, and this is what we need to do now. In this way, everyone talked one after another, and in fact, they all knew the current situation. In the final analysis, there are still many problems they need to face now. But now the plan for the two civilizations has begun to be implemented, so there are many things they must come up with corresponding solutions as soon as possible. It is impossible to wait until Jiangyao has already started fighting, and they have not yet arranged the corresponding things. So they are also very anxious about this matter. Of course, the current priority is not something that can be solved in a hurry. What they need to do is to come up with a perfect solution as much as possible. But obviously, this matter is not that easy. In this way, as time goes by, the days pass by, and the bugs in several universes have slowly begun to hatch bases. At first, these bugs did not attract much attention, but after these bugs have been active for a while, the detectors secretly released by Jiangyao have already found clues. It's quite interesting. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have already started making arrangements. Looking at the information sent by the monitoring bug, Jiang Yao was relieved. It's just as we thought. They were always watching us, but they were hiding in the dark. But now it's quite interesting. Our detectors can actually deceive their perception. But think about it, after all, my current technological level is not worse than theirs. They are now thinking about catching us all in one fell swoop, and I have the same idea. Now it depends on who can find the other party first. As he thought about it, he also kept a close eye on everything nearby. At the same time, somewhere in the hyperspace, a magnificent building is standing in this space. The experimental subjects have begun to act. The experimental subjects in the 23 monitored universes have begun to hatch insect nests. It seems that they have been hiding in certain areas and suffered fatal attacks. So they started to use the backup plan they left before. The tracking of them is not comprehensive, so it is impossible to determine whether they have left anything in other universes besides these universes. At this time, in the monitoring room of the civilization, the person in charge of this project was reporting the current situation of the insects. For this kind of experimental subject that is out of control, their civilization is naturally very concerned. After all, such existence may give them a fatal blow at any time. So they have been paying attention to this matter. As long as they don't find this race completely, they will never let go. However, they also have their own plan for finding this race. After all, they have been dealing with this race for a long time, and have watched them grow stronger step by step from weak. Naturally, everyone here is very clear about their methods. Although this race is developing very fast, and their hiding methods are also very strong, even a bug can make a comeback, but it is obvious that we have made sufficient preparations to deal with them this time. This race has something called mind connection, which is a means for them to issue orders or communicate. We have noticed the existence of this method before, but we cannot invade it. Although we cannot invade it, this method has related veins, and these veins will connect to each bug, which means that we can find them through this vein. But the biggest problem is that once the universes crossed exceed 10, it will be difficult to find other bugs. 10 universes are enough. As long as we find them in one of these 10 universes, and follow their trail to that universe, we can find more 10 universes. In this way, no matter how they hide, they can't escape, and what we have to do this time is to ensure that we kill them with one blow. That's right, this time they must ensure that they can completely eliminate this race directly, so as not to have more troubles, especially after they experienced that war before, they were more certain of the potential of this race. Being able to fight against themselves at that level is enough to show their ignorance, and this is also the biggest problem. They absolutely do not allow this kind of civilization to exist, especially standing on the opposite side of them as an enemy. So they are naturally very concerned about this matter. Now it is basically certain that their technology should have been greatly improved. At least the kind of bugs they observe us, if it is not through a mental connection, we can't detect it at all. Their strength has improved. This matter may not be as simple as we think on the surface. Maybe they think they can compete with us, so they want to set us up in this way. There is such a possibility, but it doesn't seem to be that important. After all, they want our lives, so why don't we want their lives? Since they want to find us out in this way, we might as well sell them some flaws. Although they say that they don't think highly of this civilization at all, and they have many ways to deal with this civilization. In fact, they are very cautious and dare not be careless. After all, being able to develop such insects in such a short time is enough to show the strength of this race. If they still underestimate the enemy at this time, they are just sending food. But they are not without a chance of winning. At least these insects can pose a threat to them, but this is only limited to posing a threat. We want to find their base camp in this way, and they also have the same idea, so now the situation on both sides is very clear. It's nothing more than seeing who exposes himself first. Sell them some damaged goods, let them find a few of our bases, so as to see what they think. By the way, we can also find out what kind of bugs they have evolved in recent years. As for us, send more detectors and slowly find all their locations. Soon, the order was issued here. Of course, Jiang Yao didn't know about this at first, but later he gradually found something wrong. Mainly in terms of communication means, he found that there seemed to be something special near the mental connection. At first, he certainly couldn't detect it, but after all, the technology is here now, and he can find some problems. Chapter 900. Although Jiang Yao was a little surprised by the current situation, he had to say that the opponent's method still surprised him. After all, it is a civilization of this level. I don't know how many civilizations have been destroyed. It is normal to find my weaknesses through various methods at this stage. For Jiang Yao, although he was well prepared in all aspects, he was also very clear that the technology in his civilization was not as perfect as he imagined. At least there are many defects, and these defects are just that he can't find them. But it is obvious that I can't find them. But it doesn't mean that other civilizations can't find them. In order to destroy me, the other party will definitely study me, and they even know my weaknesses better than I do. Sure enough, sometimes things are like this. You will never find some problems yourself, because some of your problems will be filtered when you face them. Even if there are many problems, you will feel that there is nothing, because you see more advantages. As he said this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but become serious. Although I have been looking for my own shortcomings, I have found very few. Of course, this is normal. After all, everyone has a filter from their own starting point. So I can understand why I didn't find anything. But the enemy is different. They don't have any filters. Not only do they not have filters, they are also looking for flaws. Of course, for me, this is also a way to find my own mistakes. Since the other party did this, they should have a certain understanding of their own situation. At least in other aspects, they may not have found a way to find all of me. So it's understandable that they use the mind connection to attack. And this is also a problem I have not discovered. While thinking, he began to ponder. It is obvious that the other party did this because they did not understand my current strength, or they did not understand it as deeply as I thought. Otherwise, they would never start from here. Or they would be more cautious when they are ruthless. At this time, Jiang Yao analyzed and said, "The current situation is indeed like this. Of course, this is also a good thing for him. After all, if this is the case, then he still has a lot of room for operation. Since the other party wants to use this to find him, why can't he set up a game in this way? But before that, he still has to do one thing, which is to find a way to arrange this defect of his. Not only that, there are many other issues I need to consider. First of all, I can solve this defect problem. But in addition to solving this problem, there are other issues I need to consider. Since the other party can use this method, I can also use the same method. But I must be more cautious than them, and must ensure that they cannot find me. After all, I can't make the same mistake." So he started to make arrangements while thinking. It must be said that after the insects mastered the law of evolution, they were very good at doing these things. Compared to slowly researching such technology by themselves, the law of insect evolution can save time. Perhaps according to the normal routine, it may take hundreds of years for him to research such technology, but the bugs, who have mastered the law of evolution, may only need a month to solve this problem. This is the power of the law of evolution. Its power does not mean that it can change the properties of bugs during battle. Its power is not only used for battle, but also has absolute advantages in other aspects. Especially for the purification of some aspects that technology has not yet developed. As long as there is a direction, the bugs can continue to evolve, and will soon be able to meet your requirements. This law has a unique advantage in climbing science and technology, but it is not without flaws, because if you follow the normal technology route, after you research this thing, then you can not only use this technology, or wait until one day you die, other people can also use your legacy. But the law of evolution is that although you have evolved, even he himself does not know some of the principles. That is, he can master this thing, but he cannot teach it, and this is also the flaw of the law of evolution. This kind of thing can only be mastered by oneself and the law of evolution. This special law can only be obtained by people like Zerg or other races. It is basically impossible for a normal technological race to obtain this kind of law, and this is also a limitation, but such a limitation can be understood. After all, if there were no limitations, the technological tree of the entire universe might not be what it is now. Then the mysterious consciousness is absolutely impossible to imprison civilization, because if the technological tree can be judged by this violent method, it will sooner or later surpass his, and it will not take too long. Therefore, with this restriction, although he was also thinking about a question, why the other party did not disable the law, or use various means to prevent other civilizations from mastering the law, but he did not know the answer to this point. Of course, this was not what he cared about. After all, there are some seemingly outrageous problems, seemingly easy to solve problems. He can see those who are more powerful than him, or the existence that dominates the whole world. How can they not see it? Since the other party can see why there is no action, the metaphor contained in it is self-evident. Or to be precise, it should be that the other party does not want to act, but has no ability at all, otherwise they would have done it long ago. But this is not what he needs to care about now. What he has to do now is very simple, that is, to try every means to take advantage of this opportunity and mislead them. First, the route of the mind connection needs to be changed, so that it will be more difficult for them to find my nest. Of course, the nest they find will only be a fake place in the end, and I will hide the real place, so that I can catch them off guard. In addition, I must follow their signal source to find them. Since both parties rely on this kind of remote communication in this universe, if they can use me, why can't I use them? And this special method that the Zerg is born with is very advanced. In this case, the other party can follow the clues, so it is definitely possible for me to follow the clues. So now I have to consider two problems. Will the other party think that I will also adopt a similar method? If they think of it, then what kind of plan will they make in advance? This is also what I need to think about. After all, if they find that their communication method is not as good as ours after studying my communication method, then they can think that they may also think of it, so they will definitely make preparations in advance. Any mistake in this level of famous battle may affect the situation, so when it comes to this, the secret competition between the two civilizations will not stop from the beginning. Both civilizations are well aware of this. So if you predict my prediction, then I will also predict your prediction. In short, it depends on who is better in the end. This state may last for hundreds or even thousands of years, because both sides will never move before they are completely sure. Once they decide to act, they will definitely be sure of winning. Then I will arrange a fake Zerg gathering place in advance. Of course, it is not so easy for you to find this gathering place. Perhaps under my guidance, you will go through a lot of hardships to find this thing. Of course, it must be like this, otherwise it will be too easy to find. Anyone who is not a fool will know that there must be something wrong here. For this gathering place, he naturally has his own ideas. First of all, the gathering place must be a project that cannot be said to be just an empty shell, so he prepared a large atmosphere inside this gathering place, all with the lowest level buildings. The first level here refers to the initial Zerg. The reason why these buildings are used is very simple. The resource consumption is very low, and then high-level soldiers are arranged on the periphery to confuse them in this way. As long as these advanced troops exist, the enemy will never be able to detect the inside. Even if they can detect it, they can only detect a rough outline at most, and these buildings are enough to deceive them. In this way, he can exchange the minimum cost for the maximum return. The enemy has been wandering around in this way for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and finally found a fake place. When they launch an attack on this place, he will directly attack their nest. In this way, they will definitely be the ones who die. After having a general idea, he immediately began to make arrangements, and the whole process did not take long. At least that's what he saw. After all, they are all low-level buildings, which can be done in a short time, and the buildings he chose are all relatively large in size. In this way, the area can be stacked up as soon as possible, which makes it easier to deceive the opponent. As time went by, the days passed little by little, and soon the relevant insects on his side evolved. With this, we can follow the clues to find their other bases, and then arrange troops in advance based on these bases. In fact, she didn't need to be so cautious about this matter. To be honest, under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for a technological civilization like her to be like her insects. Even if there is one insect, it can make a comeback in a very short time. After all, if you want to develop civilization again after escaping from technology, it is very difficult. The first thing to consider is resources. Insects can convert various substances, obtain resources to evolve insect nests, and then hatch other insects through insect nests. It is true that insects can do it, but technological civilizations need to find resources in a practical way. In addition to the need to find resources, there are many other things to consider. The first is the environment, because they have many life forms, and they cannot live freely in the universe like insects. They need a relatively suitable area for living. Secondly, the technology Zerg can store a lot of information in DNA, and can take it out immediately when needed, but the opponent can't. If the opponent escapes a warship, it is not a special escape ship, but a normal combat warship. It is absolutely impossible to leave too many technology trees in it. Most of the things left here must be related to war. So for a warship like this, even if you find a suitable place, and then you start to develop again, you need to climb your technology tree again. Although there should be no big problem in terms of safety, the technology tree is the biggest problem, and you have to consider reproduction and other such problems. Only after these things are completely solved, you can say that it is really possible to make a comeback, but this cycle is very long. It is not like insects, which can recover a lot in just a few decades. Things like this may take tens of millions of years. But even so, Jianyao still had no intention of letting their warship go. After all, who can predict the future? Even if there is a slight possibility, it must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, if one day the civilization developed by a warship left behind by a certain civilization is really destroyed, I will have no place to cry. Thinking of this, he began to pay attention to the situation of the other civilization. It must be said that his idea was correct at the beginning. The other party did make a plan for me to find them in this way. I am very confident that they will never find my bugs. They were able to find my bugs before because they found my old connection, but now I have upgraded the connection and established a new mental connection network. This network is independent, so they can't find the bugs here in the previous way. And the bugs I sent out are much higher in concealment and tracking performance than the ones they have arranged here. And I am not as bold as them. I am always very cautious. Even so, I still found so many fake signal sources. And these signal sources are of different levels and different communication location terminals. This is completely to confuse me. Obviously, these things cannot be arranged in a short time. They arranged them a long time ago. At the same time, he also knew what means the other party took to make him untraceable. Things are a bit troublesome. If this is the case, it will be difficult to find their area. But fortunately, we have plenty of time now, so I will take my time and see who finds who first. Chapter 901. While he was still making arrangements here, he was on the other side. As expected, these bugs have created no less than 100 areas. And judging from the situation, they should be developing at the same time. Although it is not difficult to clean up these areas, it is still a bit difficult for us to ensure efficiency. After all, I believe everyone is very clear about the situation here. We must ensure that they are completely eliminated at the same time, otherwise if this race develops, the consequences will be disastrous. So everyone discussed one after another. It is obvious that what is happening now is a little beyond their expectations, and they also underestimated the development speed of this race. From the time they knew that this race had stood up again, to the time when this race began to disappear again, and then to the time when it stood up again, it didn't take long at all. Especially seeing the speed at which these bugs developed their bases, even they couldn't help but feel a little scalp tingling. It was really too exaggerated, and they could only comment like this. Even if the materials were sufficient, they estimated that it would take them at least several years to achieve the same goal. But now, it is completely different for these bugs. In just a few months, they have developed in a good shape. The most important thing is that multiple areas are developing at the same time, and they can all reach this level. For them, this is a very scary thing. You have to know that this is developed when the other party has no resources and starts from scratch. The development speed of this race is really amazing. At least for now, we have not found any other race that can be faster than them. At this time, everyone in the conference room here looked at one of the Zerg bases and frowned. There is only one worker bee in this universe, and it started to act 2 months ago. In just 2 months, they occupied 75 galaxies, obtained a large amount of resources, and the Zerg troops also came out. The most important thing is that the construction speed of these buildings is too exaggerated, and the functionality of the buildings is relatively complete. Relying on these things, they can easily ensure their own safety and develop rapidly on this premise. We are also simulating their recent behavior. Through our simulation, we can basically confirm one thing. At present, their technological level should be able to master the laws. Because we have provided them with relevant laws before, they should also conduct research around our previous templates in the future. At this time, everyone analyzed like this. In fact, they think it should be normal for this. After all, it is very difficult for a civilization to master special laws without any help. The laws they provided to the insects, including the previous civilization, also provided the insects with laws, so they feel that if the insects choose the laws, they should start from this aspect. That's very likely. At least for now, our guess is probably pretty close. But it does not rule out that they will study other laws. The possibility is very low. I believe everyone present knows how difficult it is to study a law, and I believe everyone is also aware of the situation of the insects. First of all, we can be sure that since then, they have been able to develop to the current level, and a large part of the reason is that we are forcing them to grow, so their own foundation is not that high. In this case, it is good enough to be able to study the laws we give them, not to mention other things. In fact, everyone is convinced of this point. After all, the development of the insects gives them a special feeling of emptiness. All the way, they have been secretly forcing them to grow. Under such a premise, the insects have developed to the current level, and there are actually many skeletons that need to be supplemented. So they don't believe that this group of insects can study any other laws at all. So the insects may have only 3 laws at present. We just need to target these 3 laws. The insects we have seen so far do not have any laws. Of course, it doesn't matter. After all, even if they have mastered them, they should be in a relatively superficial state. In short, we should find their nest first, and see what the situation is there. But this time, we must be careful when targeting the insects. We were careless before, so we let them escape and also made an enemy for us. This time, we must make sure they can't slip away from under our noses. So the plan to eliminate them must be perfected. As long as the universe where the bugs have appeared, a major cleanup must be carried out at that time to ensure that there will be no remaining bugs. At this time, when everyone was still discussing this matter, new information suddenly came from the Research Institute for Bugs. Although this information is not of any use to them for the current war, when everyone saw this information, they couldn't help but look strange. The content of this information is actually not complicated. This information is mainly prepared to deal with this race. They will also evaluate other races before the war. Of course, such an operation is also very normal for them, but the problem lies here. Usually, before the war against this kind of race, they will organize the information they have learned, and then try to find a targeted plan in this way. In fact, there are many races that don't need to be so troublesome, but they are very cautious after all, so usually they will do it even if it is meaningless. So from the beginning, they basically didn't care much about this matter. After all, for this race, they think they have a clearer understanding of it. However, this is where the problem lies. After they sorted out the data, they gradually discovered that something seemed wrong. Especially when they saw the evolutionary history of the insects, they were completely dumbfounded. That is to say, according to the genetic sequence of the insects, if there was no secret help from us, they would never have reached this point. It seems like this. If this race follows the normal development path, it should stay at the stage of super civilization. As for the next stage, this race will definitely not be able to break through. This race should have a special restriction. This restriction cannot be broken by themselves. Even if other civilizations help secretly, it is impossible to break it if they don't help with all their strength. At this point, everyone present felt that they were all stupid. That is to say, if they didn't secretly arrange a system to go there, I'm afraid the bugs would not have been able to get to that point. The main reason why they can get to this point is because of the help of the system, because the existence of that thing allows them to break through this restriction. At this point, they couldn't help but feel a little scalp numb. It is no exaggeration to say that the reason why this race has developed into what it is now, and has such strong strength, is actually largely because of them. From advanced civilization to super civilization is a hurdle for this race. There is a special restriction in the dark that hinders their development here. If they were the only ones, it would be very difficult to evolve to a super civilization, not to mention a high-level civilization. In other words, the reason why this race has come to this point today is entirely because of them. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid this race would still be trying to break through to a high-level civilization, and as for a super civilization, this is basically impossible. Obviously, this news made them feel a little bit painful. They fell to the point where they are today, and they tried their best to solve this race. The biggest reason is because of themselves. Until this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. When we were planning this race, we didn't know that our actions just happened to allow them to break through the most difficult Kai and become our biggest enemy. Is this self-inflicted trouble? As he spoke, everyone present couldn't help but feel a little headache. No wonder this race is completely different from the races we encountered before. We have also lost control before, but we solved it easily. It is absolutely impossible to be like this race. In fact, from the beginning to now, such a long time has passed, and they can't help but feel a little headache about this race. First of all, they discovered their arrangements. Discovering the arrangements is not the point. The point is that the other party actually learned about some of their situation through these arrangements, and secretly prepared. The most critical thing is that this race was discovered by two civilizations at the same time. In fact, if it was discovered by one civilization, then the problem should not be particularly big. Because relying on them alone, it is actually very difficult for this race to break through. After all, even if they give it to the system, they feel that the things they provide are definitely not enough to support the breakthrough. The biggest reason why these bugs were able to break through should be related to the sole technology provided to them by another civilization. This is a technology that goes straight to the origin, and they 100% relied on this technology to break through the limitations. Of course, they can use this technology so perfectly, and naturally they themselves must be involved. Without the system to help them climb the technology tree, how could they be able to use it so easily? In the end, both of our civilizations came to nothing. They discovered the existence of the two civilizations, and then used some tricks to make our two civilizations finally confront each other. We not only helped them successfully break free from the restrictions, but also became a knife in their hands. Without our knife, they would definitely not be able to break free from control. In fact, the situation on the other side is similar to ours. It's really a bit unexpected. To be honest, when things developed to this point, they didn't get too entangled in the past, but now when they saw these contents, they still felt a little painful. The bugs were able to escape safely. To put it bluntly, they made a lot of efforts. The first thing was to help this group of bugs climb the technology tree, which was a huge failure. They could not break through by themselves, because the existence of another civilization broke through smoothly from then on. However, after breaking through to that point, the bugs naturally discovered them. It's just that this group of bugs is very cautious. After they discovered it, they began to plan secretly. Maybe at that time, another civilization was also discovered, and then these insects had ideas. In fact, these insects should have known from the beginning that if only one civilization was watching them, they would have no chance of escaping. But if there was another civilization, it would be different, because the other civilization would also become their assistant in escaping. Once the insects escaped, once the two civilizations took action, both sides would definitely know the existence of each other. Even if the two sides do not fight directly, they will definitely be wary of each other. This is inevitable. At the beginning, it was the same as what the bugs thought. When they took action, the other civilization was actually still hiding, but the bugs took the initiative to expose the other civilization and let themselves discover it. The first thing after the two civilizations met was actually very simple. Both sides were testing and restraining each other. It was also because of this reason that the bugs had an opportunity to take advantage of it. Otherwise, the previous wave of bugs would not have had a chance to escape at all. As a result, because of these reasons, they ran away and caused themselves so much trouble now. They ran away before, although they were about to reach the stage of superdimensional civilization. But this stage should not be underestimated. And after all these years, God knows whether these bugs have studied the laws that they gave them at the beginning. If they have studied it clearly, then these bugs will directly evolve to superdimensional civilization. Although their understanding of the laws is not high, this is also a superdimensional civilization. I think that this time when this group of bugs started to act, not only we have ideas, but also the civilization on the other side. We have conducted several tests before, and it is basically certain that our technological level should be at a similar stage, both at the third stage. It's just that we still don't know the laws they master, or the way of attack, etc. At this time, they knew that there was a high probability that they would have to be wary of that civilization to prevent him from stabbing them in the back. Naturally, the other side's ideas were basically the same as theirs. Chapter 902. They don't know what the situation of the opposite civilization is, but they know their own situation. It is obvious that the Zerg has taken action, so the other civilization will naturally take action. I believe everyone knows the relationship between us and them, so now we must consider what to do next. Once we take action against the Zerg, the other civilization will definitely find us, and they will attack us as soon as possible. We have fought with them before, so I believe everyone is clear about their situation. The strength of both sides is equal, but the biggest problem at present is that both sides are not clear about the laws they master, so what will happen if they really fight? We need to consider this. At this time, everyone was discussing one after another. The civilizations of both sides were basically considering this matter. As for the Zerg, this wave is definitely a failure for them. After all, according to the current situation of the Zerg, it is definitely impossible for them to master the laws. Even if they master them, they are definitely the laws they master, so it is not difficult to target them. And both civilizations have bugs as their targets, which means that the bugs have to fight on two fronts, and their strength in both fronts is lower than theirs. In this case, the other side will fight them head-on. And both civilizations are very clear that this wave is probably not a simple way to deal with the bugs. This time, they will not give the bugs any chance to turn over, so the bugs are definitely not something they need to consider, because the only thing they need to consider now is the situation of the other civilization. We have a plan for them, but there are still many things to consider, so how to implement it needs to be discussed later. But this time is an opportunity for us. Since the previous fight, we have also tried to find them, but to no avail. The other side should be doing the same thing. To put it bluntly, neither of us wants the other side to have an easy time. After all, the wives of our two civilizations have been tied together. Although it was calculated, everyone knows that we will never let each other go, so this matter will definitely have an answer in the end. Either we will destroy them, or they will. This time, in addition to targeting the bugs, the most important thing is that we must find a way to destroy the other civilization as well. I'm thinking about the specific details, so we need to discuss it, and we must take various situations into consideration. The biggest problem facing both sides now is that we don't know the true strength of the other side, but we try to estimate it as high as possible. After the king finds all their bases, the next step is to take action against them. At the same time, if we take action here, the other civilization will definitely take action at the first time. To put it bluntly, for our two civilizations, the insects are a signal. Once they move, it means that the war between the two civilizations will start immediately. In this way, the two civilizations are thinking about their own situations, and what they should do in the next war. At their level, there are many things to consider in every battle. After all, civilizations at this level are like a centipede, which is dead but not stiff. If they fail to eliminate the opponent, they will be in trouble if the opponent has a chance to make a comeback. So their combat strategy is to either not move, or if they do, it will definitely affect the whole body. If they don't kill the opponent completely, there will be endless troubles. Of course, while they are still thinking about these problems on the other side, they know the interests involved, and Jianyao knows it too. He also knows that these two civilizations will be watching him secretly. For him, this situation is actually very difficult to obtain, because he has to think about several problems. First of all, I am definitely being watched by those two civilizations, which means that once I make any move, the two civilizations over there will definitely discover it first, and then launch an attack on me. Their attack order should be to eliminate me first. In the process of eliminating me, the two civilizations will definitely test each other, and understand each other's situation clearly. When their test is over, I will definitely be finished. At that time, they will start a war between each other, because during this period of testing, I think the two civilizations must have understood their respective situations clearly, and this is also the best time to start a war. At least in their cognition, the situation should be like this, but the only variable in this matter is my strength. Indeed, in many aspects, Jianyao had to admit that the other party could beat him by 18 streets. There was no way. This was a problem of foundation. If you say that he can easily defeat those civilizations, he himself does not believe it, because he knows very well that the gap between his strength and theirs is ranked according to the current strength. He belongs to the first stage. What is this concept? The strength of the first and second stages is like the gap between planetary civilizations and civilizations that have already set foot in the universe and have developed in the universe for a long time. And for civilizations like this, it is conceivable how difficult it is to fight two at the same time. It is no exaggeration to say that if it really fights under normal circumstances, it has no chance of winning. This is inevitable. The gap between the two sides is very large, although he does not want to admit it, but this is the fact. It is basically impossible for him to catch up with them. But he still has room for operation, and the source of this operating space is that he has obtained the entire universe, which they have never had. It is also his trump card. It's like you are facing a low-level civilization, but who would have thought that there is a super-civilization weapon in this low-level civilization? And this is very embarrassing, because you are just a high-level civilization and want to get it. You can catch this weapon, but you must prepare in advance and rely on quantity to accumulate. Once a certain link goes wrong, the opponent can't beat you, but he can at least escape. However, once such a thing happens, your position will expose the opponent's weapons that can destroy you, and he may come to trouble you at any time, and you will become passive from active. This is the situation of several civilizations now. In terms of basics, he is 18 blocks behind, but the problem is that he has something that can fight back. Of course, if he didn't have this thing, he shouldn't have taken the risk to attack these two civilizations. After all, if he failed, he would really have nothing. Basically, all his assets are on this universe. But I think it shouldn't be a big problem. As long as we attack suddenly and destroy their main fleet, we can still clean up some remnants later. And it's not difficult for me to destroy the main fleet. At least those who have mastered this universe can do this, but the problem now is that, apart from the handkerchief I know, do they have various means similar to what I have in my hands? This is also what he is most worried about. Under normal circumstances, with his current configuration, he thinks he is still very confident in making a surprise attack and creating an information gap. What he is worried about now is that the other party has similar means as him. When a big guy pops out of their hands, he will be embarrassed. Therefore, he will make multiple plans for this matter in advance. Considering these factors, I have to arrange all my backup plans in advance, at least to ensure that I still have a chance to make a comeback. But soon, he had to face another problem, that is, he had already stepped into hyperspace, which meant that it was hard to say whether the backup plan he had arranged before could be used. After all, once you enter that place, and then come back here, you will be severely targeted. If you still want to develop under such circumstances, the difficulty is not a little bit big. No wonder there is a civilization in the 10th dimension. At this time, he also understood why those civilizations would cut off their own way and choose to enter that dimension. It was not that they did not want to operate in the mainstream universe, but mainly because they could not operate in the mainstream universe. Once they come here, they will be targeted. How can they develop? There is not much chance to develop. This is also the problem. So there is no way. There are enemies chasing in front, and they cannot develop in the mainstream universe in the back. These reasons eventually force them to go to that dimension. Because there is basically no opportunity for development in hyperspace. If you want to develop, you can only look to the universe, but the universe is so targeted that there is no chance to develop at all. This will become a dead end, and if you want to lay out, you can only leave this universe. He was still quite surprised about this situation, but it was unexpected, but it was also reasonable, otherwise who would enter that dimension? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Even if I tried my best this time. But for me, this is also an obsession. If I don't completely eliminate them, I'm afraid I won't be at peace if I think about it again. After all, he has always been remembered by some powerful civilizations. Who can bear this? I hope it will go smoothly this time. After all, this time, even for me, I have given my all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start thinking about what might happen when the war started. Time passed quickly, and in the following period of time, the three civilizations were very restrained, and everyone was doing their own little tricks in secret. All three civilizations must ensure that this matter must be foolproof, and not leave any chance for the other side. Basically, in the late stage of this level of civilization, all families will be involved in every battle. After all, you can't hide your shortcomings. When you hide your shortcomings and get hit by the other side, you really have no place to cry. So the current situation is that on the surface, everyone seems to be very harmonious and restrained, but in fact it is another matter. The actions of both sides are getting bigger and bigger. At the beginning, they may not be able to detect what is happening to the other side, but as time goes by, the three civilizations have discovered that they are secretly arranging. As for these secret arrangements, whether they are deliberately left by the other side or really discovered, it is hard to say. Of course, this doesn't seem to be important, because for them, the answer will always be revealed, just sooner or later. As time went by, several civilizations seemed to have found a secret balance point, and no one broke this balance. However, as time went by, things gradually began to change. Because several civilizations discovered each other's offensive warships. Obviously, the restraint between several civilizations was about to break. At this time, Jiangyao saw this scene, and naturally knew that a civilization was going to take action. After all, the other side's offensive warships had already been brought over, which meant that in the eyes of the other side, he had completely mastered his intelligence. At present, they have not found any traces in the main universe. According to some of the information I have, the two civilizations should have figured out their respective situations. It should be time to go to war next. As for whether my disguise has been discovered, it is hard to say, but I can only say that I hope my luck can be better. He not only hid his biggest trump card, but also some other things. For example, his own technology. The technology he showed here has only reached a level infinitely close to that of superdimensional civilization. Because of how difficult it is to master the law, he knows very well that the age he has been hiding has not mastered the law. In fact, this thing is not a special thing, but it is very reasonable. It is also for this reason that he hid. He just wanted to take a gamble to see if this plan works. If the plan works, then he has two trump cards in his hand. After all, when fighting with these civilizations, if he can have one more trump card in his hand, then he will have a better chance of winning. For this reason, he was so cautious. Of course, he was not the only one who was cautious. He was cautious, and the other side was also cautious. And because of the difference in strength between the two sides, he had very little information about the two civilizations. There was no other way. He had not reached that level, and lacked too many means. The other side was deliberately hiding. It would be strange if he could find any useful information. Chapter 903. So the biggest problem right now is that I know too little about their intelligence. And they should have figured out a lot of the things I left behind. Jiangyao also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The gap in strength between the two sides is really too big. If the gap in strength is smaller, it wouldn't be like this. If I didn't have a killer in my hand, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to fight them at all. As for why he wanted to start a war at this stage, he also had his own considerations. Originally, he thought that he would be a little more timid and develop secretly through the technology he had acquired. When his strength reached the level of those civilizations, he would use this universe to fight them. In this way, his chances of winning would be very high. This was the safest method for him. But later he found that at this stage, it was almost impossible for technology to advance. Even if he mastered the law of evolution, he could let the insects evolve continuously in various ways, but he still couldn't break through the limitations. There was nothing wrong with judging the current level by the level of mastery of the law, but the problem was that he didn't know how to improve the law. He had been studying this thing for years, but the progress of this thing seemed to be stuck, with no progress. No matter how he studied, he felt like he was standing still. He felt this very deeply. He was basically sure that if there was no adventure, it would be basically impossible for him to improve this law, and the current way to improve the law was to find these civilizations and obtain their information for reference. Through their successful plans, we can figure out our own methods, so that at least we can have something to look forward to. So this is the current situation. There is no need to say more about other things. The main thing is that if the laws cannot be improved, continuing here may be a disguised way to develop among them. Although it is basically impossible to improve at their level, it is not ruled out. Since I am standing still no matter how many years I wait, I might as well start a war directly. This is what he is thinking now. It is a bit outrageous, but it is also very reasonable. But now I have a lot of problems to consider. I don't know if this plan can succeed, but at present, their methods can only be estimated through previous confrontations. Although everything is now well prepared, he still decided to add a few more layers of insurance for himself. Naturally, this insurance is the 10th dimension. He feels that the advantages you have on your side, apart from the universe, are the various weapons in this dimension. At least in other aspects, he felt that he had no way to fight against the enemy, but once he entered that dimension, his chances of winning would be much greater. Although he could not completely drag the enemy into that dimension, he could use the rules of his own universe to transform the surrounding environment into that dimension, and then he could fully utilize the power of that dimension. After all, he had obtained a lot of good technology in this dimension, and by means of taking advantage of others, he had forcibly increased his strength in that dimension to a very powerful level. I won't talk about my strength over there. Compared with the old civilization over there, I am at the middle level. A middle-level person, who has lived in that dimension for many years, is completely different from you who are in hyperspace. After all, the research directions are different. I can completely catch you off guard through this information gap. Even if you want to study targeted technology, the premise is that you have to enter that dimension. And it will take a lot of time, so if you were pulled in by me at that time, I don't believe that I can't cure you here. At this time, he couldn't help thinking so, but it was obvious that many behaviors of the other civilization were naturally impossible to follow his wishes, at least for now. While he was still making arrangements here, at this time on the other side. This is a very ordinary universe, and there is nothing special about this universe. Many things are the same as other universes. The only difference is that in a certain area of this universe, there is a large number of races, which are a race that suddenly appeared. As soon as this race appeared, it began to attack the surrounding civilizations. At first, many civilizations in this universe were on the sidelines about this race, but when they found that this race was very invasive, and its way of obtaining resources was very terrible, they knew that if they did not stop it, all the resources in this universe might be taken by this race. This was naturally something they did not want to see, so these races that had no connection with each other united and formed a civilization fleet to attack this suddenly appeared race, but in the end they failed. After the fight, they found that the opponent's strength level had reached the level of superdimensional civilization. And there was only one civilization in their universe that reached this level, so under the leadership of this civilization, the two sides fought several more battles, and finally they failed. So far, the development of this race can no longer be curbed. The entire universe was in a state of panic. Facing this suddenly appearing race, they were extremely afraid. And just when they were desperate, two extremely powerful civilizations suddenly appeared. The technological level of these two civilizations was amazing to them. At least with their current understanding of technology, they could not understand what level these two civilizations were at. Although they were also very uneasy about these two powerful civilizations that suddenly appeared, they soon discovered that these two civilizations seemed to have no idea about them. After the two civilizations appeared, they started a war with the suddenly appearing race. It was obvious that they should have some hatred. With the beginning of the war, the whole battle situation basically showed a one-sided situation. The other extremely powerful race was easily destroyed. At the same time, when this race was destroyed, the two suddenly appearing civilizations also fought. This scale of battle is naturally nothing for these two civilizations. The purpose of their battle is to test each other and obtain more information from each other. After the war, the surviving warships left the universe. After they left for a while, within a certain range of their war zone, the figure of a bug also disappeared in this universe. At the same time, the same thing happened in multiple universes, and the situation was basically the same. These civilizations suddenly appeared, and then launched an attack on the Zerg, which was developing rapidly in these universes. After the battle, they fought each other again, and finally the winner left. At this time, everyone in the Zerg meeting room was looking at the intelligence sent by the Zerg responsible for reconnaissance on the front line. First, we divided the two civilizations. The civilization that gave us the system before, we named it number 1 civilization. The other civilization that allowed us to master the law of the soul is called number 2 civilization. Through the 73 pieces of information we have obtained so far, it can be basically determined that the strength of the two civilizations is equal. The final result of their battle is that number 1 civilization produced 43 games, and the remaining 30 games were produced by number 2 civilization. However, every time the battle was fought, the battleships on the side of number 1 civilization had a huge number advantage, so combined with the average value of the tactics of each battle, it can be seen that the technological levels of the two civilizations are basically the same. The fight between these two civilizations is more to test each other's strength. I believe everyone is very clear about this. Through the data we have collected, it is not difficult to see the current situation of these two civilizations. First of all, their attacks and defenses are supported by the power of laws. Take civilization number 1 as an example. The laws they master should be time series. This is basically consistent with the information we obtained at the beginning. Their attacks and defenses can use laws. Although we can also use laws for attacks, we have no way to use them for defense for the time being. This should be a more advanced law, a special ability that can be mastered after understanding. At the same time, compared with civilization number 1, civilization number 2 actually has 2 laws. The first is a special law of defense, and the second is a law of speed. It is precisely because the laws of these two civilizations are somewhat complementary that the actual battle between the two civilizations is still a competition of warship technology. The law of time is not as we imagine, it can reverse time. It can only affect the speed of time in a surrounding area, making the attack on them very slow, while their warships can maintain the original speed. It has to be said that this law is very unnatural. If the other civilization had not mastered the law of speed, this delay method would definitely be able to effectively reduce the number of casualties. However, because the other civilization mastered the law of speed, the speed itself is very unnatural, so this reduction basically has no effect. It is certain that their reduction rate is also very high, but for us, this does not seem to have much impact, because this law is not the main attack. If we put all our evolutions on targeted defense, we should still be able to resist the opponent's attack. The young man looked at the people present and said what he was worried about. For us, the most important thing now is another thing. One of the civilizations has already demonstrated 2 laws, which means that the other civilization may have hidden laws. Almost half of the bases we have set up have been cleared. If this continues, I think it won't take long before all our bases will be cleared. By that time, if we haven't figured out the laws they master, it would be a bit hasty to rashly engage in battle with them. From the beginning of the war, they had their own plans. They wanted to use some special methods to force out the other party's laws and means, but now it seems that this idea is too naive. Another point is that they knew the laws very well at the beginning. Under normal circumstances, they could only master one. They didn't understand why the other party could master 2, and even more depending on the situation. Of course, these are not what they need to consider now. Regarding this matter, we need to come up with a solution in a short time. We must ensure that the laws they master are clearly understood. As he said this, he turned his eyes to the old man not far away. In addition to this, there are other discoveries. As he spoke, the young man made a gesture of invitation, and the old man stood up. You have explained what you need to know about the other party. Next, I will talk about some other hidden dangers. First of all, the plan to lure these two civilizations was very successful. At present, all the universes we have arranged have been attacked. At this rate, it won't take long for the remaining universes to be cleared by them. And when they finish cleaning, it will be time for us to take action. However, the information we need to know before taking action is not very advanced at present. First of all, the progress of finding their lair is very slow. Although we have found 37 bases of the other party, the problem is that this number is obviously not enough. We don't have much time left. Although we have been planning before the war, because this war started too abruptly, we still have many incomplete preparations. In addition, the other party has too many means. Even in this case, we can't get too much information about them. In addition, Through the battles in the past few days, we have also seen the technological level of the other party. It is no exaggeration to say that our civilization does not have the ability to end the war in a short time. If we fight them, it may be more of a continuous battle. The problem is that there are two civilizations on their side. Once they find that our strength is so strong, the first thing they will do is to find a way to unite and solve us first. Hearing this, everyone began to discuss. There are too many things they need to care about here. The first is about how they can find the bases of the other party, and the other point is the urgency of time. In addition, there are many details. For example, once the fight really starts, the other side will definitely unite after seeing the situation on our side. So how should we respond? And how to ensure that no spacecraft leaves their distance during the battle? In short, there are too many things to consider. We currently have no solutions to these problems. So what we can do now is to try to delay time as much as possible. Chapter 904. At this time, Jiang Yao was on his side. Whether it was the operations room, the command room, or other units, they were all busy. Basic information has been entered. Data is being collected. At present, it can be confirmed that the opponent's ID technology far exceeds our expectations. We will simulate according to their confrontation strength. After fighting with the opponent, our bugs have a winning rate of less than 5%. At this time, seeing so much information analyzed by the intelligent brain, everyone present couldn't help but frown. This is no longer weak or strong, this is completely crushed. Try the evolution route, and use all the evolution points to see the chance of winning. Soon, the commander issued an order, and as his order was issued, the simulation began to change. On the screen, there was only a bug, which was constantly evolving the corresponding defense and attack mode according to the opponent's attack method. After a series of evolutions, it reached the final point. The evolution data has been entered and purified completely, and the energy required for 100% evolution has increased to 270%. Seeing this data, everyone couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly. The evolved insects need a large number of personnel to maintain them, including those required for combat under normal circumstances, but they never thought that after evolving to the limit, the energy required would be so exaggerated. Normally, after they evolve such insects, the number of personnel required is about 120%, and the degree of evolution is 70%. In this case, the energy they need to consume is not particularly high, but after supplementing the last 30, the consumption of thermal energy has more than doubled. The energy consumption is a bit exaggerated. A single bug can increase the consumption so much, and the consumption of the entire swarm can be imagined. Simulate according to this data. As the order was issued, the simulation on the super brain side also began. In the screen, the fully evolved Zerg fleet collided with the opponent. Then the two sides burst out a big increase. Compared with the previously evolved Zerg, there was indeed a big change. Before the evolution, to be precise, the Zerg that maintained a 70% evolution degree was not a match for these warships. Now, although the opponent only needs 2 or 3 shots to kill the evolved Zerg, it is a big improvement compared to the previous one shot. However, although the Zerg's attack has been improved, the effect is not particularly obvious compared to the previous one. Before the improvement, the Zerg side could not break the opponent's defense at all. Although it can break after the improvement, the ratio of this breaking is 10,000 to 1, which means that 10,000 Zergs attack at the same time to destroy it. This is too much. Simulate what results we can achieve if we fight with the enemy at this loss ratio before our resources are exhausted. Soon, a new simulation order was issued, and the simulation began immediately after the order was issued. At this time, a large number of bugs were seen swarming towards the enemy's fleet, and a large number of bugs were killed. Naturally, there were also special bugs to recycle these resources. This cycle repeated itself. When the bugs died, new bugs would appear immediately. With the enemy's construction, killing these swarms is as easy as killing chickens and dogs. The swarms rely entirely on their own numbers to make up for the gap in strength. In this way, as time went by, the number of swarms on the swarm side became smaller and smaller, until the resources were exhausted, and then the simulation data came out. The simulation is ended, and the final results of this battle. The remaining resources can sustain the consumption of the swarm for about 23 days. Destroyed 130,000 enemy warships. Seeing this data at this time, everyone looked at each other in surprise. If you have to say it, this data is too small, pitifully small. They never thought that they would consume all the resources after killing so many enemy warships. What does this mean? It means that they will lose this battle. Not to mention the number of warships of a single civilization of the two civilizations, at least there will be several zeros after this. The gap in strength is too huge. We simply don't have enough strength to compete with him. But we must also find a practical solution for the insect combat troops. I believe you should know the reason. The situation here is a bit complicated. After all, our universe can be used, but it is impossible to say that it can be used in all situations. It is indeed as they said. If we attack the opponent's nest, we can indeed let the universe attack directly. Through the power of the universe, it is possible to destroy their nest, but the problem is that they still have so many warships. They will definitely have warships leaving the battlefield and playing games with us. Then the question is, how should these warships be dealt with? What does it mean to attack with the universe? It's like a normal person attacking bacteria with his hands and feet, which is impossible. To put it bluntly, the opponent's size is too small, so small that you have no chance to touch him. Even if he has a way to enter your universe, it's like a bacterial invasion. After they invade, you must have a strong enough immune system to resist, otherwise, they can slowly disintegrate from the inside. Although there are corresponding response plans on the inside, the problem is that their internal plans must be effective first. They don't know whether the opponent has mastered the corresponding technology, so they must have a new plan to at least ensure that it is foolproof. And they are arranging these things with this mood. It seems that the conventional way is basically impossible. In this case, let's take a different approach. After a long time, a commander said, "The gap between our strength and the opponent's is too huge. It is basically impossible to rely on defense. Even if we put all our evolution points into it, it will not have much effect. Since the opponent has caused so much damage to us, strengthening this aspect will not have any effect. After using so many evolution points, the final result is that we can withstand 3 shots instead of 1 shot. Although it seems to be a 3-fold improvement, we actually gave up attacking and could not cause effective damage to them. So I think it is better to abandon defense and focus all our attention on attacking rather than focusing all our attention on defense. There is no essential difference between 1 attack being solved and 3 attacks being solved, but if we can solve the opponent's record at the lowest cost, then this is truly meaningful." After hearing what he said, everyone decided to try it in this way. So a new simulation began, and this time only 30% of the evolution points were placed on the routine, which included things like being able to survive in hyperspace, and after these things, the remaining 70% were all placed on attack. With the end of the evolution, everyone turned their attention to the new battlefield, and at this time, the fleets of both sides met as before, but this time, the effect was obviously improved compared to before. The opponent was very fast in killing bugs, but the speed of killing the opponent on our side was not slow. This time, they only needed to pay the price of 100 bugs to destroy a battleship of the opponent, and everyone couldn't help but look happy when they saw this news. This is a 100-fold reduction in resources. 13 million. This time we used up all our resources, and killed more than 10 million of the enemy's warships. Although they didn't know how many warships the enemy had, they felt that the number should be higher, so they couldn't help but start thinking again. If we give up some more people, we still need to ensure the most basic survival, that is, to ensure survival in a harsh environment. Apart from that, all points should be put on attack. After a long time, they began to adjust the various abilities of the bugs. Many abilities were all given up by them. After giving up these abilities, they directly took out 10% of the evolution points from them. This time, the points they could put into attacking directly reached 80%, which was a very scary data. Then a new simulation began. This time, they killed a total of 30 million warships of the other side. This number was a lot of money for them, and they were happy. Although the effect was much worse than we expected, it must be said that it was enough for this number. Even if the other side should be seriously injured, and they could not send so many fleets into the universe. In this way, everyone discussed it one by one. Overall, there is basically no big problem. Now it is certain that this number is enough, but unfortunately, even if 80% is used, it still cannot reach the conditions to break the opponent's defense. The improvement after breaking the opponent's defense is very large. Sometimes you may only need 1% to break the defense. But it is precisely because of this that you can't break it, so the effect of your attack on him is not so obvious. But if you break through this critical value, the effect will be 2 different concepts, just like the bug is 10% more than before, and the result is twice as much. This is like the opponent's defense is 100. You need to attack 70 to cause damage to the enemy. Below 70, the enemy will not be hurt at all, but when your attack reaches 80, your damage will double. When it reaches 90, it will be several times more. This is probably the case, and it is for this reason that a small change on the player's side can cause such a big change. We can't give up anymore. If we do, I'm afraid these bugs won't be able to survive normally in hyperspace. While many people were still discussing, the battle report from the front line caught their attention. They have found it. We left a fake nest for them and started to attack there. The next step is to see if we can hide it from them. If we can, then all the benefits will be hidden. If we can't, then we must enter the field. The opponent's nest has not been found yet, so the problem is very complicated now. So everyone discussed in silence, and at this time, countless certificates suddenly appeared in the fake nest. When the battleship appeared, a large number of bugs in the stronghold swarmed out and attacked them. The dense bugs were overwhelming, but they didn't have much effect on these fleets. The bug damage had no effect on them, but their random attacks could kill a large number of bugs. As we predicted, these bugs are almost reaching the level of superdimensional civilization. They are just one step away from success. We have not found any laws they have mastered yet. They should have studied the laws, but considering that the previous laws were left to them by us, they are unwilling to study them. They probably also thought that even if they studied them, it would not be of much use. At this time, the commanders in the command room were staring at the battlefield. The bugs encountered here were completely different from those in other areas. There is an obvious gap in strength, but for them, even if there is a big gap in strength, it doesn't matter much, because they have absolute suppression ability. In this way, both sides closely watched every move on the battlefield, and soon these bugs were cleared by these fleets, and then they launched an attack on the bug strongholds without hesitation. At the same time, another group of fleets suddenly appeared in this universe, and when the fleets here appeared, they also cooperated very tacitly. Destroy the Zerg's buildings, and wait until all this is over. The next moment the two waves of fleets will break out again. However, compared with the previous battle, this time it is not a small-scale collision, because at the moment of the battle, more warships flew towards this side. Then the universe-level war broke out. Naturally, this battle is completely different from the previous battle. The two civilizations are inseparably fighting here, and at the same time somewhere in the hyperspace. A group of fleets suddenly appeared here, and when they appeared, they immediately flew in a certain direction, and at the same time, another fleet flew in the direction they were heading. It is obvious that both sides have found each other's nest. After all, in addition to understanding the opponent's strength and eliminating the bugs, the purpose of so many attempts is to determine the opponent's position. In addition to this place, a group of fleets also appeared in another area. It is obvious that both sides have fleets heading for the other's nest. Compared with the past, the two civilizations did not restrain themselves this time. They directly took out their best skills and fought hard at the doorstep of the other party. If other civilizations encountered such a thing, they would naturally stay away, but at this time in a certain area, a wandering bug suddenly seemed to notice something. Then he flew towards the war area at the fastest speed. Chapter 905. After a while, the bug came to an area, and as soon as it arrived here, it saw the warships of both sides fighting. The two sides were fighting hard. Seeing this scene, they naturally knew that they had found the other side's base camp. Well done, we actually found a civilized base camp. According to this rhythm, I estimate that the second base camp should be easy to find. If so, then we can take the initiative to attack. As they spoke, everyone present was a little excited. They didn't expect this to be done so quickly. Originally, they thought they would need to search for a long time in this space, but who would have thought it would be so fast? But they were not immediately overwhelmed by this sudden luck. At this time, they were also extremely cautious. It is possible that this is a deliberate bait set by the other party. After all, if it is so easy to find, then it is really strange. After all, you have seen the situation on our side. Our strength is much worse than theirs. What is the final result? Everyone is also skeptical about this. After all, they set up so many fake bases to lure the other party. In the end, they succeeded. The other party did not find their real location. If we can do the same thing here, does it mean that the other party can do it too? So, everyone immediately became alert. Let's mark this area first, and then we will continue to look for other areas to see the situation. In this way, everyone communicated with each other. Indeed, what happened at the moment was a little beyond their expectations. Everything was too easy, so easy that it made them feel too unreal. So these bugs continued to search in the universe. Of course, they also left a lot of bugs in this area. As for why they left, it was naturally very simple. After all, the current situation is that the other side has already started fighting, and the two civilizations have found each other for some unknown reason, which means that they may be able to find another civilization by following the clues. Of course, the most important thing they need to do now is to ensure that they will not be discovered, Because once their bugs are exposed, then things will be serious. Why did the two civilizations fight? The players know it very well. To put it simply, the two civilizations have been determined, the players have been completely eliminated, and the Zerg has announced its withdrawal. Under such circumstances, they fought. So once the bugs on their side are exposed, the consequences for themselves will be even worse than before, so they are naturally very cautious about this matter. Even when they observed the battle between the two civilizations, they only dared to observe for a short while, and then left directly. Although the information of these two civilizations is very important to them, no matter how important the information is, it is not as important as their hiding themselves now. Compared to us looking for their location, it is definitely easier for them to expose themselves. So what we have to do next is to find a way to continue tracking these two civilizations. But the problem is that once we do this, it will be easy to expose us. Although their bugs have not been discovered by the two civilizations, there is no absolute in the world. If the other party deliberately tracks them, the possibility of being exposed is very high. So now they think that they have been destroyed, and the possibility of the other party deliberately tracking them is not high. But who can guarantee it? With all kinds of thoughts, the bugs are also extremely cautious. The battle between the two civilizations lasted for only a few years, and ended compared to the player's imagination. The final result of both civilizations is that both sides are injured. But this is also within the player's expectations. The gap between the two civilizations is actually not big. So although this war is not small, the final result is not surprising at all. But it is obvious that this confrontation is not the end. Because there will be more wars in the future. This time, for the two civilizations, it is just a mutual test. At this time in the command room of the two civilizations, Civilization number 1 is summarizing the results of this war. The casualties on both sides are basically at an equal level. But in this war, if we have to say it, we should be considered at a disadvantage, because we did not find their base, but they found our base. Although it was just a fake base, it is not difficult to see the difference in strength between the two sides just based on this point. That can't be said. At present, the gap between the two sides in technology is not that big. The advantage they have over us lies in their reconnaissance technology. At least they have the upper hand in this regard. In a war, neither of our civilizations should have revealed much of their trump cards, so we both don't know what the other party's strength is at this time. But I guess the gap shouldn't be too big. This battle caused a lot of discussion in both civilizations, and they had to admit that the other party's situation seemed to be somewhat beyond their expectations. Although both sides in this battle were basically based on probing, this time the two civilizations also took out their previously eliminated warships. Although only 1 or 2 versions were eliminated. But this is enough to show the strength of the other civilization. For them, this is a powerful enemy. After knowing the general intelligence, the two civilizations naturally attached great importance to the subsequent war. They began to recover the main battleships outside, and at the same time began to strengthen exploration in order to find the other party as quickly as possible, and then launch a thunderbolt. And the players also knew what they needed to do. When they were looking for each other, they followed the clues. In this way, they could also lock the location of the two civilizations. Since they don't have the strength to find it, they might as well leave the opportunity to those who have the strength. After all, they also know a truth very well, that is, if they don't have enough strength and insist on doing something impossible, they will definitely fail in the end. Rather than taking risks to do these things, it is better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. With this mentality, the players are sneaking around in the dark. At the same time, they are not stupid. They naturally know where their shortcomings are, so they have upgraded directly from the beginning. The bugs responsible for reconnaissance basically use all their evolution points on this. Before, we had to travel long distances in the entire space, so the most important thing for us was not the functionality of the so-called bugs or anything else. For us, the most important thing is to ensure that we can search in this space for a long time. But now it's different. After having a clear goal, we can choose to give up many functions and put all functions on hiding. In this way, the probability of us being discovered will be greatly reduced. After the new arrangement, the players' search for each other was relatively smooth. At least they successfully found several bases with the other players. They even found several areas that looked more like the other party's base, but the players estimated that these decisions might be fake. But it didn't matter to the players. Anyway, they had plenty of time to search slowly. In this way, time passed day by day. Since the end of the last battle, the two civilizations have been very restrained. They were secretly looking for each other's traces, and did not expose themselves. Of course, everyone knew that the next war between the two civilizations would definitely be a real war. Of course, the players don't know what will happen in the future, and they don't need to know. They just need to sit back and reap the benefits at the critical moment, and the rest is not what they need to consider now. While they were thinking this, the two civilizations finally determined each other's location after a period of searching. After the location of the other party was confirmed, the real war began, and the players also saw what this level of war was all about. At this time in the hyperspace, the two civilizations started to attack each other at almost the same time. The first battle was completely different from the battleship bombardment they imagined. First of all, both sides had found multiple bases of the other side. When these locations were found, they were marked in advance, but the two civilizations were restrained at the beginning and did not attack. Now the two different civilizations started to attack at almost the same time. They locked each other's coordinates, and then they activated special weapons at almost the same time, and as these weapons were activated, incredible things happened. I saw that the space on these bases was distorted, and the next moment, the powerful power of the law descended directly on these bases. The whole process was extremely simple and crude. The next moment, everything in the area began to be destroyed with the advent of the law. Then the attacked areas immediately deployed special shields to resist this invasion, but it was obvious that all this was in vain. These shields did not last long before they were shattered, and then the entire area was destroyed. The whole process was so fast that it was a bit unbelievable. It's over now. It was so fast. At this time, everyone in the hall looked at each other in surprise as they saw it all end so quickly. This is too fast. The clash of the power of law will not give you any reaction time at all. The understanding of the law by both civilizations should be about the same. In this battle, they directly used the power of law. We have to admit that this ability is indeed very terrifying. Perhaps only when the law is comprehended to a certain extent can such power be used. Although we can directly spread the power of the law, we can never achieve such a precise attack. They concentrated the power of the law and then launched a point-to-point attack. This is a special attack method that cannot be defended. Because this is the power of the rules itself, if you don't master the corresponding power of the law, it is basically impossible to block this attack. Indeed, this can be seen from the war just now. There is no doubt that these two civilizations are powerful, but even so, the strongholds of these two civilizations were directly destroyed in an instant, and they had no power to resist. Even if they tried their best to resist, it was still useless. So is there any solution to this special attack? With our current technology, this problem may be unsolvable. It's a bit troublesome. If we can't master the attack method of the other civilization, as long as the coordinates are exposed, won't we be directly attacked? To be precise, it is indeed like this, so we must also find a way to study the corresponding plan as soon as possible. In this way, everyone discussed one after another, but soon, he seemed to find something wrong. Although this battle ended very quickly, they noticed a very critical thing. That is, most of the bases on both sides were destroyed, but there were one or two bases that remained. Yes, they were surprised to find that there were still a few bases on their side that resisted such attacks. There is actually a base blocking it, which means that there should be a way to deal with this special attack, but at our current level, we simply cannot understand how to operate it specifically. As they spoke, the eyes of several people changed. They immediately realized something. Logically speaking, the situation of these bases should be similar, but the final result is like this, which is enough to explain a problem. These destroyed bases should all be fake. They should play the same routine as us. It seems to be the case, but it is obvious that the matter of our base has not been exposed, but theirs has been exposed. However, after talking about this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Is this really the case? Is the other party really like what they see? Everyone present is not clear about this. But they feel that they may have been discovered a long time ago, but the other party deliberately did not mention it. So now they have to face some choices. Because through the previous tracking, they have basically determined that there are several places that are very likely to be the other party's main base. They were planning to wait until the two civilizations were almost done fighting before attacking. However, since they had such a guess, they couldn't help but be wary of this matter. All of this was deliberately displayed by the two civilizations to lure them out, so if they went out, they would most likely get into trouble. Chapter 906. So the current situation is a bit complicated for us. The only thing that can be confirmed is that our universe has not been exposed. Perhaps they still have a backup plan in their minds. If that's the case, then we need to continue hiding. If the two civilizations want to force them out in this way, it is indeed feasible, but the premise is that they have to fall for it. But it is obvious that the players are not fools. They also know that if they really go out stupidly, then they are really finished. They may also think that if they fight each other and both lose, and we suddenly appear, then we can pick peaches at this time. They may use this idea to lure us, on the one hand to test each other, and on the other hand to confirm whether our side is dead. For this point, everyone is still quite convinced. This time their appearance was too abrupt. To put it bluntly, multiple universes suddenly redeveloped, but the main force that escaped was destroyed, and the backup plan was activated. This argument is indeed feasible, but it does not rule out that the escaped force has developed strong enough, and then the purpose of activating these so-called backup plans is to lure them out and then destroy them. Although even from their perspective, the players feel that they will think that the possibility is very low, but it is not impossible. Since there is such a possibility, it is impossible without a corresponding plan. After figuring out all this, everyone looked at the two civilizations on the battlefield at this time, and they immediately fell into thought. Keep watching, we won't go out for now. Whether it's a test or true, whether you believe it or not, we just need to hide here. Anyway, in the end, one side will be unable to resist revealing its true colors, and that will be our chance to take action. If they can hide until the end, and one side destroys the other side, we will also be happy to see it happen. In this way, everyone discussed one after another, and the word hiding was highlighted between the lines. At this time, everyone had made up their minds that no matter how the other side planned, they would hide here and not go out. Anyway, as long as you don't find our lair, we will never show up. In this case, no matter how good you are at playing, it's useless if you can't find your side. You can take this opportunity to make arrangements in advance. In short, you must be able to keep your composure at this time, otherwise it will be a big deal if the problem is suddenly exposed. At this time, the two civilizations on the battlefield were fighting one round after another. As time went by, new bases were constantly discovered, and several main bases were constantly fighting. Both civilizations had invested a lot of troops here. In addition to the strong suppression of the law weapons, there was also the collision of the front line. In this way, one base after another was destroyed and countless warships were destroyed in this war. From the beginning of the battle to now, the players have not shown up. They just quietly observed all this happening in the dark. It seems that it has nothing to do with them. As time went by, a brand new base was soon discovered. The situation of this base is completely different from the bases that players have seen before. If you have to say it, the most intuitive feeling they give is like something from two different worlds. If the previous bases were described as ancient buildings, the new bases can be understood as modern buildings without exaggeration. The situation on the entire battlefield changed drastically the moment this base appeared. Brand new warships suddenly appeared, and the new defense mode of the same base was also presented to the players. This kind of base can be completely immune to attacks such as laws. The laws of both sides will collide before attacking the base, and in this way, the invasion brought by the power of laws can be resisted. The natural consequences of the collision of two powerful laws are also earth-shattering, but because they were intercepted from a long distance, the remaining aftermath could not pose much threat to the base. And even if they were not intercepted, the attacks on the base would be blocked by a special law shield. In short, the defense capabilities of this newly appeared base are simply not on the same level. Moreover, the base itself has a strong attack capability. Even the players can't think of any way to block this attack capability. Although the players don't need to block it at all, the exoskeleton of the universe needs to consider this problem. Seeing this scene, everyone naturally understood that all the previous bases might have the same idea as them to trick other bases. They were all fake, and used to lure the enemy. For such an operation, they had to be of course normal. After all, what they could think of, how could the other party not think of it? And from the beginning of the battle to now, the players felt that they had understood this kind of civilization battle. The resources consumed by the two civilizations so far were huge, and even the players couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. They all knew this very well in their hearts. To put it bluntly, their resources were much easier to obtain than those of these civilizations. You must know that the resources in the area where these civilizations are located are very scarce, and if they want to enter the universe, they will definitely be attacked, and the most important thing is to bring civilizations in the universe with them under the blessing of cosmic consciousness. If there is a super powerful civilization, if they don't use all their strength to come in, then the loss will be very serious, and it will be very difficult to obtain resources here. If they use a powerful force here, then there will be another consequence, that is, the ratio of the pay and return. After all, their main purpose of secretly going to the universe was not to destroy the universe, but to obtain the resources inside. In the end, they paid a lot but found that the payment was not proportional to the benefits. Isn't it a big loss? So for a civilization of this level, it is very difficult to obtain every bit of resources. To be precise, it is not difficult for them to obtain resources in the universe, but because the situation here is a bit complicated. As a result, they have to face many obstacles to obtain resources here. Apart from the resources inside the universe, the only place left to obtain resources is hyperspace, but the special nature of this space makes it difficult to obtain resources from it. The bugs of the old players have been exploring this universe for such a long time, but in the end, they have not found anything. The so-called resources, at least for now, are very few. And this is the problem. You should know that the civilization level of the high space itself is very high, and you with a low civilization level cannot survive here. Under such a premise, your resource consumption is very terrifying, that is, you will consume a lot of resources even if you don't fight. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is for civilizations of these levels to obtain resources. Similarly, he also understands the purpose of these civilizations, and cultivating those weak civilizations. Take the system he obtained before. This is a good example. Although it is extremely difficult for their civilization to enter here, they can use special means to send the system into this universe, and then the system will find a host, and the host will provide resources for the system to convert to them. Just like the data he received after killing the system, the flood let him know the resources he gave to the system. If it is 100, the system will only return a little to him. Of course, in the early stage, considering the development, the system does not take so much kickbacks, usually around 10% to 20%. After all, if the host is killed by the early stage because of the resource grabbing, then it is not worth the loss. So in the early stage, the system may only charge a labor fee, but in the later stage, when the development is large, the amount of resources obtained is large, especially when the dependence on the system is greater, then the amount of resources obtained is completely different. At that time, the system's resources may start at 100%, and as your technology level gets higher and higher, the help it provides you becomes greater and greater, and you become more and more dependent on it. In this case, the price will continue to soar, and these looted resources will be stored by the system through some special means, and finally transferred to the civilization. Of course, the transfer here is not the so-called direct transfer of ore. Obviously, even at their level, they do not have such ability. The system transfer method is to absorb the energy inside through special means, and then transmit the energy through special methods. This is much easier than transferring ore. It is no exaggeration to say that a civilization at their level only needs to copy more systems, so that their energy consumption in hyperspace will be settled. The existence of these systems is equivalent to supporting their entire civilization. When these systems develop to a certain level, they will be given new tasks, just like mastering the power of laws. Maybe the reason why they want to give themselves the power of laws is to let themselves study the power of laws, and break through their own power of laws. As for the principle, he is not clear, but he has such a feeling in his heart. However, it doesn't matter. After all, he woke up at the critical moment. They didn't expect that they would wake up at that stage, nor did they expect that there were other civilizations on their side, who were eyeing them covetously. This back and forth made all their plans fall through. Although their plan failed, the impact on Jiangya was not reduced at all. After all, it was because of them that he became what he is now. So Jiangya still hates them, and because he is out of control, they are squatting on his face all over the universe. There is no way, he feels a little bit annoyed about it now. However, according to the operation methods of these civilizations, Jiangyao feels that the dragon-slaying boy may eventually become an evil dragon. He has already guessed that the power of the law is related to the behavior of these civilizations before. It is likely that the life of the law and the power of the law can be swallowed in some way. If the other party gives this thing directly, of course, this is his first thought after learning about the course of events. As for what it is, he is not clear, but it doesn't seem to be very important. After all, he doesn't care too much about this issue now. Now, he has the so-called opportunity to fight with these civilizations, so he is no longer as afraid as before, but after understanding the operation methods of these civilizations, he still feels a little emotional in his heart. I have to say that this trick is really good. However, he was a little unclear about the existence of the system. The strength of the unknown system itself should be high at this stage, but not too high. Of course, the strength mentioned here is not his combat power, but a comprehensive evaluation of all his abilities. And the most important thing is that without this evaluation, the civilization behind it still has to account for a part. It is possible that the civilization behind it will also provide some resource support to the system in the early stage. In short, the other party must have a complete operation line for all of this. In fact, Jiang Yao was also thinking about the feasibility of their idea. It was indeed a bit of a loss to do the same thing as these civilizations. But if you want to survive in this universe, being too soft-hearted or thinking too much will not end well, so his attitude towards this matter is also very clear. If there is really only one way to improve the law, then he may do the same thing in the future. Because he knows very well that standing still in such a world is equivalent to waiting for death. After finally reaching this point today, he naturally cannot wait for death in the same place. In this way, he continued to pay attention to the battle between the two civilizations. At this time, as time went by, one after another new bases were found by both sides. At this time, the war really entered the formal stage, and a series of new weapons and completely different attack methods were presented in front of him. The two civilizations have a very high degree of utilization of the law. On the battlefield, you can see that the two civilizations provide some help for their warships through various special laws. At the same time, he also found that the combat power of individuals in the civilization is also very strong, because these individuals have applied the law to themselves. Therefore, everyone has mastered the law. Although intelligence is only a small part, it is enough to turn an ordinary person into a Superman. For this reason, both civilizations also have special forces that specialize in using this ability. Among these people, there are some elites who have a deeper understanding of this power. So they joined a special combat team, and the biggest role of this combat team is to conduct hand-to-hand combat inside the opponent's flagship warship, and quickly defeat the flagship of the opponent's warship in this way. Chapter 907. As the battle between the two sides intensified, these elites soon exerted their corresponding abilities. On the battlefield, you can see a lot of small spaceships flying towards the opponent's flagship. In theory, on such a battlefield, once these spaceships enter the enemy's camp, they will basically be completely destroyed by that special law power. However, in fact, they entered and exited the enemy's warships as if there was no one in the world. Any attack passed through these warships, just like ghosts on the battlefield, and would not be affected in the slightest. At this time, whether it was Jiang Yao or others, they were closely watching every move on the battlefield. It's a bit unexpected. I didn't expect that the other party's research on dimensions is not worse than ours. Seeing this scene, everyone talked a lot. Obviously, they also found that the reason why the other side's warships were in this situation was mainly because they entered the 10th dimension. Using the characteristics of this dimension, they avoided most attacks, but this also puzzled many people. You know, under normal circumstances, this should not be the case. So what is going on? Indeed, in terms of dimensions, there is no problem with their manipulation to avoid these attacks through high dimensions, but the problem is that they have also entered high dimensions at this stage. At this time, although they are still visible from the perspective of the 3rd dimension, in fact, the dimension they are in has reached the 10th dimension. So in this case, what is going on with them? Everyone was talking about what was happening right now. It was obvious that what was happening now was far beyond their expectations. However, what was certain was that the other party might have mastered a certain technology that could go back and forth between two dimensions. If they really mastered this technology, then they had to think carefully about the other party's situation. You have to know that all their trump cards are in this dimension. If the other party's attainments in this dimension are deeper than theirs, then it is basically impossible for them to win in the later stage. Continue to observe. If the other party's research level in this dimension is higher than ours, and our attack method cannot cause effective damage to them, then we have to give up this attack. In this battle, the Zerg did not dare to be careless at all, because once a mistake was made, there would be no chance to start over this time. So now seeing the current situation, although they knew very well that it was impossible for the other party to have a higher technological attainment in that dimension than them, they still chose to endure it. At this time, the warships on the battlefield successfully rushed into the vicinity of the other party's flagship. But the next moment, many elite warriors wearing mechas appeared on the other side's flagship. At the same time, other elite warriors in the battleship also flew out of the battleship and started a battle with them. The warriors on both sides were high-dimensional, so many attacks and defenses in the 3rd dimension did not have much impact on them, but soon the players discovered that something seemed wrong and their lethality was a little low. After some observation, someone soon discovered the clues. I understand. It seems that we have been overthinking. The other party has indeed done some research in the 10th dimension, and their research ideas are basically the same as ours. They have transferred a group of people from that dimension to build bases and other things, and research-related technologies. These elite warriors should have entered the 10th dimension directly through some special means, and then projected their power through some characteristics of that dimension, so this situation occurred. Being in the 10th dimension can indeed attack other dimensions, but the attack power will be reduced a lot. This was clear to the players after they entered this dimension. Later, they obtained a lot of technology, but they still couldn't solve this problem, as if this feature could not be cracked, so they didn't continue to study some means of attacking from that dimension. After all, what's the use of such a small amount of lethality? But now it seems that their vision is too high. It is true that the lethality is useless on the warship, but it is different if the lethality is placed on a single individual, such as some personnel and equipment inside the flagship. If the target is placed on these things, then the lethality is very fatal to these things. It is indeed feasible to disintegrate the flagship from the inside in this way, but I think the other party should not be so stupid, since the technology of both sides is similar. If one civilization wants to get another civilization, how can they not take some countermeasures in such a situation? I think their warships also have relevant defense technology, but we don't know the specific situation yet, but it doesn't matter, just keep observing. In this way, everyone discussed one by one. Soon they also had an answer. It is indeed very difficult to disintegrate from the inside. At least through the high-risk observation of the players, they found that many things inside are under a special protection, which makes the progress of destruction very slow. But for these elite warriors, as long as they can make an impact, it is enough. After all, compared with the cost of a single individual, the cost of a warship is too expensive. But according to this progress, it won't take long before the inside of the warship will be disintegrated, and this is also what everyone is more confused about. In theory, in this case, the other party should immediately find a way to stop this group of people, but it is obvious that the other party did not do so. They sent another group of elite warriors to intercept the second group of people coming. I don't know what these people think of leaving the people who have already invaded and destroyed inside, and focusing on the next group of people coming. But soon they had an answer, because they found that the bodies of the people who were destroying inside began to change, and as time went on, their bodies gradually collapsed. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in surprise. It is because of this reason that the people inside do not need to turn, and the waves of people sent out outside are mainly for relay, because these people should not be able to last long after entering that dimension. Until this moment, everyone figured out something. I understand. If I'm not mistaken, after the other party enters that dimension, their bodies can't bear the special power of that dimension at all. These elite warriors will only enter that temperature when they are really engaged in this type of combat. And they are not Zerg, they have not evolved as abnormally as us. You can evolve corresponding abilities according to specific circumstances, so when they enter that dimension, they are in a state of death. Maybe their bodies have been modified to adapt to the environment over there, but the time is not long. For them, as long as they can fight in that state, it is enough. If time is not enough, then send more people. In this way, everyone closely watched every move on the battlefield. Through the various behaviors of the two civilizations, they understood the situation on both sides, and finally let everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Although these two civilizations also have related research in that dimension, and have made certain progress. But the fact is that the dimensional technology of these two civilizations is fundamentally different from that of the players, who don't know how far they will be thrown out. It is true that they became famous earlier and developed longer than us, but if they did not focus on that dimension, their technological level would never catch up with the franchise, and even if they were placed in that world, they might not be able to catch up. Until the players took the risk to contact the many civilizations in this dimension and exchange so much technology, many of these civilizations were developing in this world for an unknown period of time. These civilizations have lived here for generations, and are very familiar with the situation here. Before they entered here, they were all advanced civilizations. In this case, the other party has developed in their home field for so many years, but they are not as good as you, an outsider, who has left a small base here to research more technology. Don't underestimate a civilization. In your home field, hundreds of millions, or even billions of years of research. Although there are latecomers, you can surpass a civilization. How many civilizations can you surpass? Civilization players exchanged a lot of related technologies through a bunch of civilizations. It is also relying on these technologies that players have their own footholds in this dimension, and it is also relying on this dimension. The defense mechanism of the universe mastered by the players has been arranged. So you are very clear about the current situation. We still have advantages on our side. At least in that dimension, they have absolute confidence on their side, and the most important thing is that for the players, this is not a retreat. But it is obvious that they have more important things to do now. Both sides have sent out such special warriors. Doesn't this give us an opportunity? Since you can enter that dimension, it proves that you also have a base and related facilities in that dimension. Otherwise, You can't enter it under normal circumstances. And now you have directly let these warriors enter that dimension, which means that you have directly exposed the exact coordinates of that dimension. Perhaps such exposure is difficult to detect for other civilizations, but among the technologies mastered by the players, there is naturally relevant tracking technology. The players exchanged for quite a few tracking technologies in this dimension. After all, when they traded the technologies, they were also worried about being tracked by the enemy, so they exchanged a lot of related technologies in advance. With this mentality, the players also started to act. It must be said that the players, who have an absolute advantage in this dimension, are no longer as cautious as before. Even if they make a big fuss, they will be discovered, because here they are in a stage of crushing the two civilizations. Naturally, this is good news for the players. After a search, the bases of the two civilizations in this dimension were soon found. Of course, the players did not clean up their spirits. All their actions against the two civilizations will be carried out after everything is fully prepared. Now what they have to do is to see if they can find the location of the other bases of the other party through this dimension. After all, although the players have discovered the bases of the other party before, they are obviously fake. If the locations of many real bases of the two civilizations were not exposed at this stage of the war between the two civilizations, the players would never find them. After all, at this level, the location of the real base can never remain unchanged. These bases are moving, and the speed is very fast, so if you find it here at one time, you don't know where it will fly to the next time. So in this case, it is already difficult to find it, not to mention that the opponent's technology level is so high, and it is deliberately hidden, which makes it even more difficult. Compared to searching slowly in the hyperspace, if we can use the characteristics of the 10th dimension, then there may be a chance. Of course, the other party has also mastered the corresponding hidden technology, otherwise, the other party will not be able to use the technology of this dimension. It is indeed difficult to follow the clues through the other party's hidden means, but this is the only way for them to find the other party's base. However, it is obvious that this plan is not as easy to succeed as imagined. At least the players have tried their best, and have not found any clues left by the other party, which makes them have to change other ideas. Of course, although they did not find any clues, they still obtained a lot of useful information. Through this information, they can basically determine that the other party's research on this dimension is not in depth. At least there are many key technical aspects that they have mastered. This makes them unable to put their minds at ease. At least their trump cards are still effective for this group of people. In this way, the two civilizations fought in the open, while the players were looking for breakthroughs in secret. The three civilizations each have their own calculations. However, as time went on, the players soon discovered something was wrong. They even suspected that the second batch of bases that suddenly appeared were not real bases, but baits thrown out by the other party. This made the players also, under normal circumstances, if these were their real bases, they would be able to find clues to the bases by following the clues. But it was obvious that they did not find them. This made the players suspicious. Of course, they also felt that it might be that their technology level was too low. However, no matter what the reason was, for the players, as long as they did not find it, they would always hold back. Chapter 908. As time went by, the two civilizations continued to fight, and the players were hiding. The players couldn't help but feel a little strange. When they faced some enemies, they would take the initiative to attack, but now they chose to stay behind the scenes. But for them, the route they need to take now is to be stable. The two civilizations have been fighting for such a long time, and no new bases have appeared yet. It seems very likely that these bases are real. But now we have discovered through their fighting that among so many bases, none of them looks like their main base. Keep observing for a while. As they talked, they continued to observe the battle between the two civilizations, and find ways to fight them. At this time, as time went by, the battle between the two civilizations also attracted the attention of other civilizations. For the players, this is naturally a good thing, because as long as they are noticed by other civilizations, even if they are discovered, they may be mistaken for other civilizations. So for them, this was a disguised way of helping themselves. But what surprised the players was that these civilizations had no intention of taking action against these two civilizations. They were just observing in secret, and no one knew what their plans were. However, according to speculation, they should want to find out the actual situation of the two civilizations before choosing to take action. However, everyone always feels that the universe rules in the hyperspace should be somewhat different from those in other civilizations. In the past, they had their own rules in the ordinary universe, but after arriving in the hyperspace, they should also have their own set of rules. In short, They are not particularly clear about the specific situation here, but it is not necessary for them to have a society. Now all they have to do is observe, and then find the other party's nest. As time goes by, these newly discovered bases are soon destroyed. After seeing the scene, the players feel that the war between the two civilizations may have ended. As expected, as these bases were completely destroyed, the two civilizations fell silent, and their traces disappeared without a trace. From beginning to end, the players did not find what they needed. That is to say, we thought too much at the beginning. The situation of these two civilizations is a bit beyond our expectations. Maybe from the beginning, these two civilizations were prepared to test, and did not intend to go all out directly. Another possibility is that these two civilizations have seen the final result, and both sides may suffer losses, so for this reason, they chose to cease fire. But what is certain is that so far, both sides have not found each other's hometown, otherwise the war would not have stopped until now. That means these new bases are also their disguise? In this way, everyone discussed one after another. Obviously, the final result of these two civilizations could not satisfy them. Of course, they could understand it. After all, judging from the current situation, it was impossible to satisfy everyone. The two civilizations were not stupid. They could not say that they would both lose and let others take advantage. However, through the fight between these two civilizations, they could also confirm one thing. It seems that there is no so-called life and death situation here. The fight between these two civilizations seems to be more for the purpose of maintaining the dignity of civilization. The behavior of destroying the other party at all costs in some conventional universes did not happen here. The fight between these two civilizations was more like a stop. While he was still thinking this, I was on the other side. The situation here is just completely different from what the players think. After so many people fighting, and so many attempts, it is basically certain that the group of bugs should have been completely wiped out by us. Otherwise, they will definitely appear in the later battle process, and they did not appear in the end, which is enough to explain this problem. But just in case, let's wait for a while. At this time, if our two civilizations stop, then the other party will also be suspicious of our situation, or they will also try to find our traces. If they really didn't eliminate us, they will most likely do so. And what we have to do is also very simple, that is, to take advantage of this opportunity and make a final test. If it is confirmed that the other party has been eliminated by us, then we will proceed with the next plan. At this time, the commanders in Civilization No. 1 were discussing this matter. What they needed to do was to completely eliminate the enemies they had identified, especially the insects, which were likely to have a great impact on them in the future. They had to be 100% eliminated. In this way, as time went by, several years passed quickly, and the players were very honest during these years. Of course, it was normal for them to be honest. After all, given the current situation, it would be strange if they were not honest. Through previous observations, the players could basically be sure of one thing, that is, the other party's technological level far exceeded their own, and the other party's means were definitely beyond their expectations. In this case, the players were very cautious in any action. After the subsequent war ended, they also thought about it, otherwise they would just go and explore again to see if they could find the information they needed through the traces left behind. But later they gave up this plan. The reason for giving up was very simple. They could indeed find some clues in this way, but didn't the civilization they were fighting against have such means? It was obvious that the other party definitely had such means. In other words, the other party had such means, but they couldn't find them, or they were unwilling to use them, but they used them. Isn't this purely problematic? So they seriously suspected that the things left behind were not as simple as they thought, but the facts were the same as they thought. After all, even the civilization they were fighting against couldn't find these things, let alone with their current technology. It's very likely that the other party left them for them on purpose. Players even found that both civilizations left similar things. Obviously, there was a problem. Although this thing was difficult to detect, the more it was, the less likely it would arouse suspicion. Therefore, considering this point, the players directly suppressed their impulse and continued to wait and see. Obviously, they changed the communication route, which was very likely to arouse the other party's suspicion. Now the three civilizations are like Lao Lu. Whoever can't hold back first will become the biggest loser. So considering this factor, they chose to endure. Even if they lost the traces of the two civilizations in the end, it didn't matter. Anyway, if they lost them, and there was no impact. At most, they could develop secretly. One day they would meet, and then their strength might be able to take revenge. So for this reason, They chose to temporarily give up fighting with these civilizations at this stage, but it is obvious that sometimes things will not develop as the players think. After this incident, it was quiet for about 50 years. On this day, a war broke out in the universe again. This time, it was obviously between the two civilizations, and this time, the battle between the two civilizations immediately attracted the attention of the players, because they found that this time, the bases of the two civilizations were found. It is obvious that in these years, they are not only testing themselves, but also testing each other. They are secretly looking for each other's nest. Thinking of this, everyone can't help but break out in a cold sweat. Obviously, they did not expect this to happen. From the beginning to the end, the two civilizations have been constantly testing and calculating. While calculating themselves, they are also looking for each other's traces. As a result, it seems that this matter is not as calm as it seems on the surface. In fact, the two civilizations have made many plans in secret, especially after the war stopped. If they did not feel that there was something wrong, so they took back all the bugs they sent out and stopped investigating the clues, I am afraid they would be exposed. While the players were thinking about this, the war between the two civilizations also attracted their attention. At this time, two huge spaces in the hyperspace, the base appeared in the player's field of vision. This kind of base is very special. Usually, their traces can be hidden in the hyperspace and cannot be detected, but now they have been exposed to everyone's sight. It's just as we thought. These two civilizations are quite good at hiding. While the players were still discussing, they also saw a completely different way of fighting. Countless attacks containing the power of laws were launched from these huge bases, and then these attacks crossed the distance of time and space, and instantly appeared above the opponent's base. And with the appearance of these roosters, the space in that area began to distort, and a majestic force emanated from it. This war was not as the players imagined, with the main fleets of the two civilizations colliding, or even without a fleet at all. Their base was the biggest killer. If you think about it carefully, the players can understand that after all, there is no need to rely on the fleet so much at that level. Before, they used the fleet to fight, which may have played a more demonstration and no-gain role. Now that the test is over, both sides will naturally use their real skills directly. But just when they were still thinking about this, something unexpected happened. Several extremely powerful attacks came directly towards them. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. You know, they have always been very careful, and they have also changed the communication route. The only means for the other party to track them is gone. In this case, how did they expose themselves? And these two civilizations attacked them so tacitly. How was it exposed? We didn't leave any clues in the universe. How did they locate us so accurately? At this time, the players knew very well that if they continued like this, they would be destroyed by these two civilizations first. There was no time to think too much. Jiang Yao also mobilized the power of the universe immediately. The next moment, in front of a huge humanoid universe, the space was suddenly torn apart, and then the universe stepped into the torn space. At the same time, several attacks hit the Cosmic Man, directly causing a large area of ripples. The armor on the surface of the Cosmic Man was instantly defeated, and even the body of the Cosmic Man was missing a small piece. They had the ability to annihilate the universe. Seeing this, Jiang Yao's heart sank. He hadn't expected that the other party actually had such ability, but now, he couldn't think too much. As the Cosmic Giant entered the crack, when his figure appeared again, he had already appeared near the giant base of Civilization Number 1. The area of this base was much larger than he had imagined. Because this base is about the same size as his, this is already very terrifying. Of course, he is too late now. He just controls these things and punches directly at the base. At the same time, the base is also pulling away and releasing strong attacks. Because there was the first attack before, these armors made of insects are also constantly evolving. With these attacks, although these armors were directly split, they did not cause any damage to the universe. It is obvious that this attack was blocked. The moment the armor was broken, the next moment new armor appeared and covered the surface of the attacked area. At the same time, the attack of the Cosmic Man also hit the huge base. The next moment, ripples appeared in the space, and the powerful collision caused the entire area to shake. At the same time, a large amount of the opponent's law power also emerged and acted directly on the Cosmic Man. The next moment, the large scales covering the entire Cosmic Man began to fall off. It can't withstand it at all. Even if it has evolved, it can't withstand such an attack. At this time, Jiang Yao's heart sank to his bones, as he watched the universe shrink in size after being hit. Fight them. Thinking of this, the appearance of this cosmic person began to change, from the human form at the beginning to a huge, irregular cosmic space. A large number of armors began to appear on the surface of this cosmic space. At the same time, the universe began to expand, and then it directly enveloped this huge base. The 10th dimension is coming. Directly cover this universe. As the voice fell, the terrifying power of space instantly enveloped the entire base. Chapter 909. This time, he used all his strength to fight this group of people. From the initial arrangement to the subsequent changes in the plan, everything happened too quickly. So quickly that no one had time to react. Not only the subordinate civilizations under his command, but even Jiang Yao himself did not expect that he had done it very cleanly and basically impossible to be discovered. So what means did they use to find me? I really can't understand. If they really have such means, why did they wait until now? Or are there any limitations to their means, such as the time consumption is longer or something? At this time, he couldn't help but think about this problem. He thought that he had always been very covert, but he didn't expect that his covertness was only what he thought. But now, he couldn't think too much. At this time, the space of the entire area changed. The original universe disappeared, and this city suddenly appeared in a strange space. Dimensional descent technology. Compared to Jiangyao, when civilization number 1 saw the scene, their expressions changed drastically. These bugs have mastered this technology. How did they do it? Could it be that they were in this dimension from the beginning, but they just mastered a special method to enter the hyperspace, or the conventional universe? At this time, the mobile commander saw this scene, and couldn't help but guess in his heart that in fact, they have never stopped their research on the technology of the 10th dimension, and naturally they have also encountered local native civilizations there. They once had a conflict with such a civilization. After the two sides fought, the other side used this technology, which directly affected them in the 3rd dimension. It was also for this reason that they paid more attention to the research of this maintenance technology. But this technology is not so easy to master. The resources they invested here do not support them to research the corresponding technology at all, so they only know about this technology but do not really understand it. Normally, if you launch an attack from the 10th dimension to the 3rd dimension, it is very good to cause one layer of damage, but this technology can cause 100% damage, because this technology can temporarily drag you directly into that dimension. Not good. Immediately let the people from the 10th dimension come to support. Seeing this scene, it is obvious that these commanders know that things have far exceeded their expectations. Although in this dimension, distance is no longer a problem, because the speed limit of this dimension is too high. So even if they are far away, as long as they have accurate coordinates, it will only take them 10 minutes to rush over. Of course, Jiang Yao knew much more about the characteristics of this place than they did. After all, he had developed so many technologies, and so many things, so he was naturally very clear about some basic knowledge. It seemed that after he dragged the other party into this dimension, he launched an attack immediately. At the same time, the other party obviously noticed his actions, and a huge law force surged out from the base to the surroundings. If it were in the regular universe, I really would have no way to stop you. Even if my universe wanted to withstand this kind of damage, it would probably be very difficult. But it's obviously different here. As he spoke, he immediately asked the insect base here for support. The next moment, a large number of insects emerged from the base. These insects were very different from the insects in the 3rd dimension, and the evolution of these insects was completely to adapt to the combat in this dimension. The powerful law governance office could easily cause fatal damage to these insects in other dimensions, but in this dimension, the appearance of these law forces was like ripples in water, without any effect. These insects easily penetrated these laws, and launched a fierce attack directly on their base. There was no way. All the rules here were completely different from those outside. Outside, it might be said that the damage of the law force was very terrifying, but here, it was very easy to avoid the law force, not to mention that he now had more than just these techniques. Just as the insects launched their attack, a huge insect nest also appeared here, and then a large amount of sticky stuff suddenly sprayed out from around the insect nest. These purple sticky things were originally the fungal blankets of the insects. After coming here, they were transformed and became a special attack method. When these things attached to the base, the entire base building began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared with the previous attacks on other bases, they might be able to repair them instantly. Once they were entangled by this thing, they would not be able to repair them instantly. This is also one of the things that the Zerg can use to fight other civilizations in this universe. All the damages to things eroded by this thing are irreversible. Although they can repair this damage after returning to the 3-dimensional universe, they can forget about it in this place. The strong shield of the base is the same as nothing for these substances. Basically, there is no difference. These special substances easily penetrate the shield. This scene made all the commanders terrified. How is it possible? How can they have such powerful technology in this dimension? To be honest, many of them now think that this race may live in this place. Civilization can't do anything. If the things he has mastered don't live in this place often, it would be impossible to study them. But they also know very well that this is just their fantasy, because they have been watching this race from weak to strong, and they know this race very well. So seeing this scene made their expressions change again and again, but obviously they also know that based on the current situation, it is not the time for them to think about these things. What they need to think about now is how to deal with the current situation. All the rules here are no longer the same as before. Their law power collides with these insects, but it can't cause any damage to them. On the contrary, these insects can easily destroy their important buildings. Countless turrets and special attacks in their base poured out, but they didn't have any effect. These insects seemed to be weak in the no man's land, and kept wandering around in their base. At the same time, their support troops in this dimension were also rushing over at a very fast speed, but unfortunately their support troops encountered a large number of bugs just halfway through. Then the war between the two sides broke out, but the bugs easily solved their support fleet with a crushing attitude, and even found their base in this universe. Without saying a word, a large number of bugs flew over there. Crushing. Here, there is a complete trend of crushing. Although they are still a weak race to them in the three-dimensional universe, they are also like this in the eyes of the bugs here. At the same time, the mobile commander of the number 1 civilization base wrapped in the big universe, the number 2 civilization in the three-dimensional universe, looked back and frowned. What happened inside? Should we do it now? Hearing this question, the leading commander thought for a while, and finally shook his head. This group of bugs should have some other means that may have a certain impact on us, but I think after using this means, they will also be injured, so there is no need for us to go over to help at this time. Fight until both sides are injured, and we will take action later. After all, these two civilizations are essentially hostile civilizations, and have no cooperative relationship at all, so for them, it is naturally best to weaken the other party's strength as much as possible. So when they saw the other party being tossed like this, they naturally had no intention of helping, and now they didn't know what the situation inside the universe was. Although they didn't know what means these bugs had, they could be sure that the bugs were definitely not the opponent of civilization number 1, but since these bugs had used all the means they had kept, they didn't mind waiting a little longer. Although the hope is slim, what if these bugs cause great harm to a civilization? Wouldn't that be a bargain for them? Under the watchful eyes of civilization number 2, civilization number 1 is now engaged in a world-shaking battle with the bugs. The goal of these bugs is very clear. Their purpose is to destroy the various important cores of base number 1. They certainly cannot do this in the conventional universe, but in this universe, it is not difficult for them to do this. I don't know how long it will take, but the base of this civilization is too big. Jiang Yao also frowned at this time. He knew the relationship between the two sides very well. He trapped civilization number 1, and civilization number 2 would definitely stand idly by. This is why he took action against civilization number 1 as soon as possible. The first point is that he needs to use a method to deter or delay. The second reason is that this civilization is the one that deceived him the most. Therefore, he had a great hatred for this civilization, and it was for this reason that he immediately thought of attacking them. However, he also knew that although the civilization outside was definitely against him, and civilization number 1, they would be very happy to see it. But the problem was that the other party was not a fool. If civilization number 1 still did not get out of trouble after a long time, then civilization number 2 would doubt whether they could resist their means, or whether they could cause fatal damage to them. If they were suspected, then it would be time for them to take action. After all, if they had means to cause fatal damage to them, then they would definitely prioritize solving their own problems. After all, compared to their internal struggles, it was best to solve the unstable factor of the bugs first. Because his progress was so terrible, if he could not cause harm to civilization number 1, it would not matter. If he could cause harm, then for civilization number 2, or even civilization number 1, they might directly choose to join forces. After all, they had developed for so many years, and he had only developed for so many years, and he could have such strength, so the other party would definitely not allow him to continue to develop, because they knew very well that they would not be opponents in the future if they were given some more time. In order to ensure their own safety, they would definitely make a choice at the first time. So he was also very clear about the rules and regulations here. However, it must be said that this set of combat methods was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. His original plan was that this method was mainly reserved for those warships that invaded his universe, so he did not expect it to have much effect, but he never expected that the effect of his method would far exceed his expectations. At that time, he saw that the other party had the means to annihilate his universe. Otherwise, he would never take the risk and drag the other party's entire base in, because he actually thought a lot in his heart at that time. Especially when he saw that the other party had such means, he knew very well that if he didn't take the risk, he might be slowly worn down by the other party. So after thinking about it, he chose to fight to the death. As a result, who could have thought that the effect of this was far beyond his expectations? But for him, this was naturally a good thing. It surprised me a little bit. I didn't expect that even the main base of the enemy couldn't withstand such an attack. So as long as I can find a way to pull the enemy into this area, at least if the enemy's technology in this area is not as high as mine, then I will have an absolute advantage. At this time, looking at the insects wreaking havoc in the opponent's base, he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction, but he knew very well that according to the current value, although his destruction seemed to have caused a lot of their buildings to collapse, it actually didn't have much effect. It's like a giant bitten by an ant, which may leave him with some injuries, but these things are harmless. It doesn't matter to them, so what he needs to do now is to cause injuries that they can pay attention to as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, he directly sent all the insects out to attack this side, and at the same time mobilized the power of the insect nest. What he has to do now is very simple, that is, to cause the greatest damage here in the shortest time at the fastest speed. As time went by, about 4 or 5 days passed quickly, and during these days, Civilization number 2 did not attack them. However, after 2 more days, Civilization number 2 gradually began to appreciate the flavor. Chapter 9:10. The time is obviously wrong. In fact, the essence of this matter is nothing more than the other party is trapped. Under normal circumstances, it should not be difficult for Civilization number 1 to escape. However, the fact is that Civilization number 1 has not made any movement for such a long time. If he has any chance of escaping, then there will definitely be some changes in the universe at this time. But in fact, Civilization number 1 has not caused any impact on the universe. Now the universe remains the same as before. Civilization number 2 gradually feels that the situation seems to be out of control. Could it be that the other party really has mastered a certain technology that can cause harm to civilizations of our level? So there are 2 problems in front of us at present. The first problem is that if the other party has not caused any harm to the enemy, and Civilization number 1 did it deliberately, his purpose is to lure us to attack, and then attack us at the moment we attack, using this opportunity to cause heavy damage to us. This possibility is very high. After all, they have been fighting with Civilization number 1 for quite a long time. Through this period of fighting, they have gradually discovered the situation of the other party. The other party's technological level is not inferior to theirs, which means that the other party may have technology that can directly injure them. They think this possibility is very high. According to this logic, the problem is very serious. Because once this assumption is established, when they take action, the other party will cause them heavy damage. At the same time, they are very familiar with the insects. Although they may be much worse than Civilization number 1, they are not much worse. They are also very clear about the technology currently mastered by the insects. At least along the way, they have observed a lot of insects, so they can basically be sure that through observation, they have not found any technology that can directly destroy their technology. This possibility is very high. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is just our guess wrong. The other party may have technology that can severely damage our level, which is why Civilization number 1 has not reacted much so far. In response to the current situation, they have also put forward various conjectures, but it must be said that these conjectures are indeed very likely. So this civilization has also fallen into entanglement. They don't know what the situation is, so they don't dare to take action now, but they don't dare to delay too long. I think we can continue to observe the current situation, because no matter what kind of technology the other side has, one thing remains unchanged, that is, the other side's technological level is here. The enemy's technological level is much worse than ours. Even if they have the technology to cause damage to civilizations of our level, their combat mode will definitely not reach our level. If civilizations like theirs are really going all out in a contest of the same level, then the winner may be decided in a few days. But the other side's civilization obviously has not reached this level. Even if the other side really has some technology that can hurt them, it is definitely impossible to achieve their efficiency. So now they have to do more to continue to observe, and there is no need to take action immediately. In that case, let's continue to observe the situation of the universe on the bug side. If we find that the universe has changed, then it's time for us to take action. The decision was made quickly. It was indeed as they said. Although the players have mastered the technology to cause certain damage to the enemy, the problem is that their current technology cannot be said to be able to destroy the enemy in a short time, like these two civilizations. What they can do is to slowly consume the opponent. Although it takes a long time to do so, it can at least cause considerable damage to the enemy. So on Jiang Yao's side, while he was attacking Civilization number 1, he was also observing Civilization number 2. However, what made him a little relieved was that Civilization number 2 did not attack them immediately. It seems that the opponent should have chosen to continue to wait and see. If so, then it will be much easier for us to operate. It seems that he has added more bugs. As the number of bugs increases, the progress of destruction is also gradually increasing. However, even so, for Civilization number 1, this kind of destruction does not have a particularly big effect. After all, the size of their side is here. So even now, on the surface, many areas seem to be riddled with holes, but in fact, the number 1 civilization has only suffered minor skin injuries. However, what makes them anxious is that they currently have no countermeasures against these bugs. Until this moment, they had to recognize a reality, that is, these bugs, in such a short time, have developed the ability to fight him. Although they were wrapped in the bug universe, the biggest reason for this matter was that they underestimated the enemy, but it is undeniable that the bugs now have the ability to hurt them. How did these bugs develop? How could they have such strength? Especially some of the technologies in this dimension, how did they master so much? Whether it is attack technology or other technologies, in this dimension we are obviously completely crushed by them. This is a fact that is difficult for them to accept, but now it has happened, even if they feel that this kind of thing is very difficult to accept, but the fact is that the fact cannot be changed. For them, such a result is somewhat incredible. Of course, such a result is naturally what they don't want to see, they can't imagine it. In such a short time, how did the other party reach the current level? Especially a dimension like this does not mean that you can contact this dimension at the beginning, you must contact it when your technology reaches the superdimensional level. They were naturally very clear about the improvement of the insect's strength. They also knew when the insects reached this level. They did not reach this level during the last escape. It is not difficult to see from this that they must have reached this level after the escape. However, the problem lies here. The other party reached this level after the escape. Even if they reached it not long after the escape, how much time has passed since then? Under such circumstances, the other party has mastered so many special technologies in this universe in such a short time. Who can bear this? Even if they encounter a technological explosion, it is absolutely impossible to have such a speed, so they are also very confused about how these insects mastered this technology. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that from now on, the current technological level is at most at the first stage, and they are very clear about the civilization at this stage. To put it bluntly, they are very familiar with what the civilization at this stage has mastered, but through the battle with these insects obviously have some technologies in their hands that they don't know. And this is also the problem. There are some technologies that they cannot master at this stage. Although these insects are not very advanced in their research on these technologies, they must be able to see that these are things that can only be mastered by high-level civilizations. Apart from this, from the beginning of the battle to now, they found that the insects seemed to know more about their situation than they imagined. You must know that the civilization at the first stage cannot imagine their situation at this stage at all. However, the insects are very aware of this situation, which can only mean one thing. The knowledge that the insects have mastered has surpassed their current stage, but this knowledge is definitely not mastered by the insects themselves. They must have mastered it through certain channels or means. So what is the problem? Could it be that there are other more powerful civilizations behind these insects? It's no wonder they would think about this. After all, everything that's happening now is too outrageous for them. So the current situation seems to be a little beyond our expectations. What these insects are currently showing is indeed not what they should master at this level. It seems that the people behind these insects are not as simple as we imagined. So the problem now lies here. If this is the case, then everything can be explained, why the strength of these insects has changed so much. So facing the current situation, how should we deal with it? At this time, everyone was discussing one by one, and it was obvious that what these insects were showing now was far beyond their expectations. At this time, they were also very confused. Now they really couldn't understand what was so special about these insects that could make so many people stare at them at the same time. After all, if they were watching, this would be a normal situation. After all, They have been keeping a close eye on the insects' every move, but when they were watching, suddenly another civilization appeared and paid as much attention as they did, which they could understand. Sometimes it was like this. Some races with more potential were watched by two civilizations at the same time. This is a very normal thing, but now there is a third civilization, which is not normal. Especially the technological level of this civilization may even surpass theirs. This matter is more or less a bit outrageous for them, but now they are also very clear that now is not the time for them to care about this. If that's the case, then our next task is not as easy as we thought. So now we have to find a way to solve the current problem, but we have no way to deal with them in this dimension. Have you forgotten? The process of entering this dimension is irreversible. Although the insects now show that they can freely travel in this dimension, don't forget that we can't do that. We didn't realize that our base was really pulled into that dimension, which means that I feel that they should have mastered a certain ability to make everything here become the unique attribute of that dimension. It is also for this reason that we mistakenly think that we have entered this dimension. If my guess is correct, they really have mastered similar technology. Then if we want to leave here, it is not as difficult as we imagined. We just need to forcibly break this connection. As the commander's voice fell, everyone thought for a long time. Soon they also felt that this possibility was very high, because once they were forced to enter this dimension, their bodies would also change. Not only the body, but other things will also change. They can naturally perceive these changes, so in this case, one thing can basically be confirmed, that is, the fact may be true, the other party has mastered a certain technology and can change the environment here into that dimension. If that's the case, even if they don't break it, they just need to delay the time until the other party's consumption can no longer support maintaining such an environment. Of course, this is the worst option. After all, no one knows what level of energy the other party needs to consume to create such an environment and maintain it. If the level is low, then everything is fine. If the level is high, things will be serious. With this mood, they also began to pay attention to every move here, and soon they found clues. The biggest clue is that the connection here is not as tight as they imagined. If this is really that dimension, then such a situation is absolutely impossible. This can only mean one thing, that is, this is not that dimension, or that dimension was forcibly pulled here. It also explains why their warships in that dimension can reach this area. It is as expected. The other party does not have the ability to create a space of this dimension here, but through a special means, pulls the space of that dimension into this universe. If you insist, we are now at the junction of the third dimension and the 10th dimension. Our attack does have no effect on the bugs, but the effect is very small, so small that we may ignore it directly. Or our attack still has such a big impact on these bugs, but they just concealed it. At the junction of dimensions, it should have the dimensional attributes of both areas. At this time, the people who saw the situation clearly also discussed it one by one, and soon they were basically able to determine the current status, and after determining the current status, the next thing will be easy. Chapter 9:11. Because they were not completely pulled into this dimension, this means that they still have a lot of room for maneuver. If they were completely pulled in, all their attacks would be in vain, but if they were not completely pulled in, it would not be impossible for them to get out of the current state. Increase the output power of the base dimension weapons. Soon they issued relevant instructions. In fact, the principle is also very simple. Since the current effect is achieved in a certain way, then only the connection or the things that meet this condition need to be destroyed. Although most of the attacks here will be diluted by containment, as long as the attack reaches a certain level, no matter how serious the dilution is, it will cause serious damage to some things. It seems that they are doing a relatively fine job here. At least if we didn't see some problems, we would not have thought of this at all. As they took action, Jiang Yao also immediately realized that something was wrong. Because the opponent's large-scale attack did cause problems in some of his connections. Not good, it seems that they have discovered some of my clues. Using this method to directly cover the use of the rules, the weapon can indeed interrupt the connection. While speaking, he also paid attention to the connection, and at this time, no abnormalities were found on the connection. Although these facilities can still withstand it now, when the power reaches a certain level, it may still be unable to withstand it. Now he could only pray that the power provided by the other side was not enough to damage these facilities, otherwise he would have to shut down the facilities forcibly. It was impossible for him to ignore his own facilities and let them be destroyed just to prolong the time. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. With such a mood, he also quietly paid attention to the energy output power of the other side. At this time, inside document number 1, the power has reached 10%, and there is no change around. continue to increase the output power of the law weapon. It has reached 20%, and there is no change in the surrounding universe. It has reached 30%, and the surrounding universe is vibrating. With the appearance of this channel, everyone couldn't help but show joy on their faces. It was obvious that their idea was correct. However, the energy required for the full power of the law weapon at 30% is also astronomical. But for them, this number doesn't matter. Then, with an order, the law weapon was quickly adjusted to 60%. After this stage, some situations in this area became very clear, and the vibration of the entire universe became more obvious. It should be at 60% that they have reached a critical point that they can hold on to, and then adjust it up by 10%. It should be around 70%, their special equipment will break down, and then we can leave directly. But if they don't scan it, it should be lifted now. Otherwise, if the equipment really breaks down, and there is a civilization eyeing them, they may have no way out. At this time, the commander of Civilization Number 1 calmly analyzed the situation in front of him. As expected, as he thought, after the power was maintained at 60% for a period of time, the universe began to shrink slowly, and the universe of the 10th dimension was gradually disappearing. When everything was over, their base appeared in hyperspace again, and not far from them was a huge universe. Staying here, but at this time, the universe has shrunk by nearly 1% compared to before, and there is also a huge base not far away. It seems that the three are in a three-legged situation, but compared to the Zerg and Civilization Number 1. At this time, Civilization Number 2 looked at the two civilizations that had ended the battle and frowned. Obviously, they did not expect things to develop like this. Originally, in their cognition, no matter how powerful the Zerg were, they should not have much impact on Civilization Number 1, but now, when the package of this universe is over, they found that the surface of Civilization Number 1 has been riddled with holes. Although it is not particularly fatal, it also conveys a meaning, that is, the other party has the ability to cause harm to them. At the same time, there is another very critical point, that is, just now they suddenly detected a huge energy fluctuation. According to this huge energy fluctuation, the opponent's law power is at least 60%. The law is a special power. The usage rate is usually 10% to 20% when used normally. Once it exceeds this limit, it is considered overclocking. The damage to the instrument is very high, and the energy consumption is also very huge, especially for large-scale use. According to this frequency of use, they estimated that just a short while ago, at least 100 years of energy accumulation of this civilization was consumed. This is the energy consumed by the large-scale use of the power of the law. This is naturally very terrifying for them, so he was also very bad. He never thought that this group of bugs would have such great patience to force Civilization Number 1 to use such a thing. Compared with Civilization Number 2, the commander of Civilization Number 1 also began to discuss various things, because the current situation is the best, that is, they and Civilization Number 2 will join forces to solve this group of bugs first, and the current situation of Civilization Number 2 is also the same. However, they are also a little hesitant at this time. After all, the situation of the law weapon on their side just now must have been seen by the other party. In this case, as long as the other party is not stupid, it is impossible for the other party to take action immediately. And if the other party takes action, whether you should take action or not is also something that needs to be considered. After all, my current state is definitely not as good as that of Civilization Number 2. If I do it myself under such circumstances, it would be fine if the group of bugs went to find Civilization Number 2, but it would be a troublesome matter if they came back to find me. When my state keeps getting worse, Civilization Number 2 may attack me at any time. As for the bugs, although they may eventually be destroyed if I do this, they at least dragged me down before they were destroyed, and I can't be stupid enough to run over and die with this group of bugs. So what should we do next? It's basically impossible to fight now. We don't trust Civilization Number 2, and Civilization Number 2 doesn't trust us either. If there is a chance, Civilization Number 2 will definitely destroy us as soon as possible, and the current situation is also very clear. Once we launch an attack, as long as the bugs are not stupid, they will definitely attack us again. This time it will be a fight to the death. We can definitely eliminate these bugs in the end, but the price we pay will definitely not be small. We are intact at this time. If Civilization Number 2 suddenly attacks us, we will definitely not be able to resist. This means that the final winner of this battle will be Civilization Number 2. Although letting these bugs go will bring us more trouble in the future, it is basically certain that the other party's conventional technology does not belong to us at all. As for their special dimensional technology, we already know it. If we want to research targeted means, We cannot lose this technology, and the bugs will have no other technology to harm us. Soon, the commanders in Civilization Number 1 analyzed the pros and cons clearly. At present, there may be only two ways in front of them. The first is to die together with the bugs. As long as they are not fools, they will not do such a thing. After all, in their eyes, their lives are much more precious than those of bugs, so they naturally cannot run over and trade one for one with the bugs. After this road is over, the only thing left is to let the bugs go. And after letting the bugs go, they can still make some use of it. First of all, Civilization Number 2 is not clear about the methods of the bugs. If they fight with the bugs in the future, they can find a way to make Civilization Number 2 the scapegoat. Who knows, they will be tricked by the bugs again. At this time, it must be very good for me to come out and reap the benefits. Moreover, this time I broke the bugs violently, which means that the bugs will definitely be strengthened when they return. After all, everyone knows the principle of learning from failures. At the same time, after strengthening these things, the price that Civilization Number 2 needs to pay to break through may not be as small as it is now. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that through the previous battles with these bugs inside, they also saw that the bugs obviously did not know much about the situation of their base, and the number of comrades arranged there was not large. Many bugs found that the size of their base was a bit unexpected, and they hatched a lot of them temporarily under the premise that the small number of bugs could not have much effect. After this slightly failed lesson, they will definitely strengthen this point. It is conceivable that when this group of bugs will prepare a large number of Zerg troops, it will be strange if the number 2 civilization can bear it when it is pulled in at that time. When the two civilizations fight again and both lose, it will be the time for them to reap the benefits. At this time, they are also very optimistic about the success rate of this plan, but what they have not noticed now is that their attitude towards the bugs has changed subtly, because they have begun to pay attention to the strength of the Zerg. In the past, they were more dismissive of the Zerg, but now it is different. They have already put the bugs on the same level as them. After all, the strength the bugs have shown is enough to justify this. However, the better the bugs perform, the more they are afraid of them, and the more they want to kill them. Because they all know one thing very well: a race that has developed in such a short time and overcome so many difficulties is definitely not as simple as it seems. They have endless potential, and this potential even exceeds their own. You must know that when they were at this time, their strength was far behind theirs. This shows how terrible the talent of this race is. For a race with such strong talent, either stay away from it. If there is a conflict between the two sides, then you must eliminate it at all costs before the other party surpasses you. At this time, the three parties were in a three-way confrontation. In the end, Civilization Number 1 chose to retreat. Seeing this, Civilization Number 2 was also a little surprised, but in the end, they made the same choice. After all, if they stayed here and fought another battle with these bugs, they could not guarantee what the result would be. Maybe their situation might be worse than that of Civilization Number 1. If they acted rashly before figuring out the means mastered by the bugs, the consequences would be very serious. In this way, several parties finally chose to withdraw. This conflict also came to an end. Fortunately, everyone restrained themselves in the end, otherwise I'm afraid I would be finished this time. At this time, Jiang Yao was relieved after seeing these civilizations retreat. To be honest, what happened today was indeed beyond his expectations. If he hadn't left enough tricks, he would have felt that he would have really died today. During the simulation before, no problems were found, but who would have thought that after the actual combat, all kinds of problems would arise? Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Without experiencing a few actual combats, you don't know what's wrong with your technology at all. I thought there would be no problem, but when we started fighting, all kinds of problems appeared. The next step is to strengthen the problems found, otherwise my thing will be cracked too easily. At this time, Jiang Yao was also ovulating, and he also began to think about how to strengthen the defense of the universe. The other party mastered this technology. If he didn't force the other party into that space, he might easily consume his universe with this special attack method. We must find other universes as soon as possible and then go and devour them. Only in this way can we obtain resources and increase the volume of my universe in the fastest time. As long as the volume is large enough, I can eliminate them before they completely eliminate my universe. While thinking, Jiang Yao also increased the intensity of external exploration. Although he has been to many universes so far, and several universes have successfully sent special signals at the edge, the distance of this signal is too far. At least so far, he has not received a signal. So if you want to find other universes in the short term, you can only keep wandering in these areas, and see if you can meet one by luck. He was helpless about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. After this experience, he became more cautious. He also had to improve his hiding skills, otherwise he would always feel like he had no secrets in front of the other party. Chapter 9:12. The first battle ended for this reason. Is it over? At this moment, the players couldn't help but look at each other. They had been paying attention to this battle, but who could have thought that it would end like this? I thought we would control the bugs and kill everyone here. Did this battle end so carelessly? At this moment, the players were discussing with each other, and it was obvious that the current situation was somewhat beyond their expectations. Come on, my friend, do you really think that fighting here is like what you think? We are at a certain technological level now. There is no need for so many fancy things in a war of this level. This is a collision between rules. If you must say, what is this thing called? Oh yes, I know, this thing is called the collision of rules. The collision of rules? What does this mean? It means that our way of fighting has completely changed. In other words, the age of adults has changed. Now we have left the previous way of fighting. In the past, we could rely on various fighting skills or various military tactics to win, but now it is completely different. Now the collision between the two civilizations is more about rules. Speaking of it, I suddenly found that we seem to be useless. We can't get involved in this level of battle at all. While speaking, the wretched player thought deeply for a long time, and then he looked at other players, and many of them nodded. At this moment, the players seemed to have made a decision. This sudden scene made many players, who didn't understand what happened, confused. Oh my god, why do I feel that the environment here has suddenly become serious? What happened? Why are you so formal all of a sudden? While complaining, many players also noticed that the biggest change was the president of their guild. Basically, the president of every guild was like this. If it were any other time, they might think it was nothing, but now they personally felt that something bad was going to happen. Go guys, what did you find out? You are so serious. Can you stop being a riddler and just tell me what's going on? Hearing the voices of these players, the leading players looked at each other and finally nodded. Everyone, how long do you want to deceive yourselves? As the player's voice fell, the players present immediately quieted down. This sentence undoubtedly touched their hearts. Hey, don't make the atmosphere so serious all of a sudden. Okay everyone, I think it's time for us to face reality. After all, we have been addicted for so many years. After a long time, a player spoke quietly. Yes, we should also face up to our current situation. We have always thought that we are helpful to this group, so we can live in this mode with peace of mind. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this mode is not bad for us. But sometimes people have to face reality, don't they? As the player finished speaking, Jiang Yao appeared in front of them. Seeing the player's current situation, Jiang Yao naturally knew what had happened, and he also understood that it was time to confess. Yes, sometimes you should face reality. As his voice fell, everyone looked at him. When did you notice it? It was very early. Maybe it was very early for us, but it might be very late for you. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded and didn't say much. He knew very well that for the current players, nothing he said would be of any use. Yes, you should have discovered it a long time ago, but you have been pretending not to care, and so did I. Hearing what Jiang Yao said, everyone nodded. Yes, it's been a long time, so long that we have forgotten when it happened. Someone in our history once discovered something wrong, but he disappeared later. Then he left some things behind, and the existence of these things let us know some of the real situation. To be precise, the leader of our players knew this. They have been hiding this matter, but there is no wall that is impenetrable, so later, more and more senior officials knew this news. We have always wanted to develop according to the current model. In fact, it is also good for our race. After all, we have been wandering in the universe for so long, and we have also seen various civilizations. We also know how difficult it is for an ordinary civilization to survive in this universe. Any slight disturbance, any collision between super civilizations, can make them disappear. After hearing what the player said, Jiang Yao did not speak, which was considered to be an acknowledgement of their words. But now, the mode of combat has changed a lot, and we are no longer the same as before. Our role in the tribe is getting smaller and smaller, so we need to know what your attitude is towards us, whether you want us to continue like this or not. After hearing this, Jiang Yao also knew why they chose to confess to him at this time, and he did not feel any surprise about it. After all this was not all within his expectations. The player's affairs will be exposed sooner or later. It's just a matter of how long it will be exposed. He has been deliberately revealing this to the top management to let them know the situation. In this case, he will have follow-up arrangements. Otherwise, if there is any moth on the top management side, it will cause a lot of trouble. In this way, both sides fell into silence again. Can you tell us about our history? You know, we don't know how many generations have passed, and our history has long been forgotten. Hearing what the player said, Jiang Yao nodded, and his thoughts could not help but go back to many years ago. Blue Star, what a nostalgic name. It is a beautiful planet, and it is also where I was born. Maybe you will feel very surprised about this. After all, I am the Lord of the Zerg. How can I be related to Blue Star? In fact, I was also very surprised about this matter at the beginning, because I traveled through time. Maybe you in this era don't understand what travel is. Simply put, the body dies, but the soul wakes up in another body, and I am like this. I came to a strange world, with the help of the system. You should know what the system is. It doesn't matter if you don't know it. You can think of it as something that can provide great help to ordinary people, and make them become superior people. This is a very magical thing. It is also the calculation of some civilizations. The system I got is the calculation of civilization number 1. That's right, it is the calculation of the civilization that fought with us not long ago. At the beginning, I was too weak and didn't understand these things at all. I just thought it was a benefit for the time traveler, so a bold idea was brewing in my heart. Because I was on a special planet at that time, there were a lot of terrible creatures on this planet, and the bugs I hatched had no independent consciousness and needed someone to control them. So at that time, I had the idea to make this world into a game. As for the players, I would pull them from the world I traveled through, and let the bugs they controlled help me. As the voice fell, everyone's thoughts followed Jiang Yao back to the past, back to the stage when he was still very weak. Jiang Yao also told the players about his experience at that time, from his step-by-step development on the Black Bug planet, and then escaped from the planet to the depths of the universe to find resources. After defeating several civilizations later, I also stood firm in the universe, but at that time in that universe, I still had a biggest enemy. He was called the Empire. It was an advanced civilization in the universe civilization, and his target has always been our Zerg, so in order to survive there, I had to do everything I could to fight the Empire. Later, I defeated the Empire, but I learned a terrible news, that is, the Empire was just cultivated by a super civilization. At that time, I suddenly realized that my civilization was also being observed by the super civilization, so at that stage, my first thought was how to escape from there, and avoid the monitoring of these civilizations. In other words, I got out of their control. In short, I was very scared at that time, afraid that this civilization would destroy me one day. At that time, I was thinking about how to solve the dilemma every day. At that time, I didn't think too much, I just wanted to survive, that's all. Of course, many things happened along the way. The one that impressed me the most was that a civilization discovered the location of Blue Star, and sent a fleet to capture it. This thing scared me a lot, because the reason why I was able to have such strength at that time was because of the players. If Blue Star was destroyed, then I would have nothing. So I chose to fight against this civilization and protect Blue Star from him. Although I succeeded in the end, I also realized a problem. Blue Star is floating in the universe, and may encounter danger at any time. So, I have a plan, which is to transfer Blue Star. As Jiang Yao told the story, the picture of Blue Star unfolded in front of the players, and they also knew what kind of relationship the two civilizations had. At the same time, they also understood why among so many subsidiary civilizations, why these subsidiary civilizations can replace themselves at any time, Jiang Yao was still willing to keep them, and get along with them in this way. They may not have known about such things before, but now, after seeing the situation here, they instantly understood the reason. They came from the same place from the beginning to the end, so no matter what Jiang Yao's identity is, he will eventually think about how to ensure the continuation of the people on his planet. It is also for this reason that they can be treated differently in the Zerg, a place where the fittest survive. As Jiang Yao narrated, they soon understood what happened later. Please go to other universes to obtain special technology, and then master some skills of the appearance of the Cosmic Gate. Through the Cosmic Gate, they shuttled through different universes to obtain resources and became stronger. At the same time, when they were strong, they also understood the cruelest truth of this universe. Until they came to a high position, they saw a completely different cosmic scene here, and also witnessed completely different special civilizations and creatures. In that universe, although it was very difficult, fortunately they finally won. Also in that universe, they gained a qualitative improvement, which also made them more insightful. It was precisely because of these things that they understood the truth of this world, and made Jiang Yao realize that he had been observed by civilization number 1 and number 2. From that time on, a bold plan had begun quietly. Although the risk was very high, as long as it succeeded, then this race would truly control its own destiny. The plan went smoothly and was ultimately successful. But the price paid was extremely painful. The entire race suffered extremely terrible losses. The famous bug even said that most of the players were killed in that escape, and only a small number of people are still alive. Now that it has developed to this point, the first thing they did was to find those 2 civilizations for revenge. After understanding the whole story, everyone fell into silence. So this is the general situation. After knowing the truth, I will not stop you from doing anything you want to do. Even if you want to leave here, I will arrange for you to leave civilization. As for how it will develop in the future, it depends on you. Of course, if you want to stay, you can. I will not have too many restrictions on you. Everything depends on you. Just like when I was still weak, you have always helped me grow. So even if the universe is destroyed and civilization is destroyed in the future, I will take you all with me. At least in these long years, I have ensured the continuation of Blue Star civilization. Regarding the history of Blue Star, of course, I also have relevant records for you to check. As for the final decision, everything is up to you. As the voice fell, his figure also disappeared here. At this time, Jiang Yao could be said to be able to breathe a sigh of relief. After this matter was talked about, he suddenly felt that the pressure on him was much less. Chapter 9:13. Although the matter has been discussed, the players are confused about their future for the first time. After knowing the real situation, they naturally have their own ideas. After all, the current situation is that they are dependent on others. They naturally don't like this feeling. They also understand that if they leave, then whether they can survive well in this universe is another question worth thinking about. With a higher vision, they naturally have more and more concerns, which is inevitable. Maybe there was a powerful civilization in the past to protect them from the wind and rain, but once they leave this civilization, can they still deal with some crisis? All players are thinking about the problem, and they are also very clear that this is the most critical. It is obvious that they have no ability to stop it, which means that once they leave, as for what the future will look like, it depends on themselves. They also know that although Jiang Yao may give them some technology after they leave, these technologies can only allow them to reach the level of advanced civilization at most. If they want to continue to move forward, they can only rely on themselves. Perhaps in the universe, this level of civilization is a powerful civilization that can be put on the surface, but in fact they know very well that this civilization is very weak. So what should we do? Everyone, please express your opinions. Now we still have a choice. Because once things are made public, our situation can no longer be said to be in a state of uncertainty. As the words fell, everyone understood what he wanted to express. In order to ensure the safety of the players, Jiang Yao put the players separately in a certain universe. Simply put, their bodies are still in the regular universe, so if they return at this time, they will not be affected by the universe. They are all here with consciousness. As for the main body, it has naturally been in a dormant state. So now there are only a few of us in front of us. We choose to get out by ourselves. As for how far we can develop in the future, it is hard to say, and it may even be destroyed halfway. In short, anything can happen, but fortunately, the highest civilization in the universe where our bodies are located is only at the advanced civilization level, so there should be no problem with our quality assurance when we get there. In this way, everyone discussed one by one. In order to ensure the safety of the players' main bodies, Jiang Yao naturally put their main bodies in the universe he carefully selected. Everyone argued endlessly about this matter, but no result was reached. After a long time, a player interrupted the quarrel. Everyone, since everyone has been talking about this topic, I believe everyone has their own ideas in mind. In fact, we all know this, but we just don't want to face it. The fact that we can discuss this topic, or even confront it directly, shows that we don't want to stay here any longer, but we have too many concerns that force us to make a choice. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. This is indeed the case. Although I don't know what we will be like in the future, but now that we have made a decision, why are we still hesitating so much? Is it because we can't give up everything we have now, or because of something else? In fact, for us, no matter what the reason is, it doesn't matter. There is no best of both worlds in the world. Since you want freedom, you have to take on some responsibilities. But we also need to be responsible for our own civilization. We can't let our own ideas lead to the destruction of civilization. In this way, everyone discussed one by one, and finally they determined an accurate plan. Not much on Jiang Yao's side. Everyone, you have thought it through. Everyone nodded to this. We have figured it out. Actually, when we know the truth, we are of little use to you. Because we are strong because we don't know the truth, and we are fearless. In such a situation, we can show strong combat power when fighting the enemy. Sometimes, you don't need to think too much about a battle. The reason why we lose is often because we think too much, which leads to such an outcome. Now that we know the truth, we think too much, so we are not of much help to you. In addition, technology has developed to the current Chung City. When fighting, it is completely different from before. Perhaps when we encounter such a thing without knowing the truth, we will also think about how to solve it, and how to develop new gameplay in the new system, but it is obviously not possible now. Similarly, you once came from the same place as us, and you should also know that when we learned the truth, we definitely didn't want to stay here. Although this request is abrupt, I hope that for the development of civilization, you can leave some gods there. These people are the ones who are unaware. You can rebuild a new game world for them. If a new system starts from scratch, it will be easier for us to change. In this way, we can also leave a way for civilization to get along. At least our civilization will continue to exist in the future. At this time, Jiang Yao also fell into thought after hearing the players. After a long time, he nodded and agreed to the players' conditions. In fact, he was very happy to keep this civilization. After all, he came from this civilization, so it was no problem for him to keep this civilization. But he had to think about another problem. It is clear that there is no problem in keeping the civilization, and there is no problem in recreating the system, but have you really thought about it? You may really die after leaving this time. Everyone nodded to this. Of course we know. But when we made the decision, we had already thought it through. After hearing this, Jiang Yao did not continue to dissuade the players. After all, they had already made the decision, and there was no point in persuading them. Instead of doing that, it would be better to think about other things. In this way, the players also began to prepare. This time they chose to develop on their own. Although there will inevitably be many bumps along the way, the players can also accept it with pleasure. After all, they chose this path themselves, so they naturally won't regret it. It wasn't long. In a certain universe, in a huge base, there are a lot of sleeping pods neatly arranged here. As time passed, these sleeping pods opened, and the players, who had been sleeping for who knows how many years, opened their eyes. When they woke up, they looked at everything around them in confusion. It seems that we should be awake. Compared with the awakening, the players at this time felt that everything was extremely real. In the past, they seemed to feel a little fake every time they woke up, but now there is no such feeling at all. This is the feeling of waking up for real. For the current situation, the players couldn't help but smile. This time they really woke up. This time they are really real, and they can develop in this world, and it is no longer fake. Although they have been prepared for a long time, when the players really start to accept all this calmly, they are still a little uncomfortable. How should I put it? The reason why they are not used to it is that they have also built their own civilization in the virtual world, and have also fought with those civilizations. The civilization they built in the virtual world is not particularly powerful. But at least it is their efforts and hard work, and now all of this does not exist, which makes them feel a little lost. Okay, brothers, why are we discussing these things now? For us now, the most important thing is what we should do next. Although the leader has given us the entire base, it is definitely unrealistic to rely on this base to develop civilization. Next, we need to plan our future development route, and work hard to achieve it. The players discussed one after another. Although they are in a state of nothing now, fortunately, they have mastered a lot of knowledge through their experience over the years, so there are no big problems in the overall layout. At the same time, all the players also spontaneously summarized the information they knew and mastered, and recorded these important things. Now they are developing civilization from scratch, so there are too many things to understand. Fortunately, Jiang Yao left them a lot of technology, so that they don't have such a hard time in the early stage, but they still have to rely on themselves in the end. For us, this is enough. Compared with those civilizations that are just starting out, our starting point is much higher than theirs. What we will do next is very simple. We just need to slowly integrate these technologies, and apply them to reality. In this way, our civilization will gradually grow stronger. However, I believe you are also very clear about the basic rules of the universe. So before we have enough strength to protect ourselves, we must learn to hide ourselves. Just when the players were still arguing about how to build their own civilization, Jiang Yao was here. They are all gone. As he said this, he couldn't help but sigh that after so many years of getting along, he also had a deep affection for the players. He respected their choices, and would not interfere. Similarly, he also had his own things to do. Perhaps all this is just as the players said before. When they knew the truth, their combat power was greatly reduced. The reason why they are strong is because they are fearless. After sighing for a while, he also knew that he had to start studying the next path for himself. Players must be retained. Most of the players I left behind are babies. When they grow up, they can become a new generation of players. But unlike the players who stay in the normal universe, these people will be transferred to hyperspace by me. So the first thing I need to do now is to create a world that belongs to the players. He soon had an idea about how to do it next. As he said, to create a world that truly belongs to the players, this world does not need to have a regular operating logic. He only needs to set an underlying logic for this world. Even if there is a problem with the logic, he can make up for it at any time later. First of all, the history of this world. In terms of history, he naturally chose the history of Blue Star from ancient times to the present, but made some changes in modern times. And the reason why he did this is probably more because of the nostalgia in his heart. This world has undergone a great change in modern times. They obtained it from a crashed spaceship, and through the virtual reality technology among these technologies, they developed a game that can change the whole world. Entering this game is like coming to a new world, where you continue to grow and develop, and the most important thing is that the various resources you obtain in this world can be converted into special medicines that strengthen your body or enhance your physical fitness. Even special medicines that extend your life and cure diseases, etc. In short, in this world, as long as you can play this game well, you are invincible. If you play the same game well, you will also gain a high status. In short, the operation of this world is all centered around this game. Compared with the past, when players were allowed to manage themselves, this time he set the leader to be the Zerg. To be precise, it is played by the Zerg. Similarly, at the beginning of this world, basically all people were played by Zerg, and as more and more normal humans appeared, these Zergs would gradually withdraw and leave this world to normal humans. Naturally, you have to learn a lot of knowledge here, because if you want to enter the game, there are no longer no conditions. At least you have to master certain knowledge before you are qualified to enter the game. To be precise, it is to obtain the qualifications to enter the game. After all, he doesn't want the world he built to be a group of illiterates who can only play games. The world also has normal development rules. For example, normal work production is required, and those who get the game quota are a group of special people. If they can achieve success in the game, they will get something that ordinary people cannot get in their lifetime. This is what the game gives them. So the general logic of this world was arranged by Jiangyao. This is a normal world, but there are games that are higher than normal. Chapter 9:14. In this way, as time went by, this world was built. Everything in this world retains the original things of Blue Star. Of course, the reason for doing so is more likely to be for remembrance. First of all, the total population of this world is 13 billion, and the number of normal humans plagued by all bugs is only more than 30,000. Of course, this is not important. After all, this number will slowly increase after these people grow up. Then, if we come up with some policies such as second and third children, there is no need to worry that the number of people will not increase fast enough. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that for this world, Jiangyao has always retained some of the original things of Blue Star, which can be traced back to around 2000 on Blue Star. Your background is almost the same as that timeline. Of course, except for the development of games, other things are basically the same, including some ways of communication and so on. The reason for doing this is mainly to give these people more room for choice, because most people are bugs now, and they can only interpret their own scripts according to some things they have set. Because they are not human at all and cannot experience many things of human, many things are just pretended by them, so they must develop the number of human beings as quickly as possible. At the same time, they also need to plan some values for them. The current insects are indeed competent, but if the timeline is pushed too far ahead, after all kinds of messy new technologies come out, more or less some problems will be discovered. The possibility of this is very low, but the newly created world absolutely does not allow such a possibility to exist. So he is very cautious about this. Now he can understand that most of the humans here are divided into many areas. There may be a few people in each area, and a bunch of bugs are responsible for cooperating and taking care of more people. It feels like a world where you go out. It's just that Truman's World is a scene where the protagonist grows up slowly in a fake environment and finally escapes after learning the truth. But in this world, the protagonist cannot know the truth, and they will not be trapped in such a small place after growing up. They can go to many other places, understand this world by themselves, and explore this world. There is an essential difference between the two. But because of this setting, It is very important for the early development, especially when the early stage is plagued by bugs, and the possibility of exposure must be reduced as much as possible, otherwise the new world that you have worked hard to create will also have problems. It doesn't matter. The dam of 1,000 miles collapses because of the ant hole. Although it seems that nothing will happen for a while, as time goes by, this problem will become bigger and bigger, and eventually destroy the building from the foundation. He is also very clear about this. Now is the time to lay the foundation. We must ensure that the foundation is strong enough to deal with a series of problems that may occur in the future. As time goes by, more than 20 years have passed quickly. Chun Feng is an ordinary college graduate from Blue Star. Compared to other people, he has always been very ordinary. That's right, his true identity is a human who grew up in this world. He has a harmonious family and his own job. After graduation, he found a job with a good income. For this reason, his family is very satisfied with his job. Every day, they tell him to work hard and get married as soon as possible in the future. This is also a headache for her. After all, at this age, it is normal to be urged to get married. Just like usual, he came to the company early in the morning and started to work hard. But when he was busy, he suddenly saw the supervisor with a sweet-looking woman. The moment he saw the person in front of him, he couldn't help but look at his eyes. It was also the first time he saw such a beautiful woman. But soon he shyly lowered his head and continued to work on his work, but his eyes would look at the new colleague from time to time. And under the arrangement of the boss, the new colleague sat next to him. This made him unconsciously feel a little excited. As time went by, the relationship between the two became closer. There were many times when the boss would send them out together to please the boss, asking them to guide new colleagues and let them summarize more experience. In short, various operations brought the two together, and the two did not find anything wrong. After all, the bugs did everything very logically, without deliberately doing anything. The relationship between the two was cultivated by themselves, and the bugs did not interfere. Apart from arranging two people to do some work together, there is nothing else. Of course, this is also planned by Jiang Yao from the beginning, to ensure that it is done as smoothly as possible, not to say that it is deliberately done. At this time, in the command center specifically responsible for this matter, the two humans in Area 1 have successfully come together. The plan for this area has been successful. The next step is to train their next generation and continue to arrange. At the same time, not only in this area, but also in other areas, the situation is not bad. All areas have a group of insects dedicated to serving these humans, and the purpose is naturally to let them combine as quickly as possible. Of course, all of this is uniformly coordinated by the command center. Area 1, Area 2, and Area 3 have completed the task so far. Subsequent training needs to continue the same. All insects, remember your appearance, and it will not retire according to time, and will gradually change. Everything must be carried out according to the normal development trajectory of things on Blue Star. In this way, another 30 years passed quickly. The original 30,000 humans have now reached 500,000 under the various promotions of the insects. The development in the early stage was mainly based on stability. Only in the later stage will they increase the number. After all, there are only tens of thousands of people in the early stage. If it is unstable, there will be many subsequent problems. But now it is different. Now there are 500,000 people. This base will grow very fast. All of this is carried out steadily with the efforts of all parties. More bugs are replaced and more bugs withdraw from the stage of actors. Whenever a bug withdraws, it means that the number of humans has made a leap. Soon, nearly half of the bugs in this world have announced their withdrawal from the stage of history. Similarly, the number of humans has exceeded 6 billion, and the entire civilization can start to operate normally. Nature refers to the human-led, not the bug-led. As this generation of bugs retreats again, the number of people has reached a very considerable number, and the whole process takes 500 years. When the time came to the 600th year, the last actor bug also announced his withdrawal. At this time, the only ones left in this world are some high-level bugs. Apart from this, all the bugs have left, and the world has been completely handed over to humans for them to develop. In 600 years, the degree of technological progress is not particularly high. The current technological progress has only reached the level of Blue Star in 2030. Of course, this is also the result of deliberate suppression. After all, if the level of science and technology advances too fast, the subsequent operations will be very complicated. In order to ensure smooth operation in the future, he also deliberately lowered the route of scientific and technological development. Of course, in order to ensure complete suppression, A lot of protons were arranged here to interfere when some people came up with some fantastic ideas and put them into action and might succeed, although this would eventually make some geniuses become ordinary people. But there is no other way, because this civilization does not need to develop science and technology, and does not need him to have strong science and technology. He only needs them to be able to play games well as players. Other things are not so important. Of course, he couldn't be too ruthless and let everyone fail, which would be too fake. He only let some people fail, so that he could suppress the progress of science and technology to the greatest extent. In addition, there were games as an influence, which also greatly restrained the development of civilization. After all, games account for a very large proportion in this world. In this case, it will definitely hinder the development of science and technology to a certain extent. Playing games can easily gain status and wealth, while studying science and technology will be quite difficult. In this way, under his deliberate arrangement, the development speed of this civilization is very slow, even abnormally slow, but for them, it is very normal, because they don't know what a technological explosion is, and have not experienced the invasion of other civilizations. In this civilization, Jiangyao thrives in the hotbed of civilization they specially built. Have you heard that Tianmu Game Company seems to be recruiting players again? At this time, a large number of graduates gathered in a hall. Many graduates would come to this hall to register their information as soon as they graduated, and this is also an area where Tianmu Game Company recruits players. Tianmu Game Company is naturally the company Jiangyao founded for his game. This company has a dominant position in this world. The system of this company is to recruit a group of people to become players every year and let them enter the game. It is an opportunity for everyone, so many fresh graduates will come here to register their information as usual, just in case they are lucky enough to be selected one day. As for the so-called large-scale recruitment later, it is mainly because there are players who can be used, but the number of players is not enough. So Jiangyao will start to let the company recruit a large number of talents. The reason why this happened was that he was preparing to attack the two civilizations again. After all, since the end of the last war, he is almost recovered. The most important thing is that he has also developed some new routines to target the two people, so now he needs a large number of people to cooperate with him. At this time, he naturally began to recruit these players. And at this time on Blue Star, when the company was recruiting a large number of players again, everyone was a little excited, because compared with the previous time, the company actually prepared hundreds of more places. Let more people have a chance. The company currently has a total of about 5 million players. This number is very small if it is replaced by the population base of the entire planet. However, the players now attracted are basically some elite players, so it is normal that the number is small. After all, some people do not have the talent of players. It does not mean that everyone is suitable for playing games. Others have other talents, so they are arranged in other positions to stabilize the development of civilization. Those who have the talent of playing games will naturally be recruited first. It is probably such a model. Compared to the past, when anyone could become a player, this new world has changed a lot. Players are very cautious in their choices, and are no longer as casual as before. In short, everything here has changed a lot compared to before, but not too much. At least the status of players has always been guaranteed. Of course, for Jiangyao, this is just an insignificant thing. But just when he thought so, he suddenly found something wrong, because he found that there was a person in the crowd whose situation seemed to be different from that of most other people. In fact, he didn't care much about this matter at the beginning, because even if he cared, he was just an ordinary person. How much impact could it have? But soon he found that this person was different. There was something wrong with his soul. You must know that this civilization is completely and strictly under his surveillance. So any clues naturally could not escape his inquiry. In fact, he didn't notice this matter at the beginning. If he hadn't paid too much attention to this civilization at that time, he would never have found any clues. Because this person's soul has only a small change, this change is difficult to detect, and in a civilization with such a large population base, such things are even more difficult to detect. After discovering the abnormality at this time, he also began to pay attention to this person. When the abnormality is discovered, it is natural to understand what the abnormality is at the first time, and then make a decision. At this time, he naturally did so. Because he didn't know why this person suddenly changed like this. At first, he thought that some of the things he arranged on this planet would more or less affect some people, and make them change. But now it seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. In this way, he has been keeping an eye on this person. This person has not shown anything special, and his situation is similar to that of other people. Chapter 9:15. From his perspective, this person is an unstable factor, and he must understand what the situation is. Is there a problem with the soul itself, or is this soul tampered with by someone? Jiang Yao did not have an accurate answer to this, but after all, he had studied soul technology before, and this technology has also achieved high results, so under such circumstances, he still knows a lot about some situations of soul technology. I don't know why this routine looks so familiar to me. While speaking, his thoughts went back to a long time ago, when he was still in the first universe. At that time, there was a super civilization in the universe that was eventually destroyed by his soul technology. At that time, he used this technology to turn himself and his group of people directly to their civilization, ordinary people. At that time, this civilization did not know about this technology, so he successfully mixed in, and then grew up in this civilization from a young age, so there would be no problems. If they were to travel to adults, it would be easy to be discovered, but all people start from babies. What does this mean? It is very simple. From childhood to adulthood, they have not shown any extraordinary talents. They are just like ordinary people with some talents. Growing up in such an environment, apart from the memories of other civilizations in their minds, they essentially belong to this civilization. So no matter what means are used, it is impossible to find out that there is anything wrong with the people of this civilization. Then, they got a certain status in this civilization, and then used their status to cooperate with their original civilization. In the end, this civilization was disintegrated under such a wave of operations, and a powerful person was gone. At this time, he was very clear that the other civilization had given him soul technology in the beginning. It is not difficult to see that the other party's attainments in this area are definitely not worse than his own. So did they think of using such a routine to mess with me? But for the defense of Blue Star, I did a very comprehensive job, and even took soul technology into consideration. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly, but soon he figured it out. Although his research level of soul technology seems to be very high, if compared with the other party, it may not be as high as the other party. In the past, the other party gave him the feeling that both sides were equally matched, but God knows that the other party did not hide it. If it is really that civilization that secretly sent them, then I must carefully consider this matter. Obviously, Jiang Yao also immediately realized the seriousness of this matter. Of course, it is not that you can just sneak someone in here. You must know that if you want to sneak someone in, you first need to know his exact coordinates. After knowing the opponent's exact coordinates, you also need to find some weak points in the opponent's defense to invade, which means that the opponent has mastered these two things on your side. If my guess is true, the other party really has some of my information, which means that I have no secrets in front of him. If the other party wants to invade me, it is as easy as entering my own home. If I didn't control the entire universe and rely on the special ability of the universe, I'm afraid the other party would have killed me long ago. Not only this newly created planet, but even my affiliated civilization is very likely to encounter such a situation. As for the reason, it is also very simple, because they should know the overall composition of my civilization. After all, it is easy to understand some general situations by casual observation. If you attack the bugs, you will be noticed immediately, but it is difficult to be discovered for the affiliated civilization or the blue planet. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If all his guesses are true, then if he doesn't react, he's afraid that he won't know how to get cold in the future. By then, his civilization has been infiltrated into a sieve, and he is still kept in the dark. The possibility of such a thing happening is very high. After all, judging from what he has learned from before to now, the other party is really likely to do so. You have to know that the reason why I was able to discover this case is because I attach great importance to this place, so the degree of monitoring is very high. Under such circumstances, it took such a long time to discover it. After all, the person has grown to such an old age. And what about the subordinate civilization? My supervision of the subordinate civilization is definitely not as strict as here, and the intensity of observation over there is naturally the same. This means that similar things happening over there are impossible for me to detect. Sure enough, sometimes there are advantages and disadvantages. After having a subordinate civilization, my progress in science and technology is very fast, but the problem lies here. Sometimes they will become a breakthrough for the enemy to attack me. Thinking of this, he immediately began to deploy. First of all, soul technology is mainly aimed at the soul. Many times, as long as it is used, it is inevitable that some traces will be left. No matter how well you hide it, it is impossible to completely avoid such things from happening. This means that there is still room for operation on my side. First of all, it is impossible to check it through conventional methods. After all, there are many opponents. If they find something wrong, they will definitely hide or erase the traces as soon as possible. In this case, then my next operation is very clear. First of all, I can use some special means to hatch some bugs specifically for this matter. If there is an evolutionary law, these bugs can be studied in about 20 years at most. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to take such a long time, but this time it is very likely that the one who attacked me is civilization number 2. To deal with a civilization of this level, it is impossible to just evolve and do this casually. Then I will definitely be discovered immediately. In order to ensure that I do this enough and keep it secret, the overall operation process will be much more complicated. These bugs must meet the premise that they can accurately check these people and find clues without being detected by civilization number 2. In this case, let the brain worms do the next thing. Another point is about the concealment of my civilization. This must be carefully considered, otherwise I will be completely transparent in their eyes. This feeling is very uncomfortable. The other party can grasp my every move. In this case, I am in a passive state no matter what I do. He naturally cannot let this continue. But if I want to hide it from them, how should I operate on this point? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Although he wanted to improve the power of law, as long as the power of law was improved, he would definitely be able to study related technologies through this special ability, but it was obvious that the difficulty of improving the power of law was too great. So he had to use what he had to study related things. My biggest advantage at present should be the 10th dimension, otherwise I would start from here. After a long time, Jiang Yao set his sights on this dimension. Use a technology similar to dimensional advent to cover my entire universe. The amount of energy consumed in this way is really too large, and we must think of a way. Jiang Yao also thought about it, and soon he had a rough plan. Now he uses this technology, more like a curtain that suddenly falls from the sky. If he wants to achieve the effect of hiding himself, then the first thing to do is to be able to convert this curtain into water mist. If there is such a layer of 10th dimensional water mist around the periphery of his universe, in this case, first of all, the consumption is definitely not as much as directly pulling down the entire curtain. Secondly, it can also play the role of using this dimension to conceal itself, and the most important thing is that many of its own technologies can also be used here, so that its combat power will be improved to another level. In this way, he has been thinking about this problem. For him, the most urgent thing now is to solve the problem that he is exposed to them. After receiving the order at this time, the entire Zerg also began to act. First of all, their first priority is to study how to deal with the soul technology bugs. This is their primary task. As for the secondary task, it is naturally the task of hiding themselves. They are not in a hurry to hide themselves. After all, they have been exposed so much now, and they don't care about being exposed for a longer period of time. But the biggest problem now is how to deal with these people who are disturbed by soul technology. Shuri has issued an order to research the relevant bugs as soon as possible and eliminate the spies lurking in our civilization as soon as possible. And this matter can only be known by us neutrons, otherwise it will definitely be exposed. The leader has given us 20 years, and it depends on everyone how to operate next. Just like that, as the leader of the brainworm finished speaking, the brainworms below began to act. It is still very difficult for them to research such bugs, and they need to take into account many things at the same time. Fortunately, you have been here all the time, and many things have been studied before. Although many things have been abandoned, the data is still preserved. With the addition of these things, it will naturally greatly reduce their research time. There is a special kind of bug in the gene bank we have now, which I think is more suitable for inclusion. This kind of bug was once researched by us in a universe polluted by special things. That universe was corroded by a special light. At that time, we arrived there and evolved the bugs with these things. Soon we researched a new kind of bug. Although that kind of bug was eliminated by us later, the most core thing of that kind of bug is soul technology. We have retained their genes here, and this special gene can be considered for use. The bug we researched not long ago that can detect other civilizations in hyperspace can also be considered. This is the bug with the strongest stealth ability that we can research at present. Although this kind of bug will definitely be discovered if it is placed in front of civilization number 2, this bug will only be used in our home. It is estimated that civilization number 2 is not so rampant that it also arranges detection devices in our home. They have sufficient confidence in this point. After all, if the other party can really arrange these things in their own home, then they are underestimated. It is normal that we cannot find it when you observe us closely. The technological gap is there, but if I still can't find it when you observe it face to face, then it's really my problem. In this way, The brainworm keeps looking for the worm's previous genes, and merges all the genes that are useful to it together, and then slowly starts to hatch new worms. Of course, it is impossible for the new bug to be used as soon as it comes out. After it comes out, it must continue to evolve and optimize, and finally reach the most perfect state. Only when it reaches this state, it can be used in the true sense. As time goes by, 20 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The observation of the previous person has never stopped. His performance has always been very good, but it is definitely not particularly bad. What shocked Jiang Yao the most was that his route seemed to be very slow, but it could always be greatly improved at a certain key node. This made Jiang Yao wonder if there were other people mixed in and not discovered by him. So he observed this side more closely, and under his instigation over the years, this person did not participate in the game. There are some things he still can't let this kind of person know. Although he has been deliberately doing this, it is easy to alarm the snake, but some things are issues of principle. Once he is exposed, the impact will be greater. In this way, he kissed the person in front of him with a relatively soft hand in various ways. Although the other party did not show any abnormality, he felt that the other party might have noticed something, but it didn't matter, because the new bugs had appeared and began to search the entire civilization. However, it must be said that the other party was still quite careful. He was the only one like this on Nanqing's side. As for the subsidiary civilization, many were arranged, and even some had reached a very high position. This side has always been a subsidiary civilization dominated by prevention, mainly for reference. Just relying on those few people can cause considerable losses to our side. Chapter 916. It's a bit beyond my expectation. It seems that the other party has long wanted to infiltrate the interior of the civilization in this way, just as I thought before. When did they start? The oldest of the people I have found so far has been tens of thousands of years old. Although this person has been in a sleeping state for a long time. But it can be seen that the time for the other party to lay out this matter is really a bit unexpected. Through special means, a person with super ability is cultivated, and then this person will not do other things most of the time. All he has to do is sleep, and wait until there are some major decisions on his civilization side. The people of these civilizations will definitely wake him up, and let him make plans. And every time he wakes up, he will spend a few days to understand the overall situation of the current civilization. After understanding these things clearly, he will make plans based on the actual situation. Although as a subsidiary civilization, the decisions of the subsidiary civilization often affect himself. This person is not stupid. He also knows that he can't say that he will do something that will damage his reputation, because once such a problem occurs, his hiding will be equivalent to being in vain. Therefore, the decisions he made all along were very correct, and he also provided great help to us in many battles. In this way, his trustworthiness was naturally not a problem. Jiang Yao was not surprised at all about such a spy. A spy who could do this was a real spy. Before crossing, he had watched many spy movies, and he also found many interesting things. That is, some spies would help their own people because of personal emotions, and they would not be exposed. He didn't know how to complain about the behavior of these people, and everyone was really a fool. And this person made him see what true determination was. Even if he would attack their civilization, in such a situation, he would remain indifferent, and even help him make plans. Not only that, even sometimes he would get a big improvement, and in such a situation, he would also help himself. Logically speaking, if a spy saw that this civilization was about to be improved, it would pose a greater threat to the civilization behind him, then he would definitely find a way to stop it, but he didn't. Everything he did was for his own civilization, and he never regarded himself as a spy from beginning to end. Even if one day, hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions of people in his original civilization died because of it, he would not do anything out of line. This is the professional quality of a spy, and the ultimate purpose of doing all this is to give the enemy a fatal blow at a critical moment. He knew very well that saving one or two people was not very meaningful, because compared with the people of the entire civilization, the base number of these people was too small. He had paid too much to get in here. If he was exposed, all his efforts would be in vain. Maybe someone would say that you are still valuable if you save one or two people, but the consequence would most likely be the collapse of the entire system. Over the years, they have planted many spies in civilization. Once they are exposed, the entire civilization will be cleared and many spies will be found. All their plans will fail. So he treated his real civilization ruthlessly, and climbed to a high position in Jiang Yao's civilization step by step in this way. At the same time, he also helped some people who were also spies. Of course, His help could not be said to be blatant help. Such help would definitely cause trouble, so his way of helping was very simple. First, he understood some trends through his position, and then told those people about these trends in advance. As for whether these people could use these opportunities to climb up, it had nothing to do with him. And these people who were able to enter here were naturally the elites among the elites. So using this information, this group of people quickly gained considerable power. Although it was an affiliated civilization, in the later period, many strategies of Jiangyao were formulated by them. Because Jiangyao knew very well that professional matters should be left to professionals. And the relationship between these spies was not like that of other spies. The relationship between them was also like fire and water. It was even said that except for the people on the street, no one else knew whether the other party was their own. The contact person is naturally the one who is currently doing the best. Of course, all his actions are very cautious. Even if he contacts someone, it may only happen once every few hundred or thousand years. The things that pave the way are naturally very few. Unless some positions are very important to him, and he must get them himself, otherwise he will not show up. Of course, in addition to these, he will also get to know these spies. If he is sure that some of the spies are not in a good situation, he will eliminate them before they are exposed. Although the people secretly sent by the civilization are the elites among the elites, there may be one or two ideological problems. Once there is a problem, if it is not contained, there will inevitably be a big mess, so he will solve it in advance. It is because of his cautiousness that he has achieved such a status in the civilization and has not been discovered. He even knows that it is absolutely impossible to find the problem with the other civilization's technology, but even so, he is still very careful. Of course, this plan was originally perfect, and he could even continue to lay out according to his own plan. When one day the civilization is about to make a major decision and his own civilization is ready to eliminate it at a critical moment, he will give the enemy a fatal blow at that time. And he has been lurking for so many years just to wait for that opportunity to come. But what he never expected was that there was no problem with his entire system. But the biggest problem was on the civilization side. 10,000 years of time, vicissitudes of life, although he is still there, but many people who made decisions at the time are no longer there for various reasons. Although advanced civilizations can indeed have a long lifespan, the problem is that many positions in civilizations are in competition. If you are capable, you can continue to sit here, or you can rotate with people with the same ability. Each person is responsible for a period of time. This is to give more people opportunities, and secondly, to screen out more elite people, because once there is a rotation, it proves that your ability is no longer the top of the civilization, and you may be replaced at any time. In this way, the civilization can produce elite talents. Of course, such an operation is understandable. After all, it is for the sake of civilization, which is very normal. However, the problem is that the person who rotated this time is a little radical. Because he found that the bugs had developed a new subsidiary civilization, and this subsidiary civilization was still in its infancy. At the same time, he also learned that the bugs had been deliberately suppressing the technology of this subsidiary civilization. In fact, even if a new subsidiary civilization was generated, this person would not rashly arrange for people to go there. But the problem was that the bugs had been suppressing the technological development of this civilization, which made him very curious about it, and it was for this reason that he wanted to arrange for people to go there. There must be something wrong with the abnormality, and the more abnormal it is, the more it can explain. This thing is not as simple as it seems on the surface, and it should even be of great significance to the bugs. So considering various factors, he finally made a slightly risky decision, and such a decision would be impossible for any conservative to make, but it would be relatively close, and it was for this reason that he chose to take the risk. He paid too much for the smooth arrangement, and the most important thing was that it took nearly 30 years to ensure that he would not be discovered. After all, he was just a radical, not a fool. It was normal for him to investigate if he found something wrong, but if he arranged it so blatantly, he would definitely be discovered. So he was very cautious about this matter. But what he didn't expect was that although he was not discovered at the time, he was discovered in the middle. The reason for being discovered was actually somewhat absurd, that is, this person knew about the special existence of players. In fact, it has never paid much attention to the special existence of players. Even the players controlled the bugs and obtained enough resources through various battles. He didn't care much about this. What made him care was that he went to register for his place that day. Then he found the bugs. These were not the bugs in the game, but real bugs from that bug civilization. There was nothing wrong with finding this, but he found another thing, that is, the so-called game actually allows players to control real bugs to fight, not the bugs in the game. All along, He thought that these people in this world controlled bugs to fight in order for this race to obtain more combat information and adjust tactics according to different situations. Such behavior is very common, and there are similar things in their civilization. Who would have thought that he would play with you directly? Really, this was something he never expected. It was also because of this reason that his aura changed a little. It was precisely because of this little change that he was exposed at that time, and now he has become a player as he wished. It's just a pity that he didn't know that he had been exposed at this time. After knowing this, his mind began to become active. The next thing he had to do was to tell Winley about this matter. Of course, this was also a very difficult thing, at least in this civilization, because according to his understanding, this civilization should be a civilization that was isolated separately. If you want to pass information, it is definitely not that easy. Other spies may be able to meet each other through various channels to pass information, but this civilization cannot. Among these spies, they only have one direct contact person, and all information can only be passed through that person. Of course, this is also very normal. If everyone can pass it, if someone is exposed, it will be a mess. Others can meet that person in various ways, but this is not possible on my side. This is a completely independent and isolated person. Even the people on the street don't know that there is such a person. In this case, it is naturally difficult to pass information. It's quite cautious. Jiang Yao couldn't help saying at this time. The main reason why he didn't touch this person was because he wanted to see if he had a way to contact the merchant. If so, he might be able to find the location of the other civilization through this wave of routines. But now it seems that the other party has a complete system, and it is because of this system that he has not discovered it all this time. The next step is to figure out how the other party got in and arrange the reincarnation of these souls. If we don't figure this out, there will be a steady stream of people coming later, so there is no point in dealing with them now. Of course, for me, it is better to keep an eye on those who can be seen than to keep an eye on those who can't be seen. Jiang Yao knew it very well. If he dealt with these people, the other party would definitely send another group of people over, and they would be more careful. Therefore, it is undoubtedly much safer to monitor these people who have been discovered. Of course, he is now very clear that he must strengthen his close ability. Although he does not know what means the other party has, since the other party can find him, it is enough to show that there are big problems on his side. The existence of some spies is not a completely bad thing. At least these spies do not know that they are exposed, and he can completely rescue them. If they want to give themselves a fatal blow at a critical moment, why can't he take advantage of this? Maybe this wave of operations can have unexpected effects at that time, so he was relieved when he thought of this. Since you have arranged people to come in and want to make trouble at a critical moment, then I will naturally give you this opportunity, but at that time. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. I will definitely give you a surprise at that time. He is still very confident about this. After all, he has played a lot of tricks before, but compared with the past, there are more things to consider this time. Of course, this naturally can't stop him. He was looking forward to the time when the other party thought he could deliver a fatal blow, but who could have thought that something unexpected would happen, and he might even be implicated, and what kind of expression the other party would have. He was actually very happy to see those civilizations suffer. After all, they had done that to him in the first place, and he was very happy to collect some interest from them. Chapter 917. At this time on Blue Star, the spy could not help but feel a little excited when he saw that he had successfully become a player. He succeeded and successfully penetrated into the enemy's interior, and he also had some vague feelings that this might be a core thing for the enemy. Of course, after entering here, he was not careless. Just like before, he was very cautious in his actions. After all, he knew very well that if he was exposed, all his efforts would be in vain. Of course, he was also thinking about how to pass on this secret without alerting the other party. Every civilization has people who specialize in investigating spies, and this civilization is no exception. However, in the eyes of this spy, their behavior is like a toddler, and it has no effect on him at all. We felt there were some problems with the combat system of this civilization before, and now it seems that the problem lies here. It is quite creative to let these people enter the game as players and fight in this way. Compared to some conventional bacteria, these people do not have the expertise of conventional troops, but sometimes they can achieve miraculous results by accident. For example, if the enemy designs a conspiracy, the conventional army may find clues and come up with a corresponding plan, but what they don't know is that this corresponding plan is deliberately guided by the enemy. What the other party shows you is what they want you to see, but you don't know it. In this case, when you make certain decisions, the consequences are self-evident. You are easily led by the other party, but this group of people in this civilization seem to have different routines. They can't see what you design at all, they will only do it according to their own preferences. In this case, the other party may fall into the trap directly, but it is also possible that the other party will break the trap by accident. Thinking of this, the spy couldn't help but feel a little admiration for the manipulation of this group of insects. This is a wild idea. Although it doesn't look good on the surface, it's actually not. If a normal civilization were to do the same thing, it would definitely not do it. It's precisely because others wouldn't do it, and you would have a different effect if you did it. This civilization is divided into multiple civilizations in its system, most of which are very professional. They have professional analysts and professional personnel to deploy battles. Everything is similar to our situation. But in addition to this professional team, they have also formed an independent team. If I'm not mistaken, the power of this team should be much greater than that of other professional teams. If I have to say it, this team will not be governed by those teams. This team can do some things on its own. When fighting, they will be separated from some professional teams. Otherwise, if they go around, who knows what will happen? And what this team has to do is to stumble and run around. Who knows what other discoveries they may make? After no other discoveries, this team may also support other teams. This should be the operating mode. To put it simply, the existence of this team only adds a possibility to their team. A possibility that professional teams will not have, because these people have received professional training, and they know very well what they are doing. Right or wrong, there are some things that should not be done this way. This knowledge has given them strong abilities, but it has also become their shackles, and this team is a team without any shackles. In this way, he kept analyzing the various situations in front of him. Soon he understood the principles, and when he understood everything, he couldn't help but admire the manipulation of this race. It seems that I underestimated this race. Their ideas are very complete, and they even independently developed a system under a complete system, and this system is their advantage. After all, such things are absolutely impossible for any normal civilization to do, but they do it every day, and it seems that the effect is pretty good, otherwise, this team would not have been retained. I never thought of that, but how should I pass this information on? If I pass it on during a war, I might just be an ordinary bug, and my contact person might not even be able to see me in battle. In this case, I have no way of passing it on as a bug. The situation here is completely different from the information I collected when I came here before. This place is completely independent of other civilizations. Even the joint meeting will not be attended. This means that this is a completely independent area. I have no chance to leave, let alone pass on information. However, as a professional spy, even if it is basically impossible for him to pass on information in the current situation, he is still thinking about countermeasures. There is a corresponding solution for every matter, and if you don't find the solution, it may be that you are not observing carefully enough, or you don't know enough. Only when you have a sufficient understanding of it, you will have a corresponding solution. As for what he did here, whether it was the brain worm or others, they kept a close eye on it, and did not alarm the snake. The first point was to prepare for the subsequent plan. Of course, there is another more important point, that is, they also want to see where their loopholes are. They thought their defense system was relatively complete, but in this situation, many things on their side were exposed, which made them doubt their defense system. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the enemy will try to pass the message under their noses. If it succeeds, it means that there are big problems with their system, which is bigger than they imagined. So after considering this factor, they have been keeping a close eye on the situation on our side, wanting to see what is going on. After all, they feel that compared with other civilizations, the management strength and the strictness of supervision on the Nanqing side are much higher. You know, this thing was exposed here, and it was also because of its exposure in the civilization that the bugs found too many spies. So now they want to see how the other party can pass the message in such a tight place. If they can pass it, then all their defense systems must be greatly rectified. If they can't pass it, it will slowly prove that there is no big problem with their system. As time goes by, the days pass by, and this spy is learning something every day. By getting along with other players, he has obtained too much about the situation here. After knowing the situation here, he can be sure that this group of people are participating in the real war as he imagined. However, for this group of people, this is just a game, and of course, he doesn't care much about this. After all, he has already guessed about this situation, and now it is just confirmed. As time goes by, he knows more and more about the situation. However, because he knows more and more information, he can't help but feel more and more headache about how to pass the information, because he finds that this planet is tightly sealed, and many things are monitored very dead. In this case, it is basically impossible for him to pass information without being exposed. But what he didn't know was that now countless eyes were staring at him, waiting for his next move. As time went by, day after day, this spy player gradually began to show his skills among the entire player group. His reputation was also gradually improving, which was not a difficult thing for him. After all, being able to become a spy was enough to show that he was not simple, so it was normal for him to have some special abilities. However, as time went by, he gradually discovered that some things seemed wrong, because as he got more and more involved with the players, he found that his thinking was completely different from that of the players. This was also a point that was very easy to expose, which made him secretly alert, and he began to make changes subtly. Every step he took was cautious, but what he didn't know was that at this time on Jiang Yao's side. So the spy's soul has changed a lot. In the past, we could understand the other party's situation through the power of the soul, but now that the other party has lived in the player group for 40 years, their soul power has also changed, and it is completely undetectable and integrated into the ordinary players. The answer to the leader is this: we have been keeping an eye on him, so we have always recorded the changes in him. Until now, if we didn't know his true identity, according to the normal screening logic, we would never be able to find him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao seemed to remember something. If this is the case, then it means that the number of enemies lurking in our civilization is far beyond our imagination. It may even be said that the people we have found are not all of them. They should have been laying out here for a very long time, and even integrated into all walks of life. The number of their spies has even reached a very scary level. Is this right? Yes, Chief. The tone in his mind was also filled with fear. This discovery made them feel a little chilly. It turned out that civilization had developed to a point that made them feel a little scared. They never thought that things would develop to this point. If that's the case, then things are complicated. Now we have to find a way to find the people who synchronized in this way, otherwise, they have been lurking in our civilization. Even if we clean them up, it won't be of much use. I now understand that the reason why these people's souls were detected is that some of them had been lurking in a long time ago. At that time, their soul technology should not have been improved much. Under such circumstances, they are still detected now. But their technology has been improving. So many people who have sneaked in now use the improved soul technology, and this soul technology can be slowly fine-tuned according to time, and finally adjusted to a perfect state. For those who can't completely adjust their own souls, they only have one operation, that is to find a way to reduce their appearance as much as possible, so that they are not easily exposed. As he spoke, Jiang Yao looked through the general situation of these spies. As I thought, these souls cannot adjust themselves and basically spend most of their time in a dormant state, because only in this way can they minimize the possibility of being discovered. As for the more active ones, they are naturally these new members. If this is the case, then all the people surrounding the old spy must be investigated. No matter what time it is, as long as there is contact with the old spy, then the possibility is very high. So what we have to do now is to first study what can detect this kind of abnormality, and then start from the people around the old spy to see if there are such people. All our previous actions must not alert the enemy, and the subsequent combat strategies must be formulated by the Zerg. Of course they can propose various strategies, but we will not adopt them, that's all. In addition, all the knowledge learned by the brain worms, and the knowledge related to them can be completely eliminated or reorganized to study our own knowledge. It is not ruled out that they start with the knowledge. After all, these people are highly respected, and their tactical arrangements are basically learned by many people. It is not ruled out that some of these information are deliberately made up by them, and these information may have different effects at critical moments, so these knowledge must also be reorganized. I never thought that this little spy could bring me so much trouble. Although on the surface it seems that these foundations do not have as much impact on him as he imagined. But he knows very well that this impact is already very large. It's just because his Zerg is special that they did not invade. If his race is the same as the races outside, he dares to guarantee that his main civilization would have been infiltrated like a sieve long ago. Chapter 9:18. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. In the past few years, he had focused all his attention on finding these people, but the final result was not satisfactory. That is to say, at present, we can only do targeted scanning through a special instrument. Once this thing is used, it will definitely be discovered. Other than this, we have no other way. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little headache when he heard this. Originally, he wanted to find out the traitor through some slightly secret methods, but who could have thought that this would happen? But now this is the situation, and he has no better way, so he can only start to consider waiting and watching. Since that's the case, let's research how to avoid being found by the enemy again. We won't use it for the time being. When we use it, it will be the time to eliminate all the traitors. The decision was made, and the research and development time was tight. This time, the research and development work was completely led by the bugs, and other civilizations were not aware of this matter at all. Only in this way can we really achieve the goal of hiding the truth. There is no way. There are nails everywhere. If this matter is made public, it means telling these people that we have found them. This is naturally a bit of a loss. Although the progress will not be particularly fast if we rely solely on bugs for research, it doesn't matter. As time went by, the relevant technology soon took shape. Of course, the technology they studied this time was to use the power of the 10th dimension to help them hide. Although they didn't know if it would work, it was the most reliable solution they could think of. As for other damages, it was basically unrealistic to develop special technology. At least it was unrealistic to face this level of civilization. As the days passed, the relevant technology took shape, and at the same time, he received a message that the traces of civilization number 2 were found. This discovery made him realize something immediately. It seems that the other civilization should want to take action. This is a little beyond my expectation. It seems that those nails are also about to play a role. This time the other party was discovered on purpose. Although the discovery process was very difficult, after understanding the general situation, Jiangyao quickly figured out what the other party was planning. He was naturally not panicked at all, and was ready to take advantage of the situation. Of course, he also knew that doing so would be very risky, because the other party must have known what happened when he was trapped in civilization number 1. Under such circumstances, they still made such a decision, which could only mean one thing, that is, the other party should have already researched a targeted method. Of course, he is naturally not the same as before. Now he also has new means, but he is not particularly clear whether this means is useful. But now we can only try our best. Just like that, after making a plan, he started to act. The whole process was the same as in the previous battles. How his civilization operated in the previous battles, he naturally operated in the same way now. So the other side did not find anything unusual. Of course, this is what he wanted to see. In short, he was extremely careful this time. After all, if there was a problem, the consequences would be disastrous. At this time, in the meeting room of the United Civilization, a large number of elites from the affiliated civilizations of the world gathered here. This time we have discovered the location of the number 2 civilization, so it's time for us to take action against them. Although we do have the means to deal with them now, I believe you should also know that when dealing with this kind of civilization, no matter how well we prepare, there are still many factors to consider, and there are many variables. So for this battle, we must sort out a suitable charter here. At this time, the leader spoke slowly, and this person was the spy they had been staring at. At this moment, he was like a very loyal person in the civilization. All his decisions and his words and deeds were made out of consideration for the civilization, and there was no problem. But it was obvious that he had been exposed now, so any of his actions would be re-examined by the insects, and the other party's actions would be inferred through these decisions, because his decision was definitely made to cooperate with a certain plan of the other party. So this was enough to explain a problem, and the other party's plan was also included in this strategy. Now they are like showing their cards. Of course, this is normal. If they don't have such an advantage, how dare they fight with these civilizations? As time goes by, a relevant plan is formulated, and after this plan is formulated, the entire civilization begins to act. From the beginning to the end of the war, these people will participate in it, so he is also very cautious about this matter. The whole plan needs to find 1 or 2 key nodes on the insect side, and then change through these 1 or 2 key nodes, and then influence the entire battle situation. This matter looks difficult, and is also very difficult to operate, but they have to do this, because the opponent will always be the commander watching the battlefield from the beginning to the end of the war. Any disturbance on the battlefield will be detected by them at the first time. Once these people find that something is wrong, they will definitely remind their civilization at the first time. So if this matter wants to succeed, there is only one way. That is to make a small change so that they have no chance to inform their own civilization. By the time they want to inform their own civilization, the entire battle situation can no longer be changed. The nodes here are very difficult to grasp, but this is also their opportunity. From the moment the complete plan was formulated, the comrades began to study day and night. The whole process was also extremely difficult for the bugs, but fortunately, they finally sorted out a suitable plan. Naturally, after having this plan, the next step is to execute it. At this time, in the subordinate civilization, all the subordinate civilizations have been prepared for the expedition. At this time, as the fleet of the subordinate civilization is ready, the insects are also ready. After all parties are ready, Jiangyao controls the universe and sets off in the direction of discovering civilization number 2. As the war begins, the spies who were originally lurking in these civilizations immediately become active. Although they are also very secretive in doing things, they are still discovered. Of course, it is not surprising that such a situation occurs. If the other party makes these actions without their awareness, then they will definitely not be discovered. But I already know that there are spies, and then I will search for them in a targeted manner, then the effect will be different, and anyone who is suspicious will be suspected at the first time. In this way, as time goes by, the days pass by. Soon, the insects have come to the hidden area of civilization number 2, and after arriving here, the attack order is immediately issued. The next moment, the huge cosmic giant directly punches civilization number 2. With a loud bang in the hiding area, the figure of civilization number 2 also appeared in everyone's sight. The next moment, the operation was similar to the previous one. The entire universe began to move towards civilization number 2, trying to swallow it up. However, at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on civilization number 2, and then the expanding universe was directly blocked by civilization number 2, and there was no way to move further. He was not surprised that the other party would do this, because it was obvious that the other party had known his methods in advance, and would naturally have a way to deal with it. At this time, in the command room. How is this possible? How could they know our operation and take corresponding measures? Did they notice something when we attacked civilization number 1? Absolutely impossible. What we did at that time was absolutely impossible for civilization number 2 to discover unless civilization number 1 knew about it. And civilization number 1 could not tell civilization number 2 about the situation inside. They would like us to teach us a lesson again, so it is absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. At this time, everyone in the command room could not help but talk about it, because this matter was beyond their expectations. Everyone, don't panic. Although they have seen through some of our plans, it does not mean that they have seen through all of our plans. Next, we will temporarily change the battle plan. What everyone present did not know at this time was that Jiangyao was looking coldly at the command of the spy chief. As I thought before, they will indeed abandon the first plan and start to implement the second plan. They have prepared about 75 plans for this battle. More than 40 of them are completely useless, and the remaining 20 will be changed according to different situations. They have planned the overall route before making the plan, and the other civilization will cooperate with them to follow the route they have planned. He was not surprised by this. After all, they have been lurking for so many years. At this last moment, they are naturally extremely cautious. If they were not so cautious, Jiangyao would have to suspect whether there was a problem. In this way, everything is developing according to the idea of the spy dice. The first plan fails, and the second plan is temporarily implemented. Then the second plan is successfully implemented, the third and fourth plans fail, and the fifth plan is successfully implemented. It is linked together. Although it seems that there is nothing on the surface, in fact, all of this is calculated clearly by the other party, and Jiangyao is a little impressed by this. To be honest, these people make me look at them with new eyes. They can calculate the battle situation to this extent. Although the other civilization will cooperate with them, if the calculation of this battle situation is slightly wrong, there will be problems if there is only a slight difference in the cooperation. As a result, they can execute the entire plan so accurately. Jiangyao has to say that these people are really capable. At this time, Jiangyao is also very clear about their next plan, because they have already simulated the other party's plan to execute all the plans according to this idea. All of this is so natural. There should be 7 plans left, but the other party has not executed them. If these plans go smoothly, I will have no chance to turn things around. These plans include reducing the universe, making it impossible for the universe to completely control civilization number 2, and then using various means to eliminate my resource reserves to ensure that there is no risk, and then clearing as many troops as possible that can cause danger to them. One link after another, there is no problem, and the civilization in the plan lost everything without knowing it. By the time he reacted, he might have been powerless. But any perfect plan will have loopholes, and the biggest problem with your plan is the second to last one. There are many risks in this plan. In fact, at this stage, my universe can still control your civilization, but at this time, if I really follow your plan, I will be in a state of panic. At this time, any normal civilization will choose to escape, Because if they continue to fight, they will surely die, but if they escape, there is a great chance of escaping. Yes, they can escape. This is the way out for the so-called civilization in your plan, but this is the real dead end. If you fight hard at this time, then there may be a chance. At this stage, your civilization has no ability to stop being covered again. But once I choose to escape the universe, and you reduce a certain base number, then I really have no ability to cover it. Jiang Yao murmured at this time. In that case, it's time to act. As Jiang Yao gave the order, countless bugs that had been prepared in advance swarmed out. At this time, in the command room, the commander-in-chief was calmly commanding the battlefield. And below him, a commander had a barely perceptible sneer on his face. Chapter 919. At this time, the commanders who were in command did not notice that the bugs had already started to act. Although this action was concealed from all civilizations, and was completely controlled in secret, this action was mainly divided into several parts. The first part was to control some spies who had been discovered. Because they had already taken action in the civilization at this time, what they had to do at this time was to control them as quickly as possible. Of course, this was the first point. As for other subsequent plans, they were also arranged clearly. As for the actions here, civilization number 2 was naturally unaware. Although these spies were now passing information to each other step by step in a secret way, it was obvious that this information was misleading information for the entire war situation. At this time, on the side of civilization number 2. At present, the bugs have entered the big net we have woven for them according to our plan. From the beginning of the war to now, they have been led by the nose by us. According to the current rhythm, it is only a matter of time before we solve them. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that what we have to do next is to complete the plan as quickly as possible. Continue to increase the intensity of destroying the bug universe. For the bugs, a variable that is difficult to control, they are also extremely troubled. They originally thought it was a weak civilization, but now they must have paid too much to destroy this civilization. A lot of time has been spent on it, but for them, it is also okay to add some fun to themselves in their long years. But the problem is that in this long period of time, although it can add some fun to themselves, they are afraid that this fun will make them overturn and turn their efforts of thousands of years into nothing, so they are naturally very cautious about this matter. The current reset main universe has lost 20%. At this rate, it will soon reach the critical point of 30%. After reaching this critical point, the main universe will be affected, and it is basically impossible to attack the number 1 civilization as before. Even if they counterattack temporarily and cover us completely, they cannot cover us completely. We can find many gaps and leave that area through these gaps. It is not difficult for us. And we have also mastered the corresponding technology. Even if they are fully deployed and cover us, we can also destroy this universe inside. At this time, all the commanders in the number 2 civilization couldn't help but smile. To be honest, they are still a little afraid of uncontrollable factors such as insects. The main reason is that this civilization is developing too fast, and its offensive capabilities and survival methods are completely in line with the survival of cosmic civilizations. Many civilizations have various advantages and disadvantages at the beginning of their birth. Some disadvantages are just not suitable for survival in the universe, but the insects have no such problems at all. And this is the biggest problem. The insects, all the advantages are in line with the conditions for survival in the universe, and their disadvantages are some insignificant things that have no effect on survival in the universe. After years of understanding, they also have a very deep understanding of the situation of the bugs. And the way they deliver the message this time was very strange. Because their spies in Nanjing basically could not deliver messages through normal channels, so after the war started, he thought of a way, that is, to control his own bugs in the battle, fly according to a certain trajectory, and deliver messages in this way. And such behavior is difficult to detect, even for them themselves. If they did not have many plans and understand the situation of their own spies, they would not be able to pay attention to such a bug. The movement of a bug in the battle is constantly conveying the information that the bug has mastered to them in a special way, but on the surface, this bug is still working hard, and it is dealing with the enemy with its own unique movement. In fact, as a spy at the beginning, he basically did not have much hope for the success of this matter, because the entire battlefield is too large, and it is too difficult to pay attention to it. However, as the battle progressed, when he found that he had not been killed, he immediately understood something. His movements showed that the other side was obviously cooperating with him intentionally. He had just moved from the previous point to the next point when their attack reached the previous point. With their civilization's attack level, there was absolutely no way such a problem would occur. Obviously, His civilization was also telling him in this way that they had discovered his situation, and then he could safely pass on the information in this way. So, he immediately started to operate. In this way, the information he collected over the years was scattered through these methods, and was known by civilized observers. Then the observers sent the detailed information to the spy group, who analyzed it, and understood the specific situation. So that's it, I finally understand. After the commander-in-charge obtained this intelligence, he suddenly realized that it was right. The problem that had troubled him for many years was finally figured out at this moment. I have always thought that such a race should not be like what I saw on the surface. Such a race? Their combat mode cannot be said to be so flexible. When a creature is born in the universe, some characteristics will be imposed on it. Or in other words, only creatures with these characteristics can survive for a long time in the universe. For example, some animals are naturally more ferocious, and these animals can survive by relying on this. Although this ferocity can also bring him endless troubles, at least he survives by relying on this. Many creatures rely on these things to survive. However, once the environment has undergone a major change, these characteristics may also be lost. Sometimes it is inevitable that these characteristics must be abandoned in order to survive, but sometimes they are abandoned unintentionally. After giving up these characteristics, you must immediately come up with other more useful or helpful characteristics and keep persisting. Originally, they would only blame it for the regret. They thought that the biggest characteristic of creatures, like insects, should be strong invasiveness. In fact, according to their understanding, insects were indeed like this at the beginning, but later, as time went by, many things have changed since then. These changes may be benign or not for him. In short, it is because of this change that he has to pay attention to the situation of the bugs. He has always been confused about this point. The bugs that were originally very invasive suddenly became less invasive. This is the first point, and the second point is the change at many critical times. This is not something that this race can do. Now that he has understood the cause and effect, he finally understands how the bugs changed everything. Perhaps when these worms first appeared, they were controlled by a group of so-called players. At that stage, that group of people should belong to a planet in the universe at that time. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that we did not discover this at that time, and thought that this was the nature of the Zerg. In fact, the Zerg may have deviated greatly from the Zerg we saw at that time. Individuals may be very strong in terms of aggression and invasiveness at that time, but because they are controlled by players, they present a completely different appearance. Relying on this, they successfully entered the universe and began to show their talents on this stage. According to the original characteristics, it may be very difficult to go further, but at this time, the worms began to recover some subordinate civilizations and provide themselves with help through these subordinate civilizations. Many things are made up of various coincidences. The development history of the worms is also like this. Through various coincidences, they do the right things at critical moments, and even they themselves do not know the reasons. In this way, they have developed step by step to the current point. It seems that the theory of destiny is indeed feasible. Our civilization has been studying this topic. Although compared with the research of some other topics, this topic is too illusory, so there are very few people responsible for it, but it must be said that through many civilizations including the insects, this set of theories is indeed feasible. Many coincidences have created one powerful and gorgeous civilization after another. The insects can indeed develop to this point, but if they follow the development trajectory of normal civilization, it is absolutely impossible to be as smooth as they are. There is nothing wrong in his eyes. The development of comrades is very rich. Although they have encountered many enemies in the middle, they have solved the enemies too easily. Every battle is basically like this. They have not experienced that some civilizations may only be at the level of ultimate civilization. In order to destroy a civilization, it takes hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. The two civilizations have been baptized in the flames of war since the beginning of the war. In the end, one civilization finally won. When he won the victory with difficulty, he suddenly encountered other civilizations. This civilization came and took the fruits of their victory, and sent them away along the way. This situation is common in the universe. And this is where the problem lies. All these civilizations are the epitome of most civilizations in the universe. It is rare for insects to have such a smooth journey. At many critical moments, they did the right thing. Many wars may slow down the development of insects, but these wars ended at a very fast speed and allowed insects to gain a lot of benefits. All of this is too unreasonable. Making the right decision once or twice in the process of development can indeed be attributed to normal phenomenon, but it has been like this all the way. It has developed to the current level at such a fast speed, which is somewhat outrageous. So he also understood why this civilization can develop to the present level. First of all, it can be determined that the bugs themselves may not have such a smell. At that time, they actually argue for a long time about this topic. Because the idea of luck is illusory, they have been discussing this topic at the beginning. The discussion is nothing more than two reasons. The first reason is that it has risen again since then. Is it because of luck? Because long before they found the bugs, they found through observation that the bugs escaped from other universes and were seriously injured. In this case, this civilization has no way to stir up waves in the universe again, but they have stirred up waves again, and then this momentum is out of control. Until this moment, they feel that it may not be the bugs that really have luck, but the group of people who control the bugs. Because from the beginning, the most dominant thing about the Zerg was naturally the players, who fought and won with one civilization after another through them. Although it looked like the Zerg on the surface, it was actually the players who stood behind them. Thinking of this, everyone present frowned, because they really couldn't understand why. That is to say, the leader of the Zerg may have known the situation of these players for a long time. But this doesn't make sense. With their technological level, they would never have known such things at that stage. Is all this a coincidence? However, for this guess, most people chose not to believe it. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? To be clear, the Zerg is controlled by the players, which means that the Zerg at that time gave his life to the players. How much trust did he have to do such a thing? Of course, this is not the point. The point is that even if this group of players did help them a lot in the early stage, the role they could play in the middle and late stages became smaller and smaller. However, they had to use most of the resources of the civilization. In this case, why would the other party still be willing to give? Is it because of friendship? This is simply nonsense. The most worthless thing in this universe is this thing. If it has no value, it will be abandoned sooner or later. So putting aside everything, it is possible that the rest is absurd. Perhaps the Zerg leader knew it a long time ago. Although he could not confirm it, the idea of luck was just a guess, but he directly bet on the entire civilization to verify this guess. It was also for this reason that he kept the players, even if the players could not provide him with many resources later, and they had to occupy a lot of resources. In this case, he still kept the players. Chapter 920. At this time, in the command room of Civilization Number 2, everyone was discussing everything about the bugs. They were somewhat impressed by this group of bugs. At least this was the only civilization they had seen that almost escaped control. But in the end, this civilization still had to die, and there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they didn't want to be replaced. Everything should come to an end. Although they are blessed with luck, what's the use of it? Sometimes you can't continue to be unbridled by relying on these external things. Sometimes you still have to look at your real strength. For them, the bugs do have the ability to cause harm to them. But the bugs' way of doing it is a trick, not their own strength. If it is not their own strength, there will be many restrictions in the process of use. Once it is studied clearly, it is very simple to find a way to crack it, just like the now. For them, the bugs' tricks are no longer a concern. But at this time, a mutation occurred. Not good, Commander. The reorganized universe is coming towards us. The Zerg universe has begun to spread. It is obvious that they have made preparations in advance. After hearing the report from their subordinates, the commanders' faces immediately became seriously ill. They ordered a quick retreat from their base. As the order was issued, their base immediately changed the direction of flight and flew in the opposite direction at the fastest speed, but it was obvious that they had lost their chance. They were directly bound by the Zerg universe. Then the universe began to spread, covering them all, and at the same time, a piercing alarm sounded, indicating that their base was under attack. Of course, this kind of attack was an attack when the dimension descended, and they would eventually merge into this dimension. I didn't expect that at the last critical moment, they actually changed the market route. What happened? The commander at this time didn't care about much, and hurriedly asked his subordinates about the situation, but he was confused after asking. The spies he arranged in his hands could not be contacted, and this was the key point. How is this possible? How did these bugs find us? So what happened? We have been lurking for so many years. Why did we vomit? Such an accident happened. When did the bugs know that we had placed people? At this time, the commander asked sternly, but it was obvious that no one under his command dared to answer his question. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and shouted at his assistant. Go check it out. No matter what the cost, we must find out the truth. It is impossible for the bugs to discover us and arrange so many things in advance. As the universes of both sides connected, a dense army of bugs appeared in front of him. When this happened, everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that things would develop into what they are now. In fact, seeing so many bugs, they knew that this was not a so-called thing at all. It was obviously prepared in advance, when they were just discovered. The configuration and combat methods of these bugs, as well as many other things, have obviously been adjusted in detail. It is obvious that while they are obtaining intelligence from the bugs should also be obtaining their intelligence. The current situation gives them the feeling that their own people have told them about the layout or combat methods of the insects, and the insects will immediately deduce some of their combat methods based on the most basic version of the combat methods, and then use their combat methods as the basis to reform new combat methods. In this wave of operations, the insects are one version ahead of him, and this is the most embarrassing. So at this time, with the beginning of the war, many of their weapons, especially the law weapons, are restricted, and they can only use warships to fight against the insects. Although they knew this information and deliberately studied these special warships, the effect they could play in the entire battle was not so obvious. On the contrary, the insects became more and more courageous. It was not until this moment that they understood why the number one civilization was beaten so badly by the insects. The other party's technological level in this field far exceeds theirs, and many special technologies in this field are completely crushing them. At this time, they are also paying tens of thousands of points. You must know that there is no number one civilization to interfere, and they can be killed directly from now on. Now they are also panicking. Although they feel that civilization number one should be able to discover this matter, after all, the bugs have been under their close surveillance. When civilization number one finds out that the bugs are in this situation, they will definitely not let the bugs continue to do so. For civilization number one, if they are really observing in secret, this is undoubtedly the best time to eliminate themselves and the bugs. Unfortunately, civilization number one will never know about this, because the bugs have developed the corresponding secret technology from the beginning, but they have never exposed it. When they were ready to find civilization number two, they used this technology at the first time, so now the bugs have disappeared from the monitoring range of civilization number one. At this time, civilization number two has been in a disadvantageous state since the beginning of the battle. They are also very troubled by such a situation. Of course, this is very normal. When they fight with civilizations of their level, if it is in their favor, then their strength will be greatly improved, and they can even beat their opponents without any counterattack. For example, the current bugs have an absolute advantage in the environment where they fight with them, while they are in a disadvantageous state. The bugs can exert higher strength in their own field, and their strength has been suppressed. Under this situation, the situation on both sides is self-evident. At this time, looking at these densely packed bugs, the people of civilization number two can't help but feel numb. The power of the law is suppressed too severely in this dimension. If this continues, we may not be able to hold on for long. These bugs may have summed up their experience from the last time they did this with civilization number one, and know what they lack in this environment, so they have made corrections. The guess of the people in civilization number one was not wrong. At that time, Jiang Yao did think of many plans for this, and he also considered that if he was targeted or the other party had corresponding means, how should he solve it? All of this is the result of his various arrangements. At this time, Jiang Yao is here. It has been arranged almost. Civilization number two has always wanted to take advantage of me, but he never expected that I would use him instead. Of course, I am not surprised by this result. It has been like this since the moment when our civilizations became enemies. It's just a matter of who will end first. In fact, he has several more entangled points now. The first one is that although he is a repressive force now, he knows the truth very well. It is true that he has the ability to win this battle, but once civilization number two is solved, the universe on his side will also be seriously damaged. If civilization number one jumps out at this time, it will really be a big deal. With his current strength, no matter how big the advantage is, if he wants to completely destroy a civilization of this level, it is bound to be impossible to say that it is intact. He has no doubt about this. But now, he finally sees such an opportunity. Although the risk is great, he still chose to go all the way. As for the reason, it is naturally very simple. There is no other way. Sometimes things are like this. If you meet him, you should catch him. You can't give up this opportunity just because you might be discovered by civilization number one and end up picking peaches. You really have to bite the opportunity to death, because there is only one chance. If you miss it this time, there will be no next time. So now, he can only gamble on luck. Of course, he can't put all his hopes on luck. At present, all he can count on is a fake universe he created to fool number one. When he disappeared, it was impossible to say that he disappeared completely. Once he disappeared completely, the other party would definitely search on a large scale and find him easily. So he set up a fake universe, which is the same as the current universe in all aspects, but this kind of universe is just for show. It can be understood as a projection. If you want to find the end of this projection, you can indeed find it, but it takes time. He only hopes that another fake projection can support himself and destroy this civilization. I hope my luck can be a little better. He thought so in his heart at this time. There is no way. Judging from the current situation, he can only hope so. As time goes by, the battle between the insects and the number 2 civilization has entered its end. The insects do have an advantage in this battle, but even with such a gap in strength, the insects still suffer serious losses. The entire universe is about to collapse. Even if he hadn't considered this factor before and restudied the new technology, after encountering similar situations, the universe would be diluted, and then continue to connect and maintain the state in this way. If he hadn't figured out this thing at the time, I'm afraid his universe would have collapsed long ago, and at this time, the number 2 civilization was already in a state of being riddled with holes, all the law weapon launchers were destroyed, and the goodbyes were also lost by 80%. I'm afraid it has an absolute advantage, and there is also a dimensional specialness. The insects on Jiang Yao's back have been lost, reaching more than 60%. As expected, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. For a civilization of this level, even if I have all the advantages, I will still be sad if I want to completely destroy it. According to the current record, if I want to completely eliminate them, my insect loss will reach at least 95%. After the end, the universe may lose about 50% of its area. If I encounter civilization number 1 at this stage, there is no possibility of fighting with it, because even if the remaining universe does not collapse, I have no way to pull the signal civilization into space. Looking at this data, he couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. It's still a bit of a headache. But think about it. A civilization of this level is not as simple as it seems on the surface. As he said this, he was also quite headache. At this time, the situation on the side of civilization number 1 was indeed similar to what he thought. When the insects had the ability to escape the monitoring technology of civilization number 1, the entire civilization number 1 immediately became nervous. Almost at the same time, they began to use all their technologies to try and find out what happened, and then they began to conduct a detailed search in the area. Fortunately, although the bugs evaded their detection for a period of time, they finally found the location of the bugs, which made them feel relieved, but it was enough to make them alert. It seems that the other party has been upgrading this technology. In order to be more concealed, they used this method, which was a bit beyond my expectation, but I never thought that they now have the ability to escape from our sight. If this technology continues to be studied, sooner or later we will not be able to find them at all. For some reason, they now feel like a touchstone for the bugs. That's right, it's this outrageous feeling. The bugs have been constantly using their technology to find their own shortcomings, and then constantly improving them. If they continue to develop at this rate, one day the bugs will be perfect, and even they can't find it. We must find a way to eliminate this race as soon as possible, and we can't let them continue. This is the most real thought in everyone's heart at this time. Indeed, judging from the current situation, if they continue like this, one day they will be surpassed. The development momentum of this race is too strong, but if they want to eliminate it, it is not as easy as they think. However, they still increased their observation efforts to ensure that the bugs would not disappear from their sight. After all, once this race disappears from their sight, it is too terrible. However, just when they were still thinking about this, an accident suddenly happened, because they found that the universe that the bugs showed them seemed to have more or less some problems. After discovering the clues, they immediately began to explore the universe without thinking about anything else. In the end, they found that it was just a fake universe created by the bugs, a fake universe of real bugs to fool them, and it had disappeared from their sight. This time, they were the ones who panicked, so they immediately began to look for bugs frantically. However, they did not find the bugs, but the ruins of civilization number 2. Chapter 921. Looking at this scene, civilization number 1 was silent. They couldn't even believe their eyes. The bugs disappeared right before their eyes, and then civilization number 2 was destroyed. After a long time, the fleet responsible for the search returned. At this time, the atmosphere on the side of civilization number 1 was extremely depressing. Everyone, we are suffering from the biggest crisis in history. 10 years ago, the bugs suddenly disappeared from our sight. They mastered the ability to evade our detection. And they made a fake universe to fool us. To put it bluntly, This universe is a fake thing with a shell and nothing inside. However, it is this fake thing that deceived us for a full 5 years. The Commander-in-Chief looked gloomy. In recent years, they have been discussing various plans on how to eliminate the Zerg. After this period of discussion and research, they have basically found a way to deal with the bugs. As a result, who would have thought that such a thing would happen at a critical moment? This is not good news, at least for them. The sudden disappearance of these insects made them feel a little scalp numb. Obviously, in the years of official confrontation with them, the insects have mastered the means to hide themselves. This method seems very simple, isn't it, just to hide yourself? But in fact, the requirements for technology are very high. This is a qualitative leap. They never thought that the insects could complete this leap in such a short time. And the most important thing is that they were successfully deceived by the bugs for a full 5 years. And it was during these 5 years that the bugs did something big. They found the location of Civilization Number 2 and destroyed them. It took us a total of 10 years to find the ruins of Civilization Number 2. This is very scary. How can this not be scary? In just 10 years, they directly destroyed a civilization of the same level as them, which is enough to show how amazing the destructive power of the bugs is. I really can't imagine that a race can progress so fast that it's incomprehensible. The bugs themselves are a special race, and this race is extremely aggressive. Once their technological level is improved, they have an absolute advantage in the competition with civilizations of the same level. Although it is very difficult for them to improve every step, it is obvious that our enemies seem to have broken this common sense. Although everyone is reluctant to admit it, we are in big trouble. The commander at this time talked about the current situation, which made the faces of everyone present become more and more ugly. Indeed, as the commander said, this group of bugs is the biggest trouble they have ever encountered. Things have far exceeded their expectations. If it were in the past, they would pay attention to this race, but it would not be like now. Now they are only afraid and vigilant of this race. In the previous battle, although the bugs could cause damage to them, this damage was not fatal. At least based on their current size, it is easy to recover from this damage. However, it is different now. The bugs have destroyed a civilization. This is a civilization at the same level as them. This is a very scary thing. So what should we do next? For this race, how should we make them disappear in the shortest possible time? This time, no matter what the cost, we must find them as soon as possible. Everyone naturally understood the truth of what the Commander-in-Chief said. To put it simply, it is impossible for the insects to destroy the number 2 civilization without any damage. According to their estimates, the insects will also pay a great price after destroying the number 2 civilization. That is to say, they are in their weakest state now. But if you think about it, you can find that there are still many resources in the number 2 civilization that have not been looted in time. Obviously, the insects left in a hurry. Maybe they just destroyed the number 2 civilization, and then looted it a little, looted all the important things, and left in a hurry. Based on this alone, it can't be seen that the insects should be in a weak state now. Otherwise, they could even use Civilization Number 2 to make plans and get themselves involved. But the bugs didn't do that, but chose to escape, which was enough to explain the problem. At the same time, they also knew that this was the best time for them to eliminate this race. They were also very regretful about this matter. There was no way. Although they could monitor the bugs, they could not find Civilization Number 2. This was why Civilization Number 2 was suddenly picked. However, now they are having more and more headaches. Where should they find the bugs next? The later they find the bugs, the faster they will recover. Don't underestimate the reserves of civilizations of their level. Although the bugs didn't collect all the things, what they collected was enough to restore themselves to their previous state in a short time. Now they just need to give them some time to digest these things completely, and now they must destroy them before the bugs completely digest them, because by then, they will not only recover to a state of complete victory, but the most important thing is the technology in the hands of Civilization Number 2. What makes them feel the most painful is that if these bugs take these technologies to Civilization Number 1, they don't know how to fight this battle. You know, this group of bugs with no technology can already give them a headache. When they get a wave of good technology, it can't be described as a headache anymore. It's simply a matter of life and death. The commander couldn't help but curse the Number 2 civilization in his heart as a fool. It was outrageous that a civilization in the 3rd stage was so easily destroyed by a civilization that had just entered the 1st stage. No matter how stupid or foolish your 3rd stage civilization was, it wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The Number 2 civilization was destroyed too hastily. It was so hasty that he couldn't help but doubt whether this was a civilization of the same level as them. It was hard to imagine that the two sides had fought so many times and were evenly matched, but they died so hastily. Alas, now that things have happened, what we need to arrange next may not only be specifically targeting insects, but also consider how to deal with the technologies of Civilization Number 2. This feels like 1 versus 2, at least that's how he feels now. There's no way, this thing is really a little bit outrageous. Forget it, since things have happened, all we can do is try to deal with it as much as possible. At this time, he couldn't help sighing. Although it's more or less a little outrageous, there's nothing we can do about it. Compared to the anxiety of Civilization Number 1, Jiang Yao can now breathe a sigh of relief. At least one of his enemies has been solved by himself. Finally, the pressure is a little less. Now I just need to get through this dangerous period, and then figure out all the technologies I got from Civilization Number 2, so in dealing with Civilization Number 1, I won't be so passive. At this time, he was thinking about what the teacher said, that this plan could go so smoothly, which he didn't expect. He didn't expect that the Number 2 civilization would be taken down so easily. Although he paid a considerable price, it was worth it compared to the benefits. Now he had 2 big stones in his heart, and now one of them has fallen. How could he not be happy? Fortunately, I made a decision in an ancient way at that time, and fortunately, the spies of the Number 2 civilization did not expect to be suddenly exposed. To be honest, the key reason why he could win this time was because the idiot spy was exposed. But if you insist, this matter actually has little to do with the spy, because this matter itself is the mistake of the decision-making level of the Number 2 civilization responsible for this sector. If they were not so anxious at the time and sent people to their side, especially on the Blue Star, then so many things would never happen. It is true that being able to enter this planet can obtain very important intelligence, which is inevitable, but the problem is that you have to use your brain. The more important the thing, the greater the risk of obtaining it, which you need to consider. In fact, he also has speculations about these spies. As for the reason, it is actually very simple, because he did not find any clues at all in the previous spies. It means that the insights and soul technology of the group sent before are not as good as those sent later, and the probability of them being discovered is very high. Under such circumstances, they have been lurking in their own civilization for so many years, and have not been exposed. Looking at this posture, I guess I should have met a pig teammate. Of course, the pig teammates he mentioned here naturally refer to the people who are responsible for these spies. Because he clearly felt that these spies could be divided into 2 groups, judging from the positions where these spies entered his civilization, this was indeed the case. The first group of people who entered his civilization all started from the bottom, an inconspicuous position. They belonged to the bottom of the subordinate civilization, born in an absolutely civilian family. If they wanted to climb up, they had to rely on their own efforts. He was even shocked when he read the history of a certain spy. Among the spies who were discovered, there is a family that should be described as a family. When the spy was born, this family was a civilian family at the bottom. Then this spy had a very strong learning ability. Under such circumstances, he finally changed the secrets by his own efforts and promoted his family to a well-off level. Of course, this time it cannot be called a family. You must know that the more advanced the civilization, especially like him, many things are already fixed, that is, the status is already very fixed. If you want to climb up, the effort you need to make is very exaggerated. His generation made his civilian family become a well-off family. Don't look at this little change, but it is completely different in civilization. Because only well-off families can enter the relevant battleship academy for training. This means that in the future he can drive a battleship to fight in space, and fighting is naturally the best way to gain credit. Although the material living standards of civilization have long been satisfied, so in this case, in fact, the living standards of civilians and well-off are similar, but the only difference is the status. The possibility of these members of well-off families to go further is much greater than that of ordinary people, and he is one of them. He has used his lifelong efforts to finally push his family to this level. Next, he applied to the organization to send another spy, and this spy would be born in his family and become his child. The next step is naturally for the son to inherit his father's business. This child joined the battlefield. Relying on his own efforts, he gradually grew from a small cleaner in the battleship to a porter. The porters in the battleship naturally carry various military equipment, and then to the soldiers who can participate in some special operations, and finally, he can control a turret of the battleship. Although this is only a cruiser-level battleship, it is very good to be able to achieve this status. Perhaps in the eyes of these people, an inconspicuous battleship that is crumbling in the civilization war is the position that they desperately want to climb up in their lives. And he also relied on his own efforts to finally sit in the position of deputy captain. When the status reaches this point, it is very easy to get credit. Relying on the credit, he finally successfully became the captain of a destroyer-level battleship in the subsequent war. Although the level of the battleship has been reduced, his status has risen. In this way, he kept climbing up, and finally, he came into contact with the battlecruiser-level battleship. And this is his magnificent life, and his children are naturally spies sent from outside. With his help, the child showed his due talent and took over his mission. As spies, they naturally could not help blatantly, but they could provide a stage as a family, a stage for their children to show their talents. It is enough. There are many talented people and many capable people. They can never make progress because there is no stage for them to show. For their children, they only need to give him a stage, so he can seize this opportunity. It is through this way, accumulating from generation to generation, climbing little by little, finally they have their own fleet, and they also become a fleet captain. This is a very inspiring story. Putting aside his identity as a spy, in Jiang Yao's eyes, the people of this family are indeed talents. How can you find problems when such people lurk in civilization? How do you find problems? How many generations work together for a purpose? Chapter 922. From a certain perspective, he actually admires these people. For their own purpose, they have been working hard and paying so much. In this way, they have come to this point step by step. It is really strange that such people and such a family can be discovered. So many people work together to finally push a person into a relevant position and achieve their goals. He actually admires these people who have given everything to achieve their goals. But he also knows very well that the more such people there are, the more things he needs to consider. However, it is also because of the growth of these experiences that their hiding cannot be seen. Undoubtedly, these people have paid a lot for their growth. However, it is also because of these efforts that they have something that they need to persist more than ordinary people. It is probably such a situation. Many times things are so outrageous. These people have worked hard for such a long time, and finally gained a foothold in civilization. Finally, they completed what they needed to do without being discovered. However, due to the negligence of some people and their greed for success, their efforts were ultimately wasted. So from a certain perspective, these people are sad. If they had not had such bad teammates, perhaps their work could have been completed smoothly. Only those who have achieved their goals can be regarded as true heroes in civilization. Of course, when they are successful, they can also return home with their own glory. For them, this is naturally their lifelong desire. Since entering here in the form of souls, they have given up everything and become the existence of this race. No matter what the road ahead is, they will fight for their goals and give everything. At least the first batch of people who entered here are like this. They have their own dreams and beliefs. For their dreams and beliefs, they have given everything. However, such people have paid so much, but the final result is somewhat heartbreaking. If it weren't for the group of people behind who exposed this information, he estimated that he would definitely not be able to find them here. And this is also the most embarrassing. The countless efforts of the predecessors, but because of an operational error of the descendants, they eventually turned into nothing. This would make anyone explode, but the people of this civilization did not do so. Even when facing death, even when they were doing the final settlement on their side, these people had indifferent expressions. Obviously, they also knew what their fate would be. In this case, they did not think too much. For them, they could only do the things arranged before returning to civilization. They did not have their own life. Everything is fake. They can enjoy life only after they return to civilization, but Jiang Yao is not sure whether they can really enjoy it. The reason why he is so nostalgic about this matter is that he seems to have figured out a lot of things, especially seeing this ancient profession, which reminds him of the past. That's right, since the level of civilization has been continuously improved, this kind of profession has long been covered in the long river of history. But he didn't expect that someone would bring this profession out again. Anything is actually useful, but it depends on who uses it. Some people think that there is no need to use this kind of thing now, but some people can always find something from it, and find their own way. Of course, after remembering, more needs to be moved forward. At least it is like this for himself now. Now he is in the weakest period, so he must recover himself as soon as possible. At least for him now, this matter is very important, and he must hide himself well, and not be discovered by civilization number 1. He is doing his best to do this, because he knows that it is only a matter of time before the ruins of civilization number 2 are discovered by civilization number 1. Once discovered, he must make a decision in the shortest time. It is necessary to determine how to operate, how to deal with the details, and how to avoid some unnecessary things in the shortest time. While he was still working hard on this, at this time on the other side of Blue Star. This was the first time that this planet had participated in actual combat since its establishment. Although he had simulated many virtual wars in the middle and let them participate, this war was the first war in the true sense for them. For the players here, this was a novel experience. Of course, the novel experience was not the truth they knew, but the activity of this game made them feel very stressed. Compared with previous battles or other things, this time their pressure was much greater than before, and they even thought that they might not be able to complete this activity, but in the end, after their joint efforts, this activity finally came to a successful conclusion. Brothers, the activity planned and launched this time is a bit difficult. Yeah, I thought I couldn't complete the task this time, but I have to say that this activity is much more exciting than the previous one. This time we can directly use the late-stage arms, and everyone has won. This feeling is simply too amazing. At this time, all the players gathered together to discuss this topic. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Indeed, if it was in the past, they could only use their existing arms to fight in such activities. This feeling is completely different from using the late-stage arms directly. Of course, they also like this feeling very much. After all, they really experience the power of the late-stage arms, so they are naturally more eager for this kind of arms. Although they cannot get one for everyone, now they want to put at least one in the Union. For the current players, the game mode is naturally very different from the past. The conventional combat between arms is no longer of much use. After all, this kind of combat method has been eliminated. After reaching this level, the combat method has completely changed. Naturally, players cannot continue to use the previous method, so Jiangyao is also very bold in this reform in the game. Players are mainly responsible for two sections. The first section is to send out the insects from the 10th dimension to fight the enemy. The proportion of this section is not high. The highest proportion is another section, which is to control some changes in the universe, and the changes in the armor composed of special insects outside the universe. Compared with the previous direct battles, now there are more micro-adjustments. First of all, the entire universe is under control. Which side should be strengthened and which area should be relaxed. This is decided by the players themselves. In short, the role of players in combat is more auxiliary. For example, in this battle, after the players spread and cover the entire universe, which area will be more damaged and need to be filled by other areas, and how should other areas maintain their own balance after filling? How many areas are needed to be used in areas that are hit hard by the opponent's laws? How should the evolutionary route of the armored insects be taken to resist the mutated special armored insects? How should the processing of the fine-tuning details of the evolutionary direction be operated? How should the fleet responsible for the attack cooperate with them to decide when to attack, which area, and when to return to defend which area? All of this is controlled by them. Compared with direct recklessness, they now have to consider a lot of things to do these things, at least much more than before. Of course, this is also what they like to see. After all, they like this kind of technical stuff very much. You know, compared to the past when anyone could become a player, now they have a different model. It takes elite talents to become a player, and ordinary people naturally don't have this ability. It is also for this reason that they can do all kinds of operations so unscrupulously. In short, there are too many things to consider and pay attention to here. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that they can all control it easily. From this aspect, it is not difficult to see that the overall ability of current players has indeed been greatly improved compared to the past. This is also the result of elite selection. Of course, the freedom is naturally much worse than before. Sometimes, compared to finding professional talents, finding players is indeed much more reliable, just like now. These control aspects can also be handed over to professionals to operate. Perhaps they will do better than players in professional ability, especially after professional training. But obviously, letting players operate directly in the form of games is a different concept, which requires mentioning things in terms of interest. After entering the game, you can choose to be biased towards combat or logistics. It's all up to you. There is no mandatory requirement. You can switch to logistics or assistance halfway through the battle. Compared with professional management, players are more relaxed. They can understand their own situation through more switching and then make adjustments. If it is professionalized, it will definitely not be like this. At the same time, some players want to learn some related knowledge independently and run to learn based on interest, but if it is professionalized, then the effect of forced learning will be completely different. Sometimes interest is the best teacher. Because they are interested in this thing, they are willing to spend time and energy to study it, and are willing to pay a lot for it, but if it is simply based on tasks or other methods, then it is different. At present, when players study something, they start with their interest and then conduct research. Various routines are also based on their own whimsical ideas. This is the advantage of players. There are no so-called restrictions, no mission goals, and no things that must be completed every day. They just do whatever they want, so they don't need to consider too many things. And this is the best. It is also because there are not so many restrictions that they can do it according to their own preferences, instead of what some people have to do. The gap between the two is very large, and it is because the gap between the two is very large that the players are unique. Including the previous battle, which was originally intended to test them, the final result was also satisfactory. At least under their command, this matter finally came to a successful conclusion. During the battle, they solved one problem after another that needed to be faced through the fine-tuning of various details and the meticulousness of the operation. When should they strike hard, and when should they give up decisively? All of this is in their arrangement, and naturally all of this was witnessed by Jiang Yao. It is also because of seeing these things that he has more choices here. All in all, it was barely going smoothly. The player's first action was a complete success. Compared to these spies hiding in civilization, it was a different situation. Especially when Jiang Yao attacked them, the whole situation became extremely chaotic. If I have to say it, it is a bit heartbreaking. At first, they all thought they had succeeded, and all the arrangements were carried out step by step according to their plan. However, at a certain critical moment, they found something wrong, because the bugs and the fleet did not obey their command at all. The fleet did not listen to all the orders they issued, but began to arrange in other ways, which made them realize that the situation was not good, and then a large number of bugs suddenly appeared. Until this moment, everyone was in a state of confusion, looking at the success. Who would have thought that such a thing would suddenly happen? They didn't even know when they were exposed. However, they had no way to stop such a situation. They were more likely to make decisions by influencing the other party's various decisions to achieve their own goals. So when the matter was exposed, they knew that they had lost. Since the other party knew it, they must have arranged it in advance. As for the purpose of the other party's advance arrangement, of course, it was very simple. It is obvious that the other party is coming to take advantage of the other party's plan. The other party should be very clear about all their plans, and use their plans to rearrange. In order to achieve their goals, they were actually very curious about how they were exposed, but it was obvious that they would never have an answer. For these people, telling them the answer was the best way to free them, so such a thing would naturally not happen. So they lost this war. They won in intelligence, and through intelligence, they understood the situation of the reorganization, but they also lost in this, and through wrong intelligence, they led to the ultimate destruction of civilization. Chapter 923. They have a good idea of the situation of civilization. Through so many lessons learned from failure, Jiang Yao has also learned a lot. In the following time, he will do more training for new players, and of course, there are other more important things. Maybe I should consider cultivating some more important characters now. After thinking about it, Jiang Yao feels that considering the current situation, if he continues to cultivate with conventional means, it will still be a little bit lacking. Is there a possibility? I can create a world by myself? Thinking of this, his mind can't help but become active. The creation here does not mean creating a normal world on the surface. It means creating a traverser like himself, and letting the traverser develop his own world. To put it simply, many things in the blue star he created maintain the original appearance of the blue star. It's also fortunate that he was nostalgic at the time, otherwise he would not have designed it this way. There are many related novels there now. As for time travel and systems, these concepts also exist, and with the existence of these things, it is not impossible for me to create a brand new world, or more precisely, a brand new time traveler. Choose one of them, use some special means to let him go to a certain universe, and then develop there as a time traveler. I can also provide him with some help like the number 2 civilization. The more he thought about it, the higher the possibility was. If he did this, there would be many benefits. First, he would develop from the beginning, and according to his current situation, he would intervene or observe from the middle. In this way, he would definitely make great changes to the development of civilization in the middle. On the contrary, the development of this civilization lacked freedom. If he only created a system for them, and let them rely on this system to start from scratch, the system would only provide them with a certain degree of help, and then how to develop in the future would depend entirely on themselves. In this way, he let them develop civilization. Although it was unclear how far they would go in the future, if this plan succeeded, then he would have another way out for the first point. The second point was that he could be inspired by this civilization, and the most important thing was that its operation could be carried out with a friendly goal, so that there would be no situation where both sides would fall apart. And this could be regarded as finding a new way out for the people of Blue Star. He had already let go of the group of players who were willing to leave before, and Jiang Yao didn't know what they were like now, because he had never paid attention to them since that separation. In his impression, since he had already decided to do this, he would definitely not hesitate to check on their development. This was not letting them go, but secretly observing him. He felt that there was no need for this. Since he had decided to let them leave, he should not hesitate after making this decision. It is impossible to say that he had just made a decision to let them develop on their own, and then he followed them, and kept an eye on them all the time. Maybe they have developed better now, or maybe they have died in the war. In fact, it doesn't matter. What matters is that he has the ability, so he can leave his own spark for this civilization. In fact, this is also quite good. At least compared with the way he dealt with the Blue Star people, he thought he did a good job. But he knew very well that this was all from the perspective of the Blue Star people he had once been. Of course, the civilization of this planet may have more possibilities, so he is willing to give this civilization some other possibilities. The civilization built in this way can be completely independent in the end. And in the process of development, they have a foundation, unlike the group of Blue Star people he let go directly. He didn't know when he would be able to comprehend the technology he forced on them. Starting from scratch, at least they know what they need to study for each step of their plan. Thinking of this, he felt that this method was not unfeasible, but the details of the operation needed to be carefully considered. Thinking of this, he also began to conceive and choose the universe. Because with his current status, even if the Blue Star people want to enter the regular universe, the price they need to pay is very serious. He can't let others go to the regular universe with a bunch of negative buffs. First of all, he has to solve these problems, and then create a system. This is a more critical time. After all, it is really difficult to develop to a similar level without this thing from scratch. In addition to creating a system, there are still many details that need to be polished. In short, there are too many things that need to be handled well. Not only that, the selection of people is also very important. It is impossible to just pick someone at random. People may not have a high degree of education or high wisdom, but they must have high leadership and the ability to see the essence of things. In short, this person must be able to reach a certain standard in all aspects. He does not want the person he has put in so much effort to let go will be a legendary helpless person. No matter how hard he works, this person will just be a salted fish and rotten, which will be embarrassing. After a long period of selection, finally all aspects are ready. First of all, in terms of the selection of people, he quickly found a suitable person. The choice of the universe also quickly made you figure out the highest combat power of this universe, that is, at the level of super civilization, and compared with the active super civilizations in other universes, the super civilization of this universe is relatively quiet, so don't worry about being targeted at the beginning. As for the choice of the place to descend, this is also very particular. If a person wants to grow quickly, or a civilization wants to grow quickly, it cannot do without war, so the place where he lands must be related to war. But we cannot let him fall into the quagmire of war from the beginning. If so, he may be destroyed before he develops. Wouldn't he be busy in vain? So it is possible that this will happen in the place you choose, but there is still a certain amount of preparation time, and the person who chooses can learn about this matter through some channels, and make subsequent arrangements under this premise. That's about it. The brainworm has already given very detailed rules for many details. It's okay to consider more factors, but that won't achieve the purpose of training. The development of a civilization requires various crises and blood. If there are accidents in the process of development, or it is destroyed in the middle, this is also indispensable. It is impossible to create various favorable conditions for it, and solve various crises for it in advance just because you don't want it to be destroyed. Then, there is no point in cultivating civilization by yourself. Understanding the enemy and observing their destruction is actually a warning to yourself from a certain perspective. Let's give it a try for now. If this plan goes well, I can launch more new plans in the future. My civilization has reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard I try, I can't continue to improve. Although the integration of the technology of civilization number 2 may allow my technology to be improved again. But in this way, I am walking the old path of civilization number 2. This path should not be taken by me. This path should be handed over to other people. If they succeed or achieve higher achievements, then I can come back and walk it myself. I will never feel at ease handing this technology to someone I don't know. This technology can only be handed over to players. In this way, we can see whether this path is feasible and whether this path is right. At this time, on the side of the brain worm. Since Jiang Yao finalized this plan, Lao Tsong immediately began to lay out intensively. They naturally attach great importance to a plan, and of course only the bugs know about this. Although the spies have been eliminated, and the level of soul technology has increased again, he naturally cannot tell others about this matter with confidence after the previous experience. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing if something happens again, and the technology he wants to deliver to this civilization is not bad, so he must ensure that it is safe, otherwise it will be easy to go wrong. So when everything is ready, the action is completely started. The universe has been determined. Start the last scan of the target universe to determine all the civilization levels of the target universe. All civilization levels of the target universe have been determined, and all aspects meet the conditions. The Cosmic Consciousness Strength Assessment is successful, and the Cosmic Consciousness Strength is weak. The system is debugged for the last time, and the system is debugged successfully. In this plan, apart from the candidates, the most important thing is the system. If you enter such an area with weak cosmic consciousness, people like him will still be affected, but if there is a system to help cover it up, then it will be foolproof. Because as long as there is a system to help cover up, this weak cosmic consciousness will not be able to find any clues. The target of the crossing is ready. Name Qin Yao, male, 20 years old, from Blue Star Dragon Country. Occupation, ordinary game company planner. The universe of the crossing is named Equation Universe Number 1. Start positioning the crossing galaxy. Start positioning the crossing position. Positioning is successful. The soul channel has been opened and can be crossed at any time. As a series of arrangements were completed, at this time on the other side, a young man about 20 years old listlessly sat in front of the computer desk and tried to type the code. From his tired eyes, it is not difficult to see that he may have been working here for several days. Soon, he began to be confused. Then he fell down with his eyes rolled over and lost consciousness. Soul extraction is successful. Start delivery. Delivery is successful. In Universe Number 1. A certain unknown galaxy. Here you can see the surface of Proxima Centauri in the distance covered by lava. However, through the observation equipment, you can vaguely see that there are some traces of civilization on the planet. Yes, there was civilization on this planet, but it was destroyed because of the war. At this time, in the synchronous orbit of this inconspicuous planet, there is a broken space station with a length of more than 100 kilometers. Many areas of this space station can see large damaged holes, and it is obvious that there may have been a war here. Although this space station seems to have been destroyed, some small drones about 20 meters long can be seen flying in and out occasionally. It is obvious that this seemingly dilapidated space station is still in operation. In a cabin deep in this space station, there are a large number of clone chambers and a dormant chamber. At this time, the dormant chamber slowly opened. A handsome man in his 20s climbed out of it. He looked around in a daze. Am I traveling through time? Qin Yao felt a little incredible when he said this. Qin Yao twisted his arm subconsciously, and then a pain came. Oh my god, I really traveled through time. Then Qin Yao recalled everything. He was originally a game planner of a game company. Because of staying up late and sudden death, he traveled through time inexplicably. Just when Qin Yao was still thinking about it, a prompt sound suddenly came in his mind. Ding detection detected that the host conditions meet. Congratulations host binding, super technology system. System activation. System activation successful, found that the space meets the conditions, and began to bind the space station. Binding successful. Space station authority adjustment is being adjusted successfully. Congratulations host for obtaining the highest authority of the space station. This sudden prompt sound also made Qin Yao stunned. However, as a game planner, he naturally read a lot of novels, so he still knew about the system or cheats. Travel through time and bind cheats. It turns out that the ancients did not deceive me. Thinking of this, Qin Yao couldn't wait to understand the functions of the system. After understanding, Qin Yao also roughly understood the situation of this system. This system can be exchanged for resource points by collecting various metal resources in the universe. Resource points can be used to purchase a series of items such as mecha warships, or technology in the system. At the same time, as the system mall is upgraded, more rare items will be unlocked. Simply put, the system mall can be understood as a VIP mall. The higher the VIP level, the better the unlocked items. The metal handed in can be understood as soft sister currency. Simply put, as long as you recharge, you can become stronger. After roughly understanding the situation, Qin Yao opened the system mall and began to check the situation. Consciousness connection helmet, 100 resource points, can connect to clones and then control clones through helmets. Special as a seed 10 resource points, as long as there is an ecological circulation system. It only takes 1 week to mature. Yufeng Class 1 Mecha, 2,000 resource points per unit. Maintenance Robot, 1,000 resource points per unit. Seeing the products in the system mall, especially the mecha, Qin Yao was slightly tempted. Which boy can resist the temptation of mecha? Thinking of this, Qin Yao decided to find a way to buy himself a mecha first. Chapter 924. Such a large space station should have a lot of resources. Thinking of this, Qin Yao came to the command room of the space station and prepared to check the remaining resources of the space station. At this time, Jiang Yao was on his side. He was naturally paying attention to Qin Yao's every move. In the early stage, he arranged it very well. After all, he didn't want the person he sent so hard to live for more than a few minutes. Next, he should worry about various things. It's not so easy to get a mecha. The current arrangement should guide it to the natural disaster route. If it doesn't follow the route, it needs to be repaired when necessary. While observing Qin Yao's actions, Jiang Yao was also thinking in his mind. In the early stage, the development route was planned and calculated by the super brain. Combined with the normal psychological state of the selected person, many simulations were carried out, and finally it was determined that this plan was feasible, so the other party would follow his own ideas. Jiang Yao felt that there should be no moss. If he had to say it, he actually hated making corrections midway, because the more corrections he made, the more he intervened, and the greater the probability of subsequent problems, and the higher the possibility of being discovered by the other party. However, he continued to observe the other party's every move, and at this time Qin Yao had already searched the information. While searching, Qin Yao also learned several important information. First of all, the space station he was bound to was a civilization called Starship Subcivilization, which inherited the technology of a civilization called Mother World Starship. Secondly, thousands of years ago, this place was invaded by a creature called Zerg, and a war broke out between the two sides, and both sides were defeated, and the Starship Subcivilization was destroyed. In addition to these two relatively old information, there are also some recent information. What he is most concerned about is that, after these years of development, within 2 light years of the space station, 2 civilizations have mastered sublight speed navigation technology. In addition, the space station has encountered 4 attacks from unknown civilizations in the past 10 years. Although the attacks of these civilizations were blocked by the defense turrets of the space station, it is obvious that this place has been targeted. I was originally excited to inherit a space station, but who would have thought that this place would be a mess? Qin Yao sighed. After understanding the general situation, Qin Yao had to start considering the problems he would face in living here. First of all, the space station. This space station is basically on the verge of being scrapped. The space station is now in a low-energy state, and the low-energy problem is currently maintained by converting the ore collected by the mining drones into energy. If you want the space station to operate, the energy facilities must be repaired as soon as possible. But before that, I must consider my own survival. First of all, oxygen. The current oxygen reserves in the space station can sustain me for half a year, so there is no need to worry about this for the time being. But as for food. Thinking of this, Qin Yao checked the crops in the space station. At present, most of the crops in the entire space station have died, and only a few crops have survived. Qin Yao made a preliminary estimate that these foods could sustain him for 4 months at most. That means I have to solve the food problem in 4 months, otherwise I might starve to death. And there is only one way to solve the food problem, that is to repair the ecological circulation system in the space station. Thinking of this, he called up the system panel and began to check in the mall. Repair robot, 1,000 resource points per unit. The remaining resources of the space station can be exchanged for about 1,000 resource points, which means that it can just buy 1 unit. However, repairs will require about 100,000 units of various mineral resources. While muttering, Qin Yao checked the current output of the space station. There are currently 10 mining drones remaining in the space station, which can mine about 1,000 units of resources every day. And energy is needed to maintain the operation of the ecosystem. That means I need to repair the energy system first, and this system requires at least 100,000 units of resources to be initially repaired. Including the ecosystem, it will cost a total of 200,000, and it will take 200 days based on my current production. But the food in the space station can only last for more than 100 days. What should I do with the other half of the time? What the hell is this? Earn points. I must find a way to earn points in a short time. While thinking, Chen Yao continued to look through other items in the system mall. Mecha, maintenance robot, mining drone. Soon Chen Yao's eyes were attracted by the mining robot. Mining drone, ordinary type 10 resource points. Mining drone, intelligent type 100 resource points. Seeing this, Chen Yao couldn't help but frown. Oh my god, why is the price difference so big for this thing? After muttering to himself, Chen Yao roughly understood the reason. One is intelligent, and the other is mentally retarded. The cheap one needs someone to control it, while the expensive one can be collected by yourself. The amount of resources mined by a single drone per day is 100 units, which can be exchanged for 1 resource point. That is to say, if I buy the cheap one, I only need 10 drones a day to dig out a new drone. I need 100 expensive ones. The cost difference between the two is exactly 10 times. Thinking of this, Chen Yao also began to calculate. The cheap drone still has the most basic auxiliary system, so it is not difficult to control. Under normal circumstances, a skilled person can control at least 10 drones. If I control 10 drones, then I can produce 1,000 units of or resources a day. With this resource output plus the remaining few drones in the space station, 100 days should be enough. But soon Chen Yao realized another problem. Not only does the time limit for this operation have to be very tight, but there can be no problems in the middle. And the most important thing is that I need to work at such a high intensity for more than 100 days. Who can bear this? And who can guarantee that there will be no accidents in the middle? What if the civilization that often visits here comes again? You know, after there's several times of tossing, the energy of the space station has run out. Currently, this turret can't fire. Thinking of this, Chen Yao knew that he had to find a way to speed up the progress. If there are enough people, one person can control 10 machines, 10 people can control 100 machines, and it will be easy to increase the production by snowballing slowly. But where can I go to trick people? But at this moment, Chen Yao thought of the clone warehouse when he woke up, and then he thought of the consciousness helmet in the system mall. Finally, combined with his identity as a game planner before crossing, Chen Yao soon thought of a perfect solution. I can buy virtual helmets and connect to these clones. Then connect to the Blue Star network and create a fake game official website on Blue Star. Fool them that this is a game. Then let the system distribute these helmets to these players. Let them control the clones to help you work for free. Won't the problem of manpower be solved? Thinking of this, Chen Yao couldn't help but admire that his plan was simply perfect. As a planner, Chen Yao knew very well that in the game, players are hardworking and selfless models. As long as your game quality is good and the gameplay is rich, they can help you work forever. As for himself, while thinking, Chen Yao looked around. This is not just about quality, this is a perfect one-to-one restoration of reality. But I don't know if it can attract enough people. For this question, he really has no idea. Although he can claim to restore reality 100%, don't forget that there is a game on Blue Star that is also like this, and this game has a very high status in Blue Star. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that many companies that want to imitate this game have failed in the end. There is no way. This game is so exquisite. It is said to restore reality 100%. At least the quality of the games made by these investors is very different from that of other games. He is sure that if the game does not have such high entry requirements, he can guarantee that at least in that track, it is absolutely impossible for similar games to survive. Now the reason why these games can survive and operate is that although the quality is not as good as that game, many people want to play but cannot enter. Since they can't play the high-end version, it is not unacceptable to play the low-end version. It is under such a premise that he can let some imitation games survive, but it is just survival. There are also big problems in the imitation game sector. The gap between this sector is the gap between people and dogs. The income of the first few is very exaggerated, but the income of the latter is directly cut off. Many game companies can't even recover their costs. It's probably like this. Once the quality is not up to standard, you will go bankrupt in minutes. If he makes this into a game, he can guarantee that the quality will not be bad, because compared to those people, the biggest advantage is that it is real, so the so-called physical engine bug does not exist, and the bug of picture quality does not exist. The quality of his game is definitely not worse than the game on Blue Star now. This is his advantage. Although he can't compare with that game, in terms of substitutes, he feels that no other game can compete with him. If he takes this advantage, then do he still have to worry about not having enough people? Thinking of this, he can put down his heart. Then Chen Yao immediately began to plan. But if I want to execute this plan, I must consider a problem, that is, how to connect to the Blue Star network. To connect to the Blue Star network, then I need the location of Blue Star, While thinking, Qin Yao recalled that before he traveled through time, he had seen the coordinates of Blue Star in the universe on the internet. Thinking of this, with a try-it attitude, Qin Yao immediately opened the star map of the space station and began to query. Hey, this space station is also located in the Orion Arm. Looking at the shape, it seems to be in the Orion Arm like Blue Star. How can I get close to it? Seeing this, Qin Yao couldn't help but feel happy. Of course, this is also specially arranged by Jiang Yao. The layout of many places in the universe is similar to the previous universe, and Nanqing has its own history, so it can be fake. Sometimes you do lie to them, but everything has a premise, and the premise of everything on my side is to get close to the truth. Although this civilization has developed to the universe, and started to explore the universe, they will find that the layout of many places in the universe is very different from what the history of Blue Star has left, or what has been studied. However, Jiang Yao is not worried about this at all, because in Qin Yao's eyes, Blue Star is just a low-level civilization that is not even a first-level civilization. In this case, the truth they know is not necessarily the truth. Compared with their own field investigations, is the starry sky observed by the people on Blue Star through some so-called astronomical telescopes really true? What he saw when he arrived was the truth. At that stage, he would feel that his technological level had surpassed that of men. He saw the truth, whether it was the truth or not, at least it was more real than what they saw. Every day, he was always comparing the star map. After a few days of comparison, Qin Yao basically determined the location of the space station. Proxima b, 4.2 light years away from the Blue Star. I never thought that the Blue Star was right next to my house. That would make things easier. This news also made him interested. Although the distance was far, for some of the remaining technologies in the space station and the help of the system, this distance was very close for him now. After determining the general situation, Qin Yao immediately began to make arrangements. First, he spent a huge amount of money to buy a shuttle. This shuttle, which was only 30 meters long, was sold at a price of 400 resource points in the system mall. This thing could not only help him transport a batch of helmets, but also serve as the server of his fake game website. After everything was ready, Qin Yao only had 600 resource points left. After buying 3 helmets, Qin Yao used the remaining resource points to buy 30 mining robots. After all the preparations were done, Qin Yao began to quietly wait for the players to come. In fact, at first he thought that he could just take the shuttle back, but the reality was very embarrassing. If the shuttle wanted to cross such a long distance, the oxygen inside would definitely not be enough for him to consume. The most important thing on the outside was that he was now a legendary traverser, and had finally bound to the system and inherited the space station. If he didn't make a good effort, how could he be willing? So under various factors, he chose to stay here. Chapter 925. The next thing is naturally very simple. The Blue Star he sent the shuttle to is not a real Blue Star, but just a fake male star, a fake projection created by special technology. This projection may not take long for the number 1 civilization to find clues, but if it is placed in the eyes of a primary civilization like Shengshao, then they will never find the truth in their lifetime. Naturally, his shuttle did not find any problems when it came here. As soon as it came here, Qin Yao immediately started to operate it. I saw that this shuttle began to deform after it came here. The main purpose of this shuttle coming here is to connect the launching network with him. Only in this way can the two sides have regular communication, and he can also build a game website on the Blue Star network and recruit players. Another point is to distribute helmets, but at present, his resources are insufficient, so he can't bring many, but next time he can bring more helmets. In this way, everything is under his arrangement and is going on in full swing. Soon, a website was quietly established on the Blue Star network. Of course, this website was connected to the real Blue Star created by Jiang Yao. The reason why he did this was mainly to cultivate players. He didn't need to pull out a group of people again for this matter. After all, compared to using bugs to fake people to cooperate with him, it is more reliable to use Blue Star people directly, and there is no need to worry about revealing any flaws. Moreover, players also need Blue Star people, not bugs that can only execute orders. After a while, in a small rental house in Blue Star Dragon Country. At this time, a young man in his 20s was browsing the official website of a game called Star Battlefield. The first thing that caught his eye on the official website was pictures of various cool warships and mechas. And there was a very exciting sentence in the title. We missed the age of discovery, but this time we will not miss interstellar exploration again. While muttering in a low voice, Yuxing felt as if his DNA was moving. Then he flipped through the videos and saw various mechas fighting, facing huge monsters on the planet, facing mysterious marine creatures on the seabed, even facing enemy warships and mechas in space. And what shocked Yuzheng the most was the picture quality of these demonstration videos. With this picture quality, it is probably better than many movies. Oh my god, this game is really good. I won't say much. If the real graphics in the game can be half as good as GC's, this game will be amazing. What am I thinking? If there is such a great game, I'm afraid I'm just dreaming. As he said this, Yuzheng continued to flip through the pages, and soon, he saw the application form for the internal test qualification at the bottom. Then, when he saw the game introduction below, his face suddenly became strange. The world's first immersive experience helmet game. You are invited to experience it in the internal test without deleting the files? Players who have obtained the internal test qualification will be given a free exclusive game helmet worth $59,999. Scam website. It's definitely a scam website. When Yuzheng saw that this game was actually a helmet game, he directly classified it as a scam website. Just kidding. 100% restoration of reality. This gimmick is almost overused now. Many high-imitation games use this gimmick to fool people, but when you enter, you find that it is completely different from that game, so he subjectively classifies this game into it. There is no way, there are too many fake games now, but he hesitated when he saw this theme. After all, compared with bugs, he felt that mechas were more interesting. Continue to read, confidentiality agreement? It looks pretty real. Seeing this, Yuzheng instinctively wanted to go directly to the upper right corner, but when he recalled the promotion of GC just now, he hesitated. It's probably going to cost a lot of money to make this video quality. If it's a scammer, are they really willing to invest so much? Why don't I click in and try it? Anyway, as long as I pay and provide a bank card, I will just close it. With such a little hope, Yuzheng still clicked on the internal test application form. At the same time, the same thing happened in several other places on Blue Star. The next day, early in the morning, Yuzheng's door was knocked early in the morning. Who is it? Yuzheng, who was preparing to eat breakfast, opened the door with some confusion. There was no one outside the room, just a square package lying quietly. What is this? Yuzheng was a little curious when he saw this scene. But when he saw the big words on the package, his pupil shrank suddenly. Star Wars exclusive helmet for internal test players. So he opened the package with some disbelief. When he saw the helmet lying quietly in the box, he was stunned. Fuck, is this game for real? Yuzheng said with a look of disbelief on his face. He then picked up the well-made helmet with trembling hands. The heavy feeling of the helmet made him know that it was definitely not a fake product. Could this game really be made? He thought as he plugged in the power cord and put on the helmet. A series of prompts sounded. The game is loading. Loading 1%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Loading successfully, entering. Entering successfully, iris information has been entered. Please name your character. Yuzheng was so shocked by what he saw that he was speechless. This is really entering, he said, as he typed the two words Sui Feng in the ID name. This is the ID he has been using for other games. As the name was finished, a dazzling white light appeared, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a rectangular metal box. At this time, the hatch of the box was slowly opening. At the same time, as the hatch opened, the pipes connecting to him began to disconnect. At this time, Sui Feng began to look around. He found that he was in a huge room. The room was full of square boxes when he woke up just now. This should be the cloning warehouse introduced on the official website. Sui Feng muttered softly after looking around. Then his attention was attracted by other things. Oh my god, the quality is amazing. At this time, Sui Feng looked at the surrounding buildings. Not only was the overall quality realistic, but the most important thing was that no matter whether it was the clone warehouse or other places, the details were done very well. From the overall layout of the entire cabin to the details of the ground texture. With a shocked face, he touched the clone warehouse next to him out of curiosity, and then he felt a cold touch. Fuck. 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 Forgive me for not being educated, but this kind of game is really made. While saying this, Sui Feng subconsciously stretched out his hand to look at it. Fuck touch. Oh my god, they actually made this thing. This game is going to be amazing. Real. It's so real. This game gave him the feeling of two words, real. Before, he always thought that the 100% restoration of the world introduced on the official website was deliberately exaggerated for publicity purposes, but now he understands. People are just telling the truth. This is simply amazing. At the same time, just as Sui Feng was shocked by everything in front of him, he suddenly noticed that the doors of 2 more cabins were open not far away. Then, fuck. 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 It was obvious that the other 2 players had almost the same reaction as him. This picture quality can be used as a wallpaper. This detail, so detailed that even the texture is made. Wow. Soon, several shocked players noticed each other. With a little curiosity, the 3 players approached each other and began to look at each other. It's amazing to achieve this level of modeling. As he said this, Suifeng subconsciously stretched out his hand and slapped the player next to him. Wishy, what are you doing? The dissatisfied voice of the player with the ID Zinkinglong came from the side. But soon, he seemed to realize something. Fuck, pain. This game actually made this thing. It's amazing, this game is amazing, all 5 senses have been made. Zinkinglong said in shock. Hearing what Shinkong said, the voice of Tianqiong, who had been observing the surroundings, came over. Oh my god, this game has made a sense? Come on, give me a slap so I can feel it. At this time, the player with the ID Tianqiong obviously did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Pa! As 2 crisp sounds rang out, Tianqiong was stunned as he looked at the 2 people shooting left and right. It hurts. It hurts so much. Hey, no, why are you 2 still hitting each other? Didn't you ask us to slap each other to feel it? Oh my god, I said 1 slap, not 1 slap each, and you 2 can just slap each other. Why are you hitting each other so hard? Tianqiong touched his face and felt the burning pain. Oh my god, this pain system is not only made, but also made so damn real. After hearing what Tianqiong said, the 2 of them hurriedly asked about the real feeling. Naturally, Tianqiong also began to vividly describe the most intuitive feeling these 2 slaps gave him. Don't you know that the 2 slaps just now reminded me of the feeling of being hit by my mother when I made mistakes when I was a child? It's exactly the same. Hearing what Tianqiong said, Shinkong was also a little shocked. Really? Come on, you 2 come and give me a try so I can feel it. Then, oh my god, it's true, the feeling of this big cunt is amazing. Shinkong subconsciously turned his eyes to Suifeng. Seeing Shinkong eyes, Suifeng subconsciously took 2 steps back. Oh my god, what are you going to do? What else can I do? Of course, I want you to feel it. That's not necessary. I already know it from your performance. It's useful. The shock in the hearts of the 3 people at this time was beyond words. It was really a little outrageous. They originally thought that this was a plagiarized game, and it was definitely of that quality, but they didn't expect that the quality of this game could reach this level. At this time, a kind of fog rose in their hearts, and they felt that they were witnessing the birth of a new legend. The old king has been sitting on the throne for too long, and now the new king is slowly growing up, and maybe one day, he will grow to the height of the game that dominates the entire world. At least in the minds of several people at this time, such a thing is really possible. Through what they have just seen, they have basically understood this game, and many details are exactly the same as that game. It can even reach a level of transcendence. Of course, the reason why they have this feeling is that the identity they play in that game is different from humans in terms of perception or other ways of observing deeds. So when they enter this game now, and play as humans, their feelings are even more profound. Although it is not certain what the future of this game will be, it is definitely a dark horse. At least at present, no game can compare to this game in terms of imitation games. But what surprised them was that such a great game was not promoted during the test. But after thinking about it, they understood it. After all, they are all old players, and they are familiar with some things in the game circle, especially the mutual suppression in the game circle. They know it clearly. At this time, several people thought that it might be because the quality of this game is too good. If more people know about it, it is very likely to be suppressed by the above game. So now he is relatively low-key, wait until everything is tested almost, and then slowly let the players enter the game during the test process, and wait until the proportion of the player base is large enough, and then announce the news. By that time, this game has grown to a certain level, and it is naturally not so easy to suppress it. At that time, the game can only suffer a loss in silence. The more I think about it, the more I think it is possible. However, this matter has nothing to do with them at present, because they are just entering the game at the beginning, and the game is not deeply bound to it. And because they are not clear about other aspects, they don't even know how big the map is, and what the current situation is. In this case, it is naturally meaningless for them to think too much. What they have to do is to experience the game, because this is a game that can go hand in hand with that game. In this game, you can also experience that part. What kind of feeling is the game that makes them think about it day and night? No matter what the future of this game is, at least they are happy now, and this is enough for the players. Chapter 926. The three players who just entered the game got to know each other after a lot of noise. The IDs of the three people are Suifeng, who is a game leveler in real life; Zinkenglong, who is a strategy anchor for standalone games on the Steam platform in real life. The last Tianqiong is a construction agent for some games with construction functions in real life. Without exception, the three players are players with rich game experience. Of course, this is also the result of Chen Yao's careful selection. At this time, on Chen Yao's side, he was quietly watching the three players' various struggles from a distance, and did not disturb them. Before crossing, he was a game planner himself, and he knew very well what everything in front of him meant to a game player. Immersive experience games are the dream of many players. And now these things have come true. It would be strange if he was not excited. So at this time, he chose to let the players feel the little shock brought to them by this game. What they didn't know at this time was that the brainworms on the other side were carefully observing their every move. Compared to Brainworm, who focused more on analysis, Jiang Yao was more nostalgic. It was a bit unexpected. There is nothing wrong with Chen Yao's idea. He chose some elite players to join. In this way, the early stage should not be too difficult. Elite players are more adaptable, and have a much higher degree of research on the game than ordinary players. The number of players that can be recruited in the early stage is relatively small, so any player is a precious quota. It is indeed a good idea to give the quota to those who are more likely to help you. Regarding the situation of these players, he said it bluntly before. These players are basically those who play games with deep professional skills, which is different from some players with professional skills. In the early stage of the game, players with professional skills can actually not help much, because now all of Chen Yao's technology comes from the system. And this is where the problem lies. Players with strong professional knowledge are definitely not as good as the system in all aspects. Jiang Yao estimated that the other party had thought of this a long time ago. So he chose these players, who are beneficial to the game, because in the early development, many places need these people to help, and they must ensure their online time. Combining the current situation, if you want to ensure online time, the first point is the possibility of the game itself. Transforming a real world into a game is indeed very playable because there are too many uncertain factors. But another factor needs to be considered, that is the life of the player himself. Players like this have one biggest flaw, which is their own economic level. If this factor is not taken into account, then this group of players may not be online for too long every day due to their own economic level. So he has only one way to do it next, to invade the Blue Star network and get some money through some special methods. But based on the technology one have provided him, this method is undoubtedly a stupid method, and it is even very likely to expose himself and the players, and then things will be serious. Although he can indeed take out the money smoothly, it is useless to take out the money, because once these things are gone, they will be checked. After being investigated, it's not just about how much money you took. After being investigated, people will consider how their security system was breached. Is there anyone behind you? Otherwise, how could ordinary forces break such a thing? Jiang Yao didn't know whether he wanted to understand this, but he didn't intend to intervene and continue to observe. At this time, Chen Yao was here. Looking at these players, Chen Yao originally wanted to go up and say hello, but when he was about to act, he hesitated. Although I clearly stated on the official website that I am an NPC with a very high AI level. But how should I communicate with them? Chen Yao was troubled by this question at this time. Should I adopt the method of other game NPCs? Chen Yao shook his head. This will not be convenient for future arrangements. As casual as a friend? Chen Yao was a little embarrassed when he thought of this. As a planner, he knew the nature of players too well. If he is too casual, the NPC will inevitably be teased by the players. It is necessary to maintain the NPC setting, and at the same time make the players feel that they can get along well. This is the best way to get along. But it is easier said than done. While Chen Yao was still struggling, several new players also noticed him. Hey brothers, if I am not blind, the one in the distance should be the main NPC of this game. Seeing Chen Yao in the distance, Zinkenglong spoke first. Hearing what Shinkong said, the other two also looked in the direction of Chen Yao. Main NPC? Hearing what Shinkong Long said, the other two were a little confused. Hearing this, Shinkong Long looked at the performance of the two and immediately understood something. Oh my god, you two didn't read the official game background introduction, did you? At this time, the two were also a little surprised when they heard what Shinkong Long said. Do you need to watch that thing? It seems that it doesn't matter whether you watch it or not. At this time, Xingkong Long was also stunned when he heard what the two said, and then he reacted. Oh, I almost forgot that it is probably only a strategy anchor like me who will watch it. After all, many players are waiting for our videos to copy the answers for some puzzle explorations. If they all watch it, it seems that strategy anchors like us will have no food to eat. As he spoke, Xingkong Long continued to add, My friends, let me tell you the general situation. First of all, according to the official introduction, this game has only one NPC, which is the NPC named Chen Yao in the distance. This NPC is the manager of the space station, or simply our boss. I need to go through it to issue tasks, give rewards, purchase items, etc. At this time, after hearing what Xingkong said, Suifeng also roughly understood the situation. I understand. To put it bluntly, if there is anything in this game, just find him, but to be honest, is it really good for this kind of game to have only one NPC? In response to what Suifeng said, Tianxiong, who had not spoken for a long time, said, Actually, I think this is not bad. I am a construction agent, as you should know. I used to play a lot of games, especially some game materials need to be obtained through different NPCs. Sometimes, if you want a piece of furniture or a building, there are too many NPCs, and you have to run around. It's good to have all the things on one NPC. At least it shouldn't be too troublesome to operate later. At this time, while the few were still communicating, Chen Yao finally made up his mind. So he walked towards the players with his head held high. Dear great space warriors, you have finally awakened. Space warrior is the new identity set by Chen Yao. Since he has inherited this space station, and this starship civilization belonging to the mother world has been destroyed, he certainly can't continue to use its name. So considering that it is easier for players to accept and remember, he changed the name of the civilization to Interstellar Civilization. And the identities of the players were changed to Space Warriors. Jiang Yao almost laughed out loud at Chen Yao's remarks. If I remember correctly, I seem to have used the same routine to fool the players back then. Although the identities of the players are different, the routines are surprisingly similar. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the current situation is similar to what he and others experienced. Sometimes he has to wonder if some things are a cycle. He did something, and now the other person did the same thing. Of course, he is also thinking about another question. When the number one civilization gave him the system, did they also pay attention to the development of the other party like he does now? And he would comment on the civilization he is concerned about from time to time. In fact, he thinks that such behavior is nothing, but if the victim knows about it, then there will be another result. Just like him, when he knew that the system was a fake, he was very angry. His first thought was how to kill the system, and then how to get rid of the number one civilization behind him. But I can't make such a mistake. I have already taken precautions on the system side. I imposed a setting on my system. My system was created by a super civilization, and this civilization disappeared in the long river of history. Maybe it still exists, or it has disappeared long ago. The main purpose of this civilization creating the system is to give some weak civilizations a glimmer of life. The universe is heading towards destruction, and this civilization is powerless to stop it, so he can only try his best to create a system to help civilization. That's right, this is the setting he added to his system now. Don't underestimate this thing too much. You have to understand that this thing is not as simple as it looks on the surface. With this setting, it has helped to whitewash itself to a certain extent. I'm not using this to monitor you. I'm here to help you, and help the universe. This is not better than directly setting up a system to monitor you, and I have not clearly stated that I have been destroyed, so I may appear in the future. Of course, there is a more important point. That is, my identity comes from the same place as him, and I can even let the system convey something later, telling him that the civilization that created the system is actually a traverser like him, but he has reached a higher place. In this way, the feeling is completely different. In the final analysis, the reason why civilization number one quarreled with me like this is because of their arrogance engraved in their bones. They look down on low-level civilizations, and think that these civilizations will be destroyed by them sooner or later, and that these civilizations are inherently inferior to them. He couldn't help shaking his head at this point. There was nothing he could do. These people were like this. So in their eyes, they always looked down on themselves from a high-handed perspective, which made people feel very uncomfortable. On the surface, they also did such a thing. Otherwise, it would be really strange if they didn't quarrel. In fact, if he did this, he would definitely be much softer. Even if he didn't intend to let this civilization survive, even if he would eventually destroy this civilization, he would always maintain a friendly attitude before taking action. When he was about to take action, the other party might still be in a state of confusion, and that was enough. It all comes down to civilization number 1. I was stupid at the beginning. They cultivated so many civilizations secretly. Didn't they think about what to do if they failed one day? Didn't they use their brains to think about how to deal with failure? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of how civilization number 1 must be looking for him very anxiously. It was exactly as he thought. Since knowing that civilization number 2 was destroyed, civilization number 1 was looking for him like crazy. They used all kinds of methods to wander around in the hyperspace, and even sent out the fleet from the 10th dimension. Not only that, there were many deaths and nails planted in the universe, and they also sent some people to find them. But even so, Jiang Yao's trace was still not found. If they were to find him so easily, Jiang Yao would not dare to do so many tricks. Of course, in addition to the profit-making methods he developed, there is another point. Now he has learned a lot about the hiding methods mastered by civilization number 2. After getting the information of civilization number 2, he put all his attention on the technology of hiding himself. Other technologies can be studied slowly when there is time, but this technology of hiding oneself must be completed as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. However, when he understood clearly how these civilizations that have reached the 3rd stage find each other, he was actually very shocked. As the saying goes, everything within the light cone is destiny. He knew this theory a long time ago. When he was still a weak civilization, he knew it, and has been acting according to this theory. The principle of this theory is actually very simple. To put it bluntly, if you meet me in the universe and I don't destroy you, then maybe we will meet again in thousands of years. No one knows how strong you will be after meeting again. Originally, you were a bug to me, but when we met again, our identities had been exchanged. This was inevitable, because when we met, the light cones of our 2 destinies had been connected together, just like being in a closed room, lighting a candle in the room, and now I am standing inside the candle. One day, for some unknown reason, you also entered the room and were illuminated by the candlelight. This made the 2 of us belong to the same light cone. Because the room was completely closed, I couldn't go out, and you couldn't go out either. In this room, no matter how far apart we were, we would always have a moment of meeting. Chapter 927. And the 3rd stage civilization uses this method to find other civilizations. They use this principle. Indeed, after you and I meet, our fates will be connected. We are in the same light cone, so we will meet. However, because we are in the same light cone, we can see each other in the same room just by looking up. Although some low-level civilizations cannot do this, or even think of this at all, even super civilizations can never do this, but they can do it. It is also for this reason that even if he hid at the ends of the earth, he was eventually found by the other party, although it is absolutely impossible for the other party to find him as easily as just taking a look in the room. But they can find it through clues in the light cone. This is also why I pretended to be destroyed, and the 2 civilizations were still secretly playing their dreams. My behavior at that time must have been very ridiculous in their eyes, because for them, they could find that they were still in the light cone. Sometimes when your technology reaches a certain level, facing some low-level civilization's tricks, it looks like this, just like a joke. And now he has mastered the same method. Although this method is not perfect, it can be used barely. Similarly, the principle of hiding oneself here is also very simple, that is, the area illuminated by the candlelight is limited, and it also has blind spots. Some things may be able to block the illumination of the candlelight, and this is the secret method. Simply put, countless walls suddenly appeared in the room, and you hid behind the wall. The other party didn't know which wall you were hiding behind, and couldn't see your trace again. It was probably such a mode. By hiding yourself in this way, although the other party still knew that you must be here, they couldn't locate where you were. Because of this technology, he is not afraid of being discovered now. As long as he doesn't run out and wander around during the time of repairing his injuries, he can still be sure that he is at least safe. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly say thank you to the number 2 civilization at the beginning. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid he would have been found and destroyed by the number 1 civilization. While he was still thinking about these questions, at this time on the player's side. At this time, Chen Yao was pretending to be an NPC in a very unfamiliar way. At the same time, hearing Chen Yao's voice, several people stopped communicating and looked at him at the same time. The actions of several people made Chen Yao panic. There was no way, he was originally a social phobia. So he was originally socially anxious, and with several people staring at him, he still felt a little bit, I am an NPC, I am an NPC. After self-hypnotizing for a few times, Chen Yao spoke again. Dear great space warriors, you have finally awakened. But as soon as he said this, Chen Yao reacted. I deleted the repeated words. Forget it. Anyway, my official website announced that this game is still in internal testing, so the situation just now is just a bug. Thinking like this, Chen Yao continued. Perhaps you are confused about the current situation. There is no time to explain now. Civilization is in danger. We need to rebuild civilization as quickly as possible. In order to rebuild civilization, I woke you up. Of course, I will wake up more space warriors in the future. But before waking them up, we need to solve the first problem we are facing, which is the problem of food. Chen Yao paused and continued. At present, the food in the space station has run out. In order to prevent us from starving to death, and for more warriors to have food to eat in the future, we need to repair the ecological cycle system as soon as possible. So I need your help. I need you to control the drone in the space station to collect resources on the planet A1 below. But before that, you still need to learn how to operate the drone. As Chen Yao's voice fell, several people also saw a task suddenly pop up on their task panel. Newcomer task. Learn the basic operation of drones through simulation. Task description. Players need to learn the basic control of drones in the simulation room. Mission reward, EXP. Note, the shorter the time, the more drones players control, the richer the experience rewards. At this time, looking at the mission rewards, Sui Feng and Tianqiong began to discuss quietly. EXP? Does this game also have a level mechanism? Sui Feng was the first to speak. Tianqiong thought for a while after hearing Sui Feng's words. It depends on the situation. Hearing the conversation between the two, Xingqinglong couldn't help shaking his head. This game doesn't have the level mechanism you imagine. Rather than calling it a level, the level mechanism of this game can be understood as a VIP of other games. At this time, after hearing what Starry Sky Dragon said, the two of them looked at him curiously, following his next words. According to the official setting, this game has a mechanism called permission level. The permission level ranges from level 1 to level 10. The higher the level, the higher the permission you unlock. The permission here refers to the unlocked mall items. For example, when you are still at level 1, you may only be able to buy some basic drones or something. But when you reach level 2 or level 3, you can buy things like mechas and battleships. In general, the higher the level, the better the unlocked things. In addition, the permission level will not increase various attributes. The official setting of this game is that if you want to improve your strength, you can only improve it through mechas or battleships. After hearing Starry Sky Dragon's explanation, the two of them nodded. Not bad, the big guys who make guides are really different. Yes, they know everything, unlike us who are blind. Hearing this, Starry Sky Dragon looked at the two of them unhappily. If you had just taken a look at the background introduction on the official website, you wouldn't have known nothing. While saying this, Starry Sky Dragon pointed at Chen Yao, who had already left. Okay, guys, hurry up and follow us. The NPC is going to take us to the simulation training room now. We need to learn how to drive and control drones in here. After hearing this, several people followed. In this way, Chen Yao led the players to the simulation training room quickly. This is a square space of about 500 square meters. Seeing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown slightly. EXP? Level? He didn't understand the other party's operation. You know, the identity of the players is a group of clones, and their qualities in all aspects are fixed. So what's the point of him coming up with such an upgrade? In the later stage, strengthening the attributes of the players feels a bit of a detour, because after all, its main development is the need to constantly climb the technology tree, and personal combat power is not enough in the face of interstellar war. It can even be said that it has no effect at all. But soon he thought of something. Control mecha? It seems that he has thought about the future plan. Indeed, if you play the battleship flow, then the individual's physical fitness is not that important, but if you play the mecha flow, it's different. Usually, if players control mechas, they will definitely carry a set of combat armor. If the mecha is destroyed in the battle, the players wearing the armor will definitely go up and fight at the first time. In this case, physical fitness is still very important, but if you want to strengthen the clones and improve their attributes, the resources required for this matter may be much more than you think. However, Jiang Yao will naturally not interfere with how he arranges it later, but he is now analyzing these things from the perspective of God. Even many of the things he considers are not considered by the other party at all, but he can understand that everyone needs to grow up, and it is impossible to say that you can do everything when you are born. It is indeed more cost-effective to let players control drones to increase production than to directly purchase smart drones. Of course, there's a problem here. That is, if players keep mining with drones in the early stage, can they really continue to play? Indeed, for Qin Yao now, if he does this now, it is the most cost-effective routine, but the biggest hidden danger of his operation is that if players are allowed to mine every day, the subsequent problems will be greater. Because when you play games, you go online every day to mine. No matter how good the game is, people may not be very interested in it. They will get tired of it after a long time. Now his quota is precious. Every loss of a software is a major loss for him. Of course, the way to deal with these problems depends on whether he can think of it. In this way, with all kinds of curiosity, he continued to observe the players' actions. Once upon a time, he also observed the players he summoned in this way, and now he is also observing the players, but they are not summoned by himself. At this time, Qin Yao. After arriving at the simulation training room, Qin Yao looked around and couldn't help sighing. Oh my god, the space station doesn't have much energy left. Once this thing is turned on, it will make things even worse for me, who is already poor. Although he was reluctant to do so, Qin Yao also knew that if you don't sacrifice the child, you won't catch the wolf, so he gritted his teeth and opened the simulation room. As the simulation room was opened, the originally empty room suddenly changed. First, the metal side wall turned into a vast starry sky, and even the players' feet were the same. At the same time, a controller composed of projections suddenly appeared beside them. At the same time, several drones appeared next to them. Players can control the drones next to them by using these projection controllers. At the same time, there are some relevant novice tutorials on the projection controller, and these tutorials are naturally rushed out by Qin Yao in advance. At this time, on the player's side, several people are now concentrating on basic drone control training according to the task instructions. Dear players, please control the drone to move forward. Dear players, please control the drone to cross obstacles. Dear players, please control the drone to enter the space station to unload cargo. These operating procedures are naturally basic operating procedures. If Qin Yao is worried that the players will not know how to do anything directly, and then scrap their drones after playing for a while, he will be heartbroken. So he must ensure that the players are proficient in all operations before they really let them play with drones. After about an hour, Sui Feng couldn't help stretching his body and looked exhausted. Really tired. He nodded with satisfaction while looking at the 5 drones in the simulated mining. It was still difficult for Sui Feng to control the drones. He found that the actions of these drones were delayed. Sometimes they didn't change direction in time because of the delay, and crashed into the rocks of the planet. Fortunately, he was a game power leveler before, so he could still control it with his rich experience. Then after a period of practice, he found that this delay can also be used. When controlling multiple drones, he only needs to keep an eye on the situation of each drone, and then issue instructions in advance. After such a wave of operations, he found that controlling a large number of drones is much easier to control than controlling multiple characters in games without delay. I am simply a genius. I figured out how to operate it so quickly. While thinking, he turned his eyes to the star dragon beside him. At this time, on the Tianqiong side, he was struggling to control 2 drones to cross a canyon. However, due to an improper operation, one of the drones directly hit the rocks in the canyon. Seeing this scene, Sui Feng shook his head. It seems that it is a bit difficult to control multiple drones in a short time without the bonus of talent. While thinking, he turned his eyes to the star dragon not far away. But it would be better if he didn't look at it. He was shocked when he saw it. Because at this time, the star dragon was easily controlling his large army of drones to mine. Yes, it was a large army of drones. He estimated that the other party controlled at least 30 drones. More than 30 drones, flying around randomly, and most importantly, no drone collided. You are fucking cheating. Tianqiong, who was worried about the 2 drones, looked in the direction of Xingqinglong after hearing Sui Feng's voice. When he looked over, he was also shocked. Wow! This is a script. No, where does this chicken game come from? Tianqiong was also confused. Why are you so good at 9-year compulsory education? Hearing the voices of the 2, Xingqinglong calmly asked while controlling the drone. By the way, is this difficult? Hearing what Xingqinglong said, the 2 looked at each other. Isn't this difficult? This thing requires skills. As he said this, Xingqinglong looked at the 2 strangely. Chapter 928. You guys are not always controlling these drones, are you? Hearing this, the 2 of them nodded at the same time. Oh my god, it's no wonder you guys are doing this. While saying this, Xingqinglong also explained to the 2 of them. This drone has a simple AI, and the AI can do some basic things by itself. So we can let the AI complete many details. While saying this, Xingqinglong called up his own settings panel. And as Zinkinglong's settings panel was called up, the two of them were shocked again. The panel was filled with dense settings. For example, how to fly after flying out of the space station for 10 seconds, and how to fly after 20 seconds. How long to wait when reaching the mining area, and how to fly back after mining all the ore, and so on. What is this? Suifeng asked after looking at Zinkinglong's settings that made his scalp numb at a glance. This is the route map for drone mining. Starry Sky Dragon did not forget to explain. The drone's intelligence is very low. If you let it fly to the mining area by itself, it can indeed do it, but the problem is that once it encounters an obstacle on the way, its route to avoid it is too urgent. Originally, it only needs to adjust the altitude to avoid it, but it has to scan and analyze the route before making a judgment. The final result of this wave of operations is that it takes 40 minutes to reach the destination instead of 20 minutes. So in order to improve efficiency, I came up with this method. The mining area where the drone goes to mine is fixed, which means its route is also fixed. I just need to set it according to its route. For example, how many minutes does it take for the drone to reach the canyon along this route, and how many seconds does it take to turn there after entering the canyon? Just like writing a script, just set up the things that need to be set up in advance and wait for it to run on its own. And Zinkinglong's explanation also made the two people stunned. So you have memorized the flight route of the drone? Zinkinglong nodded. I don't need to memorize it at all. I can know it with just a quick look. Hearing what Zinkinglong said, Suifeng couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, is this the legendary academic master? Suifeng seemed to think of something again. Then you set everything up. But mining can't be set up. After all, the distribution of the ore is random and can't be set up. Hearing what Suifeng said, Zinkinglong pointed to his drone in the mining area. At this time, these drones are automatically mining in some areas with rich mineral reserves. Seeing this scene, several people were shocked. Oh my god, how did you do this? It's easy. There are only a few mining actions. Just choose a set of mining actions suitable for this terrain and edit it. Starry Sky Dragon added. After the drone reaches the destination, I specially set a 1-minute standby time. This standby time is for me to control the drone to the best mining spot. At this time, hearing Starry Sky Dragon's talk, Suifeng and Tianqiong were numb. I said, are you sure you are a strategy broadcaster and not a script writer? Don't worry, we won't report you if you tell us. For the person in front of them, Suifeng and Tianqiong didn't know how to describe him for a while. Looking at the two of them, Zinkinglong smiled mysteriously. To be honest, I used to write scripts before I became a broadcaster. But later those game companies cracked down on us script vendors, and several of my colleagues were caught, so I was forced to change my career. Two people, At this time, not only the two of them were confused about the operation of Zinkinglong, but even Chen Yao, who had been observing secretly, was stunned. Oh my god, can this be played like this? This time, Chen Yao had to admit that he couldn't do Zinkinglong. In order to ensure that there would be no trouble when several people controlled the drone, Chen Yao specially set the difficulty of the simulation. He almost castrated the simple auxiliary AI carried by the drone. Of course, the purpose of doing this is to allow players to control the drone to a higher level. After all, for him now, these drones are all his possessions and are extremely precious. If the players are not skilled enough and try to control them rashly, they will have nowhere to cry if something goes wrong. In his plan, his idea is to ensure that the players have strong skills before giving them the drones to control and mine. Compared to Chen Yao, Jiang Yao is happy. As expected, there are surprises and talents everywhere among the players. This is true. He also roughly understood the situation of these people, especially the Star Dragon. It seems that Chen Yao's early development should not be too difficult. Only a few people came here, and he dug up a person. With the help of the Star Dragon, his mining volume will definitely increase greatly in the early stage. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. Chen Yao's luck was really good. If he could recruit such talents when he first came, he could operate better on the Black Bug planet. Jiang Yao was even more curious. Chen Yao deliberately made it difficult for the players. The purpose was naturally very simple, that is, to ensure that the players must have strong skills before they can get started. But this is exactly where the problem lies. There is nothing wrong with the players' strong skills. But now the players have directly disrupted his plan in this way. What should he do next? Should he continue to increase the difficulty, or let them practice directly? Fun! Jiang Yao turned into a fun person at this time. To be honest, he has never had such a mentality in the years he has been managing the Zerg. In the past, he had to consider a lot of things before doing things, and it was absolutely impossible to be like this now. He even had an idea in his mind, whether he should pretend to be a top player and sneak in. Compared to the beautiful and boring planning of civilization and thinking about some things, naturally blending in with the player group and having fun in the game is a very luxurious thing for him, but he feels it is still okay. When the players grow stronger in the future, he can sneak in as a casual player, and then participate in various things whenever he wants, which can be regarded as a proper relaxation. After all, when there are more people in the future, there will definitely be casual players, so it is impossible for him to have any big problems if he sneaks in. What's more important is that it is also very good to find something to relax himself occasionally. After all, he has worked hard for civilization for so many years, and it is not too much to find a little fun for himself. And at this time, when he was still thinking about these things, he was on Qinyao side. Now his mentality is about to collapse. How can I let players practice their skills after this? Seeing several players at this time, Qinyao was also a little confused. It must be said that the operation of several players really caught him off guard. For the drones in the simulation, he castrated many things, such as the AI of drones. The purpose of doing this is naturally to let players practice the control of drones to perfection. No matter how bad the AI of drones is, basic control can still be done. If you insist on saying that practicing controlling drones is not necessary at all, but Qinyao still let them practice. His point of view is very simple. Knowing it and not using it are two completely different concepts. While Qinyao was still thinking about these things, the players were here. After explaining the principle to the two, Zinkenglong couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that this game actually supports scripting, and you can edit scripts in the game. Zinkenglong couldn't help but admire the planner of this game. Otherwise, this game company dares to make a game of this level. If you don't have two brushes, you really can't think of this. Think about it, many games are ruined by various technology scripts. As a result, this game directly supports writing scripts in the game to prevent such things from happening. At this time, the two were also shocked to hear Shinkong's explanation. I didn't expect this game company to have something. While saying this, Tianqiong seemed to think of something. By the way, since we can take the script shortcut, why don't we go and hand in this task now? Tianqiong continued, according to the normal routine, our current task is nothing more than a novice tutorial. Only by completing the novice tutorial, as soon as possible can we truly experience the game content. After hearing what Tianqiong said, several people thought that this was the case. Brother Zinkenglong, why don't you see if you can give us the script to use, and we can complete this task in a few minutes? Hearing this, Zinkenglong naturally did not hesitate. That's no problem. While saying this, Zinkenglong began to explain the details of the operation of this script to several people. I have basically set up the route here. You just need to wait for the drone to fly over, and then drive it to a similar position. After hearing what Starry Sky Dragon said, several people nodded and began to try. When several people used Starry Sky Dragon's script, their eyes lit up. Easy, it's really easy. If it was very difficult before, it can be described as simple now. Oh my god, Shinkong, it's great, after you do this, it's much easier to control this thing. While saying this, Tianqiong carefully operated the projection controller. With your script, I feel that the amount of drones I can control at least doubled at my current level. After hearing what Tianqiong said, Zinkenglong was also a little proud. This is not normal. After all, I used to write scripts to sell. Who would buy if the quality was not up to standard? After a series of operations, several people were basically familiar with it. My friends, I think we can go and hand in the task now. At this time, several players can basically control 20 to 30 drones. Qinyao naturally saw the performance of the players. At first, he felt that this opportunistic method would definitely not work. But then he thought about it, and felt that he had fallen into a thinking error. As long as we can obtain resources and start work as soon as possible, it doesn't seem to be that important whether we are proficient in drone control. In the later stage, we must rely on other things to mine, and drones are just a transition. So after thinking about this, he was relieved. It seems that he has figured it out. Looking at Qinyao actions at this time, Jiangyao couldn't help but speak. He has chosen now, and the players will do it. There is naturally no problem with this choice. If you look at this operation from the perspective of a manager, it is indeed like this. You don't need to care about the process. It is not what you should worry about. What you should worry about is what the result is, and how to arrange what you will do in the future. It is impossible to understand everything by yourself. This is somewhat problematic. He is definitely too busy to handle so many things. Therefore, for a manager, the best thing is to directly look at the results. If the results are satisfactory, everyone is happy. If the results are not satisfactory, how to adjust is your business. Jiang Yao was quite satisfied with Chen Yao's ability to change his mind at the fastest speed. It seems that the super brain is really useful at present. At least the things he calculated so far have not had any major flaws. But this is also good. The reason for his selection is definitely not to say that he chose randomly. Not only does he have to conduct a detailed investigation, but he also has to go through multiple simulations of the super brain to select the most suitable person. It is not so random. The most referenced thing here is naturally the simulation of the super brain, so once there is a problem with Chao Lao's simulation, all efforts will be in vain. However, judging from the current situation, there should not be any big problems. As for whether there will be problems in the future, no one can say for sure. Next, the players will enter the formal development stage. As long as the players can transport all these resources back, it will be easier to operate in the future. At that time, he can invite more players to come in, and the problem should not be too big. With more players, the mining industry, which was originally very stressful, can be shared by many players. In this way, the daily workload of each player will not be so heavy. With the quality of his own game, even if the early stage is so boring, as long as it does not take a long time every day, these players will definitely be willing to accept it. In this way, the biggest problem he is facing now, the production capacity problem, can basically be solved. As long as this problem is solved and some facilities are repaired, the development of civilization can officially begin. Basically, Jiang Yao can guess a little about the future situation, but it is still a relatively fragile stage now, and it can only depend on his luck. If he is lucky, the players will not cause any trouble during this period, and he can continue to snowball, but once the players have problems, all his plans will fail and all the resources he has paid may become a bubble. Chapter 929. While Jiang Yao was still thinking about these questions, at this time on the other side, the players on Chen Yao's side had completed the task and came to hand in the task. Seeing the players coming, Chen Yao immediately stepped forward to ask about the situation. Have you, soldiers, been able to control the drone skillfully? Hearing this, several people nodded. Commander, we can already skillfully control 30 drones. Hearing this, Chen Yao pretended to be very surprised. I didn't expect that several soldiers were familiar with the operation so quickly. In that case, please follow me, soldiers. As he spoke, Chen Yao brought several people to the simulation room. After arriving here, several people began to operate. Because there was a script, the overall operation was very smooth. Seeing the operation of several people, Chen Yao also began to think about how to give the reward. According to my settings, the transaction currency in this game is points, and all the resources obtained by players can be exchanged for points here. Of course, in addition to points, there is also the concept of level, which is used to unlock mall props. The higher the level, the better the unlocked items. The mall items are also carefully selected by Chen Yao, which are helpful for his current stage. At this time, Chen Yao's mall has prepared a lot of goods. Originally, he thought that after the players completed the task, they would directly become level 1. Then, he would unlock all the items in the mall for them. But after thinking about it, he gave up this idea. He planned to unlock a few items at a time. Unlocking too many items at a time would not be a good thing for him now. So after careful selection, he chose a set of armor and a mining mecha. The role of the armor is to provide a layer of protection for players in case of emergencies. As for the mining mecha, it is to replace drones to improve the collection efficiency. In fact, Chen Yao wanted to directly let players board the mining ship at the beginning, but the price of the mining ship in the system mall is also very high, a full 5-digit points. Although players can still collect enough if they work hard. But the cycle required is very long. Working hard for a period of time to collect enough mining ships is not a problem in reality, but Chen Yao, as a planner, feels that it is not feasible in the game. If a new game wants to retain players, it needs to have high playability. Who can bear to keep mining in the game? So after thinking about it, Chen Yao changed his strategy. After making up his mind, Chen Yao immediately began to make arrangements. Obviously, he had his own plan on how to keep the players here. Although it was far from what Jiang Yao had imagined, at least he had dealt with this matter. To be precise, he was at least aware of this problem. In fact, Chen Yao had also thought of this. After all, he was a game planner before crossing. He knew very well that if a game wanted to retain players, not only did it need to be of high quality, but the most important thing was to give the players some visible benefits. At first, he wanted to improve the players' physique, but later, based on his research, he found that it was very difficult to do this, and the cost was very high. And the most critical thing is that after upgrading the clones, you can't guarantee that the players will not die. Once the players die, the problem comes. The previously upgraded clones will be scrapped. You have to consider two factors. The first factor is that the previously upgraded clones are scrapped, and a lot of resources are consumed. This is borne by yourself and the players. The second is about combat units. Whether it is a warship or something else, it also requires costs. After the players die, these things are gone, which means that the death penalty of this game is too severe. The loss of the original vehicle may be difficult for the players to accept, but they have to add a property that the players themselves have enhanced. Add these two things together, if it really dies once, it will be heartbreaking. Who can accept this kind of death penalty? And this is also the biggest problem. There are too many things involved. As a planner, the first thing to solve is the problem of combat loss, because if this problem is not solved, it is not so easy for both myself and the players to accept. Take the players for example, they worked so hard to get something, but it was all gone, which would definitely be a big blow to their mentality, and the same is true for me. So after thinking about it, he tried to reduce this kind of loss as much as possible within his ability. Directly abandon the player's physical enhancement. Put the level mechanism on the opening of the mall purchase permission. The first point is that players have their own goals, so they will definitely work hard to help themselves, and then unlock the things they want to buy. After unlocking, they need game currency, so they need to continue to work hard to earn enough currency to buy. In Chen Yao's plan, he wants to create the definition of this game. The level of players, that is, unlocking mall props, is the most important. Other things are secondary. In this way, even if there is a big loss, the players will be heartbroken, but they will not lose hope. As long as the players think subconsciously that it doesn't matter if things are lost, anyway, their level is there, and they only need to do a little to buy the same thing. This is his plan. In this way, because there is a level, players will also improve well. For them, even if they don't have what they want now, they can buy what they want as long as their level is in place in the future. And that's enough. Of course, this is only his first step. The loss of players is always a big problem. If this problem is not solved, even if he uses this method, it will still cause a lot of players to leave. So he must think of a solution before the number of players increases significantly. While thinking about this, he distributed the rewards for this mission to the players, and then left. At this time, the three people who had completed the mission watched Chen Yao leave, and started to communicate again. Oh my god, this wave of experience rewards is quite a lot. This wave directly upgrades us to level 1. At this time, seeing that his authority level has reached level 1, Tianqiong was a little excited. Looking at the excited Tianqiong Xinqinglong, he focused on the items in the mall. This is unusual, after all, I have exceeded the task. Starry Sky Dragon pointed to the unlocked items in the mall. Brothers, look at the unlocked items in the mall: Whale-class strategic industrial ship, Dragon God-class mecha, A3 Hercules industrial mecha. Starry Sky Dragon looked at the goods in the mall, and couldn't help but be moved. Especially when he saw the Dragon God mecha, that looked similar to the first generation machine in EVA. Starry Sky Dragon silently made up his mind to buy one. However, looking at the 6-digit price of this mecha, he knew that it was impossible to buy it in a short time. So he turned his attention to the A3 Hercules industrial mecha. The shape of this mecha is very similar to a mecha called Cherno Alpha in a movie he had seen before. The overall gray paint gives players a very heavy feeling. This mecha is equipped with a complete set of ore processing production lines in its bloated body. The collected ore can be processed immediately, and after the ore is processed, the volume can be reduced once and more resources can be brought back. Because of these things, the estimated mining efficiency of this mecha has reached an astonishing 500 points per day. This mecha is awesome. Seeing that the collection efficiency is so high, Xinqinglong's eyes lit up. Then he set his sights on the price of this mecha. 2,000 points, this price is not too expensive. At this time, hearing what Xinqinglong said, several people also set their sights on this mecha. I went to this mecha to see something. The overall height is 40 meters, although the main function is mining. But given the size, the combat power is definitely not weak. While saying this, Tianqiong began to calculate in his mind. The NPC lent us 30 mining drones. And the NPC also mentioned that the daily output of a drone should be around 1 to 1.5 points. It is definitely not enough to rely on these drones to collect enough money to buy a mecha, so what we need to do in the early stage is to dig out as many mining drones as possible. Suifeng, who was standing next to Tianqiong, added, if we use a script, we can control 30 drones at most. According to the output of 30 points a day, It will take at least 100 days for me to buy this thing. This matter is naturally unacceptable to several people. This cycle is too long. Tianqiong looked at Zinkinglong. By the way, Shinkong boss, is there any way to optimize it so that we can control more? After hearing what Tianqiong said, Zinkinglong thought for a while, and then said, the drones controlled in actual combat seem to be different from those in simulation. I have to actually operate them to know. He looked at the others. Let me try it first, and see if I can optimize it. Just like that, the others came to the drone control room while talking. The things that Chen Yao unlocked this time were carefully selected. First, the mecha, an industrial mecha and a combat mecha. Although the combat mecha is not useful now, it is always better to be prepared. As for the industrial mecha, it is naturally to improve the collection efficiency of the players. As for the battleship, it is the same. This is an industrial battleship, mainly responsible for assisting in resource collection and transportation. If players exchange all these things, my mining efficiency will be increased many times. However, it is not easy to make these things by using drones to dig up so many resources. Mechas are okay, but battleships consume a lot of resources. It is not difficult to see from this that if we really want to talk about cost effectiveness, my main combat unit in the future will definitely be mechas. There are not so many messy problems with mechas. Compared to battleships, if you use mechas, the cost of a conventional battleship can at least be several times. The mecha came out. Although the shortcomings of the mecha are very obvious, the first point is that it cannot fight at a long distance, which is the biggest problem. However, you can choose to use warships for transportation, so you don't have to worry about so many things, but the transport warships are very vulnerable to attack, which is the biggest flaw. But the cost is a little flawed here, which is not incomprehensible. Indeed, for the mecha, because of its own situation, in order to improve its combat capability, it is necessary to save a lot of things. The first point is personnel. Most of the personnel are to supply the weapon system of the mecha itself. Secondly, in order to maximize the combat capability of the mecha, there is no space to install things like the jump system, and there is no energy to support these things. In other words, the combat mode of the mecha is short-term combat. If you want to fight long distance, it is simply impossible. Warships are also needed to transport them to the combat area during normal combat. It seems that there are many disadvantages, but it has one biggest advantage, which is saving resources. With the same resources, you may only be able to build a guard or destroyer level warship. But for mechas, you can at least build a dozen or 20. The resource usage volume of the two is completely different. However, the lethality that these dozen or 20 mechas can cause is naturally far greater than that of warships. The cost effectiveness of the two is completely not on the same level. And this is the point. Simply put, the mecha has lost so many things in exchange for stronger combat capabilities. For those who are short of resources in the early stage, but want to improve their overall combat capabilities as soon as possible, this is undoubtedly a very good choice. In its planning, the subsequent battles are mainly based on mechas, supplemented by warships. The reason for this decision is actually to take into account the player's situation. Players are not like other space warriors. They can be resurrected immediately after death, but their memories and combat experience are retained, which means that they will become more and more proficient in operating mechas. After becoming proficient, their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. This is a very good cycle. From a certain perspective, the process of a player going from unfamiliar to familiar has training costs, and this mecha can minimize the training costs. So with so many advantages, as for those disadvantages, it is not unacceptable. After all, there is nothing in this world that is so-called without any disadvantages. After making a judgment in his mind, he turned his attention to the players. After all, this wave of players is really operating drones. He is not nervous, this is fake. He is also worried that something will happen at that time, and it will be embarrassing if his drone is scrapped. Chapter 930. So he was always paying attention to the players, fearing that they would accidentally damage their precious drones. At this time, as soon as the players arrived at the control room, Sky Dragon couldn't wait to start the experiment. Brothers, this drone is completely different from the simulation we simulated. The drones here are much better than our simulations in terms of AI and controllability. As he spoke, Star Dragon continued to drive the drone to start various operations and experiments. At this time, several people also stood beside Star Dragon, watching his operations quietly. After a long time, Star Dragon drove the drone back to the space station. Brothers, I have figured out the basic situation. The AI of this drone is very high, so the overall operation will be much simpler. Here, my small script can be optimized. As he spoke, Star Dragon also started to operate. At present, I should be able to make a small script that can control 40 units. Hearing what Star Dragon said, the two of them couldn't help but brighten up. 40 units would produce about 40 points a day, which is a long time. Hearing this, Zinkinglong nodded. But at this moment Suifeng, who had been silent, thought of a solution. Brothers, the mining efficiency of mechas and drones is completely different. Based on our current mining efficiency, there is only one way to buy mechas in a short time. Hearing this, the two looked at him curiously. That is, we cooperate. We can work together temporarily and pool all the points we earn together, and then the problem will be solved. In this way, our purchase cycle should be shortened a lot. After hearing what Suifeng said, the other two also thought for a while, and then Zinkinglong spoke first. In fact, you have all overlooked a problem, that is, the number of our drones. We currently have 30 drones. On the first day, we can add 3 drones. On the second day, the output is 33. After buying 3 drones, there are 3 points left. On the third day, the output is 36 points. After buying drones, there are still 6 points left. While speaking, Zinkinglong began to make various calculations. Although according to this calculation, the number of our drones can still grow very fast, it will take at least 10 days, and half a month for us to get the number of drones we need. Speaking, Zinkinglong looked at the two people. This means that we need at least half a month to start to officially collect points for purchasing mechas. At this time, the 3 people heard what Zinkinglong said, and they were a little helpless. Oh my god, this cycle is so long. Zinkinglong nodded to this. It's not that bad if you really want to say it. After all, this isn't one of those fast food games. Games like this usually have a long development cycle. I've seen it on the official website before. We can build our own fleets and bases in the later stages. Games like this with infrastructure usually take a long time to develop. The two of them naturally knew what Star Dragon said. However, seeing that the mecha could only be seen, but not bought, both of them were very eager to buy it. Hey, why is it so difficult to get a mecha? Suifeng thought for a while, and then said, by the way, we can actually work harder. If we can increase the daily output of a single drone to 2 points, then our output will undoubtedly increase a lot. Zinkinglong shook his head when he heard what Suifeng said. This is basically impossible. The script can only facilitate our control of the drone. This thing is not a plugin that can directly increase the output. Tianqiong was helpless about what Shinkong said. It can only be done this way for now. Guys, why don't we start digging now, so that we can get enough money to buy the mecha earlier? However, when Tianqiong was about to say something, Zinkinglong interrupted him. Guys, don't you check the time here? Tianqiong was also stunned when he heard what Zinkinglong said. Then he looked at the current time. You don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. Oh my god, we are already more than 10 hours late. Suifeng, who was standing by, was also a little surprised when he heard this. I felt like we had just come in a short time ago. How come it has been so long? Suifeng then added. It seems that we cannot mine today. We can only do it tomorrow. Guys, why don't we create a small group first, and then we can communicate in it if we have nothing to do? After hearing Suifeng's suggestion, both of them nodded. So, after leaving their contact information, they all went offline. At this time, Qin Yao, who was watching the people who went offline, was also thinking about something. First of all, the actions of the players today really made him want to laugh. There is no way, their ideas are too clear, and they still use plugins. Of course, there can be no plugins in this game. The so-called plugins in this game are completely unusable. If plugins can be used in the real world, these people are afraid that they will be against the sky. However, it must be said that the development ability of the players is still very strong. At least he has never thought about using scripts. This also forced Qin Yao to think about another thing, that is, a person's wisdom is always limited. His own thinking is very limited. If it were not for the sudden whim of the players, he would never be able to significantly increase the output in a short period of time. At least the effect brought by the player's behavior is to greatly increase his output in a short period of time. For this reason, he also wanted to recruit more players more urgently. One player can bring him such a big change. If there are 10, 20, or even 100 people, then what kind of change will it be? Although there is a positioning for the development of a civilization, this positioning is very general, and not very useful. Because he was thinking from a personal perspective, he could not think of where there would be some flaws in the problem, and which decisions would greatly affect some things in the future. Until this moment, he deeply realized what it means that there is strength in numbers, and 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Now the players are showing him this, and he is also lucky because these players are really paying for him. They are indeed thinking for the game, and they are completely on their side. If he hadn't thought of this plan, but recruited some cosmic mercenaries through some channels, he estimated that these people might be thinking about how to solve it now. This is the gap between the two. At least when your identity becomes an NPC who can issue tasks, you can absolutely trust the players, and the players will also trust you. No matter how your enemies try to sow discord, they will trust you for free. No matter how against the sky you do, they will follow your steps unswervingly. There is no way. Only you can issue tasks, and only you can reward them. As the saying goes, milk is mother, that's the truth. In this universe full of trust crisis, he knows very well what it means to have a group of people who can be completely trusted. Of course, none of this is important. What is important is that he must recruit as many players as possible as quickly as possible. For the subsequent planning of the players, he also began to think about it. First of all, they mentioned the mecha before. It can be seen that they also found that the mining efficiency of a mecha is much higher than these drones, so they will definitely give priority to this thing in the future. But what about these drones? Otherwise, I think we should find a way to recycle the drones, because these drones can be used by new players in the future. The resources he has are too scarce now, so he must spend every resource on the blade. He was naturally very cautious about the arrangement of these resources. Thinking of this, he had to admire his sudden decision. I have to say that my decision was absolutely correct. At this time, Qin Yao had to sigh how correct his decision to let the players in was. After sighing again, he seemed to have thought of something. But there are a few things right now that I can arrange first. When the players left just now, they mentioned building a small group, which really woke up Qin Yao. He decided to pull out an official group, so that it would be more convenient for players to communicate in the official group than in a small group. And the most important thing is that he can also understand their situation and needs through the group chat of the players. After all, as a game planner, he knows very well that if a game wants to operate stably for a long time, the suggestions of the players are very important. Thinking of this, Qin Yao started to act. First of all, he needs to build an official group. Of course, the atmosphere of this official group must be active, otherwise it will be embarrassing if the players dare not speak in it. As a main channel for collecting players' opinions, the official group is naturally very important. Not only that, there are also forums, and even things like live broadcasts that need to be considered. That is to build your own game official website into a multifaceted platform, and even to create an app that is unique to your game. He did this not only to collect players' opinions for modification, but also the most important thing, that is, he wants to make money. That's right, he wants to make money, and get a lot of blue star coins through means that will not be discovered. Although this money is useless to him, it is very useful to the players. With this money, he can make the entire market active. As long as the game market is active, some players, who like games, but have to give up games because of work will have new choices. They can make money by playing this game, which means that they have fun playing the game and make money. This is simply a win-win situation. Yes, it's probably such a situation. What is a win-win situation? This is called a win-win situation. But if you want to make a market active, you must consider one thing, that is, the bottom line, because as long as this thing exists, some players, who are in a swaying mood will not hesitate to consider switching careers to make money from games. And this bottom line is what is the lowest ratio of game coins to real bills. This is done by the official, and the bottom line is that the official directly collects it, and if the official collects it, it will naturally cost money. So he needs to make himself rich through various channels first, and then consider the players' affairs. Just like that, he started planning. What he didn't know at this time was that Jiang Yao was watching his every move in shock. Oh my god, is this the instinct of the legendary time traveler? It's really too similar. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How could he not sigh? Isn't the routine used by Qin Yao now carved out of the same template as the routine he used at the beginning? He even suspected that someone had passed on his template, but it was obvious that this did not happen. Qin Yao thought of it from his own perspective. Oh my god, this is outrageous. I thought of this at the beginning, so I made such a setting. Who would have thought that when the situation turned to him, he made the same decision as I did at the beginning? That's right. For those who want to retain players, and ensure that they stay online for a long time, this is undoubtedly the best way. As long as the players are online for a long time, they can get more benefits. However, it is still difficult to keep players online for a long time. It is not through those boring and long plots, not through those that make people want to sleep after watching them. Various animations are not to force players to finish watching these things, but to make players willing to stay online for a long time. But you must not arouse the rebellious psychology of the players, otherwise nothing can be done. Obviously, using real money to make players rich is indeed a good way. This is what he can do now. Otherwise, he can't make players immortal and make them supermen. Indeed, this idea is feasible, but the problem is the subsequent volume. How should you deal with it? Jiangyao was naturally very curious about this question, but he also knew that it didn't seem to have much to do with him. It mainly depends on whether he can find these things and how to operate them. Now he knows very well that you are just an observer, and it is impossible to influence the decision-maker's ideas through various channels. What he has to do is to watch the development of this civilization quietly. Even if this civilization is ignored by other civilizations one day, he will not intervene. He will not interfere with some choices. While Jiangyao was still thinking about this, the players who had entered the game before started discussing in this small group they had created. Chapter 931. At this time, in this small group of players, Suifeng, hello, big brothers. Zinkinglong, hello, big brothers. Tianxiong, don't flatter each other, old friends. Have you seen the things in the mall? Zinkinglong, I have seen it, and I like that first-generation machine very much. I decided to save money to buy one in the future. Suifeng, first-generation machine? Zinkinglong, it's the one called Dragon God Class Mecha. Don't you think it looks very similar to the first-generation machine? Suifeng, it seems to be true after hearing what you said. By the way, how is the optimization of your script, big brother Shinkong? Zinkinglong, I don't have any ideas for the time being. I will try it tomorrow to see if I can find an optimization solution. Tianxiong, by the way, when are you free tomorrow? Let's make an appointment to go online together. Zinkinglong, I have time all day tomorrow. Suifeng, me too. Tianxiong, in that case, let's go online on time at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Several players were also chatting about various joys. First of all, this game is as good as any game they have played before. As for the reason, it is naturally very simple. After all, except for that official game, this is really the case in this world. There are too many technologies that are more powerful, and people's patents are not open to the public. If these technologies are not broken, it is impossible to reach that level, but it is obvious that no one can break it, so for this game, several players also have various expectations. Brothers, let's say there is a possibility that this game is very likely to become the second best game in our world. It's too early to make this decision now. After all, you guys should know that this matter is not that simple. First of all, there is suppression from the same industry. Secondly, the most important thing is that we have only experienced a small part of the game content. What is the situation with the official game? You know that the design content is very broad, and the most important thing is that there is everything. Although this game has a better experience at present, what about the design of other scenes? Or what about other areas after leaving the novice area? As the player's voice fell, everyone fell into silence. Indeed, whether a game is good or not depends on the overall layout, not on a certain area. Indeed, a well-made area can attract players, but the problem is that if this area is well-made and other areas are very bad, then it's all in vain. If all areas want to be perfect, then the investment naturally cannot be low, and this involves a problem. How much investment did the other party put into this game? If it is less, it is unrealistic to say that you want to make high quality, and they are also very clear about this track, and the pressure is very high. As for these pressures, they mainly come from several directions. First of all, the first direction is the investment in the game itself. The amount of investment is directly related to the quality of the game. The second is how big the scene produced by the game is. They are currently in a space station. To be frank, if the space station scene is well made, this is not a big problem. After all, it is such a small space. No matter how much you cut the details, it doesn't matter. But if the entire environment is enlarged to the universe, then it is a completely different concept. Such a large range cannot be solved by just cutting the details, and the most important thing is that even if you cut the details, you have to consider how much to cut. Without a mature team, it is difficult to have a large and magnificent scene while maintaining quality. Although someone has done this, there is only one person who can do it on the entire Blue Star. As for whether this game will be the second one, they have no idea, but they still hope that this game can be the second one. As for the reason, it is very simple. For them, the better the game is, the happier they can play it, and the more money they can make. First of all, it is very simple. If a game like this can be popular, more people will play it in the future, and they, the first batch of internal test players, will have various advantages. And these advantages are income for them. It is not difficult to convert these advantages into income. At least it is not difficult for them. Considering this matter from their perspective, it is actually very easy to understand. For example, everyone creates a guild, and then borrows their own advantages to recruit a group of excellent talents in advance, and then with manpower, the subsequent development will naturally be much faster than others. Of course, the income will also rise. With their own identities, they can do some internet things, such as video accounts, details, strategies, etc., and because of the blessing of this identity, their traffic will not be low. After having a fan base, they can take advertisements. This is also part of the income from the game. If all the income is added up, they can completely devote themselves to the game full-time. There are many people in Blue Star now. Although they are playing games, the income brought to them by the games they play is not high, so this is just a side job for them. If you want to play games on the homepage, only a small number of people can do it, although the policy of Blue Star for games is still relatively good. But it does not mean that every game can be operated like this. More than 95% of the games now still adopt the Krypton Gold model. That is, others charge money in your game, and then you can get income. But the best game at present does not have this model at all. It directly puts advertisements in the game, and makes money in this way. Of course, the advertisements he puts are in places such as the game square, not when you play the game. Because its size and attention have reached this level, the other party's revenue model has completely changed. Compared with the traditional model, this model is undoubtedly a new way. They also hope that this game can achieve this level, so that they can get much more than this, and they feel that the other company should have such an idea, because after they entered the game, they did not find where the recharge interface was. It means that the other party does have such an idea, otherwise they would have arranged the important things such as the recharge interface at the beginning. So for the current players, they have great expectations for this game. So the players have various expectations for this. Then, they chatted for a while, discussed some small details they found in the game, and then went offline. As time went by, it soon came to the second day. The next morning, several people logged into the game. As soon as they entered the game, several people couldn't wait to come to the control room and start the experiment. The operation of the old irons is similar to the simulation test, but it is much simpler. At this time, Zinkinglong explained some details to several people while operating. Through the explanation, several people quickly became familiar with it. After getting familiar with it, the next step is to officially start work. At this time, seeing the performance of several people, Qinyao also nodded with satisfaction. Originally in his plan, the players should have entered the game for 3 to 5 days before they could start work normally. However, it only took 2 days for the players to start working. Watching the busy players, Qinyao quietly left the control room. The players were busy over there, and there were naturally many things to do here, such as the most critical issue of food. The clones controlled by the players also need to eat. So the medicine was also prepared. If you insist on saying it was preparation, it can't be considered preparation. Just put all the edible things in the space into the processing equipment and process them into nutrient solution. Although this thing tastes bad, it can maintain the body's functions. Under the current conditions, who cares about the taste, as long as the stomach is filled? After doing all this, Qinyao sent the food to others, and then he started to busy himself with other things. The current space must also be understood as soon as possible, especially the logs in recent years. As he spoke, Qinyao began to look through them. In fact, what he was most concerned about was the group of pirates, who often visited his space station in recent years. According to the current situation of my space, if these people come again, this place will definitely not be able to withstand it. So the weapon system needs to repair the energy system, and the ecological circulation system must be fixed as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Qinyao couldn't help but feel a headache. The support points needed to be consumed here are not a small number. Thinking of this, he could only hope that the players can help. For Qinyao now, the group of people who always visit his space station are really a time bomb. God knows when they will explode. If we wait until we have repaired some safety measures, or have enough self-defense power, then they will come over. Basically there will be no problem. The only thing we are afraid of is that they will come over again before we develop for a long time. Although they were driven away last time, the space station suffered serious damage. Under normal circumstances, the other party is very likely to find this out. So when they come over next time, the number of fleets they send should not be low, because once they encounter such a situation, the other party's first thought must be to take this place directly in one go. So should I repair the defense turrets of the space station first, or what? This question is also a very difficult one for him to decide. First of all, if the turret is repaired directly, it is indeed possible. In this way, there is no problem in blocking the opponent. After all, he knows the power of the space battle turret. But the problem is that if you want to repair the turret of the space station to operate normally, you must consider the energy facilities of the space station. In addition, the current situation is that it not only has to consider the problem of the turret, but also the problem of food and some other basic life problems. If all these things are taken into consideration, how much energy facilities should be restored to meet the functional requirements of these things? First of all, if the energy level is to undergo a qualitative change, how much resources should be consumed? Secondly, what should be the order of repairing these facilities? Should I repair the turret first or the basic living facilities first? Then I will repair the basic living facilities first. After I have repaired the basic living facilities, I will repair the turret. Will the enemy have come? After all, if we really take these into account, the energy facilities that could be repaired in the past in a month or two may now take more than half a year, or even longer, and then to repair other things, the entire cycle may be even longer. He lacks everything now, resources, equipment, and time, and his current situation only allows him to make one choice, and this choice must be correct, otherwise when the other party comes, he will have no power to resist. For him, this is a big problem, a very serious problem. This is the case for everyone. He knows very well that his decision now will directly affect his future destiny. Why bother so much? Now I have the help of the player, I may only rely on him. Compared with the players, who control the mecha with food such as turrets, the combat effectiveness will definitely not be bad. Instead of thinking so much, it is better to gamble directly. First of all, the energy facilities do not need to be restored too much, just need to ensure the normal ecological cycle. For me, what I lack most now is food. After solving the problem of food, there is no need to consider other problems too much. In this way, the repair cycle of my entire space station facilities will be greatly reduced. After solving the problem of food, there is no need to consider other problems. Just consider the two problems of resource collection and force. That's right. After some thinking, he felt that he wanted to do everything and did everything, and the final result could only be that he could not do anything well. Just like what he is worried about now, he is worried about working hard, considering other facilities in the space station, and wanting to consider everything. He simply does not have so many resources and time to consider these things. What he needs to do now is actually not that complicated. He only needs to ensure survival first, then ensure safety, get these two basic things done, and then consider other things. In this way, he does not need to delay much time. Chapter 932. Although his life would not get much better in a short time, for him, it was enough to survive now. As for the rest, he would wait until these were almost arranged, and then he would start to repair some other facilities, wouldn't it? So he made a decision very quickly. First, he solved the basic survival problem, then found a way to let the players increase the amount of resource collection, and finally let the players buy a few mechas first, so that there would be at least a certain degree of security. Then he could continue to summon more players to join in. When there were more people and each person had a mecha, he would not be afraid even if that civilization came to him, and the most important thing was that according to his estimation, it would take at most a few months to complete all this. There shouldn't be any big problems. While he was still thinking about the future, he was here with the players. At this time, several players were communicating while controlling the drones to mine. Brothers, I have to say that the scene modeling of this game is really exquisite. At this time, through the drone, the players also saw the planet where they were mining. There are all kinds of gravel and sand on the planet. And these things are made very exquisitely, and players can even control the drone to pick up these things and play with them. Details, this game is really too detailed. Even these scenes are so detailed, I wonder how shocking this mecha will be when the time comes. I'm thinking about this question too. While the others were still chatting, Suifeng seemed to have thought of something. By the way, brothers, I know a way to improve our efficiency. Hearing what Suifeng said, the other two looked at him curiously. It's like this. We are now controlling drones to collect and transport. In fact, the overall process is still quite complicated. I think we can do this. 2 people are responsible for collecting, and the remaining person is responsible for controlling the drone to fly to the collection site and looking for new mining areas. If we divide the work in this way, I think our efficiency can be further improved. Hearing Suifeng's suggestion, the two of them couldn't help but brighten up. Isn't this a model similar to a production line? Hearing this, Suifeng also nodded. Yes, it's a production line model. In this way, everyone's process is simplified, and efficiency will be greatly improved after becoming proficient in operation. The three decided to give this suggestion a try. After some discussion, they decided that Suifeng and Tianqiong would be responsible for mining. As for Star Dragon, he is mainly responsible for controlling the drone to go to the mining area, finding new mining areas and transportation. After all, he is still responsible for the script. If he does these things, it will be convenient to optimize and change the script when necessary. I have to say that this idea of several people is still very useful. After using this method, their efficiency has obviously improved a lot. After a day of busy work, the players also began to sort out their harvest today. Brothers, we dug up resources worth about 40 points today. At this time, everyone was a little excited when looking at today's harvest. Sure enough, my method is feasible. The efficiency has been significantly improved with this division of labor, said Suifeng and began to calculate. We started to change the plan temporarily after working for half a day today. If we follow this routine all day tomorrow, I estimate that tomorrow's output will be at least 50 points. And the number of drones that each person can control will increase a lot, which means that our total efficiency will be more than we expected in the later stage. After hearing what Suifeng said, the two people also agreed. The busy day ended like this. The players used the points they earned today to buy 4 mining drones. After one wave, the number of their mining drones has reached 34. They also estimated the collection efficiency of their new routine. If they work harder, they can reach about 1.5 to 2 points a day. 2 points are too hard for them to reach, but they can still guarantee 1.5. This means that tomorrow 34 drones will become 41. According to this efficiency, the number of drones will increase from 41 to 47 the day after tomorrow, and this increased efficiency will increase exponentially over time. At this time, compared with the players, who are calculating how long it will take to buy a mecha, Qin Yao is thinking about a problem. Start mining when you enter the game. Although there are things in the mall that can attract them, this alone is not a long-term solution. I must find a way to give players more places to play. As a game planner, Qin Yao knew very well that no matter how fun a certain function of a game is, people would get bored after a while. So more functions must be added, otherwise it would be embarrassing for the players to quit mining when they get tired of mining. But what functions should be added? Thinking of this, Qin Yao began to think. By the way, the ecological cycle system can't be fixed for a while, so I might as well change my mind. Build a temporary plantation on the planet, and then buy some fast-growing food seeds in the system for planting. Although the lack of an ecological cycle system will greatly increase the maturation cycle of seeds, it is a special seed after all, and the time for maturity will not be too long. If I use the food I have sparingly, it should be able to support these plants until they mature. And building this plantation can be used as an activity to enrich the game content for players. Thinking of this, Qin Yao immediately began to make arrangements. During this period of time, Jiang Yao has been paying attention to them. Through this period of observation, he actually had a deep feeling. He originally thought that according to normal thinking, the difficulty of the other party developing civilization should be much lower than his. But now it seems that they are not on the same level at all. It was much more difficult for the other party to start than he is now. First of all, he was a Zerg at that time. The advantage of the Zerg is that they don't have to worry about food. Even if they are born in the space station, they can survive by eating the iron bugs in the space station. But Qin Yao's side is completely different. He controls the human race, and there are too many things to consider, not only food, but also many other things. If all these messy things are taken into consideration, then the problem will arise. There are too many things he needs to involve. In the early stage, he only needs to let the bugs go out to find resources, and then he can develop quickly. It not only needs to find resources, but also needs to think about the problem of survival. After a series of things are pressed, various problems arise. The most critical thing is the speed of development. The advantage of the race is fully reflected at this moment. As long as there is resource reorganization, it can develop rapidly in geometric multiples, but the other party is different. He needs to convert resources, then produce corresponding buildings, and finally he can explore. If it weren't for the system he provided for him, I'm afraid that by the time he has repaired these things, the other civilization has already attacked and wiped him out. Sometimes the innate advantages of the race are here, and it can indeed play a decisive role in the early development. Although the modes of the two are the same, the ideas and difficulty of operation are completely two levels. If he can develop civilization and reach a high level under such circumstances, then I don't know how much I can learn from him. In fact, he is also very curious about this. By observing the development of the other party, he can understand his own shortcomings and make up for them. This is undoubtedly a way to promote his own development. Through various ideas to jump out of the comfort zone, it will be possible to usher in better development, just like him now. To be honest, although he is facing various crises now, he is also very confused now, because he doesn't know how to go next. There are still too many things he needs to consider, but he does not have the ability to solve all these problems. A series of problems were bothering him, and he didn't know how to make a decision. He needed more references. He had observed civilizations before, but it was completely different from this time, because he had observed some normal textures before, and this civilization with a similar situation to his was the first time he had observed it. After all, it was too difficult to find such people in the universe, so he could only solve this problem by creating it himself. Fortunately, his idea was feasible. At least for now, many things were being solved bit by bit according to his plan. For the current things, sometimes he was actually quite a headache, but it didn't matter. Because these problems can always be solved, it just depends on the solution method and the time it takes to find the solution. Now what he needs to do is to shorten this time as much as possible. Different levels of civilization have completely different understandings of the concept of time. Take the current situation of Chengyao as an example. If he is given a few hundred years, his speed can be rapidly improved. A few hundred years is enough for him to go from a civilization that is huddled in a small area to a powerful civilization that gallops around the universe. But a few hundred years may not bring any improvement for him, so he has enough patience and time to observe the growth of this civilization and understand everything. Sometimes things are like this. It looks complicated, but it is actually very simple. Of course, none of this matters. Now, he just needs to continue to observe according to his plan, and record everything they develop to see if there is anything he can learn from it. While he was still thinking about these questions, at this time, on the side of civilization number 1, the other party can now completely hide themselves. At least within this light cone, we can't find them through conventional means. They should have obtained the technology of civilization number 2, and they first studied related technologies, so they made such a big breakthrough in such a short time. The insects originally had some research on this technology. At that time, their technology could conceal the truth, and now they have strengthened this technology. It is really difficult to find them under such circumstances. As they said this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little headache. They knew that the longer the delay, the more the insects would recover. When facing a full-fledged Zerg, they would have to be cautious. In fact, they also felt very uncomfortable. They were not uncomfortable with the Zerg, but with how the number 2 civilization could be so disappointing. If the number 2 civilization had persisted a little longer, they would not be so passive. Now basically all their plans are centered around the topic of the number 2 civilization. No way, the negative impact of civilization number 2 has brought them too much, and now they can only see some superficial phenomena, and there are more impacts that have not appeared, but as time goes by, these impacts will gradually surface. Headache? For this matter, they have a headache. For them, it can only be regarded as reaping the fruits of their own actions. The reason why the Zerg was able to develop so fast was that they were also participants. In fact, the loss of control of the Zerg is inevitably related to the 2 civilizations. After all, if there were no 2 civilizations pushing the Zerg from behind, the Zerg would never have reached this point. However, it was because of the 2 civilizations pushing the Zerg from behind that the Zerg pushed too hard to reach such a height. No matter what, we must find them as soon as possible. The other party is now out of control too seriously, and has reached the point where it can cause harm to our civilization. If it continues like this, according to their development speed, I estimate that it won't take long for them to even surpass us. Look at how well they hide. Anything will have flaws. I don't believe they can completely solve these problems. We will always find clues. What we have to do now is to find this thing as quickly as possible, and we must get rid of them no matter what the cost. For this group of insects, the only thing to be thankful for now is that they know the insects' means of attack, and they have also developed corresponding solutions for these means of attack. This is their advantage. If there is no such solution, they will not be so anxious. What they are worried about is that the next time they meet the insects will completely change their means of attack, and they will develop new ways of attack. This is the most embarrassing. If you take action now, while you have the corresponding countermeasure cards against them, you will be much more effective. If you wait until they have developed a new way of attack and then take action, you will be blind and may suffer a great loss or even get yourself involved. Chapter 933. Jiang Yao could naturally guess what civilization number 1 was planning. But what does it matter? You are studying how to deal with me, and I am also studying how to attack you. At present, everyone knows the situation of our two civilizations. Both sides are trying to target each other, but because of the limitation of technology, Jiang Yao is a little passive, but this is understandable. Fortunately, after defeating civilization number 2, he has enough time to react. Now he can use this time to study more things to deal with the threats in the future. In this way, he has been paying attention to it, and the actions here are also vigorously digesting the various special technologies brought by civilization number 2. Soon another technology caught his attention. Maximizing the use of the power of the law is indeed a problem that civilizations at this level think about. How to use the power of the law will be directly related to the results of the battle after the repair. Especially at this stage, it is basically a collision between the laws. At this time, reading the information left by civilization number 2, he was also thoughtful. He was naturally very clear about the fighting methods of this level of civilization. How could he not be clear? After all, he had fought with them so many times, and he had experienced their attack methods completely. So he was naturally very clear about how they operated on his side. But there was one thing in this document that made him extremely concerned. This was a direction for subsequent development. Civilization number 2 has been stuck at this level for so many years, so naturally they have studied many things. However, as time goes by, they gradually find that the situation seems to be very different from what they thought, and a large part of the technology they have studied can no longer be improved. Although the offensive method is relatively common and easy to use, at least at their level, other combat methods are very different from France. But there are not many of them. Do they know that they may go all the way to the end, and they will definitely need to study more methods to deal with some unexpected situations in the future? At the same time, they are constantly seeking breakthroughs, which is also very important. After all, if they continue to stick to the rules as they are now, it will definitely not work. Sooner or later, the other party will develop a new combat method, and they don't know it, then they will be very passive. It is also for this reason that they have been studying this kind of technology all these years. They want to make a breakthrough. The existing attack methods can no longer satisfy them. They need to research other attack methods that are more effective and more lethal than the current ones. Therefore, they have invested a lot of energy and time in this project. However, it must be said that they have also achieved certain results. This new attack mode directly abandons the traditional law weapons. If you want to exert the strongest attack power of the law weapons, you must put the law weapons within a certain range of the enemy, which is a limitation in itself. Their new research direction is to enable all the single combat arms on their side to have such capabilities. These single combat arms can be seen as law projection devices one after another. If you insist, this attack method is similar to the previous low-level civilizations that were just able to use the power of dimensions. Each attack of the warship contains the attributes of dimensions, which not only greatly increases the damage, but also breaks some defenses. The situation of the laws is basically the same. It's just that the method has changed a lot. The so-called mastery of the power of laws is ultimately the rules in the universe. These rules exist in the universe, and these rules cannot be used by low-level civilizations, but they can be used by civilizations at a certain stage. The strength of the power of laws is just the degree of use of the power of rules. Simply put, if the power of rules is compared to the sea, then the civilization that uses this power is ultimately able to use buckets or other things to collect seawater, and then splash it on the enemy. The gap between civilizations is essentially because you use different items. Some civilizations can only use a small bucket, but some can use a huge can. The water capacity of the two is naturally very different. Of course, there are many other things to think about besides this. For example, will someone develop a water pump? No matter how you operate it, it is essentially using something that already exists, and the difference is just the efficiency of use. Of course, this is just the beginning, and there will be many extensions in the future. As for these extensions, it can be seen by simply giving an example. For example, although the area of the sea is very large, it cannot be guaranteed that every place can encounter the sea. There are still many lands on the planet, and these lands can be understood as places without the power of laws. It's like there are some special areas in hyperspace where there are no rules of law, but if you want to use the law to attack there, then you must consider one issue, that is, your law reserve. It's like you have a big bucket filled with a lot of seawater, and then you go to a place without seawater. You can still use it, but the amount is limited and may be used up. To put it bluntly, the power of law is like this. However, the technology studied by civilization number 2 is also based on this point. First of all, the theory of their method is point 1. Under these fixed conditions, they can introduce seawater to where they need it by connecting water pipes. It's like you have a pump at the seaside, and the pipe of this pump is very long, through which you can connect it to many places. Of course, this pipe can also be used. You can install some nozzles in some positions to give them the ability to release water. And when these pipes pass through some areas, there may be big rivers and rivers there, and he can also pump water there to provide it to other areas. In this way, a huge water source network and a huge attack network are established, with sprinklers everywhere, and attacks can be launched at any time, regardless of any environment. In this way, the natural strength will be improved by several levels. This is what Civilization Number 2 wants to do, to transform these individual online certificates into certificates with such capabilities. In this way, as long as they are within the coverage of the network, other areas can continuously obtain the blessing of the rule of law. After studying the Number 2 technology, he also knew why his routine was able to beat the two civilizations to pieces. In the final analysis, after he enveloped them, from a certain perspective, they temporarily lost the ability to adjust the seawater from other areas. They can only use their own reserve of legal power. Although it can also exert great power, the problem is that this thing will be consumed. Once it is consumed, they can only adopt the conventional combat mode. This solution is indeed feasible, but it is obvious that this solution also has shortcomings. To put it bluntly, even if you have completed 100% of the connection in this way, once it is covered, it is like adding a valve to your connection nozzles. My universe covers you, and is equivalent to closing this valve. No matter how many water pipes you have, as long as there is a valve, your power of law will be restricted. But your idea is quite interesting. If you use this idea on the technology of the 10th dimension, it will be completely different. That's right, his first thought was not to strengthen some things in the law, but to get power from the 10th dimension. If his water pipes are not extracting seawater, but a higher level than seawater. For example, the clouds in the sky, would they still be subject to so many restrictions? Obviously this is impossible, because even if the water pipe is blocked, the clouds are still capable of raining, and they will not be subject to so many restrictions. To be precise, they are subject to fewer restrictions. So compared to the usage rules, it is obvious that mobilizing forces from the 10th dimension will be more reliable. Of course, this is also his current idea. As for the specific operation, it is naturally not as easy as imagined. He has long expected this. After all, if it is really that easy, Civilization Number 2 would not be beaten so badly by him. I don't know what the thinking is like. Since I discovered this dimension, I always feel that this dimension is full of weirdness. In the universe and hyperspace are completely isolated, but the 10th dimension can easily connect the universe and hyperspace, or other spaces. So what kind of existence does this dimension play in the whole world? Can it break through the limitations of this dimension and enter a higher dimension? Jiang Yao is not clear about this, of course. He is not very clear. Now his technology can't understand these things at all, but what makes him feel strange is why. Once you really enter the 10th dimension, you can never go back to a lower dimension. The previous dimensions are like the 9th dimension. After entering this dimension, you can return to the 3rd and 4th dimensions by reducing the dimension, but the 10th dimension is an accident. After entering, it becomes an irreversible state. Although there are many hotels here that can try to forcefully enter other dimensions, they will be affected more or less. At least for those who come down in this way, no matter how they evolve, their bodies will collapse after a period of time. This is a special limitation, and the specific reason why this happens will be clear. What secrets does this dimension have? And why did those civilizations leave me so many legacies? What is buried in this universe? After so many years and gaining so many things, Jiang Yao actually has a certain understanding of this universe. At my level, it is impossible to look at this universe from the perspective of ordinary people. First of all, if I use the most intuitive view, I feel that this universe can be regarded as a whole, and its difference lies in the dimension. The entire universe is divided into two dimensions. The first dimension is the 1st to 9th dimension, which is called the ordinary universe, and the second dimension is the 10th dimension. As for this universe, it can be barely called a special universe. While muttering quietly, he began to circle in his mind. If this is the division, then the countless space cannons in the entire world, as well as the external hyperspace, can be regarded as the ordinary universe. In this ordinary universe, whether you are in the center of the universe or in the hyperspace, you will always follow some basic laws. For example, gravity, or some other things. These laws exist objectively in the ordinary universe, and cannot be changed, unless you change the operating rules of the entire universe. Of course, after doing this, this universe will no longer belong to the ordinary universe. That can't be said. No matter how you change the rules of the universe, its underlying code will not change. It's like all codes are composed of 0 and 1. No matter how you arrange them, these two logics will never change. You can add 100 zeros to 1 or 1 plus 5 zeros. In short, you can change some of the common underlying logical cognitions in this way. Perhaps his manifestation is that objects no longer go underground, but fly up to the sky, or the temperature of fire may become very cold, and the temperature of ice may become very high. Through different arrangements, you can change the rules or cognition of the whole world, but to put it bluntly, you can do this when you control a universe, but after doing this, it does not mean that you have escaped from the scope of the ordinary universe. Because your underlying code has not changed at all. There are still concepts such as time and space in the universe. Although these concepts are completely different from other universes, they exist objectively, and this is also what is necessary for the universe to come from other things. No matter how you change its flow, the density of space, or the properties of space, in short, no matter what form of expression it is in the end, time and space will not change, because the underlying code will never change. However, after years of research, he found that it would be different if this matter was put into the 10th dimension. The entire logic has changed in the 10th dimension. The underlying code of this dimension is no longer 1 and 0. The code of this dimension may be 2 and 3 or A and B. Chapter 934. For some situations in this dimension, the teacher said that after years of research, this is the most understandable explanation summarized by Jiangyao. Compare the entire universe to a man-made program or anything else. There is the most basic underlying code, and the entire universe is also composed of these things. Through this point, then, the next direction of research is to put it in the 10th dimension, which is undoubtedly the wisest. As for the reason, it is very simple, because this dimension is completely separated from these operations, and the logic is made into a system, so no matter what problems occur in the old logic, it will not be greatly affected in the new logic. This is like the current smartphones, and some very old elderly phones, including the old mobile phones. It's like if the current smartphone will be infected with a virus, but if you put this thing on the mobile phone, it may not be infected with a virus, because there is no concept of virus in its program, and it does not support viruses. This is the difference brought by the different underlying logic. Maybe in the future he will encounter a very powerful enemy. This enemy can be said to be invincible in the ordinary universe, and he has no way to deal with it. But his power may not be so useful for some special universes, but for himself, this is an opportunity to fight back when in danger. Jiangyao instinctively felt that the 10th dimension was his opportunity. As for why he had such an idea, the reason was actually very simple. When his technology evolved to the first stage of civilization, he had received some heritage left by civilizations. This kind of heritage would be automatically triggered when civilizations, like his, reached a certain level. This is some help provided by some pioneer civilizations to his latecomer civilization. As for why they provide help, he does not understand the specific situation, but what is certain is that these civilizations must be doing something very important. At least the information he has learned so far cannot 100% determine what they are doing, but it is undeniable that through the things left by these pioneers, he found that all their technologies can be planned in one big category, and this big category is in the ordinary universe. It's that simple. Although it is not clear whether they succeeded or not, judging from the current situation, they are very likely to have failed. And this is also the biggest problem. Maybe he will do what they did before in the future. If he still follows the ordinary universe step by step, his result may be the same as theirs, which is also what he is more worried about. Of course, he has been thinking about a question. He can think that the 10th dimension is a breakthrough point, so will those pioneer civilizations also think of it? Obviously, they definitely think of it. Because among these civilizations, there must be many civilizations whose technology is better than mine, and this is also the problem. The other party's technology is actually better than yours, and the other party's research will definitely not be worse than yours. And the technology from that dimension is basically exchanged with other civilizations, so my research on that dimension is even more superficial. Among so many ancient civilizations, there must be many civilizations whose research in this area is better than mine, but they still did not choose to take this path, which is also the biggest problem. It is clear that these civilizations have been doing great things, and there are successive civilizations doing the same thing, so there is a huge time difference here. Maybe the first batch of civilizations failed, but the second batch of civilizations came up again. When the first batch of civilizations failed, they might leave a lot of useful information, and if the 10th dimension is really the key to breaking the deadlock, then this information will definitely flow out. Then the second civilization will conduct research. If the second batch of civilizations cannot research it, it doesn't matter, there will be the third and fourth batches later. There is always a group of civilizations that have researched this technology, but in this case, they may still fail, or even say that this is a wrong guidance. In this case, this information will definitely be passed on to the later civilizations. The later civilizations may give up the research of this project after discovering it, and this is also the biggest problem. He didn't know how many generations it was when he came here, but he was sure that the things in this dimension must have been studied clearly by the previous civilizations, and the information he received did not mention some of the technologies of this civilization. This means that this dimension is really a dead end, or the civilization that passed the information to him may belong to the previous batches that have not tried to walk this road. In short, there are too many uncertainties here. He doesn't know what means the other party uses to transmit information, and they don't know either. How many years has the other party experienced? And what is the other party doing? In short, the information he obtained was too little. He only knew that such a group of civilizations existed, but that a group of civilizations were doing something earth-shattering. As a latecomer, he might also become a participant in the future. He had such a feeling because he had a hunch that as long as the level of science and technology reached a certain level, he had to do it. This was inevitable. He didn't know why he had such an idea, but he believed that this was the truest truth. After all, it was very difficult for Jiangyao, the leader of a civilization of this level, to be influenced. So under such circumstances, such a mentality was generated, which was enough for him to pay attention to. But this was also the problem he was worried about at present. He had been studying the path of the 10th dimension, but he didn't know where this dimension would take him. Although at his current level of science and technology, he only had to worry about civilization number 1. If he only had to take down civilization number 1, he would basically have no enemies. But he knew that if he wanted to continue to develop, he would reach a certain height sooner or later. When he reaches this level, what he can see and face will be completely different. So now he needs to consider how to arrange these things. How to plan these things. Many things must be considered in advance. If there is a problem later, he will not be helpless. At least for the information he has now, it is very beneficial for him. At least he can know these things in advance and start to arrange them in advance. As for civilization number 1, he actually didn't worry too much, because civilization number 1 had no way to deal with him now. In fact, if he wanted, he had many ways to avoid civilization number 1, or to destroy civilization number 1. Although it was a bit exaggerated, he was very confident. After all, the technology of civilization number 1 in this dimension was not as good as his. He could use the technology of this dimension to compete with civilization number 1, but he also had to think about another problem, that is, how he should operate in the future. His future plans were the most critical. After all, he couldn't just look at the present, otherwise he wouldn't have said that he would let the players create a new civilization, and this civilization, under his intentional guidance, took the technological route. In this way, the route they chose to develop to the later stage was 99% the development method of ordinary cosmic civilization technology, and he was convinced of this. Because if you want to study the 10th dimension, you must first make sure that you are a bug, because without the help of the law of evolution, if you want to enter that dimension, then unless your entire civilization enters that dimension, you can't get in touch with that dimension at all. At least that's the case with the technology he has mastered so far. Unless your technology reaches the second or third stage, you can barely make contact with it. But after reaching this stage, what you are studying has basically been finalized. If you want to change it, the cost of the change is too high, and there is no need for it. Because as long as you reach the current level, you will find that there are two different universes with roads ahead. It is not that the road ahead is blocked. If it is blocked, you have to change. This is understandable, but if the road ahead is unobstructed, it is a bit fun to change. It is even said that the difficulty of the change requires you to build another road. There is no need to do this. So that group of players will definitely take the path of ordinary universe development in the future, and I can continue to take the path of special universe development. In this way, it is a two-pronged approach. But is it possible to take the third road? After all, the first two fixed roads have basically been locked, so is there a certain chance for the third road? He is not clear about this, and he doesn't even know the direction of the third road. It's just that in his subconscious, he thinks that if the road ahead is gone, then the only way is to open up a new one. In this case, there may be a chance. If a new road is opened, the possibility is still very high with his current development method. It's nothing more than redeveloping several special civilizations and letting them go to different tracks. In this way, in the end, different paths lead to the same destination, and he can always summarize a unique route for himself. Now the 10 dimensions have been arranged, and the ordinary universe dimension has also been arranged. Then the next thing to do to get out of the third road is to continue to extend from these two roads. Just like a big tree has a main road, but it needs to let the tree grow more branches, and these branches may touch the water source or the cliff because of continuous growth, and these water sources or cliffs will be another new possibility. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel that his mind seemed to be active. This feeling had not appeared for a long time, but he felt that it seemed to be the legendary inspiration. If we continue to follow this line of thought, the development of cosmic civilization cannot be limited to conventional technology or evolution. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it was. At this time, his thinking was also opened up a lot, at least it was no longer limited to traditional thinking. This was good news for him. The more you are limited to tradition, the more you can't get out of this road. All your roads are placed in a framework, and this is the crux of the problem. So what kind of way should I use to jump out of this framework? The civilization I arranged. Or what kind of conditions do the technology one arranged need to meet? What is the road I need to take or what I lack? To be honest, he now feels like he is worrying about something else. First, his technological level is nothing in the eyes of some ancient civilizations. Second, he now has a big problem with document number 1. As a result, now, he not only does not think about how to deal with civilization number 1, but instead thinks about how to plan for the future. Thinking about it, he felt that this was a little bit funny, but he finally had an inspiration, and he certainly didn't want it to disappear, so he began to think about it. It is indeed a good idea to let players build a technological civilization in the form of time travel, and continue to grow with the help of the system until they reach a level similar to mine. Then my future path can also be based on this idea and continue to extend forward. Why must the civilization I created be limited to technological civilization or a civilization like insects that have the ability to evolve? Why can't I create some civilizations with other possibilities, just like when I was still in the initial universe, when my technology reached a certain level? I glimpsed things outside the universe, to be precise, things on the edge of the universe. There are small worlds over there, and these are some experimental data left by some advanced civilizations there. However, the civilizations in these small worlds, the paths they have developed or taken, are indeed very valuable for reference, such as the path they take, which is similar to cultivating immortals. Even when the strength of a single individual reaches a certain level, it can ignore external pressure and leave the planet. For this point, he felt that it was just an idea. Although he understood the principle through various studies at that time, he also understood that his insects were actually very similar to such individuals, but the strength of his insects completely surpassed that kind of existence, so he didn't really care about this matter at that time. It is nothing more than storing energy in the body, and then the body is like an energy launcher, which can continuously squander some energy. The strength of the body, that is, the strength of the launcher, will directly determine the strength of the weapon you launch. Another more obvious way of understanding is the level of cultivation. The higher your personal strength, the higher the strength of the weapon you launch, which means your cultivation is higher. This is probably the case. Of course, this is not a special thing, but it has to be said that this is also a way of thinking. Chapter 935. Since we have the ideas, the next step is how to implement them. Use special methods to create a new immortal race, or to create a new special system, which can be similar to traditional immortals, or similar to some legendary monsters. Using these as the basis for the development of civilization, this is indeed a feasible idea. Even the final development of such a civilization is uncontrollable. Of course, we must ensure another thing here, that is, how to make it uncontrollable. This is a problem he needs to think about. Sometimes it is not that you have to follow some things one by one to achieve a satisfactory goal. This is a very limited perspective. In Jiang Yao's plan, the first thing is about the future development of civilization. What it needs is uncertainty. As for the reason for the need for uncertainty, it is very simple, that is, the final results of deterministic development may not be consistent, but uncertain development may be divided in half, or because of various uncertain combinations, it finally reaches a very terrible point. After all, he has always been on the normal development path, but if he takes some other paths, it may bring him some other inspirations. Thinking of this, he can't help but start planning his future civilization arrangement. For such a civilization arrangement, he already has a certain answer in his mind. Of course, this answer is naturally something that can be thought about on the surface at present. First of all, the first point is that this civilization must not be the same as the conventional technological civilization. It must be distinguished, including things like evolution must be distinguished. The help I can provide for civilization can include evolution, but people themselves cannot have such a concept. As he thought about it, he soon had a new idea for the new civilization. First of all, the background of this civilization is probably set in ancient Europe around the 20th century. The system of this civilization is mostly based on aristocrats or some civilians, and the aristocrats can automatically derive several different professions. The first profession is a magician, and the second profession is similar to a warrior or a knight. As for the third profession, it is God's gift. That's right, in such a system, he decided to add the concept of God. Some special people can be favored by God. God will give them unimaginable power, and they will be fundamentally different from others with such power. This is some basic information about the third civilization set by Jiangyao. Next is the power source of the two special professions, magician, warrior, or knight. First of all, there are two systems of power sources. The first one is similar to the experimental civilization similar to cultivation that I have encountered before, which uses the body of these people as a launcher of special things. Through continuous exercise to improve your physical fitness, or through continuous chanting, you can feel the energy floating around, and gather this energy, and release it through some special spells, and these spells can be understood as the trigger of the weapon. As long as you pull the trigger, you can fire the column bullet, and how to pull the trigger can be understood as a spell. But if such a civilization is created, the final result may be similar to the situation of the experimental civilizations I encountered before, and the upper limit of its own evolution is fixed. After all, when creating such a civilization, or when creating such an individual, the final result will be completely different according to one's own technological level. And this is also the problem. One's own level determines the limit of the creatures that one can create. His idea is to make this creature follow the characteristics of the Zerg, which can continuously repair itself and evolve continuously. In this way, when this race develops to a certain extent in the future, their strength will continue to increase in the process of evolution, but in this case, there will still be too much interference from nothing. This is also the most painful part for him. For these civilizations, he actually doesn't want to interfere too much. If he interferes too much, he may end up going the same way as himself, so it would be a waste of time to create such a civilization by himself. But if he doesn't interfere too much, the strength of the bodies of these civilizations created is not very high. After thinking for a long time, he decided that he could still put evolution in, but this evolution is completely different from the evolution of reorganization. He decided because of such a civilization. Set up a few gods. However, the gods he set up are completely different from the gods in the conventional sense. The gods in the conventional sense have several inevitable points. They have strong power, but it is absolutely impossible for them to reach the current level of civilization with such power, so he needs uncertainty. Because if the evolutionary model or gene of the Zerg is used, then it will definitely reach its own height in the future, but will not surpass itself. To be precise, it should be the upper limit of this civilization, which may be the self who created them now. It cannot go higher. In the future, it may reach the level of level 4 or level 5, and this civilization can only reach level 1 at most, and then stop. And because the reorganized personality has too much in common with itself, then there is no meaning in creating them. So after thinking about it, he came up with a plan. The source of power of these races comes from this so-called God, and this so-called God retains the genes and evolution of the insects. The law, but all the laws of evolution are eliminated. This single individual can give him a certain consciousness, and then he can continue to evolve, but no one knows the direction of evolution. He will do it by himself, and he will be influenced by these creatures, and the thoughts of these creatures will affect his evolutionary route. At the same time, he can also choose not to be influenced by these ideas. In short, all the choices are up to him. As for how to evolve, how to simplify evolution, and how to go about it, it is up to him to decide. Following this route, he can reach a very high height, or he may collapse soon after he comes out. If he does this, although the future of this civilization is indeed very confusing, it is necessary to have more uncertain factors to develop this civilization to a very terrible level. Only in this way can he achieve his goal. After considering this factor, he decided to increase the number of these special gods, because the collapse of one god does not mean that other gods will collapse. Maybe they can learn from the experience of the same kind, and then create a more perfect existence. In short, there are many uncertainties in it, and these uncertainties are what he wants to see. What he needs to do now is actually very tense, that is, to create some existences that can help him in the future in this way. Of course, no matter how they evolve, there is naturally his shadow in the underlying code of these creatures, and this shadow is just a layer of shackles for it, so that if there is a problem at that time, he can perfectly control it. After all, he does not want something out of control. Although he himself belongs to this kind of thing, He still does not want this kind of thing to appear in his hands. This idea is indeed feasible. If this is the case, then the problem I need to consider is to implement this special existence. Although there is still a little bit of it, at least at the moment, when I don't know how to go further, these things should be more or less helpful to me, and this is enough. And this is also the problem he needs to think about now. So, with this mentality, he summoned most of the brainworms and began to discuss this matter. Everyone, I believe you should be very clear about my thoughts. According to our current development and the current level of civilization, it is basically impossible to make further progress. At least if we don't want to plunge into the study of laws, then we absolutely cannot go further. Of course, the brainworms present knew what their leader said. After acquiring the knowledge of civilization number 2, they all knew that the improvement of stage civilization was more about the understanding and utilization of laws. This is the most basic, but now for various reasons, their research on laws is no longer as in-depth as before, and they now need to think about other issues. After all, when they knew that there would be some risks in the future route, the way they thought about things had changed dramatically. Compared to going all the way on this road, they would rather study some other routes. So if they want to break through again, they must break through other routes. So thinking of this, they also began to discuss how to plan the next thing. The new civilization arranged by the leader does have a certain degree of credibility, but there are too many uncertainties. According to our current calculations, if we want such a single subject to simulate a route that can evolve to our level, then their death toll must reach at least 1 trillion. If such a number is regarded as special individuals, then it is not very meaningful, because there are some mainstream individuals below them, that is, the individuals we mainly need to observe. This is the most important individual. The individual of the concept of God is to provide them with certain assistance and help. So if the number of individuals of the concept of God reaches this point, then it is always reversed. And they have such powerful power, how could they care about the existence of the ants downstairs? Because there are too many of them. Even if a God concept unit is used to deal with 10 people, it should be very easy for them. After all, these people are just insignificant ants. But when the number of gods reaches the trillion level, then no matter how many people there are, they will not be enough for them to kill. Perhaps we can add some restrictions to these existences and create something like a world barrier. All the power of these existences can be deployed, but they cannot directly intervene in this world. This idea is feasible, but if this idea is used, then these humans want to improve their strength and want to evolve. Then the difficulty and time period will increase significantly. Also, remember the law of time we once mastered? This law only needs to use the most basic part to change the speed of time. In this way, the time span is very large, but it is only a short time in our view. This idea is indeed feasible, but the number of gods cannot be too many. If the number is small, they may not be able to evolve to our level at all. Set a reproduction or inheritance setting for them. In this way, the previous generation can inherit some of their knowledge to the next generation. In this case, the next generation will know the reason for the failure of the previous generation, and also know which road cannot be taken. If this is the case, then each road has actually been set at the beginning, and it loses randomness. But if it cannot be inherited, the amount of research and development required is too much. If it can be inherited, the amount of research and development will be greatly reduced. All the comrades present also discussed this issue. The main reason is that this issue is also a very easy thing for them to complete now, because the most critical point of this matter is that a concept must be determined, that is, randomness. And this is very difficult for them present. They need to think about too many things, and they also need to consider whether future development can meet such conditions. After all, they don't want to. I only considered the front, and then found that all kinds of problems seemed to have appeared in the back, and they couldn't handle them. This is very embarrassing. In short, there are too many things they need to think about this wave, but it doesn't matter. After all, since we have started to discuss this point, we naturally need to plan some things that can be considered or not, and then execute them. And the most important thing is that Jiangyao did not tell them that he would start this plan in the near future. After all, Jiangyao still has a technology to observe. At least he must ensure that all aspects of this technological civilization are on the right track, then he will consider developing its civilization. Of course, he was not completely without other ideas when planning these things. In fact, when he was planning these things, he was also considering a problem, that is, the reason why he was able to develop so fast in the past was mostly because the two civilizations were secretly forcing him to grow. He had not experienced many things, which caused many defects in his civilization technology. Now, by observing the development of these civilizations, he can make up for this defect. Chapter 936. Jiang Yao actually feels very good about the civilization he created. In his plan, this is a fantasy-style civilization, and it is not created by technology, but by some special methods, such as the gods he created. These gods are integrated into the genetic system of the Zerg. As for which direction they will evolve in the end, it is unknown, because he only retains the evolutionary ability of the genetic system. As for other abilities, although this matter has not changed much, the Zerg has many rules and regulations to restrict it during the evolution process to prevent it from getting out of control during evolution. But after removing this restriction, there are more possibilities for evolution. In fact, he himself does not know what these things will evolve into in the future, but it doesn't matter. What follows is not what he should care about. What he needs to consider next is to arrange a good place for this special existence he created for himself. This kind of thing is still very uncontrollable in nature, so it is absolutely impossible to throw it directly into the universe. After all, there are too many special risks if it is not only placed in the universe. Secondly, as long as the Zerg genes are integrated, it will be a little difficult to enter the universe. It won't work if it is placed in hyperspace. I always feel that it is safer to put it here than in the universe. If it is placed in the universe, if you want to solve the problem of universe rejection, you can directly control the entire universe. Although this takes a long time, it doesn't matter. But I always feel that it is too limited to be placed in the universe. As he thought about it, he soon had a new idea. I think I can change the operation method here. The principle of my idea is actually not complicated. With my current technology, it is not that difficult to create a universe. Although I cannot create a perfect universe, I should be able to create a similar one. Although the space of the universe created in the early stage cannot be too large, I can gradually increase the space to improve the rules inside. In this way, I can rub out a brand new universe bit by bit. In fact, with his current technology, it is really difficult to do this, but he still has an idea for this matter. It's like you assemble a racing car. It doesn't mean that you have to have a good engine at the beginning. You may not even have this thing at the beginning, but you can make a general model of the racing car first, know the approximate model of each part, and then make the chassis or shell first. As for the interior, don't consider it for the time being. When the control system technology matures, I will add this in. When other technologies mature, I will add these things little by little, and finally form a racing car. Although the things needed later will be more difficult to make, it is still relatively easy to operate in the early stage. Now what he needs to do is to find out whether the things he arranged will be discovered. Of course, this is impossible. For the existences he arranged, what they observed in this universe is that the universe is constantly expanding, and that's all. As for what is outside the universe, they simply cannot observe it, which is the same as when they were still a low-level civilization. Maybe even the things in front of them cannot be discovered. Of course, the civilization established by such operations will eventually be dominated by human victory. It is hard to say whether the entire system is dominated by the gods that existed in ancient times. For this world, although the power of human beings was given by gods at the beginning, and the most important thing is that these special beings themselves have extremely strong abilities, no one knows how the final result will go. In this way, after all the basic things have been planned, the next step is the subsequent operation. Of course, the operation here naturally refers to the entire journey of civilization development. As this continent was built, life gradually began to grow on this planet. At the same time, planets were gradually built in this universe, and at the same time, special beings called gods were also launched at this time. The entire universe is divided into two systems. The first is the conventional universe, and the second is the void space brought by the gods. In this space, the gods can use some methods to tumor in the conventional universe. For the gods, they will soon find that this space is a limitation for them. Of course, this is all later. With the establishment of this universe, the speed of time will also increase soon. Jiang Yao does not have so much time to wait for the development of this universe bit by bit. It needs to be accelerated. At this time, in this mysterious space, many irregular squirming bodies are gradually evolving. People with tumors all over their bodies look extremely disgusting, but their luggage is not fixed and is changing anytime and anywhere. Gradually, these gods developed self-awareness, and they began to understand that there were gods around them soon, and found that devouring other beings could strengthen themselves, and then they broke out in war. At the beginning, it was almost a war between the two, but later these beings gradually developed wisdom. At the same time, their forms were also gradually changing. With the end of the First War, more than 80% of the supreme beings in this space had disappeared. These were naturally failures, and the remaining 20% gradually began to realize that if they continued to fight like this, they would eventually compound. so they began to try to avoid war. At the same time, they were also constantly strengthening themselves, and the purpose of doing so was naturally that as long as the other party could not be sure that they could win the fight with themselves, then the two sides would not break out in war. After all, no one wanted to be destroyed immediately. And the total number of these remaining gods is still hundreds of thousands. Such a huge number naturally means that there will be many wars in the future, but now everyone is very law-abiding. As time goes by, everything seems to develop in a normal way. Until one day, a god looked at the intelligent life forms born on a planet. At this time, there was only a desolate Gobi desert on this planet. The group was really praying. They have been here for a long time. The resources here are quite scarce. They have no food, no water. Most of the people in the tribe died in agony, and the chief led the remaining tribesmen to survive here. Perhaps the team leader himself did not realize that everything he did next would change the history of the entire civilization. The chief was a scholar. He had been thinking about some questions. Why is there fire? Why is there lightning in the sky? Why can he see thousands of stars through the sky? Why do these things exist? Is there a special thing that created them? These questions surrounded the chief's heart, and soon he had an epiphany. Just like the ant nest seen when passing by, maybe the ants don't know that there are people watching them. In their narrow world, they can't imagine the existence of humans. I don't know, maybe someone saw them squatting down and curiously observing them when passing by, and this human series of actions will cause a devastating disaster to this world. Water scooped up from the roadside and sprinkled down is a flood that will destroy the world for them. A casual breath is a strong wind for them. All of this made the patriarch start. Are they also being watched by more powerful beings like this group of ants? But what makes them different from these ants is that they can use their own behavior to express their goodwill to these beings while also wanting to get help from these beings in some special ways. Pray? To be precise, it should be a sacrifice. Just like his ancestors, take out food to sacrifice to various predators hiding in the dark forest. In this way, they will not invade him. As for whether this behavior is useful, no one knows. But what does it matter? At least he did this thing. He could try it himself, or some of his actions might really achieve unexpected results. With this mentality, he began to try to pray. Just at this time, a god's eyes were fixed here. The god understood his meaning and his desire, and the most important thing was that when he started praying, the god had a special feeling that as long as he helped him, he would get unexpected benefits. In this way, the first contact between the two sides began. Originally, the patriarch did not have much expectation of the consequences of his behavior, but with the end of the prayer, the originally cloudless sky suddenly became overcast, followed by lightning and thunder. When the chief saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. He was stunned when he saw the tribesmen cheering in the rain. He also felt that he seemed to be watched by something special, which made him realize that his guess was correct. There might be a greater existence, but he could not see it. He called this great existence God. Then he told his master about this matter, and began to prepare for the future sacrifices. Day after day, they soon received the blessing of the god again in this way. This time, the god gave them a strong physique. With these help, they successfully defeated the surrounding tribes and seized their territory. From then on, their tribe no longer needed to survive in the cracks. It seemed that this tribe began to develop at a very fast speed and soon formed a considerable force. At the same time, this tribe. The act of recording events also attracted the attention of other tribes. After seeing the powerful strength of this tribe, many tribes also began to try such a movement. Soon, other gods discovered this situation and found that the voices of these things began to develop themselves secretly, and they were also paying attention to these special existences. Through their chats and discussions, these gods soon realized that they needed a name. This is a unique title for themselves, and it is also a way for these believers to think of themselves and contribute their strength at the first time. In this way, these ordinary people soon knew the name of God. In this way, many tribes found the gods they believed in, and at the same time, the power of these gods gradually became stronger under the sacrifices of these tribes, and these tribes also received feedback from the gods. In this way, powerful tribes were born one after another, and the life at this time also discovered the benefits of these powers of faith. In order to obtain more power of faith, they began to let their believers start wars and suffer more believers for themselves. In this way, the war between humans broke out. War is the best catalyst, because only large-scale wars can make them understand what they lack. For example, population, tribesmen who can provide combat power, and so on. In order to make up for these shortcomings, they began to reproduce wantonly. As time went by, as more and more tribes participated, some tribes that knew nothing gradually learned the news and learned that they could obtain enough powerful power through some mysterious existence. In this way, the war of faith began to take root in this territory. As time went by, these people were no longer as gluttonous as they were at the beginning. They began to try to build their own civilization. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that many gods are also changing. One of them is full of curiosity about everything in this world. He constantly observes the laws of this world and the development of these people. In this way, he summed up a lot of things. Then the concept of knowledge was born. With the birth of this concept, the development of civilization has also entered a rapid stage. This god spread knowledge to his own happiness, and his believers built the first country in history through this knowledge. Although this country is not large, it is protected by walls, so that foreign sons cannot easily invade here. They have soldiers to resist the enemy, and they also have their own farmers to grow essays. Providing protection for soldiers, compared to the tribes that still rely on hunting for a living, this country is undoubtedly at the forefront. Naturally, no tribe is the opponent of this country in the subsequent wars, and this country is constantly recovering these tribes to strengthen itself. Chapter 937. The final result of this is that some gods began to gain a lot of power in a very short period of time, and continued to grow stronger. Similarly, the changes on their side were naturally noticed by other gods, and then these gods also began to study what happened on their side, and soon through their believers. They already knew the whole story. As the whole story was known, more complicated things appeared. They realized that the existence of this group of weak creatures could have a great impact on such powerful creatures as them. For a time, in order to gain power, they had to join this feast. Many gods who disdained these creatures also joined in, and then wars broke out between gods. Originally, these beings had certain contradictions, and under such aggravation, more gods were killed. Naturally, wars would occur, and through believers, these gods could easily lock onto gods who were very close to them. While they gained power, they would also expose their positions through these vague connections. Of course, some gods chose to hide, and the consequence of doing so was to watch the gap between themselves and other gods widen, which made these weak beings have to cover themselves up more tightly. There was no way. They simply had no ability to face these powerful beings. At this time, in this space, you can see a lot of regular or irregular shapes, or some strange-looking creatures fighting. Each of them used their own powerful force to launch a fatal attack on the other. The collision of powerful forces swept across the entire space, causing the entire space to become fragmented, and then it was constantly repaired under the influence of the law. The aftermath of the battle that can erupt from both sides is very terrifying for any ordinary person, and even fatal to some planets. The aftermath of these battles can destroy these planets. At this time, on Jiang Yao's side. This is a bit surprising to me. Is their evolution speed so fast? The strongest individual at present has reached the level of advanced civilization. Of course, it has reached the level of advanced civilization warships, but this is already very exaggerated. After all, many gods appeared in the process of evolution, and due to various reasons, their evolution collapsed and eventually turned into nothingness. There are quite a few lucky ones among them, who can evolve to this level so quickly without collapse. Seeing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. He never thought that the special race he created would have such ability, but this is naturally a good thing for him, because according to this development trend, it will not be difficult to break through the level of super civilization in the future. And at this time in the continent he created, the fierce battle has been going on. The Holy See. This is a relatively powerful force in this continent. They believe in a god called Pamela. They call this god the god of eternity. This god gave them powerful power, and with the help of this power, they continue to conquer believers. Obviously, their behavior would have a certain impact on some existences. At the beginning, they were also cared for by many special existences, but they overcame all the obstacles along the way and easily strangled all the enemies. At this time in the temple, a group of people wearing strange clothes and called priests were praying to a huge winged god. Great Eternal I, your most devout believer. Since God came, we have been targeted by many evil beings, and even now many evil people have begun to disguise themselves as a group of ignorant and stupid ordinary people to try to sneak into the temple. Great Eternal God, please give us the power to identify this group of evil believers. Then, there was another ancient and awkward prayer, and soon, the huge statue responded to the dazzling white light covering the hall. Some of the more devout believers among them have gained special abilities, and this ability allows them to find out which people are pagans. Naturally, these people were organized immediately. You have obtained the power granted by the Eternal God. You have obtained the attention of the God, which also means that you are absolutely loyal to the god. And now what you have to do is to become the sharpest blade in the hands of the god. You have to eradicate all evildoers for the god. As the priest finished speaking, the knights in golden armor also raised their arms and shouted. They are all believers of God. They were excited to receive the annotations of God and to be given such powerful power. Of course, they were also given the name of the Eternal Holy Army. For a time, this name became their belief for believers of this God or those who were protected by these believers. These believers who have obtained the power of God walk in the world, eradicating darkness and bringing light to the world. As time goes by, the concept of darkness and light soon appears. This world has the rotation of the sun and the moon, darkness and daytime. In fact, for many believers of God, or for many gods, they have observed this phenomenon a long time ago. If you want more people to believe in you, then first you have to have an anchor point of your own, or an identity of your own. For example, the mountains, rivers, flowers, plants and trees in this world are all your incarnations, and they are all your believers. In this way, you can get closer to nature and be more easily accepted by the world. During these years of development, many gods found that their original appearance would be rejected by the natives instinctively. They would think that some strange-looking things were evil. Although they didn't know why the other party thought so, at least from their own perspective, they thought there was nothing wrong with their appearance, but in order to gain more believers and powerful power, they had to go. The first is their appearance. It is too simple to want to understand what their believers think, so they created a perfect body for themselves according to what their believers think. Of course, some of them really transformed their bodies, and some retained their original appearance, but others just saw him like this. This depends on the preferences of these gods. In this way, they found that it was indeed much easier to recruit believers, but as time went by, another problem soon emerged, and this problem was actually quite complicated. That is, what does their god represent, and what is his power related to? Indeed, this problem stopped them again. Later, after a period of observation, they found that this group of ignorant people actually admired the so-called natural power, just like wind, fire, thunder and lightning, which are things that can be produced by nature, things that can affect them, and things that can make them pay attention to all the time. In short, these things make them more sober. It is not difficult for gods to simulate such power, but it depends on what they choose. Some gods call themselves the god of life, and his power can make all things grow. Similarly, some gods are called the god of nirvana, and his power can make all things extinguish. In short, all kinds of special powers have appeared. In fact, for gods, the origin has not changed at all, it is nothing more than the form of expression. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that after a period of observation, they discovered two very powerful beliefs. The first is light, and the second is darkness. Because this phenomenon happens every day, everyone will be affected. These beings have a morbid pursuit of these two special forces. So, the gods immediately added new systems of light and darkness to themselves, and many gods called themselves the gods of light. They are the embodiment of justice. They want to dispel darkness, but some gods are too extreme in favor of light, so they choose darkness. Although for these gods of light, they define their happiness as the enemy of light is darkness, but what does it matter? Anyway, they have been enemies for a long time. There is no such thing as existence or non-definition. So, the battle between light and darkness began. As more gods choose to restore their power to these two systems, the war between believers is intensifying. Although in the real God space, whether it is the gods who believe in light or the gods who believe in darkness, they are the kind that fight every day, but it is different in the human world. These people of different beliefs gather together. As long as their gods give them the power of light, then for them, they are together, and vice versa. As time goes by, soon, these two huge forces are formed, and then the war between light and darkness begins. In this world, the same thing is happening every day. These people are fighting for their own selfish desires and beliefs all the time. The war is in dire straits. People who survive in the cracks of this world don't know what their future will be like. They can only live in such a humble way. Fortunately, some gods don't like fighting so much. They prefer to hide and observe those who fight the most. Although their strength is not very strong, compared with those who fight every day, their personalities are naturally much gentler. They soon discovered that if they continue like this, it will definitely not work. In the past tribal era, the population base of this world was not high, but later on, with the passage of time, the population of this world has continued to improve and has reached a very terrifying level. However, with the beginning of the battle of faith, the war between them broke out. Although they are also increasing their population, the number is still decreasing. If they continue at this rate, it won't be long before these people will go to extinction. At this time, these gods seem to have discovered something new, a new belief to be precise. Hope. In this world full of wars, in fact, the most essential need of many people is to survive. As for how to survive, there are many ways. These gods have found a lot of useful routines, such as teaching these people how to farm, how to increase production capacity, and how to domesticate livestock, and so on, so that they don't have to worry about food anymore. Some gods taught them to make more powerful weapons. So far, weapons are no longer limited to swords, sticks, and more powerful long-range weapons have appeared. There is also a group of people with special abilities. And this group of people is called magicians. They use something called a magic wand to release a variety of powerful magic. They do not believe in a god independently. Their magic system is very open. They can use power to revive all things, or use magic to release fireballs or ice cones. With the addition of this special power, the situation in the whole world has become somewhat turbulent. There is no doubt that the gods who created this system will once again gain huge benefits. Of course, this god assigned himself to the new city and told all the powers that their power came from the stars. In addition, some gods also discovered this market, and it seems that they created special things such as divination hearts. These existences are more inclined to assist, but it is undeniable that they can also mobilize powerful forces. This allowed another group of gods to rise up during the battle between several powerful gods, which made these powerful civilizations feel that something was wrong. Especially in the process of the rise of these gods, they taught humans too many things, so that the number of humans increased again in a short period of time, and these humans also began to deliberately build something. For example, the powerful ancient country in the past, because of the protection of the city wall, many people could not invade, but now basically everyone can build city walls. In the past, huge stones had to be transported from some distant mountains. This alone made many tribes who wanted to build city walls powerless, but now newer construction methods have appeared. They knew that by burning the soil, they could get some relatively hard solids. Then, based on these solids, they added some other things, such as adhesives like glutinous rice, and then a huge city wall could be built. At the same time, the technology of making steel, which was previously only known to a few people, quickly became popular, and they had a new name, called alchemy. Chapter 938. The system is gradually improving, and as the system improves, wars in the form of tribes will eventually end. But now the world is at war, but the scale of the war is very small, except for a few major tribes, and a country that is gradually forming. At this time, Jiang Yao was looking at the report and analyzing it. And beside him, a group of brainworms also gathered here. Chief, according to the current development, it should be like this. Because with the maturity of various technologies, and the emergence of special talents, various systems will usher in a new change. Many people will discover the subsequent impacts brought by these technologies, and at the same time, they will be able to think of how to use these technologies. So according to the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, it should not take long for the world to usher in a very big change. At that time, real countries will be formed. There may be a lot of them at the beginning, but in the later stage, the whole world may only be divided into 10 to 12 countries at most. Of course, everything here is an estimate. There may be more or less countries, and these countries will check and balance each other, and some people will flee to other continents. They will also establish a new system there. As for the gods, if the gods fall, the remaining believers may also turn to the glory of other lives within a certain period of time. Of course, some people may coexist and die with the gods. And the development system of this world should develop directly in the direction of fantasy, and as for science, it should not be born in this world. Or even if it is born, it may not have much effect. In a world with magic and various magical powers, these magical powers are naturally more useful than science. Jiang Yao nodded to the brainworm's analysis. Then he seemed to think of something and asked, "By the way, what is the situation with the technological civilization?" Hearing this, the brainworm quickly answered, "Everything is normal at the technological civilization. Qin Yao has completely taken control of that area. The repair rate of the space station has reached 80%. Now that space station has basic defense capabilities. As long as the other civilization, the Qin dynasty, is not deployed and the technological level reaches the intermediate civilization, there will be basically no security threats. But there is one thing that needs attention, because that place has been targeted by a certain intermediate civilization. According to our estimation, if this intermediate civilization, the Qin dynasty, is deployed, then the possibility of its destruction is as high as 90%. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded. He would not interfere with the development of this world. Even if Qinyao technological civilization was destroyed, he would not care. By the way, I want to know what his current development route is like. Same as the route we planned before, we will finally take the mecha route with mecha as the main line unit. This main combat unit has a lower investment cost than warships, but the only drawback is that it requires higher technology. Jiangyao was not surprised by this. After all, the advantages of mecha are here. If you want to fully utilize its advantages, then the requirements for technology are naturally very high. A warship is tens or hundreds of meters long, and this is a small one, while a mecha is only 30 or 40 meters long at most. The gap between them is self-evident. If a mecha wants to achieve this level, then the technology required is naturally very terrifying. Although it is true that the requirements for mecha in terms of technology are very high, the materials are completely different. The consumption of resources is probably not as much as that of a warship for 7 or 8 mechas. In short, there must be gains if there are sacrifices. The brainworm also nodded in agreement. While the mecha has very strong mobility, it can also retain vitality that is not inferior to that of a warship, and some of the things that are naturally needed for less resources will be compensated from other aspects. Now he has discovered the benefits of mechas, so he is more concerned about the manufacturing of mechas, but the only problem is that he is still more dependent on system exchange, and he has not yet studied the relevant technology. Jiangyao also understood this. He is penniless now. How can he research technology? What can he rely on? Can he rely on those players to research? That is definitely impossible, so if he wants to research, he must first have his own subordinate civilization. As for artificial intelligence, Jiangyao felt that he should be able to imagine that if this thing mastered too many things, it might have a very big impact on it in the future. After all, it is not uncommon for artificial intelligence to rebel. Although he does not know about such things now, or has not encountered them, it does not mean that he will not prevent such things from happening. Therefore, for this reason, he is unlikely to put artificial intelligence here to conduct mecha research, because if this kind of thing is really done, it will create a perfect opportunity for artificial intelligence to become a villain. After all, even if the artificial intelligence wants to do something, it will only rely on the internet to mobilize various military weapons, and some of the military weapons mobilized are completely beyond his authority. However, if he participates in the research of mechas, it is still difficult to detect his tampering, and this is a perfect war weapon for him. As long as you are not stupid, you should be able to discover this. Obviously, you said that normal humans may appreciate it, but artificial intelligence will never. Once they have independent consciousness and start to think about some problems, and have such ideas, then they will definitely do this thing perfectly. Of course, it doesn't matter whether Qinyao will notice this in the future. After all, he has not thought about this route now. What he needs to do now is how to survive under the attack of that civilization. By the way, did Qinyao notice that civilization? The brainworm shook his head. Leader, no. But he has made a lot of preparations now, because through the logs in the space, he found that there are other civilizations here. However, he regarded the civilizations that often visit here as his enemies that he will encounter in the future, so he has already started to make arrangements in advance, and just made a mistake. But judging from the current technological gap between the two sides, even if he did so, the effect would actually be a drop in the bucket. Although its mecha can indeed cause certain damage to the warships of the intermediate civilization, the problem is that if you want to kill the warships of the ultimate civilization, the number of mechas required is at least 5 to 6 times the number of warships. And his total mechas now do not exceed 30. And the fleets that the other civilization can pull out at random have at least hundreds of ships, which means that if he wants to deal with such an army, he must prepare at least 300 mechas, and this is Guifeng, which is just the case of sending out ordinary fleets. After the first battle, the other party realized that the situation was not good, and would definitely send out the real main fleet. Usually, the number of main fleets of civilizations of this level should be between 1,000 and 2,000. Hearing this, Jiangyao also said thoughtfully, to be frank, if he was given enough time, he could easily solve this problem, but it was obvious that time was definitely not enough now. So how to solve it has become the most important issue to think about at present. There are so many things involved in this, even he would have a headache. Of course, this is not what he worries about. After all, he didn't live well on that planet at the beginning, but in the end, he didn't solve all the problems. At present, I have 2 civilizations that are secretly cultivating technology. As for civilization, I actually have hope for it. I am very much looking forward to what kind of help it will bring me in the future, especially this completely different route from my previous one. However, I may not see any fundamental changes in the short term. Because only when he feels that he needs to climb the technology tree in the later stage, then he can really get down to business. On the other hand, the other civilization mainly has problems with things like magic, and even in the early stage, it has shown many different things. That's right, the magic civilization he created brought him a lot of ecology, because when this civilization developed to the current stage, various problems soon emerged. All power comes from gods. If gods disappear one day, will all this be gone? The war between gods, they naturally know something through these years of understanding. And what kind of impact this will bring is self-evident. This will make these people think about this more profound problem. As the thinking intensifies, these people will soon solve it. Many times, relying on themselves may be more reliable. But this will also face many problems. How can you get the same power without relying on gods? So, some people began to study this. Soon these people found some clues. There are all kinds of special factors floating around in this world, and these special things are invisible and intangible, but when your strength reaches a certain level, you can feel these things. So a new concept emerged. The surroundings of this world are full of elemental power, and some talented people can sense this elemental power. With this concept, real magicians began to emerge. In the past, magicians in this world should be similar to astrologers, who relied more on the power of gods. Even some believers, like those who call for a halt, did the same. Most of the power in the world came from the gods above. But with the emergence of magic, with the emergence of this latest theory of magic, all this has changed. Of course, this kind of magic is not like those who are favored by the gods, who can easily obtain powerful power without any prerequisites. If you have to say it, there is still a prerequisite, that is, to obtain the attention of the gods. However, the new generation of magicians do not need them. The first point they need is to have a strong perception ability. At the same time, they must also have the talent of a magician, that is, they can store elemental energy by themselves. In short, the conditions required to become this profession are harsh, but if you meet them, then you can become a real magician who can release magic by yourself without relying on the gods. Of course, the impact of the emergence of new professions on the world is very great. For those gods, many things in this world are planned by them, and they are given by them. In this case, they can gain more names of faith. However, one day they suddenly found that a group of people can also obtain strong power, and they don't need to go through them. They absolutely do not allow such existence to increase in number, so a campaign to eliminate these magicians began. Compared with the past when different gods acted independently, this time basically all the gods issued a unified order, which was to eliminate this group of evil pagans. Thus, the mighty crusade began. Many people who became magicians through their own power died under these organizations. Although they have gained power, the power they have gained is too weak compared to that of the gods. But sometimes a small wildfire cannot burn out. As time went by, this great purge ended quickly, but what no one knew was that a half-grown child who crawled out of a well brought a change to the world. In an inconspicuous little mountain village, there was no one alive in this mountain village. There were scenes everywhere that made people grow all over their bodies at a glance, and the houses in the distance were even on fire to burn everything here. The knight who eliminated heretics had left. At this time, a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old crawled out of the well. Looking at the women around her, her eyes were full of hatred. Not long ago, an old magician came here and told her that she had the talent to become a magician, so he taught her here. Originally, the little girl thought that she could grow up slowly in the village, and then become a magician and start to write her own legend on the road, but who could have thought that such a thing would happen? At this time, the little girl wiped away her tears and looked at the book made of parchment in her hand. The content of this book is the old wizard's experience and understanding of his magic. The little girl vowed to make other hypocritical people in this world pay the price. However, what the little girl didn't know was that Jiang Yao also noticed her here. There was no way. The little girl's script gave Jiang Yao a feeling of nostalgia. After all, he loved to watch this before he traveled through time. Chapter 939. At this time, the little girl looked at the mess on the ground, and her expression gradually became firm. Holding the book tightly in her hand, she disappeared here at a very fast speed. Because her identity is special now, and whether it is the church or other places, there are ways to identify whether you have received the blessing of God. I must find a way to stay away from the city, otherwise if I am discovered, I will be killed by them like those people. How can I take revenge then? The little girl thought so in her heart at this time. In this way, he chose to enter a mountain forest. Although there are monsters in these places in this world, compared with the encirclement of the holy knights of the church, The threat of these monsters is naturally not that great, but for a girl of her age, all this is still extremely dangerous. But it doesn't matter. Here she may still have a glimmer of hope, but once she leaves here, she will definitely be finished. But she was not stupid. Although it is safer the deeper we go, we can still escape if we encounter danger outside. Thinking about it, Lilith quickly decided where she would live in the future. This is a dense forest with towering trees. Looking at these trees, Lilith nodded with satisfaction. The small body struggled to climb up a tree that required 5 or 6 people to hug. This is a tree with lush branches and leaves. In the middle of the tree, there is an open space of about 2 or 3 square meters at the fork of the lush branches and leaves. Looking up from below, the dense branches block this place. This is just right. Although Lilith, who grew up in a mountain village, has never experienced a life of wealth and honor, she has experienced a life of hunting for a living. Stay away from the ground, you will be safe. This is what her father told her before. Her father is an ordinary tiger hunter. Although she is a daughter, her father still hopes that she can inherit his legacy. Although she may not live a good life in the future, she can still support her family. Because she is young, Lilith has not learned much, but it doesn't matter. Because she at least knows most of the basic knowledge, she can still survive here with this knowledge. Just like that, Lilith put aside the sadness in her heart and began to build her own house. This may become her future home, so she is also very serious about building a house here. Oh, I remember my father told me that if you want to live safely in the forest, you must learn to cover up your smell. Thinking of this, Lilith climbed to a place a little further away from the tree, picked a lot of leaves, ground them, and smeared them on her body. At the same time, she smeared them while building her house. Her father told her that although all the plants outside can cover up their own smells, one must pay attention to one problem. That is, when covering up the smell, a serious problem must be considered. That is, although it can be covered, there must be no abnormality. This abnormality is that if the smell of a certain plant is all here, but the smell of another different plant appears, then the monster will find this situation. Because the monsters are not stupid. They will find some clues, and different smells are like the firelight in the dark night, which makes the monsters easily find them. So when covering up your own smell, you must remember that you can only use the common weeds around you. This is why Lilith collects leaves. Because only in this way will it not be abrupt. Of course, Lilith, who follows her father to hunt, also knows whether some herbs are poisonous, such as this tree is non-toxic. There are many plants in the forest, some of which are poisonous. If you use them indiscriminately, you may be poisoned to death. While recalling the survival methods taught by her father in her heart, Lilith is also thinking about what she should do in the future. I remember the grandmother in the village said that if you want to live a stable life, you also need to plant it yourself. Because only in this way can you have food when you can't catch prey. Lilith is also convinced of this, because she remembers that there was a heavy snow in winter one year. And her father went to the old lady to borrow food because he couldn't catch prey. Thinking of this, Lilith quickly made a plan. I want to cultivate good fields by myself, but not near here, because this may expose my position. On the first day she came here, Lilith built a simple thatched house, and began to plan for her future. Now she has just arrived here, and there are too many things she needs to do. She needs food, good fields, and a place suitable for her to live. Of course, she also needs to learn magic. She lacks everything like this, and she has to do everything herself. She couldn't help but think of what her father had told her before, that she needed to plan what she was going to do in advance, and then complete it one by one. Soon, little Lilith had already thought of the future arrangements. As time went by, a night passed quickly. Lilith woke up once, in the middle of the night, awakened by a nightmare. She dreamed of the village being destroyed by those paladins. Whenever she dreamed of this, her heart was filled with hatred. However, even with all kinds of hatred in her heart, she could still adjust herself to the next day's work as quickly as possible. Early the next morning, Lilith started a new day of busyness. What she had to do today was hunting. And hunting naturally required going deep into the dense forest. Just like this, Lilith took the simple longbow she made overnight and set off. Soon she found her first prey of the day. It was a huge wild boar. Lilith's eyes lit up when she saw the wild boar. If I can hunt it successfully, then Lilith can eat for a long time. Thinking this way, Lilith quietly moved towards the wild boar. She knew the danger of wild boars. So she was very cautious about hunting wild boars, and the longbow she made was naturally useless. She made this thing only to hunt small animals, and the power of this bow for large animals was far from enough. She couldn't make a bow that could hunt large animals yet. Like this, Lilith was thinking about it all the way, and soon she found the right place. Looking at the wild boar in the distance, Lilith took a deep breath. Hoo-hoo, Lilith, you are the best. While quietly cheering herself up, Lilith began to chant a spell, and the next moment several ice cones appeared beside her. As the spell ended, these ice cones shot towards the wild boar like arrows. The wild boar that reacted just wanted to escape, but was pierced on the spot, and fell to the ground and died after running a few steps. At this time, Lily ran towards the wild boar excitedly, and then looked at the situation of the wild boar at this time, and couldn't help but smile. Success? At this time, the wound of the wild boar that was killed on the spot was still frozen. This was naturally done by Lilith on purpose, because only in this way would the bloody smell not be spread. Just like this, Lilith began to cast magic, and under his gaze, the wild boar slowly floated, and Lilith hurriedly took the wild boar to a small hill not far away. He then began to release magic again, and a cave appeared the next moment. Without any hesitation, she entered with her spoils, and then began to work on her own, picking up the knives and other things she had prepared in advance, and began to pack them up. This wild boar was much bigger than her. If it was properly distributed, then Lilith could at least survive in this forest for a month or two. Lilith was naturally very clear about how to deal with prey. Her father, a hunter, had told her many ways to preserve meat, especially when encountering creatures like wild boars. Recalling the many methods her father had taught her before, she soon found that they were more suitable for her current methods, and they came to her mind. You can make some of it into smoked meat. My father once said that this can also cover up the unique smell of meat. Then I can also make a big pottery jar, because wild boars have a special thing that can be refined into a special liquid, and this liquid can cook wild boar meat in a pot. Of course, Lilith was talking about lard. It is obvious that he wants to make oil jar meat and fry the wild boar meat with lard, and then soak it directly in oil, so that it can be preserved for a very long time. It has to be said that this world has many ways to preserve some food, perhaps in any world, but with the passage of time, many methods have been replaced by various things later, so they are gradually forgotten. So Lilith began to operate in the cave. These actions are actually very dangerous, especially when cooking. A lot of fragrance will escape. Don't look at Lilith's previous set of magic flowing like water, but this is her limit. Now he can release 4 to 5 magics at most at a time, and then he needs to slowly recover his magic power. Although Lilith knew very well that she shouldn't use so much magic at once in such a dangerous place, she couldn't do it alone if she didn't use magic to transport the wild boar into the cave. So she had to take the risk. As time went by, it was already the second day when Lilith finished dealing with all these things. Of course, considering her own safety, she used magic to seal the cave entrance at night and left. Then she took the processed food back to her home and stored it. On the next morning, she went back and started to process the remaining food. After 2 days of hard work, with the help of magic, she managed to process her food. With these things, Lilith didn't need to worry about food in the short term. Hoo-hoo, finally finished. Looking at the things stored in her house, Lilith smiled with satisfaction. In the future, you can pick some berries and eat them with the meat. In this way, the meat can last for a long time. The food problem has been solved, and the next problem is other problems. The most important thing is the farmland I opened. When I went hunting before, I found a relatively hidden place. Although it is not very big, if I cultivate the fields there should be no animals to disturb me. But in order to prevent other animals, I still have to make some things there to block them. Of course, the best way is to use earth magic to make a mud wall. It just so happened that she also knew this magic. With the help of magic, everything went very smoothly. Many of the tasks required for cultivating the fields could be solved with magic, although the progress would be very slow. After all, he could only release magic a few times a day, and the most important thing was that the range of magic was not very large. However, for Lilith, this was also a kind of training to increase his proficiency in using magic. At the same time, after his magic power was exhausted, he could continue to study the book given to him by his master and learn more. In this way, as time went by, a whole month passed, and Lilith finally cultivated her own field. And she also successfully brought water here. As for seeds, she naturally found some when searching for food. With these things, she believed that she would live better and better in the future. Of course, the seeds of some major crops could not be found in the wild, so he still ventured to the nearby village. He found some seeds there. I have to wait until the harvest next year, so I will have endless food. Looking at the large field she had taken care of, Lily was very satisfied. This place was very secretive, and suitable for building a better home. However, her father told her that no matter where you are, it is not absolutely safe, so you can't take it lightly at any time. In this regard, Lilith decided to wait until she became stronger before moving here. Before that, she continued to live in her big tree home. In this way, spring and autumn came, and a year passed in a blink of an eye. Lilith's field also ushered in a great harvest. Although a lot of things happened during this period, fortunately, they were all solved by Lilith, and he was more mature than before, and more suitable for living in this place. Of course, Jiang naturally saw his performance. Seeing that Lilith was getting better and better, he nodded with satisfaction. It should be a special individual. He naturally knew about such special existences. After all, he had encountered similar existences in many civilizations before. If these existences were not interfered by extremely terrifying forces from the outside world, they would definitely bring certain changes to the world in the future. Jiang still didn't know the specific reason why such existence appeared, but he guessed that this was probably a manifestation of the world's self-evolution. Chapter 940. Jiang has actually been observing special individuals. When he was in other universes, he sometimes encountered this type of existence in some special civilizations. At that time, he thought it was similar to the setting of the protagonist in some novels, appearing at some special moments and arranged by the will of the world, which might have a great impact on the whole world. But later I did some research and found that I might have thought too simply. First of all, many special individuals are produced in a certain civilization or a certain planet, and this involves a question. What is this special will? If it is the will of the planet, but often this special individual, the energy it displays will exceed the planet. And this is what makes him most confused, because if it is the will of the planet, how can it create something that surpasses itself? It's like you are an ant, and you create a human being. This is obviously unscientific. You are not at the same level at all. In other words, if you look at it from the perspective of benefits, you will definitely pay a price for creating something like this, but the thing you create will not help you in any way. Take the development of civilization as an example. If you develop civilization to the path of cosmic technology, the people in it may leave the planet, and you will not get any benefits. Sometimes, some civilizations' technological development routes require the power of the planet, and you may even die. It is also for this reason that he has continued to study the planet, but later he found that the planet did not suppress him, and many times he thought too much. What does a planet without its own will mean? This is obvious. He has no ability to create such a thing, so the meaning of the existence of this special individual must be traced back to the entire universe. He thought so at first, but later when he controlled the universe, he found that the cosmic consciousness was just a group of special creatures. This special existence is in a symbiotic relationship with the entire universe. The universe is constantly expanding, and some things will also enter it. Some things beyond control may cause a great disaster to the universe, and this group of special creatures are cleaners. They are more like a special program to clean up these things that are dangerous to the universe. On the one hand, it is to protect the universe, and the second point is to protect their own home. And this is also the problem. So what will happen to this special individual? Recalling the individuals he had met before, especially when he was in a civilization, he had sneaked into this civilization and had contact with this special individual and observed all the trajectories of this special individual's development. From the beginning, an ordinary technological civilization took the genetic route, and finally took the path of flesh and blood ascension to transform the entire planet into a very huge flesh and blood organization. That special individual did contribute a lot, especially in the early stage. Some of his decisions directly influenced the later stage. This civilization will eventually take this step and become like this, and this special individual can be said to have made an indelible contribution. But the problem lies here, because this civilization eventually went to destruction, and with the continuous evolution, there were problems with the mastery of flesh and blood technology. Because in order to evolve to a higher level, there are too many things that need to be abandoned, and they will not have a collective consciousness like the Zerg. At that time, they still retained independent consciousness, while the collective consciousness of the Zerg is dominated by a certain consciousness. At critical moments, this consciousness can ignore all the so-called interest disputes and messy things to make judgments. This judgment may lead the entire civilization to destruction, but it may move forward to a higher place. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that if you take this route, according to this configuration, the probability of success will be very high. If it is still an independent consciousness, then there are too many factors to consider when deciding a certain route. The ideas of a certain force, or the interests of a certain force, its own rights and status, and so on, will affect the judgment. But many times in the development of civilization, there can be no such things, Especially when deciding the fate of civilization, sometimes it is necessary to make a decision. Take the insects for example. When necessary, many bugs can be abandoned, and they are willing to let their race reach a higher level. This is the difference. In short, there are too many things involved. The more you need to do at this time, the more you need to simplify. Bugs can simplify all complex things to the extreme. Something that determines the future of the entire civilization can even be as simple as a sentence. The dominant consciousness only needs to decide whether to do it, and the people below will go all out. It's that simple. And this decision can be made in an instant. Although some rashness is very risky, sometimes it is necessary to use such an extreme method to make a decision at the most critical moment to avoid missing opportunities. There are too many things to consider in the development and evolution of civilization, and many times some illusory luck is also very important. So these special individuals seem very special on the surface, but the progress they promote in promoting the progress of civilization is not as high as imagined. These special existences give me the feeling of one node after another, which is the node of civilization progress. It's like the node from 0 to 1 is a special individual, and the node from 1 to 2 is another individual. But when a special individual wants to achieve the level from 0 to 5, then this civilization may be directly led astray to a certain extent. At least this is the feeling these special individuals give him. They did, to a certain extent, promote the progress of civilization at a very fast speed, but when they promoted the progress of civilization, many subsequent problems also arose. For example, once they pushed beyond their own upper limit, they might collapse directly at a certain stage, causing all efforts to go to waste and civilization to be destroyed for various reasons. Just like the civilization I encountered, if the little girl could stop at the genetic technology and give the remaining things to the next node to operate, the result might be different. But unfortunately, this little girl was not hindered. She was growing up, and after reaching this step, she began to take another route, using her influence to attract more people to stand on her side, and finally led to the development of the whole world, in which she served as an important decision maker. These special beings always have one thing in common, that is, their childhood experiences were not very good. Although they can solve the shadow of this period through learning knowledge or experience, when they grow up, this shadow always exists, and makes them have some extreme personality. Jiang Yao remembers this very clearly. At the beginning, this little girl belonged to the kind type. With the outbreak of the virus, she resolutely decided to leave this city for her parents. This was a series of orders issued by this civilization to protect the people. With his group of people who were tentatively called admirers, he set out on the road home so hastily. As a result, almost everyone died along the way. In the end, he was caught and she survived. Then she started to study related things later. This was also an opportunity. Because of its own specialness, he was not dealt with for committing such a big thing at that time. It was also because of this reason that he had the opportunity to encounter those things, and his talent was indeed terrible. In a short period of time, he researched many achievements that scientists may not be able to research in their lifetime. Sometimes Jiang Yao felt that the world was not fair at all, especially for these people. No matter how hard other ordinary people worked, these people only needed to put in 1,000th of their efforts to achieve achievements that they could never catch up with. Because of her beautiful face and her academic excellence, she finally stood in the spotlight. At the beginning, she did a good job. Through some genetic technology, she brought great changes to civilization and improved the life expectancy and physical fitness of the entire civilization. Not only that, but it also cured many diseases. In short, everyone in that civilization was enjoying the benefits brought by genetic technology. But as time went on, the people above soon discovered that if this technology continued to spread, it would have an impact on them, and then the suppression began. And the little girl was naturally stimulated by this series of actions, and the reason for being stimulated was actually very simple. During the initial control period, she took people away, which had a certain impact on her. Later, she achieved certain achievements. She felt that she could rely on these to make up for her mistakes at the time, but who would have thought that someone would not allow her to do so? So she began to cultivate her own power, and wanted to rely on her own power to fight against these. Obviously, his influence allowed her to do this. Jiang Yao also sighed a little about this. But the same thing is absolutely impossible for any normal person to do, not to mention that a person can really have such high charm and make everyone devoted to you, and what you can do is outrageous. May I ask a person you may have seen on the internet, and have a little affection for him. One day he tells you that he will take you to conquer a large territory. Are you willing to fight for him? Obviously, anyone who is not a fool knows that this is nonsense, but when such a thing happens to a special individual, there are people who are willing to do it for her, and there are quite a few of them. But the most critical thing is that the cognition of these special individuals cannot reach a certain height. The height they have now is more of a height that is pushed to this height by those who may be influenced by her, but her own ability is absolutely not enough, including vision and ideas and so on. If a person who does not have such ability is allowed to sit in such a high position, then there will be problems in the subsequent decision-making. From the evolution of genetic technology to the ascension of flesh and blood, this is the process. After he reached this position, he found that the human body promised that relying on genetic technology to make a large-scale transformation of the whole body can increase the lifespan of individuals, and a series of other things. So, the ascension of the entire civilization began. The technology he mastered was able to do this, but it could only allow them to enter this level. In fact, at this time, civilization had already gone astray. If someone stood up to solve it at this time, and then stopped the technology, and waited for the next successor to appear, there might be a chance to continue this matter. At that time, if you want to retreat, you will definitely not be able to retreat, because the entire civilization has been completed, and the ascension cannot be retreated. At this time, there are more subsequent evolutionary choices. But it is obvious that there is no such person, which has led to a smooth journey. Finally, after thousands of years, although Jiang Yao had left long ago, after all, he had started a war at that time. But later when he sent the bugs back to check, he found that the civilization had long been destroyed. Finally, after retrieving the records of this civilization, he understood the reason. It turned out that the little girl had transformed herself into such a terrible creature. After the transformation was successful, she also retreated from the front line, went behind the scenes, and began to command behind the scenes. The subsequent development of this civilization was completely in accordance with her command and planning. Of course, it is normal to be able to do this. After all, it is all due to the simple manipulation she made inside. Therefore, the fate of this civilization is basically destined to continue to evolve and gradually improve the strength of the civilization. However, the outbreak in a short period of time eventually led to the wrong choice of a certain evolutionary route, and this wrong choice was inevitable, because they had no experience in this area and did not have enough time to settle. In the absence of anything, they directly stepped into the most dangerous path of evolution, and finally the genes collapsed. The entire civilization should be said to be a planet composed of those special organizations, and began to collapse. Evolution is like this. Once the wrong choice is made, collapse will happen immediately and cannot be stopped. You are still hard steel, and the next second you will become a puddle of water, just so fast. With the death of the planet, this evolving civilization also came to an end. And this is the final ending of that civilization. Originally, if such an existence appeared in the universe, it might be understood that there was some special force in the universe to form them. But now the civilization created by oneself still has such an existence outside the universe. Jiang Yao always felt that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed.